massive meteorite, 5.5 meters in diameter, hurtled rapidly toward the spaceship. Seconds later, the entire spaceship was affected, suddenly lost power, and went out of control. Inside the spaceship, Zhu Lei, the only staff member on duty at the Tianlan Star Space Station, was piloting the ship when suddenly everything went black, and he lost consciousness completely. Just as he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a woman in her 20s dressed in a plain white dress leading a group of people hurriedly entering from outside. "Zhu Yujun, how are you?" Zhu Lei couldn't help but laugh at the beautiful woman's coaxing tone, which sounded like she was talking to a child. He nodded and closed his eyes. Of course, he wasn't actually asleep. He was trying to figure out what was going on. After a long while, he slowly exhaled. He hadn't died. He had actually transmigrated into the body of Zhu Yujun, the emperor of ancient China. Now, he has completely integrated with Zhu Yujun's memories, and the last bit of obsession in his heart has begun to dissipate, replaced by an eager impulse. Now he has traveled to the world 2,000 years ago. Although he is only 15 years old, in history, he is the future emperor of this country. He would be doing himself a disservice if he did not work hard to build a super empire. On the morning of the first day of the 9th lunar month, at the hour of Ean, 3 to 5 a.m., Zhu Yujun was awakened by Feng Bao, who directed a large group of palace maids and eunuchs to help him wash, bathe, and change clothes. "Master, what time is it?" Zhu Yujun asked Feng Bao, his eyes still glazed. "Your Highness, it's just past the hour of Ean, 3 to 5 a.m. Minister of Rites, Lu Shuzheng, and the Emperor's entourage are already waiting outside the palace." Zhu Yujun was speechless upon hearing this, and could only mechanically accept their instructions. Having been in this era for over 3 months, he was now completely familiar with his new identity. Although he had never been an emperor, his circumstances dictated his perspective, and he was slowly developing an air of nobility. At the age of 10, he had no worries about food and drink. His height had soared to about 1.5 meters at such a young age. He had a fair complexion, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very heroic. Wearing a 5-dragon robe, he looked dignified, majestic, and noble. Feng Bao helped him to his feet as they left the East Palace. Officials from the Ministry of Rites and the 6 guards of the East Palace, dressed in golden armor, who had been waiting outside the palace gates, immediately swarmed towards them. "Let's proceed." With a loud shout from Feng Bao, the entourage marched in a grand procession towards the imperial ancestral temple. In front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a huge red carpet stretched from top to bottom all the way to the Meridian Gate. Guards, students of the Imperial Academy, and renowned scholars from the common people stood on both sides, all silently watching outside the Meridian Gate. "His Majesty has arrived." As the eunuch announced, the Emperor's entourage appeared outside the Meridian Gate, and everyone unconsciously straightened up, their eyes revealing excitement. With Feng Bao's help, Zhu Yujun stepped down from the carriage and walked step by step along the red carpet toward the Fengtian Hall. He kept his eyes straight ahead and soon saw the officials of all ranks lined up in front of him. After bowing, Zhu Yujun stood before the throne. Then, Feng Bao, holding the imperial edict, stepped out from the side and loudly read out the 10-minute edict of Emperor Shenzong's accession to the throne. Sitting on his throne, Zhu Yujun felt the kneeling of the crowd. Although he was prepared, he was still very excited. "My beloved subjects, rise." A youthful yet authoritative voice rang out in the hall. For 2 consecutive months, his life followed this routine, the only change being his teacher. However, due to his exceptional memory resulting from the fusion of his soul, his learning speed was extremely fast. All the professors, Hanlin Academy scholars, Gao Gong, and Zhang Zhehan were astonished, thinking that Zhu Yujun had suddenly become enlightened after experiencing great sorrow and joy. Although he possessed advanced knowledge from hundreds of years later, he was not a person of this era and would eventually take over the country. He had to learn these things diligently. Otherwise, how could he govern the country if he couldn't even understand those classical Chinese memorials? Zhu Yujun thought to himself, a surge of pride rising within him. These past few days, he had been constantly sorting through the memories in his mind, and the more he sorted through them, the more alarmed he became. Zhu Yujun returned to the Eastern Palace with Zhu Yuliu. After handing his younger brother over to a eunuch, he went back to his study and sat down, pondering what to do next. Your Majesty, your servant has returned. About 3 hours later, Feng Bao appeared in the study. This was Zhu Yuzhen's first formal contact with the head of the eunuchs. Zhu Yuzhen slowly raised his eyelids and looked at Feng Bao, a tall, clean-shaven man in his 40s, recalling the evaluations of Feng Bao by later generations. An excellent politician, fond of manipulating power, greedy. Feng Bao was an extremely talented man and a close friend of Zhang Jun. Feng Bao himself was very supportive of Zhang Jun's reforms. Historically, the young Wanli emperor was weak-willed and somewhat afraid of him. Feng Bao wielded too much power, even bringing down the arrogant Gao Gong, and it was only when Wanli grew up that he was dealt with. Based on observations over the past few months, Feng Bao is indeed as capable as the records suggest, and being an inner court official, he is currently the most easily controlled force for Feng Bao. Seeing that Zhu Yuzhen remained silent, but the fierce look flashing in his eyes startled Feng Bao, who hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, wondering if he had done something to offend this young master. "Get up!" Zhu Yuzhen reacted, looked at Feng Bao, who was trembling on the ground, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "Feng Bao, how many years have you been in the palace?" Zhu Yuzhen suddenly asked with a serious expression. "Your Majesty, 10 years, Feng Bao replied honestly, not understanding his meaning. "To have risen to such a high position in just 10 years shows you're quite capable. Do you think I can hold on to the throne? Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, and no one can replace him in fulfilling the mandate of heaven. With the help of the cabinet ministers, Your Majesty will surely have no worries." Feng Bao said with a hint of flattery. "And what about you? You, Feng Bao, now wield immense power within the palace, and are well connected both inside and outside the palace. Won't you serve me? Your Majesty, this servant is utterly loyal to the royal family, and will serve you with all my might, even unto death. Rise. I don't want you to die. I just want you to do your job well." "Yes, yes, thank you, Your Majesty. This servant will certainly do my utmost to serve Your Majesty." "How is the late emperor?" "Your Majesty, he has entered Zhaoling Mausoleum. The officials and the empress are returning. They were worried about Your Majesty, so they sent me ahead. My lord, I know you are a loyal minister, and I very much want to give you an important position. However, with the late emperor recently deceased and powerful figures vying for power in the court, I am young and insignificant, so there are some things I need your help with." Upon hearing this, Feng Bao's shoulders trembled. He thought of the arrogant and conceited ministers in the court, whom the late emperor had been able to control. But the young emperor before him, judging from his tone, seemed to have great ambition, which filled Feng Bao with both excitement and fear. The eunuch's power all came from the emperor. They only enjoyed power when the emperor had it. Clearly, the emperor wanted to use him, but he knew that only capable people were qualified to be used. The current Zhu Yuzhen felt somewhat unfamiliar to Feng Bao, who had watched him grow up since childhood, which made him very uneasy. "Your Majesty, I will do my utmost to clear all obstacles for you." Zhu Yuzhen nodded. "Then I am relieved. You may leave now." Feng Bao knelt and slowly withdrew from the study. That evening, Lady Li and Lady Chun had dinner with their entire family at Sinang Palace. After the meal, the two Empress Dowagers began to instruct him. "Yu Zai, in the future you need to learn more about politics from several ministers. Your mother doesn't understand state affairs, but your mother will protect you. If anything happens, you must tell your mother. Your father entrusted you to them, which shows he trusts them. Once you are capable, you can handle state affairs on your own." Lady Li carefully explained to Zhu Yuzhen, with Lady Chun occasionally chiming in to add her own thoughts. On the day of his ascension to the throne, Zhu Yuzhen, in accordance with the arrangements of the imperial clan court, formally conferred the title of Empress Dowager Cixin upon Lady Li, who would reside in the Sinang Palace, and conferred the title of Empress Dowager Rinzheng upon Lady Chun, who would reside in the Saiking Palace. Of course, Empress Dowager Chun still held the reins of power in the harem. This was something the two of them had discussed and decided upon themselves. "Mother, I understand, but there is something I hope you can grant me." Zhu Yuzhen stood up and bowed respectfully to the two of them. Looking at her son, who seemed like a completely different person, Madame Li felt a sense of estrangement. If it weren't for the blood connection she still felt, she wouldn't have recognized him at all. "My son, please speak freely." "Mother, Empress Dowager, if my abilities are recognized in the future, I hope to be given the command of troops ahead of schedule," Zhu Yuzhen said neither humbly nor arrogantly. This, Li Shi and Chun Shi looked at each other, unsure how to answer. After all, the person in front of them was only a 10-year-old child. It wasn't that they were reluctant to relinquish military power early. Before the emperor officially consolidated power, the Empress Dowager's authority was comparable to the emperor's, acting on his behalf. It was simply that they didn't know what the person before them truly intended to do. Entrusting such important military and national decisions to a child meant that if something went wrong, the child would be doomed. Neither of them were power-hungry, but their status and position were undeniable. Now, apart from the 21 guards in the Eastern Depot, which Zhu Yuzhen could mobilize, the Tiger tallies of more than 1 million troops across the country were in their hands, making them Zhu Yuzhen's biggest backers. Seeing their hesitation, Zhu Yuzhen realized he had been too hasty. He quickly explained, "Mother, I didn't mean to take control of the army immediately, but some of my future policies may require troop deployment. If it's merely a policy necessity and not a matter of war, then I, the Empress Dowager, can grant your request. As long as all the cabinet ministers agree with your policy and jointly submit a memorial, I will allow you to mobilize troops." Chen also played a trick, adding a condition that required the support of the cabinet. But Zhu Yuzhen didn't care. He was confident he could handle these ministers. Afterwards, they discussed many matters, and Zhu Yuzhen returned to the Eastern Palace. With the help of eunuchs and palace maids, Zhu Yuzhen quickly finished washing up and went to bed. The Ming dynasty possessed the world's most powerful firearms, yet remained on the defensive, primarily due to difficulties in transporting these weapons, the decay of its military garrisons, and outdated tactics. Most importantly, it lacked funds. In his previous life, Zhu Yuzhen had always envied those who wore a piece of cloth on their heads. This time, he was determined to be richer than all of them combined. He hoped that one day he could proudly proclaim, "Stepping on golden silk, I am the richest man in the world." After thinking for a while, Zhu Yuzhen read many secret manuals collected since the time of Emperor Taizhu, which gave him many ingenious ideas. One of them contained a solution to the problem of steel. The next morning, Zhu Yuzhen had just left the Qinqing Palace and was on his way to the Jinshan Hall when suddenly someone appeared out of nowhere and rushed into the ceremonial procession ahead. Hearing the commotion and the sounds of clashing weapons, Zhu Yuzhen frowned and said to Feng Bao, "Go and see." After a long commotion, Zhu Yuzhen finally saw the guards leading a person, bound hand and foot, toward him. Feng Bao, standing beside him, was holding a short knife and a short sword that were clearly not something that should be found in the palace. The commotion alerted the palace guards, and squads of soldiers rushed towards the scene. The ministers waiting outside the Meridian Gate for court also noticed the unusual activity and anxiously inquired with the guards. Hai Rui and Qi Jiguang were chatting, both frowning as they looked in the direction the soldiers had run off to. Seeing the approaching men, Zhu Yuzhen seemed to realize something. He was first startled, then overjoyed, but he remained expressionless, secretly plotting his plan. "Your Majesty, we've caught a villain who disrupted the imperial procession." Feng Bao was about to say something when Zhu Yuzhen waved his hand and said grimly, "Bring him to the main hall and summon the officials. Go and invite the 2 Empress Dowagers over." "Yes, sir," a eunuch replied and hurried away. Feng Bao was a little confused. Shouldn't this matter be investigated secretly? Why summon all the officials and the Empress Dowager? What's going on? Aren't you leaving yet? Zhu Yuzhen's icy voice rang out. Feng Bao dared not look directly at the emperor and lowered his head, saying, "Yes, sir." Zhu Yuzhen strode quickly toward the Fengtian Hall, passing by several eunuchs, cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. After the court rites were completed, before the audience could begin, the 2 Empress Dowagers arrived together. The ministers, puzzled, bowed again. Zhu Yuzhen said nothing, but led the 2 Empress Dowagers to sit beside him, indicating that they should not ask questions yet. Seeing Zhu Yuzhen's somewhat gloomy face, both Empress Dowagers became nervous. "Bring him in." As soon as Zhu Yuzhen finished speaking, a man who was tightly bound and had a large wad of cloth stuffed in his mouth was pushed in from outside the hall. 2 burly generals kicked him to his knees. Seeing the kneeling man, dressed in a manner completely out of place in the palace and with disheveled hair, all the ministers began to murmur amongst themselves. "Today, this scoundrel has dared to disrupt my ceremonial procession. There are some matters I do not understand, and I wish to have them examined in court." Zhu Yuzhen, his face stern, said, "Make him talk." The burly general had just removed the gag from the man's mouth when he began frantically kowtowing. "Your Majesty, spare my life. This humble subject was coerced. I didn't know this was the imperial palace. I beg Your Majesty for mercy. Spare my life." Feeling the immense pressure on his body, he completely collapsed. The towering imperial platform felt like a mountain that could collapse and crush him at any moment. He never imagined that he, a mere deserter, would be instigated to storm the palace, a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of his family. He was immediately terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. The assembled officials were also shocked, and the 2 Empress Dowagers looked at the emperor with horrified concern. "You audacious madman! How dare you offend the emperor and speak so arrogantly? Tell me the truth. The officials' expressions changed drastically, and Wang's Haihao, the Minister of Justice, shouted sternly. The loud shout snapped the people on the ground out of their fright. Realizing they had been unjustly accused of a crime punishable by the extermination of their entire family, they stopped begging for mercy and instead told everyone they knew. Your Majesty, and this, sir, my name is Minister Wang. I am from Shaoxing Prefecture, Zhejiang Province. I joined the Zhejiang Army a few years ago. However, the army was short of clothes and food, and the training was arduous. I could not endure it, so during one training session, I pretended to fall into the water and die, and secretly escaped. I fled along the coast to Weihai, where I worked as a laborer. But 10 days ago, someone approached me and said that if I did one thing, they could change all the names on my household registration. Zhu Yuzhen ignored the man and went straight to Qi Jiguang, asking, "Is this man indeed from the Zhejiang army?" Qi Jiguang knelt down and replied, "Your Majesty, he is. At the time, our army was training in the Yellow Sea. Due to high winds and rough seas, 13 soldiers fell into the water, and only 2 bodies were recovered. Your Majesty, I have treated them as war dead and provided them with the corresponding compensation. I never imagined he would feign death and dare to defy the world. He truly deserves to die. I have failed in my duties and neglected my duties. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Is it true that the army is short of clothing and food?" Zhu Yuzhen's expression remained unchanged, and he ignored him as he continued to ask, "It's not that we're short of clothing and food, just that our salaries are lacking." Qi Jiguang dared not hide anything and finished speaking, kowtowing to the ground. Zhu Yuzhen then walked to Tanlun, the Minister of War. "Tell me what happened." Tanlun also knelt down with a thud. "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue is unable to allocate sufficient funds." Before Zhu Yuzhen could ask, Wang Qiaguang, the Minister of Revenue, had already knelt down himself. "Your Majesty, the court is indeed short of money." Zhu Yuzhen did not look at Wang Qiaguang, but asked Tanlun, "How many soldiers does our dynasty have now?" "Your Majesty, our dynasty has about 1.5 million soldiers and nearly 300,000 war horses and mules." "How much is the military expenditure?" "Your Majesty, for 1,800,000 taels of silver per year." "Is the army at full strength?" "This not full," Tanlun said with difficulty, and then kowtowed to the ground. "Are the 5 city garrison commanders incompetent? How could they not notice so many people entering the city in the middle of the night?" "Your Majesty, I know my crime and beg for punishment." Zhu Yuzhen did not ask them any more questions, but instead looked at Su Wenbai, the young commander of the capital garrison and Duke of Dingguo. The Beijing garrison was originally composed of 3 major battalions. After the Tumu crisis, Yu Qian reorganized it into 10 regiments, but Jia Jing later restored it to the 3-battalion system, still commanded by nobles. When did the gates of the capital become so easily opened? The capital of the nation can't even keep out a few petty thieves, opening the city gates at night with just a few words. Bribery? Or dereliction of duty? With a thud, Su Wenbai also knelt down. "Your Majesty, please punish me." Zhu Yuzhen turned his attention back to Liu Shaoya, the commander of the Imperial Guards. "Are my Imperial Guards all useless? If the boxes they brought in weren't people, but gunpowder, what do you think your fate would be?" Zhu Yuzhen roared, his voice rising with rage, and Liu Shaoya became a kowtow worm. Zhu Yuzhen's questions were extremely harsh, showing no mercy to the senior ministers. The cabinet ministers hurriedly knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We dare not." "Dare not? Is there anything you dare not do? Do you think I'm too young to understand anything?" Zhu Yuzhen was extremely annoyed watching them repeat the same few sentences over and over. He turned back to his throne and said, "Investigate. Invite all the officials outside the hall to the side hall. The rest of you can investigate yourselves. The court will adjourn when you have found out the truth. Zhu Zixiao, go and lead the embroidered uniform guard to surround the palace. Arrest everyone who is sending messages out, shoot down all the birds, and find a messenger and imprison him. Qi Jiguang, Hai Du. You will take 3,000 members of the Eastern Depot and 3,000 members of the Embroidered Uniform Guard and cooperate with the left censor-in-chief Gashuli, the Ministry of Justice Wang's Haihao, and the Court of Judicial Review Li Tingji to supervise the trial. Anyone who dares to interfere will be executed. Anyone who dares to plead for mercy will be executed, and anyone who dares to commit a private killing." Everyone trembled with fear at the young emperor's arrangement. Since Yin Song's downfall during the Jia Jing reign, such a thing hadn't happened in the court for many years. Moreover, many were only now realizing that Hai Rui had also arrived, and they were even more startled. After saying this, he looked at the 2 Empress Dowagers and said, "Mother, Empress Dowager, let's go wait in the back." The two Empress Dowagers followed Zhu Yujun to the back hall, and Zhu Yujun told Feng Bao to lead the palace maids and eunuchs away. Lady Li and Lady Chun were waiting for the emperor's explanation. They were extremely uneasy about what had happened today. The assassin had so brazenly traveled hundreds of miles to the emperor's side. If someone had sneaked into the Qinqing Palace or the Inner Palace, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 11. Leveraging Force 2. When Empress Dowager Chun saw that Zhu Yujun's face was no longer gloomy, but full of smiles, she immediately understood that the emperor was preparing to turn the tables and use this assassination attempt to reveal his own plans. She immediately nodded and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, even if you don't speak up, the Empress Dowager will avenge you. You've only just ascended the throne, and they dare to pull this stunt. They clearly don't respect the royal family. How big of a fuss do you intend to make things?" Zhu Yujun did not hesitate for a moment and said directly, "Treat it as treason, treat it as a power struggle between factions, say whatever is most serious." As soon as he said this, even Empress Dowager Li, who was standing next to him, was shocked. Empress Dowager Li couldn't help but ask him if he was going too far, but Zhu Yujun remained calm. He said that the power of the cabinet and the eunuchs was too great, and he did not have the prestige of the late emperor to control them, so he could only take the opportunity to use external forces to weaken them. In his view, if this were investigated as a typical assassination attempt, most of the people actually involved would have been silenced long ago. In the end, the investigation would only reveal that it was an attempted assassination, with a few scapegoats being brought out, which wouldn't harm the mastermind at all. But if the case were classified as treason and factional strife, the situation would be completely different. He ordered the two Empress Dowagers to immediately issue an imperial edict, instructing the generals in the surrounding areas to be on standby for troops in the capital, and to issue a decree to the whole country, explicitly stating that high-ranking officials of the court had formed a faction to assassinate the emperor. As long as the imperial court makes the right gesture and uses the power of the army and public opinion to suppress those people, even if they're dissatisfied, they will have to bow their heads on the surface. This way, they can both tear off some pieces of flesh from them and take the opportunity to see who is loyal and who is treacherous in the court. Zhu Yujun also said that doing so would not only allow him to use this as an excuse to push forward his reforms, but also to reclaim some power from the cabinet. It's clear to everyone that this was originally a result of cabinet infighting. The two Empress Dowagers were deeply moved as they listened to his analysis, point by point. This child was only 10 years old, yet when he spoke of the situation, plans, and contingency measures, he already spoke like an emperor who had been ruling the court for many years. Empress Dowager Li suppressed her shock and pressed him to tell her if he already knew who was behind it all. Zhu Yujun nodded and said he had a rough idea. Those who could freely enter and leave the palace and city gates were none other than the embroidered uniform guard, the Eastern Depot, and the Grand Secretariat. He first ruled out Zhu Zixiao, a man who was always honest and never got too involved in court factional struggles. Although Feng Bao used to be close to Zhang Jun, he had gradually drifted apart in the past 6 months, so Zhang Jun's faction was the most suspicious. Zhu Yujun said that although this matter seemed crude, regardless of its success or failure, they would ultimately benefit. Over the past 6 months, those people had felt increasingly unable to control themselves, so they deliberately created this disturbance. They had assumed the emperor would suppress the matter and handle it secretly to save face for the royal family. But to their surprise, Zhu Yujun did the opposite, preferring to bring the matter to the forefront and deliver a severe blow to them. Empress Dowager Chun was increasingly pleased to hear this. She knew that Zhu Yujun had seized the opportunity perfectly this time. If he had hesitated even slightly this morning, the matter would most likely have been quietly swept under the rug, just as the other party had hoped. She then asked, "So what do you plan to do with them?" "This is a serious crime. If it's proven true, even the extermination of 9 generations of their family wouldn't be considered too harsh." Zhu Yujun remained calm and said that without concrete evidence, they definitely couldn't be killed. They could only suppress one group first and then win over another. His meaning was clear. The positions of Grand Secretary concurrently serving as Vice Ministers of the 6 ministries would be completely abolished, leaving them only with the titles of Grand Secretary and one of the 3 dukes and 3 Grand Ministers. The positions within the Grand Secretariat could be retained, but some of their real power had to be reclaimed. These people were, after all, trusted ministers entrusted with the care of the late emperor and also his teachers. If the punishment were too harsh, it would not only fail to win over the people, but would also make the officials think he was heartless, ungrateful, and unfilial. As for Feng Bao, the Eastern Depot was abolished. His personnel were merged into Zhu Zixiao's, and the chief eunuch was replaced by Chen Ju. Empress Dowager Chen nodded in agreement after listening, and then asked about Qi Jiguan. Zhu Yujun said without hesitation that Qi Jiguang was loyal to the Ming dynasty and was a rare and excellent general. He wanted to recall Qi Jiguang and the Zhujiang army to serve as the emperor's personal guards and to be responsible for reorganizing the entire personal guard. Empress Dowager Chun hesitated. After all, sending a general with illustrious military achievements back to the capital to guard the emperor's gates seemed somewhat unfair. But Zhu Yujun spoke with certainty. "Don't worry, mother, he will definitely agree." Only then did Empress Dowager Chun nod. However, Zhu Yujun didn't finish his sentence. He then proposed that the Beijing garrison must also take this opportunity to thoroughly reorganize. The 100,000-strong garrison probably doesn't even have half its current fighting strength. If it's not dealt with soon, and the Mongols besiege Beijing again, the imperial city will truly be in danger. These words startled both Empress Dowagers. Zhu Yujun, however, said that this was not an exaggeration, but the result of his inquiries over the past 6 months. Nowadays, the capital garrison had long become a place for aristocratic sons and sons of officials to gain seniority. Severe manpower shortages and lax military preparedness have led to rampant exploitation of soldiers and the practice of drawing salaries for non-essential personnel, making the situation no better than that of the local garrisons. While the garrisons are not easily mobilized at present, the Beijing garrison must be mobilized, otherwise the capital will have no truly capable soldiers. When Empress Dowager Chen asked him how he planned to change things, Zhu Yujun said directly, "Let the nobles recruit new troops, and all the generals should be nobles and their nephews and nieces." He did not shy away from the truth, because the nobles have been dormant for too long, and if they were not given real power, the military families would truly be ruined. He was thinking further ahead. Military and political affairs would inevitably have to be separated in the future, and once separated, there would be local and central armies. The emperor couldn't rely solely on a few tens of thousands of personal guards for appearances. He also needed truly capable and loyal people of his own. The nobles, whose fortunes were intertwined with the royal families, were precisely the most suitable candidates. As long as the emperor himself was not incompetent, there was no need to worry about them amassing military power. Besides, these people hadn't caused much trouble over the years, except for making some money. Since the Tumu crisis, the noble families have been in decline, and their power has been gradually encroached upon by the imperial court. Now, most of them only hold nominal positions in the 5 military commands. Even the promotion and transfer of military officers in the Beijing garrison depend on the Ministry of War and Zhongjun. Zhu Yujun understood this very well. Greed is something that has been impossible to eradicate throughout history, and the human heart is the most difficult thing to control. If all officials were to be as incorruptible as Hai Rui, then perhaps no one in the court would want to serve as an official. Therefore, he could only weigh the overall situation. Empress Dowager Li was still somewhat worried, fearing that this might backfire. Zhu Yujun, however, simply smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry. Civil officials cannot rebel for 10 years. This is just a political struggle using me as bait. They won't cause trouble, nor would they dare to really do so." The three discussed the matter in hushed tones for a while before dispersing. After returning home, the two Empress Dowagers planned to have Qi Jiguang and Hai Rui investigate the case as a potential treason. Although Hai Rui was an honest official, he was no fool. He understood that a loyal subject must remain loyal to the emperor. After everyone left, Zhu Yujun found himself with some free time, so he ordered someone to bring the guhen from the Qianqing palace. Zhu Lei didn't know how to play the guhen, but Zhu Yujun did. The prince had been learning music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood, practicing these arts under the guidance of renowned masters in the palace. During the past 6 months, he often played some tunes from later generations on the guhen, which drew high praise from the palace teachers. They even took out the gongsh notation, the tablature notation, and the staff notation he wrote himself, and seriously discussed with them which one was more suitable. Soon, the guhen was delivered. At this time, the guhen only had 14 strings, unlike those of later generations. Zhu Yujun wanted to play ambush from 10 sides today to add some atmosphere and a sense of oppression to the group of ministers outside. The zither in his hand was extremely valuable, said to be a treasure obtained from the late emperor's confiscation of his property. The body of the zither was made of century-old paulownia wood, which had been dried for many years and was decorated with gold throughout. Its tone was ethereal and clear, possessing both the charm of the guqin and a sharp, powerful quality. Soon, the clear, melodious sound of a zither traveled from the rear hall all the way to the main hall. The ministers, who had been waiting for news, were all startled and subconsciously stopped to listen carefully. But the more they listened, the more their expressions turned grim, for the music was filled with a chilling atmosphere, as if a great battle was about to break out. Normally, they would have offered their comments and flattery on the spot. But today, no one had that in mind, because everyone could tell that the emperor's music wasn't meant to be elegant, but rather filled with murderous intent. Chapter 12. Leveraging Power 3. Inside the hall, the people listened to Zhu Yuzhen's gestures and words, which resembled manipulating chess pieces, as if they were truly witnessing two armies locked in battle. The chilling, murderous aura emanating from him sent shivers down the spines of the officials. Some even collapsed to the ground, their courage failing them. Everyone could see that this young emperor was truly intent on killing. Zhang Zhen's faction looked the worst, their expressions grim, and they dared not utter a word. Feng Bao, Zhu Zixiao, and Lu Xiaoya also lowered their heads, sweating profusely, knowing in their hearts that someone had to take responsibility for this matter, and no one could expect to escape unscathed. On the other side, Cheng Wen, Luo Zun, Lu Shud, Gao Yi, and Shun Shixing, who were beside Gao Gong, sat drinking tea, glancing at Zhang Zhen from time to time with cold smiles on her lips, but saying nothing. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and the 6 ministers deliberately kept their distance from the cabinet, fearing that they would be implicated. When the scene finally ended, Zhu Yuzhen clapped his hands, took a sip of the small Dragon Ball, and leaned lazily against the couch, his face full of smiles. He had almost forgotten about the Wang Daqin case, but now it had resurfaced at the most opportune moment, as if heaven had delivered an opportunity to him. He was struggling to find a pretext to consolidate his power and control over the military, and now that a reason had been delivered to his doorstep, how could he not be delighted? According to the original historical account, Feng Bao should have been involved as well, but now Feng Bao had already seen the situation clearly and dared not continue to accompany Zhang Zhen in his reckless actions. In Zhu Yuzhen's view, Zhang Zhen had clearly become somewhat arrogant lately. The cabinet members are all capable administrators, but their factional infighting is too intense, leading to constant internal strife. Given this, he plans to use this incident to deliver a decisive blow and truly wake them up. The most important thing now is money. The Ming dynasty is currently in dire financial straits, with annual tax revenue of less than 50 million taels, more than 20 million less than during the reign of Zhu Di. However, expenditures in various places have increased rather than decreased. As a result, the emperor has no money, the court has no money, and the entire country is being supported by debt. In particular, the military expenses for the 9 border regions have been in arrears for 3 whole years. Zhu Yuzhen knew very well that if things dragged on like this, all the soldiers on the 9 borders would probably desert. So he had to get silver and food as soon as possible. And for him, the fastest way was obviously to start with ways to make money. Thinking of this, he immediately got up, spread out Xian paper, picked up his brush, and wrote, "White sugar production. Brown sugar with lime water, sulfur gas introduction, precipitation, and filtration." He quickly wrote down each process. As someone who received systematic training from later generations, he may not be an expert in everything, but he has a general understanding of many things. In later generations, these would just be common crafts, but in the present, they are veritable treasure troves. Zhu Yuzhen wrote many pages in one go, listing everything from white sugar, soap, perfume, distilled spirits, salt production, toothbrushes, cement, shampoo, new paper, flat glass, and mirrors, even including illustrations. These were the items that could be quickly converted into cash. Glassmaking technology had actually been brought back by Zheng He during the reign of Zhu Di, and some people in the palace knew how to make it. However, the process was complex, and they couldn't produce truly transparent glass. Most of what they made were just fancy but impractical objects. While Zhu Yuzhen was engrossed in writing, the entire capital was in complete chaos. Large numbers of soldiers were running around, and the people were filled with fear, hiding in their homes and afraid to go out. The gates of many officials' residences were kicked open by the imperial guards, who arrested anyone they saw, and those who dared to resist were beheaded on the spot. Many of those arrested were not necessarily actually involved in the assassination attempt. However, most of them were key figures in factions such as the Kuan party of Jiangsu, the Zhe party of Zhejiang, the Chu party of Hubei, and the Qi party of Shandong. Now, the Empress Dowager's words of forming a faction to rebel were enough to drag them all into this storm. At this time, the factional strife had not yet reached the point of influencing the government as it would later. It was essentially still about officials and scholars from the same hometown sticking together for mutual support. But now the situation is different. Anyone connected to a political party, whether an official, scholar, or military officer, is brought to the Dali Temple for joint trial, with many of them connected to Zhang Zhen. Arrests are being carried out not only in the city, but also within the imperial palace. Last night, all the guards on patrol were brought out and interrogated one by one, and the palace was searched most thoroughly. Zhu Zixiao even caught several palace maids and eunuchs who wanted to secretly send messages by carrier pigeon. The whole of Beijing was shrouded in a sense of impending doom. At this moment, Chao De, the eunuch beside Empress Dowager Chun, held the imperial edict and read it aloud in the main hall. The Empress Dowager directly stated that less than a year after the new emperor ascended the throne, there were already traitors forming cliques and plotting to assassinate the emperor and rebel. Therefore, she ordered the 5 military commands to take over the defense of the capital and to fully reorganize the Beijing garrison. Meanwhile, Marquis Tang Shilong of Lingbai, Marquis Li Tingzhu of Linhua, Duke Su Wenbai of Dingguo, Duke Su Bangrui of Wei, and Marquis Gu Huan of Jinyuan jointly presided over military affairs, and anyone who obstructed them was to be treated as an accomplice. Shi Jin was also ordered to lead 10,000 Zhejiang troops into the imperial city to serve as personal guards, and Shi Jiguang was ordered to take command of 150,000 imperial guards, responsible for their training and defense of the imperial city. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager ordered the generals of Shanhaiguan, Shaanxi and Haikao, Shaanxi, Shandong, Hunan, and Hebei, to each prepare 10,000 troops to be sent to the capital to defend the emperor at any time. Other local troops were also to await orders. The Ministry of War was responsible for reorganizing the military discipline of the 5 city garrisons. Finally, Zhu Zixiao took full control of the Eastern Depot, placing the imperial guards in charge of the inner palace's defenses, and ordered that the events of the day be proclaimed to the world. Anyone who dared to use this opportunity to cause trouble could be executed by the people of the land. The imperial edict caused an uproar in the palace, with many officials in the side halls trembling with fear, their faces turning deathly pale. Everyone initially thought this was just a minor disturbance, but now it's been directly labeled as a plot to rebel, completely changing the nature of the incident. Zhang Zhehan completely lost his composure, and the cabinet and officials all realized that this matter should never have escalated to this point. It was already humiliating enough that someone had dared to approach the emperor at his doorstep. Now, to mobilize troops to defend him was clearly an attempt to exploit the situation. Everyone could see that a major upheaval was about to occur in the capital. Only a few years had passed since the Great Purge following Yen Song's downfall. Was the court about to face another one? Immediately, everyone in the hall felt insecure, and all the officials wished they could keep their tails between their legs, fearing they would be the next to be taken away. Zhang Zhehan finally couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and squeezed in front of Chao De, asking in a deep voice, "Eunuch Chao, what exactly is going on? Is there some misunderstanding?" But Chao De just waved his hands repeatedly, saying that he knew nothing and had to go deliver the imperial edict and military tally. Then he hurriedly left with 2 eunuchs. He knew very well that this matter was too murky, and anyone who got involved would be doomed. Over the next few hours, the imperial guards continued to take officials away. The people in the hall had long lost their sense of hunger. They only felt as if a knife was held to their throats every moment. Watching their colleagues and subordinates being tied up and taken away like pigs was an unbearable ordeal. In the afternoon, Zhu Yujun was having lunch in the back hall when Shi Jiguang and Hai Rui arrived with a pile of memorials to the emperor. Hai Rui reported first that 56 officials below the 5th rank in the capital had been arrested for alleged involvement in factionalism, along with 13 officials of the 5th rank and above, and 461 scholars who followed them. All of them were currently imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's jail, and preliminary investigations revealed that none of them knew about the assassination attempt. Then several more murder cases were reported. Li Uki, the captain of the guards of the city gate of the Beijing garrison, and his 13 subordinates were all murdered at home this morning. 3 night patrolmen from the 5 cities garrison were found dead outside the city. Peng De, the right captain of the Imperial Guard at Dong'an Gate, and 3 soldiers were also killed in their barracks. Even more outrageous, 6 eunuchs from the Eastern Depot at Donghua Gate collectively committed suicide by poisoning themselves, and 9 palace maids and 3 eunuchs in the palace attempted to send messages out by carrier pigeon, all exchanging information with several political factions. Zhu Yujun was not surprised when he heard this, because all of this was within his expectations, so he did not ask any further questions. Instead, he directly ordered the 2 men to sit down and dine with him. The emperor's banquet was an immense honor, and Shi Jiguang and Hai Rui were naturally grateful. After the meal, Zhu Yujun no longer concealed his intentions and laid them bare, for these 2 men were truly trustworthy and loyal ministers. He smiled and said, "My 2 ministers, I actually understand what happened today. I just deliberately had the Empress Dowager make a big fuss, hoping to take the opportunity to reclaim some power. You should also think about what the best next step is." Chapter 13. Using Power to Achieve Success. Shi Jiguang and Hai Rui exchange a glance. Qi Jiguang was about to press for the identity of the main culprit when Zhu Yuzhen raised his hand to interrupt him. There's no need to investigate further. All I need is a pretext. This was Zhang Zhehan's doing. I'm making it public knowledge simply to leverage his influence. Hai Rui, you should have figured it out by now, right? Hai Rui immediately understood the emperor's meaning and bowed his head, replying, Your Majesty is wise. I understand indeed. But now that this matter has escalated to this point, how does Your Majesty intend to resolve it? Zhu Yuzhen, however, was not in a hurry. He only said to wait until the news spread throughout the capital and the situation became more serious before taking action to rectify the court. In his view, this turmoil presented a perfect opportunity. Ministers who concurrently held positions in the 6 ministries within the cabinet had to be removed from their posts, and all other involved parties were to be punished. However, these were all capable and important officials. Purging them all at once would immediately throw the court into chaos. Therefore, they could only be reprimanded, not completely dismissed. Subsequently, Zhu Yuzhen began to appoint his most trusted people to positions. He allowed Qi Jiguang to remain in the Imperial Guard, not only to command troops, but also to facilitate the gradual implementation of many of his ideas. As for Hai Rui, he concurrently managed the Imperial Guard's prison and the Southern Garrison Command to keep an eye on the Imperial Guard after the Eastern Depot was removed from its checks and balances, lest this weapon spiral out of control again. Hai Rui, far from feeling cheated, directly expressed his gratitude. Your Majesty need not worry. I have offended too many people over the years, and I might be impeached one day. Now, being put in charge of the Imperial prison is actually a good place for me. This was also the truth. He was too straightforward and showed no mercy to anyone, so naturally he had far more enemies than friends. Zhu Yuzhen ordered the 2 men to return and announce the results. As for those already arrested, he decided not to release any of them for the time being. He knew that these factions were never exactly law-abiding members. He just hadn't had an excuse to deal with them. Now that they had run into trouble, he'd let them suffer in prison first, and also make his stance clear. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Yuzhen summoned Gao Gong, Gao Yi, Zhang Saiwei, Wang Jieping, and Shen Shixing. Upon meeting them, he asked directly, You 5 Grand Secretaries should have figured out what happened today, right? The 5 of them dared not pretend to be ignorant and could only lower their heads and answer, saying that they had some guesses in their hearts. Zhu Yuzhen then coldly rebuked, Do you all think you can stay out of this? I have only just ascended the throne, and you are already fighting amongst yourselves in the court. It really annoys me. You are all talented people, and I do not want future generations to say that you did not die for the country, but died in your own factional struggles. Having said that, Zhu Yuzhen immediately ordered that all the 6 ministries' positions held by the 5 men be revoked as punishment. The faces of the veteran officials immediately turned extremely ugly. They had cursed Zhang Zhehan countless times in their hearts, but none of them dared to object. Since the emperor had already used this matter to assert his power, they could only submit and bow their heads. The clever people in the court could all guess Zhu Yuzhen's plans, but it was useless for them to guess. No one dared to speak out. Because once the news spread to the common people and their anger flared up, who would dare to speak up for the factional struggle? Anyone who dared to do so would be crushed by public opinion and unable to raise their head. At that time, no one was willing to be the first to speak out. As for the troop deployment, they all understood that the emperor mainly wanted to take the opportunity to reorganize the Imperial Guard and the capital garrison, which was not a major problem for the civil officials themselves. After all, no matter how much they fought in the court, it was just a power struggle. But if it really escalated to the point of a military remonstrance, it would be treason, and none of them dared to cross that line. Before leaving, Zhu Yuzhen added, Go back and have all the officials disperse and convey my message. This time, I am being lenient because you're all my teachers. But you must also remember that although I am young, I am not afraid to wield my sword. The men felt a chill in their hearts and could only thank him profusely. As soon as the Grand Secretaries withdrew, Feng Bao and Zhu Zixiao crawled in on their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground as soon as they entered, begging for death. Zhu Yuzhen looked at them, his tone cold. You are all ministers entrusted to me by my father, and I have always trusted you. But you can't even guard my gate properly. How can I continue to trust you? Zhu Yuzhen did not kill them immediately, but he punished them severely. He appointed Qin Zhu as the new Grand Eunuch and put Hai Rui in charge of the Imperial Prison and the Southern Garrison Command, effectively stripping the 2 of their power. Feng Bao and Zhu Zixiao dared not utter a word, only kowtowing repeatedly and thanking the emperor for sparing their lives. But the matter was not over. Zhu Yuzhen then ordered a thorough investigation of the inner palace. All palace maids and eunuchs were to be thoroughly cleaned, and all the spies planted there were to be dragged out and buried. As for those eunuchs who colluded with officials outside the palace, they would be severely punished. Those who deserved to be executed were to be executed, and those who deserved to be exiled were to be exiled. He did not want to see the palace remain in such a lax state. Feng Bao and Zhu Zixiao could only bow their heads and accept the order, kowtowing 3 times as they left, their foreheads turning red from the repeated kowtows. Watching the two scramble out in a sorry state, Zhu Yuzhen couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, these two weren't incompetent. If it weren't for the need to use this opportunity to assert his authority, he wouldn't have wanted to punish them so severely. Just then, Zhang Jun entered the inner hall and immediately knelt down to plead guilty. Your Majesty, I, Zhang Jun, pay my respects. Zhu Yuzhen looked at him and asked directly, Grand Secretary Zhang, do you really want to sit in that position? With just one sentence, he completely exposed Zhang Jun's ambition and thoughts. Zhang Jun dared not deny it, and could only bow his head and admit his guilt, saying that he had acted foolishly and begged the emperor to punish him. Zhu Yuzhen then asked him if he had any complaints about being dismissed from his post as Vice Minister of War, and Zhang Jun immediately said that he had no complaints at all. At this point, he had no room for negotiation and could only obediently admit defeat. Zhu Yuzhen then spoke even more harshly. I do not deny your talent, but you must also recognize your own limitations. Colluding with eunuchs and forming cliques to suppress dissent are serious crimes punishable by confiscation of property and execution in all dynasties. My young age doesn't mean I'm easy to fool. You're 48, and I'm only 11, but that doesn't mean I'm clueless or ignorant. These words sent a chill down Zhang Jun's spine. Zhu Yuzhen continued to reprimand him. No matter how much power you gain in the future, I will settle accounts with you for everything you have done. Remember this. What I give you is yours. What I don't give you, you can't take. How many times can your 9 generations of relatives bear the burden for you? Zhang Jun was terrified on the spot. In the end, Zhang Jun could only weep and beg the emperor for mercy, asking to be spared the dignity of himself and his family. Zhu Yuzhen did not kill him immediately, but said that he would keep his life for now, and that he would be in charge of dealing with the factional members in prison for a few months first. If anyone dares to form factions again, whether inside or outside the court, they will be punished first. Furthermore, the assassin Zhang Jun arranged to silence him, as well as the spies planted in the inner palace, must all be personally dealt with by Zhu Yuzhen. Zhu Yuzhen made it clear that if even one more escaped, he would show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun could only weep and express his gratitude, kowtowing before leaving dejectedly. After everyone left, Zhu Yuzhen rubbed his temples, knowing full well that although he had won this time, he had ultimately relied on external forces, personal connections, and public opinion. It wasn't that he didn't want to eliminate a few exemplary figures to establish his authority. It was simply that his prestige was currently insufficient. If an imperial edict were issued directly to execute Zhang Jun, at least half of the court officials would likely oppose it. This is why the uproar quickly erupted among the people. Because Zhu Yuzhen was so young, almost everyone believed that the court officials and various factions were colluding to oppress the young emperor. In an instant, public sympathy for the emperor surged, while those political figures were subjected to scathing attacks, and even the powerful families behind them were dragged into the accusations. The matter escalated, and a month later, even the most important border towns received the news. Border generals and commanders-in-chief from various regions submitted memorials requesting severe punishment for these individuals, with some even stating that their troops were ready to depart at any time. Although the 9 garrisons still had their old problems, their loyalty remained, and their combat strength was far from the utterly corrupt state it had been at the end of the Ming dynasty. Later, it was Zhu Yuzhen himself who issued an edict stating that the main culprits, Wang Xian and Wang Daqin, had been executed, which made life slightly easier for the court officials. As for this so-called main culprit, he was actually just a chief faction official pushed out by Zhang Jun and others to take the blame. This person was already corrupt and lawless, and using him as a sacrifice would conveniently quell the anger outside. That man held the rank of 5th grade official, and in Shandong, he extorted and plundered, seizing thousands of acres of fertile land, driving more than 30 families to their deaths, and even allowing his servants to dig up graves and desecrate corpses. His crimes were numerous. Zhu Yuzhen simply seized the opportunity and ordered that all the men be executed and all the women be sent to the Jiao Fengxi, a government-run entertainment district. As for the members of other parties, they were also thoroughly tormented in prison, and after their release, they were even more ashamed and unable to hold their heads high. These people had already suffered greatly in prison, and after their release, they were privately pointed at and gossiped about by the public. They were all humiliated and soon disbanded their respective groups. The entire turn of events was beyond Zhu Yuzhen's complete expectations. yet the outcome brought him immense gains. He ironically became the biggest beneficiary of the turmoil. By June, the impact of the Wang Qinshi incident had largely dissipated, and the court was slowly returning to normal. That day, after finishing his daily lecture, Zhu Yujun took Feng Bao and Chun Ju to the Warm Pavilion. As soon as they entered, they saw the two Empress Dowagers sitting high above, with a group of ministers arguing fiercely below, creating a very lively scene. Upon seeing the emperor arrive, the officials quickly bowed in greeting, but after finishing, they all stared intently at him, making Zhu Yujun feel somewhat uneasy. Then, they lowered their voices and continued their argument. Zhu Yujun first bowed to the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine, then sat in the main seat and asked, "Mother, Empress Dowager, what are they arguing about?" Chapter 14. The reform of the inner guard begins. As soon as Zhu Yujun entered the Warm Pavilion, Empress Dowager Chen told him with a smile that the ministers had just been debating the new department and the high-yield grain varieties he had proposed a few days earlier. The three ministers of the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Revenue, along with Gao Gong, all expressed their willingness to support the establishment of the new department if the emperor could truly find those two types of grain that yielded 20 shur per mu. On the other hand, Zhang Zhehan, Zhang Saiwei, and the left censor-in-chief Ge Shuli were not convinced. They felt that the ancient books the emperor mentioned were too unrealistic, and that the idea of high-yield immortal grains was more like a young person's fantasy. Therefore, their attitude was clear: they opposed it. After Empress Dowager Chen finished speaking, she added that today, she and Empress Dowager Li were on the emperor's side. Zhu Yujun felt a sense of relief upon hearing this, and quickly thanked the two Empress Dowagers. He knew very well that these two were now his greatest backers. They didn't necessarily need to intervene, but their mere presence was enough to bolster his authority. Especially after the last incident, they trusted the young emperor even more. Zhu Yujun glanced at the assembled officials in the hall, a sense of gone 3 Kai 3, a feeling of mixed emotions, including admiration and reflection, in his heart. This group of people was practically a star-studded lineup in the Ming Dynasty court. Each possessed genuine talent, and if they could truly unite as one, they would be an extremely formidable force. Unfortunately, these people each had their own stance, and none of them were willing to easily submit to the others. He suppressed his thoughts and looked directly at the assembled officials, asking if anyone else had anything to say. Wang Qiaoguang, the Minister of Revenue, was the first to step forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, wanting to ask whether the two kinds of grains mentioned by the emperor, which yielded 20 shur per mu, truly existed, and what exactly they were. All the officials in the court wanted to know the answer as well. Zhu Yujun didn't mince words and said directly, one is called sweet potato, and the other is called potato. Both are high-yield grains recorded in the book, and they should have already been brought to Luzon by Westerners. Now that place is occupied by the Westerners. It's not something that can be easily brought back with just a few words. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuzheng, the Minister of Rights, immediately inquired whether the court had made any arrangements and whether the 6 ministries would be needed to assist. Zhu Yujun, however, countered with a question: who would easily sell such precious grain? If we don't send people to search for it secretly, do we expect others to deliver it to our doorstep? Lu Shuzheng was momentarily speechless, unable to respond for a long time. Just then, Gao Gong stepped forward and asked to see the batch of ancient books the emperor had mentioned. Zhu Yujun, without changing his expression, directly refused, saying that those books were already rotten and decayed, and after he had examined them, they had completely crumbled into dust, making them unsuitable for anyone else to see. Although Gao Gong didn't believe it, he could only nod regretfully. He had suffered a lot as a victim of the last incident. His title remained, but his real power had diminished considerably. If he were to confront the emperor head-on again now, it would be difficult to say whether he could even retire with dignity, let alone leave a mark on history. At this point, Ge Shuli stood up and stated frankly that without concrete evidence, he dared not support the matter. In his view, what the emperor should do most now was to concentrate on studying politics and history, rather than diverting his attention to these irrelevant matters. Zhang Zhehan also chimed in, saying that although the emperor was highly intelligent, he should not neglect his studies because of this. However, Gao Yi stepped forward to refute this, saying that such a statement was somewhat biased. The emperor's academic progress was extremely rapid, and now he was willing to take the initiative to plan for the country and its people, which was a good thing in itself. How could it be suppressed? Moreover, this institution was not receiving funding from the Ministry of Revenue for the time being, so there was really no need for the ministers to rush to make definitive statements. Minister of War Tanluan then added that the emperor's actions were for the benefit of the court and the people. Even if they only found one high-yield grain, let alone the so-called mountains of gold and silver, it would still be a tremendous achievement. Since the emperor was so willing, why not give it a try first? Whether it succeeds or not, we can discuss the results later. Zhu Yujun was overjoyed and immediately agreed with Tan Luan's suggestion, saying that the matter had been handed over to the embroidered uniform guard for a secret investigation, and that news would surely come within 3 to 6 months. Since the truth was still unclear, there was no point in continuing the debate in court. Hearing his firm words, Zhang Zhehan and the others decided not to press the matter further. Seeing that the matter was temporarily suppressed, Zhu Yujun changed the subject, saying that he planned to reorganize the Imperial Guards, the Eastern Depot, and the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and wanted to hear the opinions of his ministers. These words immediately silenced the crowd, and everyone's expression changed. Clearly, everyone knew that this step was more sensitive than the previous grain supply. Wang Zijao, the Minister of Justice, spoke first, stating bluntly that the Embroidered Uniform Guard and the Eastern Depot now wielded considerable power, and if they continued to expand, it might lead to a repeat of past disasters. Minister of Personnel Yang Bo echoed this sentiment, saying that the Embroidered Uniform Guard and the Eastern Depot already had bad reputations, and if they gained more power, it would only make all officials feel insecure and the court even more uneasy. Their concerns were not without merit. The Embroidered Uniform Guard was like a sword hanging over the heads of all officials. Although it hadn't been fully drawn yet, everyone knew that once they targeted someone, even if they were innocent, they would be severely punished. As for the Eastern Depot, it was known for its ruthlessness, and officials naturally resisted it from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing the strong reaction from the crowd, Zhu Yujun revealed his plan. He said that from now on, the actions of the Embroidered Uniform Guard would be strictly restricted, and the Embroidered Uniform Guard's prison would be separated and managed by someone else. In the future, the Embroidered Uniform Guard would only be responsible for surveillance and arrests. Interrogation and judgment would no longer be handled by them. Upon hearing this, all the officials in the hall were stunned. Gao Gong immediately pressed for details, asking who the emperor intended to entrust with the administration of the imperial prison. Zhu Yujun smiled and uttered 2 words, Hai Rui. As soon as the name was uttered, the hall erupted in commotion. No one had expected the emperor to send this renowned, incorruptible official to the imperial prison. Gao Yi was the first to panic, repeatedly saying that this move was inappropriate. Hai Rui was renowned throughout the land. How could he be sent to such a filthy place? Wasn't this pushing him into a quagmire? Immediately afterward, a group of officials who were on good terms with Gao Gong also voiced their opposition, feeling that the emperor's move was too risky and not a wise strategy at all. Strangely, Zhang Zhehan's faction remained silent. The reason was simple. Hai Rui was known for his integrity and disdain for fame and fortune, while Zhang Zhehan was at the height of his power in recent years, and the two were already at odds. If Hai Rui were truly dragged into the murky waters of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, his lifelong reputation tarnished, they would be happy to see it happen. Sure enough, after everyone had calmed down, Zhang Zhehan slowly stepped forward, straightened his sleeves, and said that the emperor's move was actually extremely brilliant. It both limits the power of the Embroidered Uniform Guard and does not affect their original duties, and it can also reduce wrongful convictions and miscarriages of justice. By any measure, it is a good thing and should be supported, not obstructed. Zhu Yujun sat at the head of the table, smiling as he watched the people below arguing, but he was not in a hurry at all. He was never afraid of disagreements in the court. What was truly terrifying was when the entire court of officials became mere nodding echoes. As long as it wasn't a vicious factional struggle, but a normal clash of positions, he was actually happy to see it happen. Because of the debates, the emperor could maintain balance, hear different voices, and avoid being swayed by one side. Being an emperor was a first for him, and since he lacked experience, he would learn gradually. Having witnessed so many palace intrigues and power struggles in his previous life, he figured trying them out might prove useful. Just as everyone was arguing, Wang Qiaoguang and Lu Shuzheng also stepped forward to support Zhang Zhehan, saying that his words were not without reason. It would indeed be a disservice to Hai Rui to take over the imperial prison, but if it could really suppress the Embroidered Uniform Guard and reduce wrongful convictions, it would ultimately be a good thing for the court and the people. Chapter 15. Reforming the Imperial Guard System. Some suggested that Hai Rui, known for his lifelong integrity, would simply follow regulations and enforce the law impartially even if he took over the imperial prison. This would not only avoid damaging his reputation, but could also help to slightly change the public perception of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiping immediately became anxious, his face turning red. He retorted, "Nonsense. You gentlemen mustn't push loyal officials into a fire pit for your own selfish interests. If this gets out, won't the entire court condemn you?" Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Sun Shixing quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He first calmed Wang Jieping down, then bowed to Zhu Yujun and said, "Your Majesty, since all the officials have their own opinions, why not ask Hai Rui himself for his opinion before making a decision?" Sun Shixing had already figured it out. The emperor looked relaxed and even joked with the two empress dowagers from time to time, which meant that the matter had been discussed and agreed upon long ago. At this point, continuing to obstruct the emperor would not only be useless, but would also put him in a difficult position. He could only go along with the situation and try to smooth things over. Zhu Yujun sat there, having a clear understanding of the debate. Behind Gao Gong stood Gao Yi, Wang's Haihao, Tinluan, and Yang Bo, while on Zhang Jun's side were Zhang Saiwei, Wang Qiaoguang, Lu Shuzheng, Zhu Heng, and Ge Shuli. It wasn't about forming a faction. They simply shared similar political views and naturally sided together. As for Sun Shixing and Wang Jieping, they clearly didn't want to offend either of them completely, leaning more toward a neutral stance. Seeing the hall gradually quiet down, Zhu Yujun didn't delay any longer and made the decision directly. "This matter concerning the inner palace is settled. I've already inquired with Hai Rui beforehand, and he seems quite pleased with the outcome." After saying this, he added another appointment. Since the prefect of Shuntian, Shi Duchen, had already resigned several times, Hai Rui would concurrently serve as the prefect of Shuntian. Hai Rui had governed Ningtian very well over the years. Now that he was transferred to the capital, he should be able to stabilize the situation and prevent any problems. As for Shi Duchen, Zhu Yujun did not treat him poorly, rewarding him with 5,000 taels of silver on the spot, plus 10 bolts of brocade and 300 bolts of cotton cloth to commemorate his many years of hard work and meritorious service. Then he said casually, "If there are no objections, an imperial edict will be drafted later." This matter was thus completely settled. Seeing that the emperor had made his decision, the courtiers naturally dared not argue any further and could only unanimously agree. Everyone knew in their hearts that although this young emperor was not old, he had quite a temper and could change his mind faster than turning the pages of a book. Although the prefect of Shuntian Prefecture was important, there was no need for him to incur the wrath of the emperor over this matter. As soon as this was settled, Zhu Yujun immediately ordered, "Grandmaster, summon Chun Feng, Zhu Zixiao, the commanders of the 6 guards of the Eastern Palace, and the commanders of the 21 Imperial Guards to an audience." As soon as the words were spoken, the ministers' hearts tightened, knowing that the real highlight of the day was only just beginning. Sure enough, not long after, a group of people filed in from outside the hall, clearly having been waiting there for some time. The senior officials exchanged glances, secretly marveling at the young emperor's meticulous preparations. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a carefully planned scheme. After everyone bowed, Zhu Yujun cut to the chase, announcing directly, "From today onwards, the Eastern Depot is abolished. The 20,000 elite troops of the Eastern Depot, the 20,000 elite troops of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the 20,000 troops of the Tungxiang Guard, plus the 10,000 troops of the Zhejiang Army, totaling 70,000, will be uniformly reorganized into the Imperial Guard, specifically responsible for palace defense and accompanying the emperor." He then said, "Summon Qi Jiguang to accompany the emperor, appoint him as the commander of the Imperial Guard, and bestow upon him the title of second-rank dragon and tiger general. Zhu Zixiao is responsible for integrating the remaining personnel of the Eastern Depot, selecting the most capable to retain." Subsequently, he retained 3,000 people from the southern garrison and the Imperial prison, merging them and renaming them the Cautious Punishment Department. Hai Rui was appointed as the head of the censorate, and was also granted the title of Junior Guardian of the Heir Apparent. Lu Xiaoya was appointed as the Assistant Director of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and Chun Feng was appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Several orders were issued in succession, directly dismantling and reorganizing the original system of the Eastern Depot and the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Everyone could see that the emperor was going to take drastic measures this time. Subsequently, Zhu Yujun also brought the 6 guards of the Eastern Palace and the 21 guards into the reform. The Jinmu front and rear guards, the Yulin left and right guards, the various guards of the Fujun, the Hobin guard, the flag guard, the various guards of Yinshin, the Wuxiang left and right guards, the Yongqing left and right guards, plus the Imperial Guards, totaling 220,000 men, were all disbanded and reorganized. After reorganization, only 200,000 men remained, and a completely new military system was established. The old titles were no longer used. Instead, the ranks were divided into corps commanders, division commanders, regimental commanders, battalion commanders, company commanders, platoon leaders, squad leaders, and platoon leaders. The corps commander was a second-rank Dragon Tiger general, the division commander a third-rank Xiaoyong general, and so on, with clear hierarchical distinctions below. The division of forces was also very clear. 200,000 men formed an army, 20,000 men formed a division, 5,000 men formed a regiment, 1,500 men formed a battalion, 500 men formed a company, 150 men formed a platoon, 500 men formed a squad, and 100 men formed a platoon. The specific allocation of troops to each branch of service would be further refined and adjusted by the military itself. Most importantly, Zhu Yujun appointed all 10 division commanders at once. Li Rusong was appointed to the 1st Division, Qi Changguo to the 2nd Division, Lu Ting to the 3rd Division, Du Song to the 4th Division, and Ma Lin, Yu Zaijiao, Wang Qian, Tan Hichu, Zhang Yuanqiuo, and Su Wenbai to each lead one division in turn. Although these people are all young, their backgrounds are all exceptionally distinguished. They are either sons of generals, descendants of famous generals, or sons of noble families. With their family education and broad vision, even if they are not yet experienced, they are by no means incompetent. Zhu Yujun's use of them was clearly an attempt to cultivate his own loyalists. Moreover, the Ming army at this time was no longer as glorious as it appeared. Apart from a few personal guards that still retained their complete organization, many places in the capital garrison and the 9 border regions had begun to rot. This is why the previous dynasty gradually shifted from a conscription system to a recruitment system, and elite troops like Qi Jiguang's army emerged under these circumstances. After arranging everything, Zhu Yujun picked up his teacup, took a sip, and glanced at the assembled officials with a smile. "My dear ministers, do you have any further questions?" The hall was silent for a moment, and then the officials replied in unison, "We have no objections." Because these were the emperor's personal guards, they really had no right to interfere. Furthermore, this army only obeys the emperor's orders. Even the Ministry of War dares not overstep the emperor's authority to mobilize troops. Whatever the emperor decides to do is his business. Moreover, although these young generals are not old, they all come from prestigious families, each with a lineage of renowned generals. No one dares to underestimate them in military strategy. Seeing that no one objected, Zhu Yujun then brought up another matter. After Qi Jiguang was transferred back to the capital, the position of training troops became vacant. He recommended Wang Kong to me to take over. What do you all think? As soon as he said this, Tan Luan immediately frowned, clearly having a different opinion. Tan Luan spoke up, saying, Wang Kong was stationed in Datong, a crucial border defense location. We can't afford to act rashly. But Zhu Yujun waved his hand and said directly, Ma Gui is in charge of Datong, so there's not much of a problem. Ordinary scattered soldiers wouldn't dare to provoke us. He then mentioned that Altan Khan was currently enjoying the annual tribute from the Ming dynasty and was unlikely to break the treaty anytime soon. However, despite saying this, Zhu Yujun was actually quite unhappy. The mighty Ming dynasty had been forced into such a situation. It was truly frustrating. He even secretly vowed that when the time was right, he would capture Anda and bring him to Beijing, forcing him to bow down before the officials of the Ming dynasty. Gao Gong also stepped forward at this moment, speaking up in support of the emperor. This action will not affect the border defense, so you gentlemen do not need to suppress it any longer. Gao Gong's statement effectively set the tone for the emperor. Zhu Yujun glanced at him, his eyes clearly showing satisfaction. Although the others argued a few more times, no one pressed the issue further, and the matter was ultimately settled smoothly. The meeting was nearing its end. Zhu Yujun rose and said, Very well, my beloved ministers, I will return to prepare. Draft the edict as soon as possible and submit it to Feng Bao for his official seal. The ministers immediately obeyed, shouting in unison, Respectfully seeing off your majesty. As Zhu Yujun turned around, he looked at the two Empress Dowagers. Empress Dowager Chun and Empress Dowager Li were both smiling at him, their faces full of satisfaction. Although the methods used in today's court assembly were still somewhat immature, the emperor had already demonstrated considerable skill in the art of imperial power, which greatly pleased them. In truth, the two Empress Dowagers might not have truly understood much about military and political affairs, but their mere presence was a deterrent. With military power in their hands and their noble status, no one dared to underestimate them. Empress Dowager Qin smiled and said, In that case, your mother and I will return first. Empress Dowager Li stood to the side, looking at her son with doting eyes. Zhu Yujun was also in a good mood and quickly said, Thank you for your presence today, mother. I will pay my respects to you after everything is settled. Hearing this, the two Empress Dowagers smiled even more broadly. Afterwards, the two Empress Dowagers, supporting each other, boarded a carriage and departed. Zhu Yujun, accompanied by Zhu Zixiao and Chun Feng, left the main hall to continue handling the follow-up arrangements. As for Liu Xiaoya and Feng Bao, they had already gone to take over the affairs of the Eastern Depot. After this court meeting, the power structure in the capital had completely changed. Chapter 16. Laying out the embroidered uniform guard. Reaching the pond, Zhu Yujun dismissed his attendants, leaving only Zhu Zixiao and Chen Feng. He spoke calmly. The embroidered uniform guard is my weapon. Now is the time for me to use you. As long as you handle things well, you will be rewarded with wealth, honor, and promotions. Thank you for your great favor, your majesty. Zhu Zixiao bowed in response, but his face remained grim, his smile more like a grimace. The young emperor's words had overwhelmed him today, leaving him in turmoil, yet he dared not utter a single unnecessary word, only obediently following orders. Zhu Yujun took out a list and handed it over, emphasizing the word please. According to this list, send these people to the palace at top speed. Zhu Zixiao took it and glanced at it. Not only were their names, but even place names and addresses were written in great detail, causing him to pause in surprise. He was secretly astonished. Since the emperor already knew the whereabouts of these people, why didn't he just summon them directly, but instead handed the task over to the embroidered uniform guard? But he only dared to think this question in his heart, not daring to even look up, and could only bow his head and accept the order. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Yujun took out 2 more drawings and handed them to him. Send a few more people to the Fujian coast to find 2 kinds of plants for me. If anyone is growing them, buy them in large quantities. If there are any in stock, buy them all back for me. The drawings depicted corn and chili peppers. After explaining this matter, Zhu Yujun's tone turned completely cold, and he began to formally arrange the Jinyiwei Imperial Guard. He wanted to reorganize the existing Jinyiwei and the former personnel of the Eastern Depot, and if there were suitable people in Nanjing, he would also transfer them there, directly allocating a force of 100,000 men. These 100,000 men were divided into 2 groups, one overt and one covert. The 50,000 men in the open were managed by Liu Xiaoya, responsible for registration, surveillance, and continuing their infiltration and inspection duties. The 50,000 men in the covert were handed over to Chen Feng, with all contact handled through a single line, and no one except these few could access the list. Of these 50,000 men, another 10,000 were to be dispatched to neighboring countries, including Luzon in the South China Sea. Their main tasks were to gather intelligence, steal secrets, and assassinate enemy officials. If there was an opportunity to instigate rebellions or plunder money and supplies, that would be even better. The methods were not important. To ensure their loyalty, Zhu Yujun clearly outlined the rewards. 30% of the spoils from covert operations could be kept as a reward, and after each raid, the embroidered uniform guard could secretly keep 1/10, with the remainder going to Fengbao. These words sounded casual, but in reality, they were using hefty rewards to coerce them into risking their lives. Then, he gave Chen Feng an even harsher order. He ordered Chen Feng to take the remaining 40,000 men and secretly search for tomb raiders throughout the land, turning over every ancient tomb in the country. All the documents, murals, ritual objects, gold and silver treasures found in the tombs had to be properly collected and then secretly transported back to the capital. However, this was not done arbitrarily. Zhu Yujun specifically instructed that the bodies in the tombs must not be desecrated. If any famous figures, scholars, princes, or nobles from past dynasties were found, they must be clearly registered first, their remains properly disposed of, and finally the tomb chamber was blown up to completely eliminate any thought of future generations digging inside. As for imperial tombs, none of these precautions could be overlooked. After entering, all the burial objects were removed, and the coffins of the emperor and the empress buried with him were sealed with molten iron. A bronze inscription was left, stating that there were no more treasures here and that future generations should not disturb the place. Even the tomb raiding tunnel had to be completely buried. Even tombs that had been looted by previous generations had to be re-entered to retrieve all remaining documents and records, and to meticulously record the regulations and forms of tombs from each dynasty. Zhu Yujun made it very clear that no one was allowed to touch these things, and whatever was taken out had to be brought back exactly as it was. Finally, he added the harshest statement. No matter what those people in the shadows do, if they're caught by the authorities, I will not recognize their identities. As soon as these words were uttered, Zhu Zixiao and Chen Feng felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that this job, though seemingly glamorous, was in reality a matter of risking their lives. Subsequently, Zhu Yujun clearly outlined his official responsibilities. He was to keep a close watch on officials, nobles, imperial relatives, wealthy merchants, customs, and the Grand Canal. Intelligence was to be collected monthly, compiled personally by Zhu Zixiao and delivered directly to him, not allowing it to pass through others. However, he also made sure to issue warnings where necessary. He could leave aside the old grievances of the embroidered uniform guard, the wrongful convictions, frame-ups, and embezzlement. But from now on, if they were investigated again, it wouldn't target anyone else but Zhu Zixiao and Chun Feng. He would show no mercy. After saying this, he added with a smile, "Of course, there will be rewards for merit. Whoever does more and makes greater contributions will receive more rewards from me." These words sounded gentle, but to the two men, they felt like a knife hidden behind a sweet date, and they dared not relax their guard for even a moment. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. We will certainly not fail your grace." The two men quickly knelt down to express their gratitude. Though their words were eloquent, they were inwardly both shocked and delighted. They were shocked by the emperor's ruthless methods, daring to openly order the exhumation in search of corpses. They were delighted by the power and benefits offered, which were indeed substantial. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yujun suddenly spoke in a low voice. "As for the Kong family, send a few trusted confidants to investigate them thoroughly. Compile all the details, including the interrogation records, into a book. Investigate not only their misdeeds, but also their lineage." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Zhu Zixiao and Chun Feng's hearts pounded, and they almost simultaneously mourned for the Kong family. If it were just an investigation into a murder case or an old corruption case, the Kong family might not be seriously harmed. But if there was truly a problem with their bloodline, then this golden signboard of the nation's literary tradition would likely be shattered on the spot. The Kong family, passed down through generations, is no longer simply an academic family. The sordid dealings and conflicts of interest behind the scenes are more disgusting than those of ordinary corrupt officials. It's just that they bear the title of descendants of a sage, so both the court and the common people have to give them face. If they can't find the key to the case, even the biggest cases can be covered up. Zhu Yujun's focus on the Kong family stemmed from rumors he'd read about it in later generations. The true direct line of the Kong family had supposedly migrated south during the Southern Song dynasty, and the northern branch was merely a later established offshoot. If this could be verified, his future reforms would be much easier. Just as the two were feeling uneasy, Zhu Yujun suddenly smiled and looked at Zhu Zixiao. "Do you know Jigang?" As soon as he said this, the two turned pale instantly, knelt down with a thud, and kowtowed repeatedly, breaking their foreheads and blood flowing down their faces. "Your Majesty, you are wise. We are absolutely not traitors like Jigang." The two men's voices trembled with fear. Zhu Yujun, however, continued to smile at them. "All right, get up. I was just saying it casually." But the more he acted this way, the less the two dared to take his words seriously. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Yujun made another arrangement. The Imperial Prison and the Southern Garrison Command will be under Hai Rui's jurisdiction from now on. You are responsible for verifying and reporting, and as for the investigation, that will all be left to Hai Rui. You don't want to carry a bad reputation for the rest of your lives, so Hai Rui's arrival might leave you with some good reputation. Then, he offered an even bigger lure. "If the embroidered uniform guard develops according to my wishes, I will upgrade your organization into a legion. At that time, you will also be able to fight on the battlefield and earn titles and honors based on your military merits. So from now on, you must do all the training for me." But then, he added coldly, "Of course, if you don't do well, I can fire the Eastern Depot, and I can fire you too. Think it over carefully." This immediately dampened their initial enthusiasm. The two could only quickly express their gratitude, not daring to reveal any other thoughts. Zhu Zixiao readily agreed, but inwardly he felt a mixture of joy and resentment. He was pleased that the emperor had finally given the embroidered uniform guard a chance to rise through military merit. However, he was resentful that someone like Hai Rui, so incorruptible and as hard as a rock, had been forcibly placed into the embroidered uniform guard, which felt like a white lotus flower growing out of a pile of mud. It was just too awkward to look at. After the two men took their leave, Zhu Yujun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The embroidered uniform guard, if used well, could indeed be a match for hundreds of thousands of troops, but if used poorly, it would wound itself first. That's why he entrusted the most feared aspect of the imperial prison to Hai Rui, to firmly restrain the sharpest part of this weapon. Back in the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Yujun rubbed his temples and rested on the soft couch for a while. After all, his current body was only 10 years old, and no matter how many plans he had in his mind, he couldn't withstand such high-intensity exertion. Once that energy dissipated, he was clearly unable to hold on any longer. Chapter 17. The Industrial Plan of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Yujun summoned Feng Bao and only instructed him, "Bring me a few blank books." Feng Bao obeyed and withdrew, quickly bringing in the books. After everyone left, Zhu Yujun picked up his pen and wrote study notes on metallurgy, intending to record the technologies he remembered from later generations, paving the way for the industrial development of the Ming Dynasty in advance. He first wrote about coal washing, coke making, crucible steel making, printing improvements, steam engines, single-cylinder diesel engines, machine tools, and hot air balloons. These were different from sugar and salt production. They couldn't be accomplished just by having an idea. They required a group of craftsmen and scholars to experiment over a long period and gradually develop them. Zhu Yujun himself understood that he only grasped the principles and general structure of many things, and he might not be able to succeed in actually doing them himself. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to build them, but instead noted down the direction first. It wouldn't be too late to gradually develop them according to these ideas after he had recruited the talent. He preferred to study both steam engines and single-cylinder diesel engines. After all, the Ming dynasty had no shortage of crude oil. The crude oil tanks left over from the Song dynasty were still in use at the border. As long as they could be refined using traditional methods, they would have a foundation for developing new machines in the future. Gao Nu still had oil veins, which was a readily available resource. He also jotted down ideas for diesel pile drivers and water pumps, but he knew that the biggest problem right now was sealing. The Ming dynasty didn't have rubber, and using other materials as substitutes wouldn't be very effective. So these things couldn't be made in the short term. They had to be kept for later to be tested when conditions were better. Besides equipment, he also wrote about military training, epidemic prevention and treatment, wound disinfection and suturing, cesarean section, fertilizer composting, Chinese phonetics, basic mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other subjects. He wrote down all sorts of things and ended up with more than 10 booklets, keeping everything he could remember. Actually, these things weren't particularly profound. He only had a general understanding of many of them. While astronauts learn a wide range of knowledge, it's all within the framework of a complete system from later generations. What they can truly use now is the foundational content they learned before, combined with some practical knowledge they've acquired since. In his previous life, natural disasters were frequent, and various survival skills became popular abroad. Westerners practiced wilderness survival, while many people in China studied several practical manuals known as miracle books. Zhu Lei wasn't initially interested, but seeing everyone around him learning them, he eventually spent money to buy them and read through them. He carefully read through books like Militia Training Manual, Friends of Dual-Use Military and Civilian Personnel, and Barefoot Doctor's Manual. After reading them, even he himself felt that the content was indeed diverse and practical. Now that he is Zhu Yujun, these fragmented pieces of knowledge have become his foundation, enabling him to write down many things suitable for this era. Zhu Yujun wrote for several hours straight. He only ate a few bites for lunch before continuing to write. He also added content about bicycles, trains, tractors, motorboats, springs, and gears. He might not need it now, but writing it down is better than forgetting it later. He was most cautious with his writing about weapons. In his previous life, the only modern firearms he'd actually handled were automatic rifles during military training. With the production capabilities of this era, even if he drew out the structure, he couldn't possibly manufacture a decent firearm, let alone crucial components like the primer. Things like nitrocellulose would be too difficult to produce now. In contrast, he remembered some of the methods for preparing mercury fulminate and knew roughly how to mix it, but he only knew the steps and had never tried it himself. Therefore, he wrote this part very conservatively, treating it only as a thought process and not as ready-made technology. Just as he was engrossed in writing, Feng Bao brought in hot tea and whispered, "Young master, you should take a rest." Zhu Yujun put down his pen, put the booklet away in the secret compartment, and casually asked, "Have you taken care of things over there?" Feng Bao quickly replied that he had already sent his men to handle it, and that he had come back specifically to serve him. Feng Bao handed him tea and then advised, "You've been sitting for several hours. If you keep going like this, your health won't be able to take it. You should go for a walk." Zhu Yujun sighed, "My lord, time is tight and the task is heavy. My foundation is still too shallow." His words revealed exhaustion and anxiety. Feng Bao quickly advised him not to be too hasty. "Your highness is still young, and you have 2 empress dowagers supporting you. That is the greatest foundation." After thinking it over, Zhu Yujun also realized that since he came into this world, he had always lacked a sense of security and wanted to grasp everything as soon as possible, which had indeed put too much pressure on himself. Now that the major affairs of the court have been temporarily stabilized, and he has some military power in his hands, it's time for him to start thinking about making money and running a business. With that in mind, he turned to Feng Bao and asked, after Gao Huai was transferred away, "The inner palace administration is short of a manager. Do you have any recommendations?" Only then did he turn his attention back to his books. Feng Baoxian felt somewhat aggrieved, saying that most of his subordinates have been transferred, but he still recommended Qinju, the head of the 6 ministries. "This man is efficient, knowledgeable, and upright. If your majesty has no other choice for the time being, It would be better to let him handle this concurrently. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujun immediately remembered that Chunju was also a loyal person. He immediately nodded. All right, he'll do. Although the Imperial Horse Administration has lost its military power, war horses and wild beasts are valuable resources, so let him handle that as well. Then he entrusted Feng Bao with the management of the embroidered uniform guard's future expenses, instructing him to store them separately in the Imperial Treasury, keep detailed records of all accounts, and report any discrepancies immediately. After arranging these matters, Zhu Yujun stretched and suddenly had a whim, saying, Grand Eunuch, shall we go for a walk outside the palace? Feng Bao was startled and hurriedly advised, Young master, you mustn't. If you want to relax, I'll accompany you to the Imperial Garden. It's too dangerous outside the palace. But Zhu Yujun wouldn't listen. He said directly, I haven't been out for many years, and I'm really bored. I also want to go out and see how the people are doing. Feng Bao reluctantly asked if they should bring a retinue, but Zhu Yujun immediately rejected him. How can we see anything with a retinue? Stop talking nonsense and go prepare. I asked you to come up with a solution, not to keep talking. Feng Bao tried to persuade him. Why don't you first speak to the Empress Dowager? Zhu Yujun immediately became impatient. If I speak to her, how can I go out? Figure it out yourself. I must go out today. Feng Bao had no choice but to agree verbally and hurriedly turned to leave. But he didn't dare to actually make the arrangements. Instead, he went directly to see Empress Dowager Li. As soon as he entered the door, he knelt down and kowtowed. This servant kowtows to your majesty the Empress Dowager. His majesty suddenly wants to leave the palace today. This servant dares not disobey and knows that this matter is impossible. I can only come to beg your majesty to make a decision and beg your majesty to save this servant. Upon hearing this, Lady Li's face darkened, and she asked if Empress Dowager Renzong had been informed. After learning that someone had already been sent to report, she immediately ordered her carriage to be prepared at Qianxing Palace. On the way, she happened to meet Empress Dowager Chun, who was also on her way. The two entourages joined together and headed straight for Qianxing Palace in a grand procession, clearly to stop her. Inside the Qianxing Palace, Zhu Yujun was still thinking about how to sneak out when suddenly an announcement came from outside. The Empress Dowager has arrived. His face instantly darkened, and he cursed Feng Bao in his heart, but he didn't dare to slow down and hurried out to greet her. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by a no need. The two Empress Dowagers stormed into the main hall, and Zhu Yujun could only awkwardly follow. Looking up and seeing Feng Bao shrugging behind him, he was even angrier, but could only force a smile and feign innocence. Mother, why have you come? Li Shi coldly replied. If we hadn't come, were you going to sneak out of the palace? Chapter 18. Strolling to Hai Rui's house. Seeing Li Shi's dark face and Empress Dowager Qin's unpleasant expression, Zhu Yujun immediately shrank back and said with a forced smile, Mother, Empress Dowager, I've never really strolled around the capital before. This time I just wanted to go out and have a look. With the embroidered uniform guard with me, nothing will happen. Lady Li, however, showed no mercy and directly refused. No, you are still young. The court is unstable, and people's hearts are uneasy. We must not let something like that happen again. If something goes wrong, it will be too late to regret it. Her tone left no room for negotiation. Zhu Yujun was not giving up and could only continue to plead for mercy, calling her mother one moment and Empress Dowager the next, putting on a pitiful appearance, insisting that he would only go out for a short while and would not do anything reckless. After much persuasion, Empress Dowager Qin finally relented. However, she set conditions. They could leave the palace, but they had to bring along cabinet ministers and a sufficient number of guards. Although it wasn't a formal ceremonial procession, the scale couldn't be too different, and their activities were confined to the inner city. They were absolutely forbidden from venturing out to the outer city to cause trouble. Although Zhu Yujun found it troublesome, he had no choice but to agree to the opportunity he had finally managed to secure. He then turned and glared fiercely at Feng Bao, who trembled in fright and quickly stepped forward to reply that Qi Jiguang had just returned to the 5 armies commandery yesterday to report on his duties and was currently working outside the palace. Empress Dowager Chun was relieved to hear that Qi Jiguang could also accompany them, and immediately nodded in approval. About an hour later, Feng Bao, dressed in gray civilian clothes, arrived with Qi Jiguang, Su Wenbai, Gao Gong, and Zhang Jun, who were also in disguise, making quite a show of force. Su Wenbai was a descendant of Suda. At a young age, he inherited the title of Duke of Dingguo and also served as the rear commander of the 5 military commands. He was tall and had a ruddy complexion. He possessed both the strength of a warrior and the demeanor of a noble son, making him stand out in a crowd. After everyone exchanged greetings, Feng Bao immediately helped Zhu Yujun change his clothes. He first put on a soft, gold-embroidered armor underneath, and then a moon-white long robe on top, carrying a sandalwood fan painted with a landscape of rivers and mountains. Dressed like this, he instantly transformed into a dashing young nobleman. Feng Bao showered him with praise, his flattery never ceasing. Zhu Yujun grew annoyed and kicked him away. He then glanced at the crowd and whispered, "No one should let anything slip after we leave. I don't want to cause too much trouble." The others responded in unison. Soon, the group left the palace through the Zawa Gate. This was Zhu Yujun's first real tour of the capital. He hadn't paid any attention when he saw off the late emperor last time. Now, looking around, he felt the city was bustling with activity, and everything before him was new and exciting. He couldn't get enough of looking at it. Beijing, as the capital of the Ming dynasty, boasted wide, straight streets lined with swaying willows and rows of 3- or 4-story shops. Shopkeepers stood at the entrances, diligently greeting customers, while the sounds of bargaining filled the air. Commoners, scholars, sedan chairs, and horse-drawn carriages moved about constantly, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Zhu Yujun was short, and he peered around excitedly in the crowd, unable to stop. But the happier he was, the more nervous those around him became. Qi Jiguang and Su Wenbai concealed their short swords in their sleeves, their hands clenched tightly until their knuckles turned white, more vigilant than if they were going into battle. The people around them who looked like ordinary citizens and vendors were actually all disguised imperial guards. They appeared calm on the surface, but secretly kept a close watch on their surroundings, ready to strike at any moment. Zhu Yujun could only shake his head helplessly at this scene, knowing that they were all afraid of another accident. After strolling around for more than 2 hours, Feng Bao finally came up to him and whispered, "Young master, we should go back now." Zhu Yujun glared at him and said irritably, "What's the rush? We've finally come out for a trip. We should at least make sure we're comfortable before we leave." Feng Bao had no choice but to look at the others, but no one paid attention to him. Qi Jiguang and Su Wenbai were busy scanning the surroundings. Zhu Zixiao lagged behind, constantly listening to the reports from the common people, while Gao Gong and Zhang Zhen introduced the various sights on the street to Zhu Yujun along the way. Zhu Yujun looked at the capital city before him and felt a deep sense of emotion. There were no traffic jams like in later generations, no weary crowds, only the unique vibrancy and tranquility of this era. The more he strolled around, the more interesting it became, and he was reluctant to go back so early. After walking for a while, seeing that they were almost at the Shuntian Prefecture government office, Zhu Yujun suddenly became interested and ordered, "Eldest servant, go buy a few sheep and prepare some fruits and vegetables. Let's go to Hai Rui's house for a meal." These words made Feng Bao's scalp tingle. Feng Bao, with a pained expression, advised, "Young master, it's getting late. If we return to the palace any later and the Empress Dowager finds out, I'm doomed." Zhu Yujun waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. I'll be back after I finish eating. If I get caught, I'll guarantee you'll be fine." Having said that, Feng Bao had no choice but to comply. He immediately summoned a sweating man, pushing a wheelbarrow, and whispered instructions. The wheelbarrow was loaded with large and small packages, clearly belonging to a member of the Imperial Guard in disguise. It was truly admirable that he had managed to push so much stuff along the way. Hai Rui lived a frugal life. He didn't even have his own house in the capital, and his family had to live in the back office of the Shuntian Prefecture. When Zhu Yujun and his entourage arrived at the gate in a grand procession, the guards were startled and drew their long swords, ready to question them. However, Qi Jiguang stepped forward, grabbed the foremost guard, and lifted him up, causing the man to scream in terror. The other guards immediately surrounded them, while the men behind Zhu Yujun all reached for their waists, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhu Yujun quickly spoke up to stop him. "What are you doing? We're here as guests. How can you do this?" As he spoke, he smiled and looked at Qi Jiguang. "Uncle Qi, put it down, look how scared he is." When Qi Jiguang heard Uncle Qi, he was stunned at first, then his face lit up with joy. But he didn't hold back this time, throwing the soldier far away, which made Zhu Yujun roll his eyes. Then he had to step forward himself and said to a bailiff who seemed to be the leader, "Please inform Lord Hai Rui that a relative has come to visit." The leader, forcing himself to remain calm, respectfully asked, "May I ask this young master's surname, so that I may answer him?" Zhu Yujun pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "Just say my surname is Huang." Upon hearing this, the constable immediately agreed and turned to run quickly into the yamen. Hai Rui was in his study when he heard someone shouting frantically outside. He came out wearing his blue robe. Wang Lao quickly stepped forward to report that a child of about 10 years old had arrived at the door, claiming to be a relative of Hai Rui, and had brought a group of fierce-looking followers. Even the guards had been thrown out. Hairue had been relatively calm at first, but when he heard that the child's surname was Huang, his voice immediately rose several decibels. He almost immediately guessed who the visitor was and hurriedly called towards the side room. "Madam, come out quickly and come with me to greet our distinguished guest." His face was already showing some excitement. Qiu Shi, heavily pregnant, came out of the room and asked with a puzzled look, "Master, what distinguished guest? Who would dare to come to our house normally?" Hairue was always honest and upright, and he was unwilling to get too close to people. He rarely had any connections, let alone those who wanted to curry favor with him. Hairue didn't have time to explain further, and hurriedly said, "You woman, don't say anything out of line later. Come with me to greet them." After saying that, he quickly walked ahead, called the old servants of the house to follow, and also told Wang Lao to call out all the officials who were not on duty. According to the rules, when the emperor came to the gate, the streets should be cleared to welcome him, the road should be paved with yellow earth, and there should be a ceremony and music to greet him. Afterwards, it should be recorded in the family genealogy and regarded as the greatest honor. But Hairue simply couldn't afford such a grand display. It wasn't that he was ignorant of etiquette, but rather that he was far too poor. Almost all of his salary went to supporting his family. Furthermore, his old servants, all veterans who had followed him from Hainan, were no longer capable of heavy labor. Ultimately, this rear office of the Shuntian prefecture wasn't really their home. It was only because Hairue's family had nowhere else to live that they temporarily settled there. Chapter 19. Proposing marriage and bestowing a house. Hairue, accompanied by a group of officials who were still on duty, hurriedly arrived outside the government office, where they saw a child of about 11 or 12 years old standing in the middle of a group of burly men. Although he was dressed in ordinary rich people's clothes, he could not hide his noble air. A sense of majesty emanated from his brows. He was none other than the current emperor, and a group of important figures followed him. Hairue hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, but Zhu Yujun smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities, let's go inside and talk." Hairue hurriedly led the way, with the minor officials following behind. As they entered the government office, they saw 4 old servants, Qiu Shi, and their wives arriving late. "Master, this is..." Qiu asked. Hairue quickly interrupted her with a wink. She said to Zhu Yujun, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. This countrywoman is ignorant of etiquette." Upon hearing Hairue's words, Qiu and the others were taken aback and wanted to bow, but Zhu Yujun stopped them. "No need for formalities due to your physical condition. And who is this?" Zhu Yujun looked at the young woman in front of him with some confusion. Hairue saw through the emperor's thoughts, his old face flushed, and he said, "Your Majesty, this is my concubine, Lady Qiu." Zhu Yujun glanced at Hairue, then at Qiu Shi. He suddenly realized that Hairue had 3 wives and 2 concubines in his life, and none of his children had survived. This woman before him must be his last concubine. Thinking of this, Zhu Yujun remembered Hairue's mother and asked, "Are there only a few people in your family, my dear minister?" Hairue's mother is highly controversial in historical records. Some say she raised Hairue to be a polite and principled person, while others say she had a strong attachment to her son and was extremely rigid and domineering. In short, opinions on it are extremely polarized. "Your Majesty, my mother passed away many years ago, leaving only a few of us in the family. Let's leave it at that." The group quickly arrived at the main hall. Zhu Yujun looked around and thought it wouldn't be accurate to say that everything was completely naked. At least the tables and chairs were complete, though they were all cheap elmwood furniture, and the walls were covered with calligraphy and paintings written by Hairue himself. Zhu Yujun sat in the main seat, and Feng Bao immediately served him fragrant tea. Even the emperor can't eat and drink whatever he wants while he's away from home. This was something Feng Bao had someone by on short notice. Everyone else, including the Shuntian prefecture vice minister and the chief administrator who hadn't yet finished their shifts and gone home, was also served tea by the embroidered uniform guard. The prefectural assistant was a high-ranking official of the 4th rank, and the chief administrator was also a 5th rank official, so they were not considered low-ranking officials. "Hairue, you are a high-ranking official of the 3rd rank in the imperial court, with an annual salary of 700 shi, a unit of dry measure. How could you live such a poor life?" Zhu Yujun asked this question that has been passed down through the ages. Hairue rose and replied, "Your Majesty, my hometown of Kaings, who has always been impoverished. I cannot bear to see my family and relatives in my hometown suffer, so I send most of my annual salary back to my elder brother. Furthermore, my 2 former wives lived in poverty, and I consistently provided them with financial assistance." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujun fell silent and gestured for Hairue to sit down. He thought to himself, Later generations say that Hai Rue and his wife had a harmonious and loving relationship, but now it seems that it was his mother who stirred things up. Haven't you considered bringing them here to remarry? Zhu Yujun suddenly asked, causing everyone in the hall to turn their heads. For those who had divorced or been divorced, hearing about remarriage was a novelty. It was something that even among ordinary people, there was probably no such precedent. Seeing their expressions, Zhu Yujun, no longer a novice, naturally understood the taboos. However, he found it unreasonable and continued. Does my dear minister truly have no feelings for them? That's not it. It's just that this was done by my mother. I really dare not go against her wishes. Moreover, this is the first time I've heard of a remarriage, Hai Rue said with some difficulty. You, Zhu Yujun said angrily. You, Hai Rue, are a nationally renowned, incorruptible official and a filial son, but you are not a qualified husband at all. I know everything about you. Your conduct as an official is impeccable, but your biggest flaws are that you cannot carry on the high family line as a son and cannot protect your wife and daughters as a husband. Of the 3 unfilial acts, the greatest is having no offspring. Since you care so much about your mother, why are you unwilling to find the wife who bore you your children? As far as I know, they are not very old now, and they will certainly be able to bear children for your high family. Both of them are virtuous women, so why do you, my dear minister, make things difficult for yourselves? Before Hai Rue could say anything more, Su Wenbai spoke up in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Hai. His Majesty's words are all reasonable. You must not let His Majesty's good intentions go to waste. Zhang Zhen remained silent, his expression unreadable, while Gao Gong and Feng Bao also offered their advice. Hai Rue pondered for a long time, then his expression relaxed as he said, but I have 2 ex-wives. How can I marry them again? What should I do? That's easy. You only have 1 concubine now. Why get back? I will issue an edict to grant you permission to marry Su as your principal wife and Pan as your secondary wife. Special cases should be handled specially. Your situation is special, and I don't think anyone in the court will say anything, Zhu Yujun said, waving his hand dismissively. Your Majesty, I thank you for your great kindness. All right, you are serving me, and I cannot allow you to be without an heir. There is no need for such formalities. Feng Bao, fetch 1,000 taels of silver for Lord Hai, and also find him a house. It's not good for him to always be living in the government office. Yes, Feng Bao said, getting up to have someone prepare. In the Ming Dynasty, housing prices were not as outrageous as they are today. According to records, during the Wanli era, an old man in Beijing wanted to return to his hometown and sold his house. The house was 5 rows deep, with 7 storefronts in each row. Each storefront was 30 square meters, and the total area was more than 1,000 square meters. On average, it cost only 1.5 taels per square meter. Such a house would be considered a luxury house at the time, but it was only sold for 1,300 taels of silver. Another merchant sold his small house by the roadside in the capital, which had 4 rooms in the front and 4 in the back, for a total of 8 rooms. He sold it for only 35 taels of silver, which is equivalent to more than 4 taels of silver per room. During the Chongzhen era, a small courtyard house near Jinjiangmen in Beijing, near Tiananmen Square, was for sale. It was located right in the city center, with 4 rooms and an outer room. The seller only asked for 33 taels of silver, which shows that housing prices in the Ming Dynasty remained very stable. The income of ordinary people in the Ming Dynasty was not bad. They could earn about 6 to 8 taels of silver a year by working for others, or about 7 to 9 taels by farming. They could save up for 2 or 3 years and buy a small courtyard. So most people did not have to worry about housing. In Zhu Yujun's view, Hai Rue's situation was simply that he was stingy. His annual salary of 700 shur was worth about 170 or 180 taels of silver, enough to buy a courtyard house and enough to eat and wear, but he just wouldn't buy it. Your Majesty, you must not. I cannot accept rewards without merit. What virtue or ability do I possess to deserve them? Seeing Hai Rue's stubbornness resurface, Zhu Yujun glared at him and said irritably, "This money and house are for you to use when you get married. Consider it a reward for your many years of governing Yingtian." Having heard the emperor speak so frankly, Hai Rue could not refuse and rose to express his gratitude. He really needed the money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford to send his servants to Hainan to pick up people. Soon Feng Bao returned and handed a box of silver to Hai Rue's steward. Then he ordered the imperial guards who had just made the purchases and several cooks from the palace to roast a lamb and cook. During this time, Zhu Yujun and Hai Rue discussed many matters concerning Shuntian and the Shunxing division. Hai Rue's clear thinking and fluent answers greatly pleased Zhu Yujun. The dishes were served shortly afterward. Feng Bao ate one bite first, and then took out silver bowls and chopsticks to serve rice to Zhu Yuzhan. Although there was no alcohol, the meal was enjoyed by both the host and guests. Just after finishing his meal, Zhu Yuzhan wanted to sit a little longer, but Feng Bao urged him in a low voice, "Young master, it's really time to go back. If you want to discuss summoning Lord Hai to the palace, you can do so." Zhu Yuzhan thought it made sense, so he got up to take his leave. Hai Rui's family escorted him out of the government office. "My lord, does His Majesty have something to ask you to do? This is the first time I've ever seen the Emperor and so many important figures," Xiu said with a smile. "Madam," Hai Rui told Xiu about what the Emperor had said, but to his surprise, Xiu was not only not saddened, but extremely happy, which puzzled Hai Rui. Seeing her husband's confusion, Xiu took his arm and led him inside. "My lord," she said, "of all the officials in the court, only your family is without an heir. Although I am pregnant, it is still uncertain whether it will be a boy or a girl. The master is too old to take a new wife now. I heard from Aunt Fu that when the master took me as a wife, his colleagues laughed at him for a long time. But since it was the emperor's decree to marry an old wife, no one will say anything. Moreover, I've heard Aunt Fu say that both of my elder sisters are gentle and virtuous, and they're only 25 or 26 years old now. They're perfectly capable of having more children for you, sir. The family is small, so I'd be happy to have a few more people." Hearing Xiu say the same thing, Hai Rui couldn't help but wonder if he was being too stubborn. He then returned to his study and personally wrote a letter to send someone to fetch Su Shi and Han Shi. Chapter 20 Single Whip Technique. On this day, in a warm pavilion, Gao Gong and the cabinet ministers were reviewing memorials when Zhu Yuzhan came over after finishing his daily lecture. After exchanging greetings, Gao Gong spoke up, saying, "Your Majesty, there are too many state affairs to handle these days. We have recently been considering adding new cabinet members. I wonder if Your Majesty would approve." That's a possibility. Zhu Yuzhan thought for a moment and asked, "Have you found a suitable candidate?" "Your Majesty, after discussion, we have decided to include former cabinet members Su Jie, Wang Zihu, and Lu Jiaoyang in the list of those to be included," Gao Gong said, looking at Zhu Yuzhan. The number of cabinet members was never fixed. They were simply the emperor's secretaries. They were too busy and needed manpower. In the past, Zhang Zhehan and Gao Gong had controlled the situation, but now they didn't care anymore. They had no real power, but a lot of trouble. This was a real surprise to Zhu Yuzhan. Gao Gong and Su Jie were old rivals. It was Gao Gong who had ousted Su Jie from the court years ago. Zhang Zhehan and Lu Jiaoyang were not on good terms, while Wang Zihu was more inclined towards military generals and had a keen eye for military strategy. This selection of personnel can be seen as an act of demonstrating their loyalty. Thus, the cabinet consisted of 9 people: Gao Gong, Zhang Zhehan, Gao Yi, Zhang Saiwei, Shen Shixing, Wang Jiping, Lu Jiaoyang, Su Jie, and Wang Zihu, which can be described as a gathering of outstanding talents. This initial offer filled Zhu Yuzhan with inexplicable excitement. Although he knew he couldn't gain their complete loyalty in a short time, as long as they were useful, that was enough. There was still plenty of time. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuzhan unconsciously smiled. "Indeed, you have considered this matter very carefully. I am young and unable to handle too many things. If you gentlemen are too busy, I hope you will bring it up in time, so as not to delay important matters." "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. We understand." Zhang Zhehan also stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I hope that Your Majesty can issue an edict to expand the scope of the single whip law proposed by Lord Guyi. I hope Your Majesty will grant this request." Zhang Zhehan bowed and continued, "This law has been implemented very well in Zhejiang, Guangdong, and Fujian. If it were to be spread throughout the country, it would surely greatly increase the national treasury's revenue." Zhu Yuzhan had long noticed the single whip technique, which, while good, was not perfect. Since reforms are being planned, why not choose a better option? He was even preparing to discuss this at a later time, but unexpectedly, they brought it up today. The so-called single whip law was to combine the taxes and corvée labor of various prefectures into one, collect them in silver, and pay them based on the amount per unit of land area. This greatly simplifies the tax system, makes tax collection easier, and also makes it more difficult for local officials to manipulate the system, thereby increasing the national treasury's revenue. As the Ming dynasty developed, the inevitable phenomenon of land annexation emerged, just as it has in every dynasty. Local gentry and government officials colluded to seize farmers' land by various means and used various methods to evade taxes. The most common practice was to have a scholar or a successful candidate in the imperial examinations come from the family, using the privilege of scholars not paying taxes to openly bleed the state dry. Moreover, corruption was rampant in the mid to late Ming dynasty. In order to curry favor with corrupt officials, local officials had no choice but to desperately plunder the people's wealth, which severely eroded the foundation of the Ming dynasty and caused a sharp decline in national tax revenue. In addition, the royal family and clansmen were extravagant and corrupt, with huge expenditures, and the court had a serious problem of redundant officials, with one position often held by multiple people. In addition, the 2 years of war to resist the invasion had cost the court dearly, leaving it impoverished and in dire need of reform. Moreover, the commodity economy developed very well during this period, with increased monetization of commodity transactions and a large circulation of silver. The construction of new workshops across the country weakened the central government's control over the peasantry. Many farmers abandoned farming for commerce, which promoted the development of handicrafts and increased the circulation of silver currency. However, the resulting tax chaos and complicated household registration system were also significant problems. The widespread use of silver provided favorable conditions for the implementation of the single whip law, which levied taxes in silver. After Zhu Yuzhen rectified the eunuchs, the phenomenon of eunuchs wielding power and accumulating wealth disappeared considerably. However, this practice was extremely prevalent during his father's reign. Now, the land of the Ming dynasty is no longer sufficient to support its huge population, and land annexation is very serious, to the point that reform is necessary. Originally, Zhang Zhehan should have brought up this matter a few more years later, but now that he saw that the emperor was not a foolish ruler, he also became interested. He was planning to do something to improve his standing in the emperor's eyes. Grand Secretary Zhang, after reviewing the single whip law, I have some new ideas. My beloved ministers, please listen to what I have to say and see if it is correct. The single whip law merged the tax grain of 10 jia, 10 to 20 households per jia, into one li. At that time, the standard li was 110 households. The tax grain from each village was then collected and sent to the prefecture and county, and finally to the provincial administration office. The provincial administration office then apportioned these tax grains according to the number and proportion of corvée labor in the province. Each corvée labor service was converted into silver, registered, and the tax grain was then converted into silver and submitted. I agree with most of it, but I'm wondering, since corvée labor has been abolished, why should taxes still be collected per capita? Moreover, why does this matter only involve landlords and gentry? Since the country is riddled with problems, severe measures must be taken. Who owns the most land these days? It's clearly the scholars, wealthy merchants, imperial relatives, and high-ranking officials. These are the main contributors to the country's chronic problems. If you start by targeting small fry, where will you find enough land to distribute the spoils? Although Grand Secretary Zhang strongly supports its implementation, I feel it's not bold enough, not ruthless enough. Even bandits know to rob the rich. What's the point of robbing a few landlords and wealthy people? Zhu Yuzhen's words were nothing short of earth-shattering. Several cabinet ministers were dumbfounded, as the emperor himself had uttered such words of robbery. Such actions that compete with the people for profit prompted them to advise, Your Majesty, if outsiders were to learn of these words, who knows how much turmoil they would cause. These words must not be spread. You think it's a bad thing to rob the rich and help the poor? I know that you all own some land that you have acquired, and you have many supporters behind you. But what do you compare to the real giants? If we want a thorough reform, then let's go all out. My intention is to measure all the land in the country and divide it into 3 grades according to its status. Then all the ownership of the land was nationalized and then rented to the people. Since land annexation is inevitable, let the state be the largest landowner. Only in this way will no one dare to arbitrarily seize land. At least those gentry and merchants dared not use this as an excuse to exploit the people's land. All miscellaneous taxes were abolished, and only rent and land tax were collected based on the amount of land owned, rather than on a per capita basis. This move will expose all those hidden tenant farmers. Believe it or not, if implemented, our population will increase by more than 10%. Then the preferential treatment of scholars not paying taxes was abolished. This preferential treatment over the past few hundred years has led to the gradual formation of aristocratic families among the local scholars, who have acquired more and more land. In many places, the words of local officials are not as effective as those of the gentry. If this continues, what dignity will the country have left? Zhu Yuzhen said, squinting his eyes. Gao Gong was getting restless and stood up, saying, Your Majesty, this move will surely offend the scholars of the land, and if we cannot appease the nobles, princes, and regional officials, it will inevitably cause great chaos. I urge Your Majesty to reconsider. It's all right. I actually have other ways to compensate them. You just need to deal with scholars, aristocratic families, and local gentry. With your abilities, it shouldn't be difficult, right? How about it? Aren't you all tempted? If this succeeds, the national treasury will surely be overflowing, and the one who implements it will be remembered for generations. Zhu Yujun looked at them with a smile. Although Zhang Zhehan faced considerable resistance when implementing the single whip law, he was not afraid. With the emperor backing him up, he had nothing to fear. However, due to the lack of military support, it took a full 8 years to complete the reforms across the country. Zhang Zhehan was also somewhat bewildered. The young emperor's boldness was not something that ordinary people could possess. However, he thought that if this law were implemented, it would surely fill the national treasury quickly and be praised by all the people. His eyes darted around, and he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty's words are wise and insightful. Heaven has blessed our great Ming with such an enlightened ruler. This move may be difficult, but it is very much in line with the current national conditions of the great Ming. This old minister is not afraid of offending anyone. This matter will be taken on by this old minister." Seeing Zhang Zhehan's excited expression, Gao, he hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Your Majesty, this old minister is also capable of undertaking this matter. I hope your Majesty will entrust this matter to this old minister." Gao Gong was bewildered, but then he immediately remembered something and bowed to request permission. Even the eunuch Feng Bao's eyes gleamed with interest, clearly wanting to take on the job as well. "Hee, you figure out the key point?" Zhu Yujun said sarcastically. The regents looked somewhat embarrassed, but at this point, they could only try to compete. The other cabinet members were also eager to make their move. As for the problems they mentioned, the gentry and powerful families certainly had their troubles. But so what? It's not easy for them to reach this position. Don't be fooled by their cautiousness in front of Zhu Yujun. Once they leave the palace, they are first-rank officials of the court, even if it's just a nominal position. There were countless officials who sought to curry favor with him, and their pronouncements were far more effective than any arrangements made by Zhu Yujun himself. The group of people in the imperial court were probably the strongest and best civil officials in the late Ming dynasty. Otherwise, if emperors in other dynasties did not attend court for 28 years, the country would probably have changed hands long ago. Moreover, Zhu Yujun is not afraid of them causing trouble these days. He is afraid that they won't cause trouble at all. The ministers before me could not be said to be extremely honest, but they were certainly not corrupt officials. All they sought was fame. As for their usual under-the-table income, someone holding such a high position must have some. Otherwise, their meager salary wouldn't be enough to cover their family expenses. Zhu Yujun had no money, but fame was something that could be obtained as long as the emperor was willing to give it. They give you as much as you want, since it doesn't cost any money. Chapter 21 Household Contract Responsibility System. Well, let's discuss this matter. Let's try to come up with a framework, and then announce it during the next court hearing. Your Majesty, we obey your command and will certainly not disappoint you. The men below had rosy cheeks and looked eager to try. I'm going back to class now. Please make yourselves at home. Congratulations to your Majesty. After watching the emperor walk away, several cabinet ministers plopped down on their stools. Siking, Gao Gong's courtesy name. How come His Majesty is so shrewd at such a young age? He's completely different from when he was the crown prince. It's like he's become a different person. Zhang Zhehan asked Gao Gong with some curiosity. They originally thought the new emperor would be an obedient ruler, but now it seems he's full of cunning and scheming. At such a young age, he is so assertive and intelligent. Keep in mind that they are the heads of the civil officials, yet they were still subdued by this young emperor. Of course, this was partly due to their desire to curry favor with the new emperor. But the main reason was that what the emperor said, though somewhat bold, was the most effective, leaving them no choice but to submit. You're asking me? I'd like to ask you the same thing. Gao Gong rolled his eyes at Zhang Zhehan. If His Majesty doesn't have a master behind him, then His Majesty must have been hiding things too well before, and we just didn't see it. In the end, there must be some secret in those ancient books. Although Gao Gong resented Zhang Zhehan for persecuting him, he could only keep quiet for now. As long as the emperor didn't dismiss him from his post, he would have a chance. The two empress dowagers have been keeping a close eye on His Majesty. If there were anyone involved, they would have been dragged out and executed long ago. As for hiding it well, that doesn't seem likely either. He's only a few years old. Didn't you disbelieve those ancient books? Don't you believe it either? Our emperor is no pushover. His Majesty wants to seize military power ahead of schedule. If we lend him a hand, it might change his opinion of us. Gao Gong thought for a moment, but didn't say much. The new emperor was young, but had great ambitions. It would have been better if the emperor hadn't said anything, but since he had to do it, whether it was just for show or not. However, they disdain resorting to petty tricks. They are all intelligent people who are determined to earn a good reputation for all time and do not want to oppose the imperial power for no reason. Gentlemen, The bill His Majesty proposed is truly a revival strategy. If implemented, our great Ming dynasty will be able to return to the prosperity of the Taizhou and Taizong eras within a few years. Shen Shixing got up and paced back and forth. This is even more perfect and thorough than the single whip law. It is truly a strategy for governing the country. Root Mo, Shen Shixing's courtesy name. I know you have always advocated reform. This reform may not affect us, but what about the people below? Although the late emperor purged the court officials several times, how many people in the local areas are truly clean? And then there are the nobles, regional princes, high-ranking officials, and the Kong family. They're the real culprits. Implementing this won't be as simple as just making a fuss. It could easily lead to a mutiny. Wang Jiping frowned and said, "Look at how many obstacles, both overt and covert, have been encountered in the trial implementation of the single whip law, even in just one place. His Majesty's decree is far more severe than the single whip law, especially the abolition of the privilege of scholars not paying taxes. That's a matter of life and death." Ha ha! Uncle Zhong, Wang Jiping's courtesy name, which reform in history hasn't been paved with blood. The single whip law only affected a portion of the interests of local powerful families, and the late emperor had many constraints on its implementation. His Majesty's bill has completely exposed their weaknesses. With a knife to their throats, how many would dare to cause trouble? Now that the imperial power has just changed hands, is the perfect time to implement all new policies. Anyone who dares to cause trouble now is guilty of treason. They will be executed one by one. Besides, didn't His Majesty say he had a way to deal with the nobles and princes? That makes things even easier. Apart from those people, what's there to be afraid of if we put in the effort? Who knows, we might even make history. The others smiled and nodded repeatedly when they heard Shen Shixing's words. They thought the same thing. A new broom sweeps clean, let alone a new emperor. They then began to discuss the matter. September is supposed to be a season of clear skies and crisp autumn air, but unfortunately, winter has arrived exceptionally early in recent years. In most areas, the weather turned cold just as the autumn harvest began. Zhu Yujun was somewhat worried. The Little Ice Age in the Ming Dynasty was truly brutal, but he didn't have a particularly good solution at the moment, mainly because he was short of money. He also thought that Dong Huli, the leader of the Mongolian Doyan tribe, would likely invade the border this year, so he sent a secret letter to the Jizhu garrison in advance. Unfortunately, Ma Fong, the general of Suanfu, mobilized troops too frequently, scaring Dong Huli away. The Grand Court Assembly was coming soon. Zhu Yujun, seated on his high throne, inquired, "My beloved ministers, how are your discussions going with the bills I have entrusted to you?" "Your Majesty, this is the proposal we have put forward after discussion. Please take a look." Gao Gong respectfully presented a memorial with both hands, and Feng Bao flicked his whisk, took it, and placed it on the dragon's desk. However, Zhu Yujun was somewhat dissatisfied after reading it, saying it was too conservative and that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to see results if these regulations were followed. Then he frowned and said, "Elders, you are all too petty. I have made some minor edits. Since all my beloved ministers are here today, let's gather our thoughts and listen to everyone's opinions. This is what I think. This case should be named the Household Contract Responsibility System. First, starting from the Ming Dynasty, land will be remeasured nationwide. Land annexation will be strictly investigated, and the population will be investigated. A joint investigation team was formed, consisting of local officials, local judicial commissioners, the embroidered uniform guard, the censor-in-chief, and local garrison commanders. Anyone who obstructs the proceedings will have their property and land confiscated and handed over to the public. Those who lead the disturbances will be executed without mercy. Their families will be exiled 3,000 miles away, and officials will be punished even more severely. Second, all private land in the country was nationalized and divided into 3 grades, superior, middle, and inferior, for rent to the people for cultivation. The more people there were, the more they would rent, and the less people there would rent. The government would issue official seals and certificates for these lands. As for those with proper land purchase documents, they can register and use the tax and rent deductions, and then continue to pay taxes after the deductions are exhausted. Third, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Personnel selected personnel from among the tribute students of the Imperial Academy and assigned them to local governments to establish land offices under the Ministry of Revenue, responsible for the leasing of land by the people. The certificate was made in triplicate, 1 copy for the common people, 1 copy for the local government office, and 1 copy for the Ministry of Revenue. The tax deduction portion must also be documented in detail. Land without a formal purchase certificate will be treated as tax evasion and will be subject to a penalty of 3 times the tax amount. Fourth, land cannot be bought, sold, or transferred privately. If one does not wish to cultivate the land, it can be returned to the government. If the land is occupied, it must be handed over to the government, which will then arrange for the occupants to take over new land. Fifth, the poll tax was abolished and merged into the land tax. The rent and land tax totaled 40% for superior land, 30% for medium land, and 20% for inferior land each year, which was to be paid directly to the local treasury by the village head. Storage and transportation will be arranged uniformly by the state, and newly reclaimed land will be exempt from tax for 3 years after registration with the Land Bureau. Land tax could be replaced by silver. Each year, the tax silver from various regions was uniformly cast into silver bricks 3 inches long and 2 inches wide for transportation, and any losses from burning were collected by the public. Sixth, implement a system where officials and gentry pay taxes equally. Any scholar, nobleman, imperial relative, or member of the imperial family who disobeys this rule will have all their titles and honors revoked, be demoted to commoners, and their descendants will be barred from taking the imperial examinations for 3 generations. Seventh, for merchants traveling to trade, shops are taxed at 1/20th, peddlers at 1/30th, and large-scale transactions at 1/10th. In various cities, urban management fees were levied on merchants and shops. These fees were used by the government to hire people to clean the streets, hire watchmen, and repair public roads. Each shop paid 3 to 10 coins per month. Eighth, starting next year, an assessment law will be implemented to supervise officials and evaluate their performance in investigating land and population, leasing land, and gathering displaced people. The imperial edict ordered that all students of the Imperial Academy and former officials who had resigned be ready to take their places at any time, and that the examinations would end when the law was completed. Ninth, after the reform, tax revenue will go to the national treasury, with 0.5% allocated as bonuses for outstanding officials nationwide at the end of the year, and the other half as year-end bonuses for outstanding officials. Zhu Yuzhen's throat was hoarse from talking, so he took several large gulps of tea. The officials inside the hall heard it clearly, and those outside the hall also heard it clearly as it was passed around by the eunuchs. These words were like a firecracker thrown into a hornet's nest. The entire Fengtian hall was filled with buzzing discussions, and Zhu Yuzhen even plugged his ears with his fingers. It took a long time for things to quiet down. Your Majesty, these are words of wisdom for the country. This old minister admires them. Your Majesty is wise. Gao Gong was the first to jump out and flatter him. Zhang Zhehan followed suit, kneeling on the ground and shouting that the emperor was wise. Seeing that the cabinet leaders had all agreed, a group of generals and military officers knelt down and praised them with their buttocks sticking out high. Although the nobles, led by Duke Zhongrong of England, were clearly displeased, they did not dare to be the first to speak out. Kong Shangxian, the Duke of Yinzhong of the Kong family, could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward with a group of people behind him, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. What brings you here, Duke Yinzhong? Your Majesty, I believe this method is unacceptable. It goes against the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, and if it is adopted, it will surely cause the hearts of the people to turn against you, and chaos will break out everywhere. Chapter 22 I'm young, that's why I'm right. Old man Confucius. My dynasty maintains 1 million soldiers. You dare let them cause a ruckus, and see what happens. Believe it or not, the moment they start causing trouble, this general can hang their corpses on a tree as specimens. Su Wenbai looked at Kong Shangxian with ill intent, which frightened him so much that he quickly backed away. Then, pointing at Su Wenbai, he said, Your reckless courage is a matter of national survival. How can I tolerate your nonsense? Your Majesty, this law is a scheme of extortion and plunder. How can our great Ming dynasty be so harsh on scholars and officials? Kong Shangxian knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Yes, Your Majesty, this move has broken the hearts of scholars throughout the land and is detrimental to the foundation of a nation. Your Majesty, this move will surely incite public resentment and bring you infamy. We urge Your Majesty to reconsider. Zhu Yuzhen watched as more than a dozen people, led by Kong Shangxian, including the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy, the Vice Minister of Revenue, the Right Vice Censor-in-Chief, the Academician of the Hamlin Academy, the Reader-in-Waiting, the Censor of Revenue, and the Censor of Rights, knelt down and kowtowed to offer their advice. Seeing so many people supporting him, Kong Shangxian became even more emboldened. Your Majesty, this action violates ancestral rules and is therefore unacceptable. I will risk my life to remonstrate. We will remonstrate to the death. Zhu Yuzhen's face darkened as he watched Kong Shangxian getting more and more excited with his speech. He glanced around, trying to find someone to help him argue back, but although the cabinet ministers and the 6 ministers were all glaring angrily, no one stepped forward to confront him. Zhu Yujun slammed his fist on the table in anger, stood up and shouted, "You say that my actions are making enemies of the world? Do you represent the world? Or do you, the scholars, represent the world? You only remember Confucius and Mencius, but you've taken the sages saying, the ruler is less important than the people to heart. Do you think I'm too young to be bullied? Let me tell you, my mother and my mother command a 1,000,000-strong army. If you provoke me, I will send troops to raze your entire families to the ground. I am not afraid of being infamous. That means nothing to me." Upon hearing this, everyone in the court twitched. This was too ruthless. Yes, the emperor is still young, so what if he does some irrational things? Besides, the cabinet supports this reform, so we could just beautify it later. The Ming dynasty had a population of 120 million. This quantifier was already in use during the Han dynasty. Can a number of people you mentioned really represent everyone? Are these people you, Kong Shangxian, or the few behind you, the foundation of the nation? The hundreds of millions of ordinary people are the foundation of the Ming dynasty. Without them, what are you? Gentry. Gentry. Do you know how many gentry there are in our great Ming dynasty today? Can your words truly represent them? Is your unreasonable and sophistry for the sake of the people, or for your own sake, or for the sake of your powerful family and clan? If you feel that I have violated ancestral rules, then I can restore the great proclamation of the Taizhou Emperor to rectify ancestral rights and laws, and then send the embroidered uniform guard to investigate your Kong family and those behind you. I want to see just how loyal and patriotic your Kong family is, and how incorruptible and self-disciplined you are. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty. The other ministers were startled by the emperor, and they all knelt down and kowtowed. Kong Shangxian and his group were terrified. If the emperor really used the imperial edict to investigate them, all of them, including their entire families, would be wiped out. They trembled with fear. Your Majesty, please calm down. Please don't upset yourself. How can the words of the Confucius family alone represent all the scholars in the world? It's just a few people jumping around in the court. We are not among those he's talking about, Zhang Zhehan said righteously and solemnly, kneeling. Zhu Yujun rolled his eyes at him. He didn't come out earlier, and now he's offering his opinion after the fact. Yes, Your Majesty. The Duke of Yinzheng is still immersed in the time when Confucius preached the world during the Warring States period. Where is the Confucius family now, with the same ambition that Confucius had for the world? They're nothing but a bunch of parasites. Right Vice Censor-in-Chief Chun Zan's words were sharp and to the point. Your Majesty, I request a thorough investigation of the Kong family. Seeing that there was finally someone who could stand up to the Kong family and wasn't afraid of them, Zhu Yujun glanced at him a few more times. Then, narrowing his eyes, he said, "Order the censorate, the embroidered uniform guard, the Court of Judicial Review, and the Provincial Surveillance Commission to investigate." "Yes, sir," the relevant ministers responded. Kong Shangxian collapsed to the ground in panic, and the group of supporters behind him also looked ashen-faced. Kong Shangxian still tried to struggle. "Your Majesty, you are also a Confucian scholar. How can you wield such a butcher's knife against my Kong family? Aren't you afraid that the world will condemn you for betraying your teacher and ancestors?" Nowadays, all scholars in the land revere Confucius as their teacher. Such behavior is something even Your Majesty cannot silence the voices of the scholars. You think you can be considered members of the Confucius family? I study the Analects, so I am naturally a Confucian disciple. Of course, I cannot silence the scholars of the world. Confucius is Confucius, and the Confucius family is the Confucius family. You people should not tarnish the name of Confucius. Are you truly the legitimate descendants of the Confucian family? Zhu Yujun had not yet received a report from the embroidered uniform guard, but he could try to provoke the old man now. I remember that when the Jin army attacked Daidu during the Southern Song dynasty, it seems that the contemporary sage Confucius, Kong Duanhao, went to Kuzhu with Emperor Zhozong of Song. Your lineage is nothing more than a branch that the Mongol Yuan dynasty fostered to win over the people. What right do you have to speak ill of me? Upon hearing this, all the ministers' expressions changed drastically, and they glared angrily at Kong Shangxian. How could they accept that the Kong family, whom they had revered for so many years, was not the legitimate lineage? However, judging from Kong Shangxian's expression at this moment, it's probably true. They were all furious and blushing. At this moment, Kong Shangxian had completely lost the majesty of the Duke Yinzheng and looked at Zhu Yujun with a look of terror. How could the emperor know about this? The relevant historical records have already been almost entirely destroyed by them. Are you thinking that the relevant books were destroyed by you? Use your pig brain to think about it. I am the emperor. Isn't it easy for the royal family to collect these books? Moreover, many of the books were left behind by your old masters, the Yuan dynasty. Isn't that a pleasant surprise? The reason why I, the Zhu family emperor, haven't dealt with you is because you're still relatively peaceful. But look at the mess your Kong family has made over the years. Other late emperors could tolerate it, but I cannot. Looking at his expression, Zhu Yuzhen became even more certain of his guess, and a surge of joy filled his heart as the pent-up frustration in his chest instantly dissipated. Zhu Zixiao, your subject is present. Have someone go over to the Kong family's residence to guard it and thoroughly investigate that Kefeng County magistrate. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will, and all purchases should be handled by the embroidered uniform guard. Furthermore, I order that plaque written by that old scoundrel Yin Song to be chopped up and burned as firewood. What kind of garbage is that? He treats the calligraphy of a treacherous minister like a treasure. Quiet. Everyone in the court stared at the emperor in disbelief. This young emperor was truly decisive and dared to issue such an order. He was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. However, the emperor was still young, so few people dared to say anything too harsh. Children are easily angered, and if they angered the emperor, they could be beheaded. What else could happen? Didn't you see they directly threatened the ministers earlier? He's young and he's in the right. What can you say? Originally, Zhu Yuzhen did not want to take action against the Kong family now. If they were obedient, he would not care. Letting the embroidered uniform guard investigate was just to find a handle to use against them. He did not expect that Kong Shangxian would bring about his own death. The Confucian family represented the orthodoxy of scholars throughout the land, and most emperors would not make things difficult for them. Even if they wanted to suppress them, they would do so slowly and gradually, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. It's a pity. However, this can be considered as removing an obstacle ahead of time. Your Majesty, I request a thorough investigation. If the allegations are true, I implore your Majesty to issue an edict to bring back the legitimate lineage of the Confucian family. We second that proposal. Everyone inside and outside the court knelt down. Granted. Court adjourned. Zhu Yuzhen waved his sleeve, stood up, and stormed off. Inside the warm pavilion of the Qinqing Palace, all the 9 ministers of the cabinet and the ministers of the 6 ministries, along with other high-ranking officials, had gathered. Zhu Yuzhen looked at them, furious. Look at you all, usually so eloquent. Why didn't anyone stand up for him just now? Gao Gong and the others looked embarrassed. Your Majesty, everyone knows that the Confucius family is the most eloquent, and we are indeed not as good as them. The others also gave awkward smiles. Oomph. I've already sent the embroidered uniform guard to investigate the Kong family's affairs. Land reform is the real priority. The officials jointly submitted a memorial to the Empress Dowager, requesting an imperial edict ordering the local garrisons to cooperate. Yes. A group of ministers' eyes lit up with envy. With the army's help, things will be much simpler. This was a tremendous achievement, and everyone wanted to get involved. Looking at their expressions, Zhu Yuzhen couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. The fact that these ministers were so focused on fame rather than personal gain made him feel like he'd stepped into a fake ancient world. You really can't take all those TV dramas as reality. I am preparing to start building the Great Ming Academy. The location will be in the Western Hills, where there is no one for dozens of miles around. Zhu Iking ordered people to build some residences and workshops over there, and to do so quickly. If they needed money, they should ask Feng Bao. Promise. Alright everyone, please focus on the autumn harvest. I'll head back now. Respectfully seeing off His Majesty. In October, Li Rusong and the others who had been recruited finally assembled and waited in the Wuying Hall. Chapter 23, The Young General. As Zhu Yuzhen led Qi Jiguang through the door, they saw a group of strong and vigorous young men. The oldest, Qi Changwo, was only 25 years old, and the youngest, Lu Ting, was only 18. These famous generals would be extremely well known in later generations, but they had not yet made their mark. Everyone who saw the emperor blushed with excitement. When they learned that the emperor had decreed that they would command an army of 20,000, they were so excited that they couldn't sleep for several days. The veteran generals behind them were also deeply grateful for the emperor's grace. They knelt and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times before Beijing, and then wrote letters to the nobles and generals in the capital. If my child is so young, I would definitely be targeted if I rashly went back and seized military power. Zhu Yuzhen didn't care about these things. He was the emperor, and his only responsibility was to issue orders. How they handled things was their business. If they couldn't handle things, then they would just replace him. As those who benefit from the situation, they naturally want to win over the elderly and nobles. At this time, the nobles were no longer so domineering. Many of them were just occupying positions without doing any work. Since the Tumu crisis, the backbone of the nobility has been broken, and the Ming dynasty had no choice but to employ generals other than the nobility. Therefore, nobles still had to give face to these regional officials. Otherwise, if they were not allowed to participate in any battles, where would they get any credit? After the emperor and his subjects exchanged greetings, Zhu Yujun pulled them aside to chat, which made these hot-blooded men's blood boil. Zhu Yujun was also filled with fervor, as these people were his contemporaries. It was easier for them to connect. Few of these people in their past lives were simple, such as Li Rusong. Li Rusong was brave and skilled in battle from a young age. In his youth, he served as the deputy commander of Liaodong due to the favor of Li Chengliang. Later, he served as the commander-in-chief of Shaanxi, Suanfu, and other places. In the 20th year of the Wanli reign, he was appointed as the commander-in-chief of Shaanxi and quelled the rebellion of Bo by Ningxia. In the same year, he was again appointed as the vice-commander of the Central Military Commission and led troops from Ji, Liao, Beiding, Shandong, and other places to help Korea fight against Japan. In the 26th year of the Wanli Emperor's reign, Li Rusong died in battle against the Mongol tribes at the age of 50. Emperor Shenzong of Ming posthumously granted him the titles of Junior Guardian and Earl of Ningyuan, bestowed upon him the posthumous name Zhongli, loyal and valiant, and erected a shrine in his honor. Lu Ting, later known as the god of war of the Ming dynasty, is not the same god of war as Emperor Yingzong of Ming. During the Wanli era, he passed the imperial examination with top honors in military affairs and followed his father, Lu Xian, in the campaign against the 9 barbarians of Sichuan. Based on his military achievements, he was appointed as the commander of the Nanjing Zaijiaoking military camp and married the daughter of Zhang Ao, the minister of war. In the 10th year of the Wanli Emperor's reign, he fought against Burma and was promoted to deputy commander-in-chief of Yunnan. In the 13th year of the Wanli reign, the rebellion of Luo Xiong was quelled. In the 20th year of the Wanli reign, the army fought against Japanese pirates and aided Korea, inflicting a. In the 28th year of the Wanli reign, he participated in the Bazu campaign near Zunyi, quelled the rebellion of Yang Yinglong, and was appointed commander-in-chief of Lintao, Dingxi City, Gansu Province. In the 46th year of the Wanli Emperor's reign, he was appointed as the left vice-general of the military governor's office to fight against Nursi's army. During the Battle of Saro, he encountered incompetent comrades who died in battle. The emperor posthumously conferred upon him the title of Junior Guardian. Then there's Ma Lin. Later generations praised them as the Yang family generals of the Ming dynasty. His father, Ma Fong, and his brothers, Ma Jing, Ma Kuang, and Ma Biao, were all formidable and powerful figures. Presumably, his father arranged for them to come along as well, since in the era of cold weapons, one's own family members were the most reliable in battle. These unparalleled warriors are now gathered around me not only because of their military prowess, but also because of some political significance. Local warlords have not yet begun to take shape, but if things continue as they were, these generals will certainly form their own warlord forces. Now, it would be much better to summon their eldest son to their side and find a reason to let them settle down in Beijing. According to Zhu Yujun's plan, all military tallies in the country would be controlled by him at the division level. Military power is the same as imperial power, and it must be firmly held in the emperor's hands. Even the army commanders have no right to mobilize troops privately. Moreover, the army's generals need a complete succession, and these veterans are all getting old now. There are virtually no generals in their prime who can match their prestige and maximize the combat effectiveness of any army they take command of. The only hope lies in nurturing these young generals. Finally, Zhu Yujun gave them a few brief instructions and then solemnly said to them, "After you go back, you should temporarily stabilize the morale of the army. Your generals will also be assigned by the Ministry of War and the governor's office. I'm giving you 3 months to fully control your respective subordinates. Remove some of the older veterans and those lazy, incompetent young men who have only studied for a short time, and recruit the rest yourselves. From now on, you will all be using new firearms in combat, so your training methods and formations will need to be changed. I have given General Chi some training methods. Take them and train according to them. You will be on my behalf on the New Year's Day next year, so don't hold me back. As for battle tactics, we'll talk about that after you've mastered those trainings." "Yes, we will certainly not fail your majesty's grace." Everyone knelt down to express their gratitude, their voices resounding. "All right, everyone go back now. If anyone is disobedient, report it directly to General Chi. Those who don't want to work can be dismissed without any leniency. I will cover for you. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." The young men were even happier. Having someone backing them made things much easier. After bowing respectfully, they cheerfully walked out of the Wuying Hall. Qi Jiguang remained in the hall to report to Zhu Yujun on the reorganization of the army and the military expenses. "I will allocate 1 million taels of silver to you from the imperial treasury. You should first recruit enough soldiers, and their treatment will be the same as that of your chief family army, with an annual salary of 15 taels of silver and 30 shur of grain. I will find a way to provide you with the remaining military expenses. From now on, the affairs of the palace and its surroundings will be in your hands. The elite troops of the Eastern Depot and the embroidered uniform guard will still protect the inner palace. Select a few capable individuals to lead them. Your subject obeys the decree and will certainly do his utmost without the slightest negligence. Qi Changguo knew that the emperor trusted him. The palace had always been the most heavily guarded, and its protectors were the most loyal. Such an honor bestowed upon him filled him with both excitement and nervousness. The imperial guards are all battle-hardened soldiers, but there are many rules in the palace that you need to learn quickly. In addition, you have Zhu Zixiao help you select 5,000 men and 5,000 women from the homes of retired veterans or fallen soldiers and hand them over to the Imperial Guard for training. Remember, the most important thing in the palace is following the rules. Talk to Feng Bao more often. Promise. General Qi, please guide me in the future. Feng Bao said at the opportune moment. Qi Jiguang looked at Feng Bao and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your instructions, sir. I am deeply grateful. All right, go check on the military camp first. Your son has arrived in the capital too. You two haven't seen each other in a long time. You can have a good get-together. Once you've made your arrangements, you can start your duty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I take my leave." Young master, those young officers are so young. I'm afraid they won't be able to control those seasoned soldiers. Feng Bao said with some concern. Zhu Yuzhen got up and led him back to Qianqing Palace. On the way, he said to him, Great Minister, you have reached such a high position and you still can't figure it out? How many of the powerful regional officials behind them were simple-minded? Which one of them wasn't a decorated war hero? Believe it or not only will they not be suppressed if they go there, they will be warmly welcomed. Hearing Zhu Yuzhen's teasing tone, Feng Bao thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Young master is so clever. How come his servant didn't think of that? Zhu Yuzhen ignored him and began to think about the nobles and Prince Pan. Since the last land reform was announced, although the scholars in the countryside made a fuss for a while, they were more focused on the Confucian family. This was completely unexpected for Zhu Yuzhen, and he was both surprised and delighted. This incident also made the high-ranking officials in the court even more respectful of him, believing that it was all his doing. However, the nobles and princes had already submitted hundreds of petitions requesting tax reductions for their families. Although he had a draft in mind, he couldn't rush it, so he could only reply that they would discuss the matter in detail after New Year's Day. As Zhu Yuzhen had predicted, these young generals faced no resistance whatsoever. On the contrary, they were constantly entertained with banquets. Chapter 24 National Financial Difficulties. In the following 2 months, Zhu Yuzhen began his own design journey, and he instructed Qi Jiguang to send people to purchase graphite to make crucibles. Qi Jiguang was the army commander. He only needed to give orders. He promoted Qi Jin, the former deputy general of the Qi family army, to deputy commander and handed over all the training matters to him, while he himself spent his days studying those things with the emperor. Every day after school, Zhu Yuzhen would lead several craftsmen from the silver workshop to make copper coal stoves, roller bearings, pulley systems, and springs. A large 3-color pressure gauge, a compass, gears, chains, a plate scale, a ruler, a vernier caliper, and the simplest mechanical combination lock safe. A series of inventions that left the veteran craftsman dazzled and astonished. Everything had to be handcrafted, which took them a lot of effort. The craftsmen wore out several whetstones and files, and used dozens of kilograms of white copper for welding. As for the meter, Zhu Yuzhen wasn't sure if it was accurate, but that wasn't important, because these things are artificially created. Whatever he says is the final word. He also excitedly built a huge, simple generator, but unfortunately, it was completely useless. Because he didn't have a multimeter to measure voltage, and he didn't know how to work with transformers, simply using generated electricity without any specific data was far too dangerous. Moreover, the magnets of that era were not very effective and would demagnetize after a short time. Zhu Yuzhen had no choice but to have the craftsman rub the steel vigorously with a lodestone to make it magnetic. Although it was still not very useful, at least he could control its shape, and the magnetism lasted longer than that of natural lodestone. He sent Gao Huai, Chun Zeng, and others out to help him find ore. Since the electricity couldn't be used for production, it could only be used for electrolysis. Although it's uncertain whether bauxite can be found, finding chromite is quite easy. Chromite crystals are very beautiful, resembling quartz, and many wealthy families buy them as decorative items. There is also the burning stone, also known as calcium carbide, mentioned in the Old Book of Tang and miscellaneous morsels from Yuyang. This thing is essential for lighting and welding. Using a generator to power welding is too dangerous and unreliable now. As for chromium ore, it's a raw material for refining stainless steel. Just imagine his million-strong army. each equipped with a stainless steel mountain armor. Not to mention its super strong defense. It would look incredibly imposing. Moreover, aluminum was extremely valuable abroad at that time, so he should try to get some if possible. At the end of the month, the cabinet and the 6 ministries gathered in the warm pavilion to report on the year's achievements. After the emperor and his minister exchanged greetings, Wang Qiaguang spoke up. Your Majesty, this year's autumn harvest has already been stored. The autumn harvest yielded over 19 million taels of silver in agricultural taxes, 2 million taels in commercial taxes, 5 million share of rice, 3.2 million share of wheat, and approximately 3 million taels in silk, hemp, and other commodities, totaling about 28 million taels of silver. Including the spring tax, the total amount is 41 million taels. After deducting the surplus kept by local governments, the tax revenue sent to the capital is estimated to be about 28 million taels, or 4.3 million taels of silver. Although a large amount of silver flowed into the market during this period, silver was still very valuable. 1 tael of silver could buy 200 kilograms of rice. During the Wanli period, 1 shur weighed approximately 95 kilograms, and the price of grain was about 251. However, this year, due to frequent disasters, approximately 3 million shur of military grain reserves were diverted for disaster relief. The prince's salary was approximately 5,500,000 taels. The Ministry of Revenue has advanced 4 million taels for next year's agricultural tools and seeds, and this year's disaster relief expenditure is approximately 4,200,000 taels. The Ministry of Personnel needs approximately 5,300,000 taels for salaries. The provisions for the 9 border regions have been in arrears for nearly 3 years, and this year's needs amount to approximately 9 million taels. The palace's various expenses this year are about 3 million taels, and the remainder needs to be reserved for the cold disaster in the next few months. The shortfall is approximately 5 to 6 million taels. The remaining funds and provisions this year are barely enough to supply the inner palace next year, and that's only because His Majesty and the Empress Dowager and consorts have been benevolent and frugal. Even the operation of the court for the first 3 months of next year will be delayed. After hearing Shun Shixing's words, Zhu Yujun was utterly speechless. He initially thought the shortfall would be only a few 100,000, but it turned out to be a staggering several million. How many years would it take to make up for that? No wonder Emperor Wanli resorted to any means necessary to increase taxes. Zhu Yujun remained silent for a long time, and the 2 Empress Dowagers were also shocked. They were both dumbfounded. After a long while, Zhu Yujun spoke up and asked, "Do any of you ministers have a solution?" Zhu Yujun was at a loss. Your Majesty, according to custom, the court will first pay 3 months' worth of military pay, and the rest will be owed on an ad hoc basis, Shun Shixing said. Isn't this just making the debt grow larger and larger? Empress Dowager Chun couldn't help but ask. Gao Gong stood up and said, Your Majesty, there is nothing we can do about it. Nowadays, our great Ming dynasty is plagued by frequent disasters, and the harvests in various places are not ideal. In recent days, we have received more than 10 reports from various parts of the north about the coal disaster. Houses have been crushed, and people and livestock have been seriously injured, and everyone is asking for money. Military spending has been like this since the late emperor's time. Actually, money is not the biggest problem. The main problem is food. Compared to the capital, the 9 border regions, especially Liaodong, cannot buy grain even if they have money every year. Grain prices have skyrocketed to unbelievable levels every year, reaching 1 tael of silver per shur, a unit of dry measure, of grain, a 4-fold increase. The people of Liaodong have suffered for far too long. Your Majesty, what do you think? How about sending someone to the south to purchase grain? Empress Dowager Chun was at her wit's end and looked at Zhu Yujun. She hadn't even realized that she now regarded Zhu Yujun as her pillar of support. I can still think of a way to solve the money problem, but as for grain, I doubt the South can raise much either. If the South could have purchased enough grain, the problem wouldn't have dragged on for so many years. That's true. Heavy taxes in Jiangnan have resulted in a shortage of surplus grain to sell, Zhang Jun said. Suddenly, Zhu Yujun thought of Chen Jinlong. This maritime merchant must have a way to buy it. Thinking of this, Zhu Yujun stood up and asked Zhu Zixiao at the door, Was the person I asked you to hire doing? Zhu Zixiao stepped forward and replied, Your Majesty, everyone has arrived recently. I have settled them in their homes, and they are awaiting Your Majesty's summons. All right, go, and bring Chen Jinlong to me immediately. Those below, unaware of the emperor's meaning, could only continue discussing other matters. More than an hour later, Chen Jinlong arrived and was somewhat apprehensive to see the warm pavilion filled with big shots. After exchanging greetings, Zhu Yujun stood up and asked, Master Chun, the court is currently facing some difficulties, and food is in short supply. But the grain procured from the south is insufficient. You, who spend most of your time overseas, do you know any ways to purchase it? After listening, Chun Jinlong said with some delight, Your Majesty, after the late emperor opened the port in Fujian, I have many friends who are in the overseas grain business and have connections to purchase grain. I wonder how much Your Majesty needs. Oh, sir, the imperial court is currently facing a severe shortage of grain, requiring several million sure, a unit of dry measure, of grain. Are you sure you can buy it? Shin Shixing's face lit up with joy, and he didn't care about the man's status as a merchant. His family was wealthy, just not officially recognized as merchants. Seeing everyone looking at him expectantly, Chun Jinlong said somewhat nervously, My lord, I have several friends overseas who have been doing business in Vietnam, Siam, and Luzon in recent years. They should be able to purchase grain through their purchases from several countries. But I can only guarantee that the quantity will be no less than 4 million sure, a unit of dry measure. Great! Zhu Yujun exclaimed excitedly. Then he asked, Approximately how much silver will be needed? Your Majesty, these island nations have small populations, but rice yields are high due to their climate. The hot climate there allows for 3 harvests of rice a year, so grain prices are not high. The high price is due to transportation. Transporting such a massive amount of grain by sea and land would require at least 1,000 civilian ships. Hiring people from the common people would cost between 1 million and 1.5 million taels. 4 million sure of grain could be bought for less than 500,000 taels. Shin Jinlong replied calmly. So cheap. Gao Gong and Zhang Jun couldn't sit still any longer, and everyone else stood up to look at him as well. Chapter 25, Chun Jinlong buys grain. Yes, Your Excellency, that is indeed the case. My friends and I used to travel back and forth between Luzon, Johor, Mahadir, Annam, and Silla for business. There is no shortage of grain along the coast. On the contrary, there is a great surplus. However, due to the enormous transportation costs, we commoners have not engaged in the grain trade. Shin Jinlong didn't know what was wrong with these important figures. He thought the imperial court already knew, but it seems that things are not as he thought. A group of ministers turned their gazes to Zhu Yujun, who immediately understood and asked Chun Jinlong, Master Chun, I have received news that there's a type of grain in Luzon that yields 20 sure per mu. Are you aware of it? What? Shin Jinlong was also surprised. He hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, I haven't been to sea for the past 2 years and haven't heard of it. However, I've heard that the area is occupied by a group of Spaniards and Franco-barbarians who don't allow outsiders to easily enter the interior. This item must be an imported product. Your Majesty, this humble subject humbly requests permission to retrieve this divine elixir for my great Ming dynasty. With the north winds currently strong, the round trip to Luzon should take no more than 3 months. That's exactly what I was thinking. The autumn harvest has just ended, and they must have already stockpiled a lot of grain. I will make arrangements for you in 3 days at most. Go back and prepare now. Yes, this humble subject takes his leave. Shin Jinlong was very excited. The emperor valuing them, lowly merchants, wasn't just a stroke of good luck. It was like his ancestors had been doused with raging oil. They had to hurry back to gather their friends and prepare. After Chun Jinlong left, Zhu Yujun looked at the expectant ministers below and said, My lords, now we should discuss who should accompany us on this procurement trip. Such a large quantity of grain is very important. Your Majesty, I recommend General Yu Dakyu of Fujian and Deputy General Deng Zilong. Wang Zihu stood up and said, The 2 generals have been stationed by the sea for many years and have dealt heavy blows to the Japanese pirates on many occasions. Their experience in naval warfare is no less than that of Qi Jiguang. Moreover, Fujian has 100 large warships available, plus civilian ships, which should be enough. Indeed, these 2 are excellent candidates. However, only one of them can go out, as we need to guard against the Japanese pirates. I think we should let Deng Zilong lead the troops. Yu Dakyu is getting old. It's safer for him to stay behind. Lu Jiayong also spoke up, but we still don't have enough boats. Hiring civilian boats would be too expensive. What a pity about the blueprints and nautical charts of Zheng He's treasure ships back then. Zhu Yujun said with some regret, cursing Lu Daxia in his heart for ruining these treasures. How many ships are still available along the coast? Zhu Yujun asked. Your Majesty, General Lu Xian of Zhejiang has 80 warships converted from treasure ships, and General Chenlin of Guangdong has 120 warships. Most of the warships were converted from the treasure ships of yesteryear, and were several times larger than civilian vessels. 300 warships, plus escorting soldiers, would be sufficient for transport. The Ming Dynasty's treasure ships had a displacement of nearly 18,000 tons, a length of nearly 150 meters, and a width of 60 meters. They were comparable to many cruisers in later periods and had a very large carrying capacity. Historical records show this. Good. Issue an order for them to prepare, and all ships and personnel should be deployed within half a month to await the meeting point agreed upon by Chun Jinlong and his son. Remember, bring me plenty of cannons. If anyone dares to attack, annihilate them. This batch of grain is extremely important. Zhu Yujun was still somewhat happy. Although the country was suffering, it had not yet reached the level of decadence that his grandson had experienced. At least the Navy still retained considerable combat power. Promise. Also, have Zhu Zixiao select 100 capable men to protect the Chun family father and son. They still need to handle the matter of that immortal grain. If open methods don't work, then use underhanded ones. They must bring the grain seeds back to me. Promise. All the ministers below rose and bowed in unison. By the way, we'll talk about this year's grain and salary after this batch of grain arrives. Tell the Border General that the entire amount will be paid in one lump sum. Also, suppress the prince's salary for me, and I will explain it to them later. As for the funds for purchasing grain, bring 1 million taels of silver, as well as 1 million taels worth of porcelain, silk, and tea with you on the voyage. If possible, try to exchange them without spending any money. Chun Jinlong should be quite adept at this. Minister Shun and Minister Wang should discuss the specific quantity with them. Promise. Leading the two Empress Dowagers out of the warm pavilion, Zhu Yujun said, Mother, thank you for your help today. No need to be polite. I haven't been able to help you much on this trip. But your majesty, it wasn't easy for the late emperor to leave you a little wealth, and now the court is in dire need of funds. This money in the imperial treasury is your personal wealth. You can't let the ministers know the exact amount. Use it to fill the hole. Empress Dowager, Chen said cautiously. Yes. Zhu Yujun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He wasn't that stupid. One's own money and the country's money are not the same. All the proceeds from confiscation of property and customs taxes go to the imperial treasury, as well as the annual income from the imperial estates, while the national treasury's income is taxes. When Madame Chun handed over the imperial treasury to him, his jaw dropped. It amounted to a full 13 million taels of silver, along with countless other treasures. While he was speechless, he secretly admired his father for being able to hold on to his secret stash of money so tightly that even when the country was short of military funds, the ministers did not embezzle his money. On January 1st, 1574, the Grand Assembly took place. Zhu Yujun wore a bright yellow dragon robe. At almost 12 years old, he had grown to 1.6 meters tall, and the yellow robe made him look incredibly noble. Zhu Yujun looked at his handsome face in the bronze mirror and couldn't help but feel a little narcissistic. When Zhu Yujun arrived at the Fengtian Hall, civil and military officials and foreign envoys were already waiting outside the Meridian Gate. Qi Changguo and Li Rusong led their troops in a neat march, which truly impressed the ministers. Zhu Yujun was quite satisfied with the soldiers standing at their upright military posture. The sounds of clack, clack, clack were perfectly synchronized, and the screech of armor rubbing against each other was exhilarating. Salute! Li Rusong shouted, and all the soldiers stood at attention in unison, placing their left hands flat on their chests in a rifle salute. Don't ask why they didn't use the military salute of later generations. Wearing armor was simply inconvenient, and even cotton armor wouldn't work. Zhu Yujun walked into the main hall with a smile. The ministers outside entered the Imperial Road in order, waiting for the whip to be cracked before they could enter. The civil officials were on the east side, and the military officials were on the west side. The subsequent process of submitting memorials was extremely complicated. If an official had something to report, he had to cough once to give a report, and then walk around from the back of the procession to kneel down in front of the emperor to speak. When presenting matters, officials didn't just say whatever came to mind. Instead, they would read aloud a pre-written memorial. If the emperor needed to issue an edict after listening, the officials would have to respond with a drawn-out ah when receiving the edict. The whole process was incredibly tedious, troublesome, and extremely time-consuming. Officials couldn't even eat breakfast and had to come on an empty stomach. Otherwise, it would be awkward if the emperor were speaking while you went to the toilet. Chapter 26 begins to implement the law. This system of court assembly rituals was a form of both mental and physical torture for both officials and the emperor. These rituals were too cumbersome, merely formalities without any real meaning. The officials found it annoying, and Zhu Yujun himself also found it annoying, but since it was decided by the old Zhu, it was not easy to change it casually. Zhu Yujun had no choice but to follow this procedure today, as it was a very important day and he needed to arrange many important matters. After going through the whole process, the ministers were shivering from the cold as they filed into the main hall. The lower-ranking officials were in a much worse situation, standing in the snow, shivering from the cold. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! All of you rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. After a series of ceremonies, more than an hour had passed. Inside the main hall, a fire dragon burned, making it warm as spring. Many ministers began to sweat, and Zhu Yujun, sitting upright, also felt his back ache. After the final congratulatory address, Zhu Yujun spoke, his voice resounding throughout the Fengtian Hall. Although I ascended the throne at a young age, I have the ambition to revitalize the Ming dynasty. I hope that all my ministers will work hard and strive together to help me revive the Ming dynasty. May the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers endure forever, and may the Ming dynasty's rule be eternal. The eunuchs outside the door relayed the emperor's words from one level to the next. May the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers endure forever, and may the Ming dynasty's rule be eternal. All the officials knelt and shouted in unison. New bamboo shoots grow taller than old bamboo branches, all thanks to the support of the old trunk. If there is support again next year, 10-foot-tall dragon shoots will circle the Phoenix Pond. From this day forward, the imperial examinations and military examinations will be held throughout the country to select virtuous and wise men for our great Ming dynasty. Your Majesty is wise. Clinging firmly to the green hills, its roots firmly planted in the broken rocks. 1,000 blows and 10,000 strikes cannot break its strength. It stands firm against the winds from all directions. From this day forward, a performance evaluation system will be implemented for all officials nationwide. I hope you will all strive together to be honest and upright, and never forget your original aspirations so that you may achieve your goals. Your Majesty is wise. Sow a single grain in spring, reap 10,000 in autumn. There is no idle land under heaven, yet farmers still starve. From this day forward, the new agricultural reform law, the household contract responsibility system, will be implemented throughout the country. I hope that all officials across the country will do their utmost to serve the people and strictly enforce it. His Majesty is benevolent. My great Ming dynasty has endured countless vicissitudes to this day. I hope that under my leadership it will be revitalized and truly achieve national prosperity and strength. Your Majesty is a man of great talent and ambition. A group of ministers knelt down incessantly, praising him as if they were doing calisthenics. It was unclear how they managed to do it so uniformly, and each time the words were different. The young emperor gave them a big surprise today. He spoke eloquently, and every poem he wrote could be sung for thousands of years. Everyone in the court clenched their fists, their faces filled with excitement. No wonder this emperor seemed promising. He could be dealt with. The young emperor's ambition to rule was evident, and his actions were swift and decisive. It is foreseeable that if his words today spread throughout the land, the hearts of the people of the Ming dynasty will truly turn to him. If the new land law can be successfully implemented, then the revival of the Ming dynasty will no longer be empty talk. The veteran officials standing in the front row were so excited that tears streamed down their faces, and they no longer cared about etiquette. They were truly happy for the Ming dynasty, happy for themselves, and happy for the world. Even the representatives of the vassal kings and nobles lost their composure. They had watched helplessly as the Ming dynasty declined, but now they were overjoyed to see the new emperor, who was so young, possessing such ambition. As long as royalty exists, their legacy will endure, and their wealth and status will remain forever. Looking at the various expressions on the faces of the officials below, Zhu Yujun could tell to some extent who was truly dedicated to the country and who was plotting for personal gain. Those with gloomy faces, such as Kong Shangxian, the current Duke Yinzong of the Kong family, and those officials who were close to the Kong family, were not happy. They were now being condemned by everyone. If it weren't for today's special circumstances, they would not be able to show their faces and would still be isolated and investigated in their residences. The main problem is that the Kong family went too far. They almost wiped out the entire southern branch of the family in secret, with only a few big and small members managing to escape. Moreover, all folk books were destroyed, making it virtually impossible to find information about events from that period. Because of this incident, Su Wei of the Imperial Academy and many other Confucian scholars from the common people jointly wrote a letter hoping that he would show them the book that recorded the deeds of the Confucius family. Zhu Yujun had no idea where he got the book, so he could only make up a story that contained many royal secrets that could not be known to outsiders. Now, scholars all over the country are searching for those few people. Zhu Yujun also instructed the embroidered uniform guard and local governments to pay close attention to desolate mountains and wilderness, as well as overseas islands, especially Hainan and Taiwan. Once found, the more excuses Kong Shangxian and his lineage have made, the more miserable their deaths will be. Zhu Yujun's self-compiled pinyin, punctuation, and new imperial examination content still needed a member of the Confucian family to endorse them for successful implementation. But now it was clear that the Confucian family was not an option. In particular, the imperial examination system, which required candidates to take the 8-legged essay, limited the examination content to Confucian classics. This was understandable when the country was newly established. After all, the 8-legged essay system could facilitate the country's targeted selection of talent and maintain political stability, and the acceptance of Confucian classics by ordinary students was relatively high. The principle of exhausting all reason in a single word and repeating no phrases requires scholars to write fluent and vivid articles within a limited word count, avoiding empty talk without substance. Ultimately, the rigid formulaic examination system did more harm than good. Zhu, who came from humble beginnings, used the rigid 8-legged essay system to firmly imprison the minds of all scholars, forcing them to strive relentlessly for their own fame and fortune. Therefore, the 8-legged essay system still served the ruling class. Although it had some advantages, it still had significant drawbacks on the overall social atmosphere. Zhu Yujun wanted to change this trend, so that everyone could be like a dragon and 100 schools of thought could contend. All of this required the support of the literary leader, the Confucius family. After all, scholars across the country called themselves Confucius's students before they had official titles, and only those who passed the imperial examinations were called the emperor's disciples. The number of scholars without official rank is the largest in the world. Even if all the high-ranking officials in the court worked together, they could not achieve the best results, and it might even lead to literary and ideological conflicts. Therefore, it is urgent to bring back the Southern Confucian school and make it work for us. To Zhu Yujun's surprise, the great Confucian scholar Yin Shiden did not side with the Confucius family. He had originally thought that Yin Shiden was also a pedantic scholar, but now it seemed that he was not. Most of the people in the imperial court were gratified, excited, and invigorated. Zhu Yujun, who was only a few with his face hanging on the ground, didn't seem to care. What happened outside was unknown. Your Majesty, I request that these poems be engraved on the outer corridor of Fengtian Hall, Gao Gong said. We, your humble servants, second that opinion. Allow. The long process of official appointments and rewards saw some officials promoted and others retired. The court assembly lasted for several hours before it ended. Zhu Yujun was exhausted and resolved to change the system, as it was simply too troublesome. He usually followed his own wishes and kept things as simple as possible. For this reason, the censors submitted memorials to him more than once to advise him against it. Zhu Yujun had just finished eating at the Qianxin Palace when Feng Bao reported that the ministers were waiting in the warm pavilion. He had no choice but to force himself to go over. Chapter 27. The Imperial Court is shortage of personnel. What brings you here, my esteemed ministers? Zhu Yujun asked, somewhat puzzled, as he looked at the assembled officials. Wang Jiping stepped forward first and said, Your Majesty's establishment of the Land Administration Commission is something we all quite agree with. However, in recent years, the number of students admitted to the Imperial Academy has been relatively small, which is far from enough to support the nationwide dispatch. Currently, there is a shortage of about 3,000 people. Moreover, many key officials in the court are now quite old, and their subordinates are incompetent and unable to take over. Therefore, we old ministers are very worried about this. Yes, the late emperor did not hold the imperial examinations for several years after his death, so the current problem of official recruitment is indeed a major issue. Wang Jiping also looked worried. Do any of my esteemed ministers have a good plan? This was something Zhu Yujun had never expected. I originally thought the shortage of officials would not become apparent until the later years of the Wanli reign, but I didn't expect it to be showing signs now. Unfortunately, the people below just looked at each other blankly and didn't say anything. The urgent need for large-scale deployments cannot be solved by a single imperial examination. Zhu Yujun remained silent for a long time before speaking. I ordered the embroidered uniform guard to find several capable people from the common people. My original intention was to set up an academy under the Ming Academy of Sciences to quickly cultivate talents in various fields. It seems this approach can be temporarily used to conduct a crash course for minor officials. The land administration only requires people to be literate, good at math, and of good character. Why don't we make an exception and summon scholars and officials from all over the country for training? If all else fails, you can still recommend candidates for the civil service examination. This is not an isolated case. Even Emperor Taizhi used it. He ordered all officials in the imperial court, prefects and magistrates in various regions, garrison commanders, nobles, and imperial relatives to recommend talented individuals from their respective areas to the imperial court. Upon arrival, everyone will undergo a unified screening to weed out the bad and retain the good. Then, they will receive unified education and training, and those who pass the assessment will be sent back to their hometowns. Of course, these people are also eligible to participate in the imperial examinations this year. Zhu Yujun thought for a long time before coming up with this solution that was hardly a solution. The recommendation system was extremely popular in the Han Dynasty, and it was later changed to the imperial examination system in the Sui Dynasty. When Zhu Yuanzhang first established the country, he also used this method because he lacked talent. After Zhu Yujun finished speaking, he noticed the eyes of the group of old men in the hall lit up. How could they not have thought of that? And yet they've been telling the emperor history every day. This is a great act. Your Majesty is truly talented. We are ashamed. Your Majesty is truly wise. The various flattering remarks pleased Zhu Yujun greatly. In that case, let's discuss it and announce it at the morning court session after the holiday. Zhu Yujun said, "This recruitment is on a very large scale, so we must pay close attention to the details. Now that we've started, we shouldn't delay any longer. We should act quickly and decisively." Big companion. Yes, sir. Go and summon the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy, Hai Rui, and the 6 ministers. Promise. Feng Bao acted quickly, and everyone arrived in about half an hour. My dear ministers, today's matter requires your collective wisdom and efforts. Zhu Yujun explained his thoughts in detail. I hereby issue an edict ordering officials at all levels throughout the country to recommend local talents, not limited to their own descendants. The recommended talents are mainly selected from those in literature and martial arts, as well as those in agriculture, medicine, mathematics, and economics that I need. The 16 categories are surveying, water management, cooking, animal husbandry, minerals, porcelain, sculpture, civil engineering, iron smelting, and silk weaving. Excluding civil and military officials, each of the 13 pacification commissions in the North and South directly affiliated regions will be allocated 500 positions. A total of 7,500 people. After self-competition, outstanding individuals from any field can be selected, regardless of gender. In addition, each provincial governor's office was limited to 200 ambitious scholars, successful candidates in the imperial examinations, and talented individuals to enter the capital for testing. 1,000 people, selected from among ordinary citizens, outlaws, and military families with outstanding martial skills, will be chosen to enter the capital for a martial arts competition. This edict is open to all citizens of the Great Ming Dynasty, regardless of social status, scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants, commoners, or military households, but all must have a clean background. After Zhu Yujun finished speaking, he drank his tea and observed the reactions of the people below. Your Majesty, I wonder if what your Majesty is referring to includes the vassal kings. Lu Shuzheng, the Vice Minister of Rights, bowed and asked, Of course, aren't they also citizens of our Great Ming Dynasty? Zhu Yujun glossed over this point, saying that the Ming Dynasty's princes, except for the first few generations, were no longer capable. Aside from spending all day at home raising pigs and exploiting his fiefdom, he had nothing else to do. Moreover, the princes have very limited knowledge because they cannot leave their fiefdoms and have no idea how wonderful the outside world is. Everything they know is what others want them to know. In Zhu Yujun's eyes, they were far more pitiful than the nobles. The nobles could at least travel around and live a carefree life. But the vassal king could only stay in his fiefdom for his entire life and could never leave that city. Think of how many princes of Pan were slaughtered like pigs in later generations. Others might have survived if they surrendered, but they could not. Moreover, if no other measures are taken to remedy the situation after Zhu Yujun's new policies are implemented, those princes will likely cause trouble. Therefore, Zhu Yujun selectively forgot the rule that princes were not allowed to serve as officials and wanted to help them. After all, the Zhu family line was not bad, and with proper training, they could certainly become successful. Your Majesty, the ancestral system established by Emperor Taizhu clearly defines the fiefdoms. They are granted titles, but not lands, given ranks, but not given authority over the people, and receive stipends, but not govern. This practice is contrary to propriety and law. I beseech your Majesty to consider this clearly. Your subject, Zhang Saiwei, seconded this proposal. Your subject, Wang Zihu, seconded this proposal. Your subject, Yang Bo, seconded this proposal. Minister, seeing that almost everyone was opposing it, Zhu Yujun was also very troubled. Just then, Chun Ju's voice rang out from outside. The Empress Dowager has arrived. All officials, kneel to welcome her. Your Majesty, we, your humble servants, pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. The ministers all knelt down. All of you rise. Just then, Chun and Li, dressed in fine clothes, walked gracefully into the warm pavilion. Zhu Yujun was overjoyed and hurriedly stood up to greet them. His nuclear missiles are here. The two Empress Dowagers sat on either side of the emperor, and then looked at the ministers below and said, "My dear ministers, I have been listening outside the palace for a long time. Since the emperor dared to propose such a method, why not listen to his explanation? I am also very curious as to why your majesty would make such a statement." After saying this, she looked at Zhu Yujun. Zhu Yujun knew that the Empress Dowager was helping him. After thinking for a moment, he asked his ministers, "My dear ministers, you are all in high positions and have great power. You must have some wealth in your families. How about I issue an edict allowing all your relatives to reside in your residences for a few years? This, your majesty, I am not capable of supporting them." Hai Rui said anxiously, stepping forward first. "Your majesty, you mustn't." Every single one of them refused. Zhu Yujun continued, "Since none of you gentlemen want to, why must I do it? Not only do these relatives of mine not work, but they also take exorbitant amounts of money from me every year to support themselves. Why can't I make them work to support themselves? But His Majesty's relatives are not comparable to us. They are kings of high rank and great power. Once we get involved in military and political affairs, I'm afraid it might cause some turmoil." Minister of War Tan, Luen, defended himself. "Alas, Minister Tan, I know what you were worried about. But times have changed. What can my relatives do nowadays besides wander around their own little plots of land? Don't you all think it's a waste to support so much tax revenue every year? Moreover, my new policies have caused them great losses, and I made this statement after much consideration. To put it bluntly, when a nation is truly in peril, others may be able to surrender, including you. But what about them? They can only wait to die. Moreover, the number of princes and their descendants is increasing, now exceeding 150,000, almost comparable to the number of officials in the country. Every year, 30% of the tax revenue is taken by them for their extravagant spending. The pressure on the court will inevitably increase in the future. If we don't liberate them from their fiefdoms so they can support themselves, the national treasury will eventually be unable to provide for them." Zhu Yujun was somewhat worried about this. Chapter 28: The Arrangements of the Prince and the Theory of a Powerful Nation. The court officials fell into deep thought, and the two Empress Dowagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they held great power, they were not in a position to govern and had never thought about these things. If the emperor hadn't revealed it today, they wouldn't have known that supporting a prince would cost so much, and the prince's situation wasn't as good as they had imagined. After a long while, Gao Gong spoke first. "Your Majesty's love for his family is admirable, but your Majesty also said that the number of princes and their offspring is now huge. If they all become officials, the court will be in turmoil. Moreover, if any of Pan's sons wield too much power, trouble is likely to arise." Minister Gao's words are reasonable. I've failed to consider this matter thoroughly. Do you have a solution, Minister Gao? Zhu Yujun was also shocked when he thought about it. He realized that if dozens of a prince's descendants became officials, the court would really be in chaos. "I believe that this should be a restriction, and every vassal king and his eldest son must strictly abide by the ancestral rules. The remaining sons may participate in the imperial examinations or military examinations. However, they must leave their fiefdoms and their official rank must not exceed the 3rd grade. Lord Gao's words make sense. Zhang Zhehan also said, "This way, the title of prince can be preserved while preventing him from taking advantage of the situation to become too powerful." I also have some ideas. Wang Caihao, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, said, "I believe that if the princes of the vassal states wish to participate in the government, each family of civil and military officials of the 4th rank or above shall not have more than 2 princes. If someone reaches the 3rd rank, the title of Prince Pan will be retained, but his treatment will be reduced to that of a Duke of the Commandery. If he reaches the 2nd rank, his treatment will be reduced to that of a Duke of the State, and if he reaches the 1st rank, his treatment will be reduced to that of a Duke or Marquis. If a descendant resigns from his official post, he will be reinstated. Military officers can only serve as generals, not command troops." "Good, that's better." The ministers below the hall whispered among themselves, agreeing with the plan. Since the emperor had made up his mind, they would find a way to implement it. The current vassal king is indeed too powerful to control, and the court is so poor that some changes are necessary. Those present were all important ministers whom the late emperor had valued, and their approval of the young emperor was constantly increasing. Everyone knew that Zhang Zhehan had recently disbanded his clique in private, and it seemed that he had been subdued by the young emperor. Didn't you see that Su Jie, Lu Qiaoyang, and Wang Zihu have all entered the cabinet, even though they were chosen by their rivals? They have no ambition, so naturally they want to do good things for the new emperor and secure a good future for their descendants. In that case, I would like to add some points. Princes who become officials must leave their fiefdoms and no longer receive hereditary stipends. Other princes and their descendants who are unable to serve in the court may be allowed to become commoners or join the imperial guard if they give up their hereditary positions. In addition, the succession of titles for princes and their descendants, except for the eldest son, must follow a system of decreasing titles. Otherwise, these princes and generals would bankrupt the country. This system will be implemented starting with this generation. Furthermore, if they are willing to surrender their fiefdoms, I intend to have them all move back to the capital. After all, we don't know how they've wreaked havoc on their fiefdoms, but it's much more convenient in the capital. Now that so many generations have passed, to be honest, if there were anyone who wanted to rebel, I wouldn't feel guilty about killing them. I will discuss this matter with them privately, and I will have the Duke of England go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to apologize on my behalf. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers were startled. This young emperor really dared to say anything, but they couldn't think of a better solution. Of the approximately 400 million mu of land in the country, the princes and nobles occupied at least a quarter of it, which was truly astonishing. It's hard to imagine what will happen if we don't free these bloodsuckers. Your Majesty, I have another question, asked Yang Bo, Minister of Personnel. What is Your Majesty's meaning in mentioning recruiting those scholars, craftsmen, and cooks? I also have a question. Why does Your Majesty allow women to participate in the selection? Everyone was looking at the emperor. My engineering academy needs these people. The country needs these people. Zhu Yuzhen knew what these people were thinking. The traditional values of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants were deeply ingrained. This isn't a national ancestral rule, but rather a Han Chinese ancestral rule, which has been in effect since the Han Dynasty. Now, with this stunt, he'll likely have a hard time explaining himself to the court. Gentlemen, why don't you tell me what you consider to be a powerful nation? Zhu Yuzhen asked with a smile, changing the subject. Your Majesty, a strong nation should have a treasury full of money and grain, a people with surplus grain, soldiers with fighting power, and all directions submitting to its rule and all paying homage to it, said Gashuli, the left censor-in-chief. I second that proposal. Zhu Yuzhen shook his head. Then let me tell you my understanding of what a strong country is. Everyone present perked up. This was like the emperor handing in his homework. They had to listen carefully to his corrections. I believe that a strong country can only be called a strong country when its population, territory, resources, politics, military, economy, people's livelihood, and education all reach a certain level. Zhu Yuzhen spoke slowly and deliberately, lost in thought, when suddenly he noticed the people below taking out paper and pens to write it down. Zhu Yuzhen stared at them, mouth agape. Was this a class? A senior citizens' university? When the emperor fell silent, the ministers below looked up at him. Gao Gong said, somewhat awkwardly, Your Majesty's literary talent is extraordinary. This morning's preface was enough to make you famous for all time, and now this policy discussion is far more insightful than ours. Compared to Your Majesty, our vision is too small. This is the first time we've heard Your Majesty speak like this, and we find it extremely reasonable. We should record it carefully and study it at home. The others nodded in unison. A sense of pride rose in Zhu Yuzhen's heart, and he slightly raised his chin. He chuckled and continued. Population goes without saying. Encouraging more births and raising more children is something we must do in the future. A country has a future if it has people. If the Ming Dynasty wants to become a powerful nation, its current population of 120 million needs to increase several times over. The road ahead is long and arduous. The others stared wide-eyed at the emperor. He had started off so well, but now he was spouting nonsense. How was he going to feed so many people? Zhu Yuzhen ignored them and continued talking. Our territory, though seemingly boundless, is actually very limited in arable land. Most of it is inferior land. How can such a small amount of land support such a large population? The world is so vast, yet we are all like frogs in a well. You have all seen world maps, don't you understand? Resources are mainly minerals. Salt, wood, iron, copper, silver, and gold are all things that our great Ming Dynasty lacks. Don't be fooled by the mountains of iron ingots piled up in the national treasury now. What will our descendants use if we mine too much? A country's resources should have sufficient reserves, be extracted in a planned manner, and be used in a controlled manner. Politics is a matter of decision-making between you powerful ministers and me. A sound political environment is the cornerstone of national prosperity. In a powerful nation, the political environment of its decision-making bodies is bound to be extremely transparent, with reasonable upward mobility channels and a sound competitive mechanism. When officials at the top are capable, those below have hope, and the atmosphere in officialdom will naturally improve, making corruption nowhere to hide and gradually disappearing. Military equipment needs to be explained separately. Military refers to soldiers and generals, while equipment refers to military supplies. The quality and ability of soldiers directly reflect the image and combat power of a country, while excellent equipment is essential for defeating the enemy. This is not only a weapon for soldiers, but also a weapon for the nation. The soldiers of a powerful nation must be absolutely loyal to the country, absolutely loyal to the leader, absolutely obedient to orders, ready to be summoned, capable of fighting, and guaranteed to win, never admitting defeat. Their military might is invincible wherever it goes. Economy is commercial activity. The social hierarchy is scholar, farmer, artisan, merchant. Merchants have historically had little status. But think about it, gentlemen, in all dynasties, who lived a better life compared to the merchants? Although merchants are said to be profit-driven, the world is bustling with activity all for profit. And who in the world doesn't love profit? As important officials of the court, you should not share the same mentality as ordinary people in the marketplace. You should see both the bad aspects of merchants and the conveniences that commerce brings. Merchants traveling between the north and south facilitated the flow of goods and the exchange of goods, bringing necessities to the people of the whole country, something the imperial court could not do. A strong nation needs a robust and well-developed commercial mechanism. You all have seen the benefits of opening coastal ports, haven't you? Currently, the Ming Dynasty can collect 2 million taels of silver in customs duties annually from just one open port. Our Ming Dynasty's tea, silk, and porcelain are worth more than gold abroad. Think about the Southern Song Dynasty. Why was such a small place so wealthy, with annual tax revenue of hundreds of millions of taels of silver? It was all thanks to the opening of the seas. Of course, I'm not in a hurry to open up the seas now. The entire Western world is sharpening its knives on the high seas, and our great Ming Dynasty will also join in, but not now. People's livelihood is the most complex, encompassing clothing, food, housing, transportation, marriage, employment, entertainment, and medicine. This involves textiles, food, construction, transportation, population, workshops, and medicine. Most of the people I have summoned this time are for this purpose. Improving people's livelihood is the only way to gain their support. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. As long as the people's hearts are with the country will not fall. The final form of education consists of schools, books, and teachers. Our dynasty has always promoted the imperial examination system. The fact that we are still facing a talent shortage shows that books are too expensive, schools are too few, and good teachers are hard to find. Education must start from childhood. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to cultivate a person. Young people are the hope of the nation. However, every coin has two sides, and not everyone is suited to studying the Confucian 4 books and 5 classics. For a nation to develop, all industries and sectors must flourish. The older generation must guide the younger, ensuring the continuous transmission of education from generation to generation, and constantly supporting capable young people is essential for sustainable development. I don't discriminate between men and women because there are some jobs that are better suited for women, such as textiles and medical care. Chapter 29, Preparing to Recruit Talent. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. Zhu Yujun became more and more excited as he spoke, loudly reciting Liang Kikos on the youth of China. The assembled dignitaries in the audience, their faces flushed, frantically scribbled down their words. Such bold pronouncements had to be recorded and proclaimed to the world. With such knowledge and ambition, the emperor will surely lead the Ming Dynasty to rise again. They were so happy that their beards and eyebrows stood up. In short, my words are that the people's livelihood requires that children be cared for, students be educated, workers be paid, the sick be supported, the elderly be provided for, everyone have a place to live, the vulnerable be assisted, the wicked be punished, and there be a surplus of grain. Only when all of the above are achieved can a nation be called a powerful nation. At present, my great Ming Dynasty is at best a large country, and it is still far from being a powerful nation. Therefore, I need you all to do your best to help me. When the people are rich, the country will be rich, and you officials will also be rich. In addition, I plan to establish a Royal Ming Dynasty Trading Company, with myself as the owner. I hope that people everywhere in my great Ming Dynasty can purchase goods at affordable prices, so that we can implement economic policies without worrying about unscrupulous merchants harming the people. As for your concerns that this move will compete with the people for profit, I am more inclined to believe that this move will benefit the people and allow them to accumulate wealth. The people I recruited from all walks of life are all outstanding individuals in their respective fields. Using their examples to compile books and educate future generations can make social order more orderly and provide standardized codes of conduct for all walks of life. Let them write books and establish scholarship so that they can leave some wealth for future generations. Let professionals do professional things. Of course, the prerequisite for those who wanted to become officials was that they be literate, knowledgeable of etiquette and law-abiding. Zhu Yujun talked for most of the day, until his throat was dry and he kept drinking tea, but he was extremely happy, because he has begun to win over the hearts of his veteran officials, and it also shows his determination to need capable people. Then Zhu Yujun had a sudden inspiration. He spread out a sheet of Xian paper, picked up his brush, and wrote down Gong Zijhen's famous poem, "The vitality of the land depends on the wind and thunder. The silence of 10,000 horses is truly lamentable. I urge heaven to rouse itself anew and send down talents without restraint." After writing it, Feng Bao was asked to read it aloud. Feng Bao was excited and full of vigor, and with his rhythmic cadence, he read the short poem with great power and dynamism. "Your Majesty, I request that Your Majesty's words today be circulated throughout the land, to reassure the people." Su Jie stood up tremblingly, his face flushed with excitement. He had only met this young emperor when he was a child. The emperor was in poor health and did not come to report for duty when the emperor issued the edict to him. Now, his first meeting with the emperor had given him such a huge surprise. Despite his young age, he possesses extraordinary insight and outstanding abilities. I had heard rumors at home that the new emperor was intelligent, but now I see that he is not merely intelligent. He is clearly a great ruler. Fortunately, he listened to Zhang Zhehan and joined the cause. Otherwise, he probably would never have had the chance to serve such a wise ruler in his lifetime. We second that proposal. All the ministers stood up and bowed, their gesture far more sincere than before. Granted. However, the edict must be issued in vernacular Chinese, and you may use your own judgment regarding the wording. Zhu Yujun watched as the group of old men below, their blood rushing to their heads and their faces turning red, worried that they might develop high blood pressure. He then ordered Feng Bao to fetch the imperial physician. "Your Majesty is wise. Next, I will need to trouble you all to draft a specific set of rules. These are things I'm not good at. The pros and cons can be directly reported to the emperor for discussion." Zhu Yujun waved his hand, telling them to sit down, and then acted as a hands-off manager. "Your Majesty's words today are truly astonishing. If these words were spread, followers would surely flock to you, and talented people would gather. Your mother is very happy. Your mother can agree to your request. As long as you don't do anything outrageous in the future, your mother will not interfere with your decisions." Empress Dowager Chun was also extremely shocked and said these words with joy. This means that she approved of Zhu Yujun's personal rule, and as long as he didn't act recklessly, she would no longer participate in government affairs. Zhu Yujun was stunned upon hearing this. He then heard Lady Li urge, "Yu Zai, hurry and thank the Empress Dowager." Zhu Yujun realized what was happening and grinned, so wide you could see his back teeth. He bowed respectfully to Madame Chun and said, "Thank you, Mother. I will certainly not let you down." The conversation between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager was overheard by the ministers below, and after a slight surprise, not one of them objected. Before long, Chunju arrived in a hurry with a group of old imperial physicians. The ministers were all bewildered, thinking that the Emperor had fallen ill. As a result, Zhu Yujun said, "My dear ministers are all getting on in years. You're all very emotional right now, and it is easy for you to get sick. I will have the imperial physician take a look. I ask for your cooperation. I don't want to lose any of you." Hearing that the emperor valued and cared for them so much, the ministers below felt warm inside. This proves that the emperor considered them his own people. They all smiled and reached out to the imperial physician for examination, and they themselves began to calm down. Soon everyone had finished their examinations, and the imperial physician spoke up. "Your Majesty, I believe that the esteemed officials are currently experiencing a surge of blood and qi, and their rapid heartbeats could easily lead to fainting. Your Majesty, I suggest you all go out for a walk to calm yourselves. I will also write down a few calming remedies, which you can take home and prepare after your shifts. All right, go and write down the prescriptions. Feng Bao, have the Imperial Pharmacy prepare 1 dose of medicine for each official. Use good medicine. Promise. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Zhu Yujun waved his hand and said, "The weather is nice today. Gentlemen, please come with me to the Imperial Garden for a stroll." Promise. Zhu Yujun stood up and invited the Empress Dowager to go with him, but they refused. Now that they were relieved, they held hands and went back with smiles on their faces, presumably to visit Zhu Yuliu and Zhu Yao. Zhu Yujun didn't like coming to the Imperial Garden. Although it was full of rare and exotic plants, it held no appeal for an engineering student. Besides, in the dead of winter, it's good enough if you can see some green at most. The emperor and his ministers had a very pleasant conversation. After walking for about half an hour, the group felt much better and hurriedly returned to the warm pavilion to list out the items one by one and discuss the pros and cons together. Several controversies erupted during this period, since their willingness to assist the emperor did not necessarily mean they were of one mind. Zhu Yujun was getting sleepy listening to the explanation. He could manage to give a general direction, but getting him to explain the specifics was really difficult for him. He couldn't possibly understand the regional differences, the transfer of officials, the safety of personnel, the defense of the capital, the examination venues, and all the other arrangements involved. Fortunately, he had this group of veteran officials. After dinner, we worked for another hour or so, and the basic framework was agreed upon, with the rest to be added gradually. Everyone left happily, but Tan Luan from the Ministry of War was still somewhat disappointed. The emperor implemented several reforms in a short period of time, but there was no news of any changes to the border troops and garrisons, which made him somewhat disappointed and worried. At this time, the Ming dynasty's border troops and garrisons were already corrupt, and the problems of exploiting soldiers and neglecting training were gradually becoming more serious. If they did not take advantage of the prevailing reform trend in these few years, it would be extremely difficult to do so later. However, he didn't say much. If the emperor still didn't pay attention in the future, he would definitely submit a memorial. For now, he should do his job well and try to recruit more talent for the emperor. He was unaware that the emperor had already made plans. There was a 3-day holiday after New Year's Day, one of the few holidays in the Ming dynasty, and all officials went home early. Zhu Yujun instructed Chenju to write letters to all the princes and issued an edict ordering them to come to the capital for a meeting after the spring. After a short 3-day break, the entire Ming dynasty bureaucracy began to function again. Because of the many things to do, Zhu Yujun had to review memorials every day, and the daily lectures were canceled. Qi Jiguang had brought back enough graphite, and Zhu Yujun threw all the books at him, telling him to arrange for the people to do the work. As for Chen Jinlong, he has already gone to sea and may have reached Luzon by now. Everyone in the court was so busy that Zhu Yujun specially ordered the imperial kitchen to bring several large basins to a side hall for a buffet, so that officials could save time going home for lunch. In the past 2 months, it has become common to see high-ranking officials standing by tables with their rice bowls, eating and governing at the same time, occasionally spewing profanities. Quite a sight indeed. Chapter 30 Workshop Arrangements. While everyone else was busy, Zhu Yujun found himself with some free time. He asked Qi Jiguang to take him to see the academy at the foot of West Mountain. He needs to start producing his good stuff. Otherwise, he won't be able to impress those powerful and influential figures. Zhu Yujun didn't disturb too many people. He simply had Qi Jiguang take him to the dozen or so newly built workshops and rows of low courtyards. Looking at the rows of workshops, each 100 meters long and 3 meters wide, more than 300 meters apart, Zhu Yujun was speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? Your Majesty, this is to prevent the complete process from being leaked. Those who know the specifics of the technology are arranged to operate in that room over there, while the workers are just here to do the work, Qi Jiguang explained. Zhu Yujun thought about it and agreed, then told him to bring over the craftsman he had obtained from the Ministry of Works. This humble commoner, Lu San, pays his respects to your Majesty. A sallow-faced and emaciated man was brought over. Zhu Yujun sighed inwardly. This system of artisan households was truly harmful. So many Chinese skills have been lost because of them. The main reason is that they don't want their children to become artisans, and they try every means to have their children adopted out. They'd rather let the craft rot in their hands. Zhu Yujun couldn't change these things all at once, mainly because he didn't have the money to pay salaries. Moreover, many of these artisans were engaged in military production, so it was impossible to release them. The only option was to provide them with better living conditions. Get up, Lu San. I've heard that your family has a family tradition of making white sugar. Your Majesty, my family does indeed know how to make white sugar, and my wife, son, and daughter also know how. Today I will teach you a technique for mass-producing white sugar. Would you like to learn it? Lu San was a little dumbfounded. How could the emperor know how to make sugar? This was the first time he had ever heard of it. It was quite novel. Your Majesty, this humble subject is willing to give it a try. Okay, but you have to remember this. Only your family can know about this method. If outsiders ask, just say it's a family recipe. Yes, Your Majesty. All right, Go back and pack your things and bring your family over too. We've built houses for you to live in. From now on, the workshop will provide all your food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You only need to focus on making good sugar. Great companion. Exist. Take him back and bring He Chao Zong to me. Yes, sir. Feng Bao instructed the eunuch to hurry and make the arrangements. Zhu Yujun led Qi Jiguang to explain to him which parts of the workshop needed improvement, since his method was both simple and difficult. The process involves using sulfur dioxide, generated from the dry distillation of sulfur, to decolorize brown sugar. Similar to the later sulfurous acid process, sulfur dioxide was passed into a mixture of brown sugar and lime. After the liquid becomes clear, pour it out and evaporate it to obtain sugar crystals. Since there is no method for measuring acid-base balance in later generations, a small amount of sulfur dioxide will inevitably remain on the sugar, but the amount is small and harmless. Not long after, a young eunuch hurriedly brought He Chao Zong over. He Chao Zong was a famous porcelain maker and sculptor of his time, most notably for his Buddha sculptures. He was known for his obsessive pursuit of art and would never fire a work he was not satisfied with. Zhu Yujun looked at the thin old man in front of him, who was about 50 years old. He was dressed in hemp clothing, and his skin was dark from years of exposure to the fire, but his hands were very white and smooth, which made Zhu Yujun marvel. He Chao Zong, a humble Fujin ceramic craftsman, pays his respects to your majesty. Rise, Lady He, I have long admired your great name. To have the emperor hear of my name fills this humble subject with immense trepidation. All right, I called you here today to ask you to help me make some special porcelain jars. He then took out paper and pen and began to draw on the spot. A large barrel-shaped vat, divided into 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower, is 6 meters high and 5 meters in diameter. At the bottom is a furnace, and in the middle layer, which is slightly shorter, a giant pipe, about 1 meter thick, extends from the upper side and curves into the bottom from the 3rd layer. There is a water outlet on the lower side of the 3rd layer, which Zhu Yujun marked as being plugged with cork. After finishing the painting, he handed it to He Chao Zong. Master He, I would like to trouble you to lead your disciples to fire this thing. It would be best if you could fire 1,000 of them. I know that you have always pursued art and disdained making such crude things. However, as you know, I have gathered all of you common folk here because I have a grand plan that I need you to carry out. This plan requires money, a lot of money. These crude things are used to make money. I guarantee that within a year at most, I will establish a ceramics academy for you, so that you can write books and biographies. Furthermore, I will provide you with sufficient funds to study Ru, ware, Junware, Dingware, Goware, Yuan blue and white porcelain, and Shinjua Dukai porcelain. I hope that the techniques for creating these rare treasures will one day be replicated in the hands of the He family. At that time, the He family will surely be remembered for generations to come. Zhu Yujun's grand promise not only made He Chao Zong's beard tremble with excitement, but also made Qi Jiguang glance at him frequently, and Feng Bao's eyes light up. This humble subject will certainly not fail your majesty's grace. As long as your majesty needs porcelain, this humble subject will not hesitate to do so. He Chao Zong prostrated himself to express his gratitude. Very well, I'll have the artisans from the imperial kilns come and help you with the production. Hurry up. As for why Zhu Yujun used porcelain instead of iron or bronze, that's easy to understand. This mixture is both acidic and alkaline. If it reacts improperly, it might produce all sorts of messy substances that can't be excreted. Sugar, made this way, would definitely kill someone. However, it is difficult to form such a complex structure using glass. All right, hurry up and build the kiln and start making them. I'll be waiting for your good news. Carry out as many as you make here for me. Yes, this humble subject takes his leave. He Chao Zong left excitedly. It was hard to imagine that a 49-year-old could run so fast. It truly broadened Zhu Yujun's horizons. Afterwards, Zhu Yujun inspected the glass factory that had been moved from outside the city and arranged for them to fire a number of thick evaporation pots. While iron pots are good, they heat up too slowly, making glass pots a better choice. The art of glassmaking was brought back by Zheng He during his voyages to the west. However, due to impure materials, the finished products were mostly colorful, cheap handicrafts, and the success rate was shockingly low. Zhu Yujun taught them how to blow hollow glass using copper pipes, and how to fire transparent glass and press flat glass using white quartz. Finally, the most important method for manufacturing the glass mirror was handed over to the foreman. The foreman, Zhang Wu, was relatively young, only about 27 or 28 years old. He inherited his skills from his father and was well liked by the other craftsmen. The simplest way to make a mirror is through the silver mirror reaction, but unfortunately, silver nitrate is no longer available, so we can only use the most primitive manual silver plating and tin plating methods. Although it costs a lot, it can be sold for dozens of times the price, so it's still a good deal. As for cutting the glass, Zhu Yujun bestowed several pieces of jade upon them, instructing them to polish them for use as cutting tools. Jade is harder than glass and can cut glass. Later came traditional perfume distillation workshops and soap workshops. Nowadays, foreign soaps are made from animal offal, which not only have poor cleaning effects, but are also extremely expensive, making them affordable only to wealthy families. As for perfume, that's really not difficult, just boil and distill. However, in the dead of winter, when everything is withered, only mint is not only everywhere, but it also smells quite nice. Therefore, Zhu Yujun ordered Qi Jiguang to send people to purchase large quantities of the technology. As for the techniques, they were all written in books, so Zhu Yujun no longer bothered to teach them. Saponification is also very simple. Just add lard and lime water, then add perfume, and you'll have soap. The papermaking workshop was handed over to a few craftsmen from the treasury, the distilled liquor to the wine, vinegar and noodle bureau, and the toothbrush to the silver bureau. As for shampoo and the like, Zhu Yujun stopped manufacturing them, and even if they had soap, probably no one would buy it. Chapter 31, A Gathering of Experts 1. An hour later, as Zhu Yujun and his entourage were discussing the manpower and supplies needed in a room, Feng Bao came in to report that the cabinet ministers and Hai Rui had arrived. Zhu Yujun's good mood vanished instantly. He knew that something bad must have happened when those people arrived. After the emperor and his ministers exchanged greetings, Zhu Yujun asked curiously, "My dear ministers, has something happened again?" "Your Majesty, the heavy snow has been falling for 3 months straight. It shows no signs of stopping, and the number of displaced people around the capital is increasing. 2 months ago, those people still had enough food to survive, but this year the weather has been too abnormal, and many families have run out of food. Another major problem is firewood. Many households only have enough firewood for 2 or 3 months, and now it's almost all gone. The price of firewood in the capital has now risen to 70 won per shur, a unit of dry measure, and ordinary charcoal has risen to 800 won per shur. I am worried that the refugees and the people in the city might be instigated by those with ulterior motives to cause trouble, so I have no choice but to come and disturb your Majesty." Lu Jiayong said with a helpless expression, "Do any of you ministers have a solution?" "Your Majesty, the mountains are now blocked by heavy snow, and there is indeed no good solution. Relying solely on timber transported from the south is not enough to sustain the capital city of millions of people. We truly have no better solution." The old men in the cabinet shook their heads vigorously. You can't do anything about it, but I do have one." Soon the group arrived at the steel workshop at the foot of West Mountain. As soon as they arrived, they felt waves of heat coming from the houses at the foot of the mountain. A group of people had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as he stepped off the carriage, Zhang Zhen exclaimed in surprise, "How can it be so warm here?" "Yes, there's no snow on the ground at all." Hai Rui even stepped on the ground and found that the soil was dry, unlike the outside world. "Gentlemen, coal has been developed here according to His Majesty's brilliant idea. It is extremely efficient for heating and smelting, but the cost is so low that it can be ignored," Qi Jiguang explained with a smile. "Coal? Doesn't that produce toxic fumes when burned?" Wang Ziyu asked, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, Your Majesty, this substance is extremely poisonous. Inhaling its fumes is certain death. It's not that no one has noticed this over the years, but even refugees would rather freeze to death than use it for warmth. This," Shen Shixing also advised. Zhu Yujun waved his hand. "Grand Secretary Shen, Grand Secretary Wang, what you're worried about is unprocessed coal. I have a wonderful method to purify the toxins in it. Now that coal is readily available, with this substance, no one in our great Ming dynasty will ever freeze to death again." "Is Your Majesty's statement true?" Gao Gong asked anxiously, as all the ministers looked at him expectantly. "Of course it's true, gentlemen. Please go in and take a look." Zhu Yujun stepped inside. "Your Majesty is truly a divine being. Li Gang and several other members of the Li family built a blast furnace based on Your Majesty's image. Using clean coal and crucibles, they produced molten iron with astonishing efficiency, which could be refined into high-quality iron with minimal processing. The hydrocyclones and cleaning channels that His Majesty instructed to install have also been cast, with a total of 10 sets built. But we lack coal miners and steel workers, so we can't manufacture them in large quantities." Qi Jiguang's eyes shone with joy. He was truly happy. Before Zhu Yujun could say anything, the group entered a workshop. Inside, more than 30 workers were wearing only short vests. They all had dark complexions and bulging muscles, and they looked like capable people. This humble citizen, Li Gang, along with his family members, pays homage to your majesty. Zhu Yujun knew the name, but had never met the person. This family was famous throughout the Ming dynasty for their steel-making skills, which were excellent. No need for formalities. Li Gang, you've done a good job. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. However, your majesty deserves the most credit for this matter. If your majesty had not instructed General Qi to bestow such an amazing method, how could we have completed your majesty's task so quickly? My Li family has been smelting iron for generations, yet our skill is still inferior to even a fraction of your majesty's. When Li Gang first received Qi Jiguang's method for using blast furnaces, coal, and graphite crucibles, he was immediately amazed and recruited all the able-bodied men in the Li family, even though their monthly salary was only SOSO. But this is the career that his Li family has pursued for generations, and he is extremely obsessed with it. Now, not only can he serve the emperor, but the emperor also teaches him such wonderful methods. How could he not do his best? Well, Li Gang, what you're doing now is just the basics. In the future, you'll not only need to lead the trainees in steelmaking, but also in melting and testing various metals from around the world together. Forge me high-strength, lightweight steel to create divine weapons. I've already sent people out to find mineral samples. Yes, your majesty, this humble subject will certainly live up to your majesty's expectations. Tisk tisk tisk. While Zhu Yujun and Li Gang were talking, the others had already toured the workshop, looking left and right. Then, with his rear end sticking out, he looked at the pile of black coal on the ground. Not caring about the dirt, picked up a few pieces and threw them into the stove, staring intently at them. The coal mine didn't emit much smoke, but it quickly turned bright red, and the temperature was much higher than that of carbon. Zhu Yujun saw that their faces were flushed, whether from excitement or the intense heat. He was speechless, yet also worried that they might have suffered a stroke. Jiguang, I wonder how much it cost to make this. Rui was stingy his whole life. Now, in this frigid weather, although he has brought his 2 ex-wives back, he still can't bear to buy the exorbitantly priced charcoal in the capital. The whole family can only rely on their uprightness to tough it out. This material is very easy to mine. It can be used after being screened by hydrocyclone and cleaned with medicinal solution. Ordinary coal costs about 3 copper coins per pound, while refined coal, used only for steelmaking, costs about 10 copper coins per pound, much cheaper than charcoal. Qi Jiguang replied with a smile. So cheap. Not only was Rui stunned, but everyone else looked incredulous as well. Your Majesty, I wonder if this item is for sale? If it is, then the people of the entire north will no longer fear winter. Suji asked. At this moment, he was so excited that his eyes welled up with tears. For some people, the country and its people meant promotion, wealth, and enjoyment, but for these veteran officials, it was a heavy burden. With such a massive number of refugees suffering from hunger and cold, they saw dozens or even hundreds of frozen corpses every day. Of course they are going to be sold. In the past few days, Rui has gathered all the able-bodied men among the refugees to mine coal and forge iron. Let's exchange our labor for food, so they won't have nothing better to do than cause trouble after eating their fill every day. Let's go back and discuss this matter. However, since the mine is about 40 miles away, a large workforce is needed. Minister Qi, let's find a room and take this opportunity to get to know those talented people. Promise. In a spacious hall, Zhu Yujun sat at the head of the table. Feng Bao was holding him so tightly that the fur coat almost covered him completely. The ministers all took their seats, and a minor official served them hot tea. Qi Jiguang led a group of people in. Zhu Yujun stood up with a smile and said, You are all extraordinary people from the common folk. I hope you will not blame me for bringing you here without prior notice. The group of people below bowed and said they dared not accept such praise. Zhu Yujun waved his hand and continued, Let's all introduce our areas of expertise. Soon, the oldest man stepped forward and knelt down, saying, This humble subject, Li Shichen, pays his respects to your majesty. I am skilled in identifying medicines and have a small reputation in diagnosis. This humble subject has the honor of seeing your majesty. I am skilled in treating typhoid fever and external injuries. This humble subject, Gong Tingxian, kowtows to your majesty. I am skilled in treating childhood illnesses. This humble subject, Su Chunfu, kowtows to your majesty. I am skilled in the treatment of internal diseases. This humble subject, Xia Ying, kowtows to your majesty. I am skilled in acupuncture treatment. Then 2 young men, around 25 or 26 years old, stepped forward. This humble subject, Wu Kuan, pays his respects to your majesty. I have some knowledge of acupuncture. The young man spoke much more subtly. This humble subject, Liao Xiong, kowtows to your majesty. This humble subject has long been engaged in, that gynecology. Liao Xiong said, somewhat embarrassedly. This made Zhu Yujun and the others burst into laughter. Mr. Liao, there is no need to belittle yourself. Doctors save lives and heal the wounded. There are countless difficult and complicated diseases in the world, and women's diseases are also diseases. As doctors, we should not distinguish between high and low status. Zhu Yujun addressed him, and then instructed Feng Bao to offer seats to everyone. After everyone thanked him, someone else stepped forward and spoke. This humble subject, Cheng Da Yai, kowtows to your majesty. I have been studying mathematics for many years. We, Yu Ren and Yu Jie, are commoners who pay our respects to your majesty. My brother and I raise cattle and horses and have some experience in animal husbandry. These were twin brothers who looked to be around 50 years old. The fact that they were inseparable at such an advanced age spoke volumes about their brotherly bond. Zhu Yujun couldn't help but take a second look. This humble subject, Tu Bin Jun, kowtows to your majesty. I have lived by the sea for many years and have some knowledge of maritime affairs. Your majesty, I, your guilty subject Pan Jigzun, pay my respects. May your majesty be well. I have been entrusted with the management of the Yellow River by the late emperor. Because of the Yellow River's breach, I was dismissed from office for my crimes. Now, I am thrice blessed to have the honor of seeing the new emperor's face. A middle-aged man in his 40s knelt down and spoke. Zhu Yujun looked at his dark skin and calloused, cracked hands, and knew that this man was definitely a capable and efficient official. He couldn't be blamed for the Yellow River breaching its banks, but the imperial court had to give the people an explanation, so he became the scapegoat. Please rise, Minister Pan. You possess great talent, and I cannot bear to see such a gem go to waste. I will make other arrangements for you after this recall, and I hope you will not disappoint me. This sinful subject is deeply grateful for your majesty's divine grace and will surely serve you to the death. After saying this, he kowtowed 3 times and retreated. Chapter 32, A Gathering of Experts 2. Later, there were several outstanding individuals from various industries, including porcelain maker He Chaozong, lacquerware maker Zhang Digang, ink maker Luo Zaiwa, carving maker Lu Zigong, architecture maker Kuai Ju, opera maker Tang Xianzu, firearms maker Zhao Shichen, and iron smelter Li Gang. The fact that these people were able to gather here made Zhu Yujun very happy. These people were all experts in their respective fields, as judged by later generations. He watches documentaries every day and is very familiar with them, even the younger ones. After everyone had finished speaking, Zhu Yujun said, "You are all outstanding individuals in your respective fields. I do not wish for your talents to be wasted in limited areas. I will establish a school for you and write books for you. Thank you for your great favor, your majesty." The smiles on the faces of the group of capable people could not be contained. Although they held no official positions, writing books and establishing scholarship was a great deed that would be remembered for generations. How could they not be happy? Even high-ranking and powerful officials did not receive this kind of treatment. They were determined to do well in everything the emperor assigned them. Zhu Yujun waved his hand and continued, "I will hold a grand recruitment drive 3 months from now, hoping to attract talented people from all over the world. I will mainly recruit people with diverse knowledge to study all industries. Each and every one of you is a leader in your respective field. I will build an academy here for you to teach, and each of you will become a chief professor in your respective industry. I hope that you will not be stingy with your talents and knowledge, and that you will teach and write books at the same time, so as to cultivate more talents for my great Ming dynasty. When you have students all over the world, I believe they will be willing to erect monuments and write biographies for you. As for whether you can obtain official positions, that depends on your actions. I hope that in the future, the imperial examinations of the Ming dynasty will no longer be limited to the 8-legged essay, but will cover all aspects. Everyone has their own expertise, and even Confucian scholars are not omniscient. However, Confucianism and Taoism are the mainstream nowadays, and I cannot persuade the court or the scholars of the world in a short time, so everything depends on you. Even miscellaneous studies require reading, writing, etiquette, and historical knowledge. Therefore, you should all teach them well, and in the future, each of these miscellaneous studies will stand on its own and become a major path no less important than Confucianism. The present era is long gone, no longer the time when Emperor Wu of Han dismissed all other schools of thought and exclusively promoted Confucianism. Whether it is you, me, or the court, we all need to keep up with the times. We must continuously develop and research new things to promote the overall development of the country. You are welcome to call on your friends and family to come and help. You can set the criteria for selecting people. However, there's only one rule. The technology here must not be passed on to anyone other than the students. Anyone who violates this rule will have their entire family executed. Yes, we will keep it in mind, everyone replied, standing up. Minister Qi, have the Imperial Guards take turns guarding this place. Go and discuss the defense arrangements with Li Rusong and Lu Ting. Promise. Pan Jigzun. This humble subject is here. River management cannot be just talk. You should recruit some clay sculptors to join the Water Conservancy College. The world's long rivers and the terrain along their banks are all depicted in a three-dimensional water ripple map using a sand table format. The design of the dikes and the methods for diversion can be marked on them. If all else fails, we can open a river to divert water, even if it requires large-scale resettlement, and we can also find ways to deliver water to water-scarce areas. In addition, ideas for reservoirs, water cellars, lakes, etc. can be actively written down. No matter how bold or impractical the idea, as long as it can eradicate flooding and turn harm into benefit, it can be reported. Even if our generation cannot achieve it, future generations will. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Shizhen. This humble subject is here. The medical field is now very diverse, and it is not good for every doctor to have to take on multiple roles. You let a group of them to specialize in internal medicine, surgery, acupuncture, andrology, gynecology, pediatrics, orthopedics, and pharmacy at the medical school. In addition, the convener personally compiled the Great Ming Medical Encyclopedia and the Great Ming Pharmacopoeia. They collected diseases from all over the world and their prescriptions, clearly defining the types of drugs, dosages, and cultivation methods. In addition, we need to find someone to focus on researching procedures such as abdominal evacuation, skin resurfacing, and reconnecting meridians, starting with domestic poultry and animals. This humble subject obeys the decree. Tu Bonjai. This humble citizen is here. Shen Jinlong has already set off for Luzon. Tu Benjun, you will go with him from now on. You will select some skilled seamen to map out the coastline of the Ming Dynasty and the surrounding islands. It is necessary to specify which locations are suitable for use as ports, which islands have water sources for resupply and anchorage, which sea areas are rich in fish, which seafood can be used, and all other maritime matters, including seasonal sea conditions, must be recorded in a book. Cheng Da Yai. The common people are here. Mathematics is an extremely important academic discipline. All production is inseparable from it. I have here a book of new numbers and some formula tables excerpted from ancient books. You should study these things carefully and spread them as soon as possible. You need to train more students. My great Ming merchants will rely on them for accounting in the future. Li Gong. The common people are here. You and your family members should focus on researching steel and various alloy steels to forge weapons and armor. Furthermore, I have recorded the casting method for lathes here. You all should find a way to procure a few of them. After everyone had finished explaining their assigned tasks, Zhu Yujun had his own things brought up. Everyone's expression was similar to that of the masters at the Silver Crafts Bureau. They touched and marveled at the objects. Li Gang and the others were circling around the generator. Your Majesty, what is this thing, and why is its structure so complicated? Qi Jiguang asked, his eyes shining. Hey, don't even think about it. It's not the right time yet. This matter is entrusted to Zhao Shizhen for study. I heard that General Qi entrusted you with the physics fundamentals I wrote. Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. Your Majesty, this book truly reveals the profound truths of the universe. I have studied it day and night for a long time and have gained a great deal from it, Zhao Shizhen said, beaming with pride. Zhao Shizhen was a firearms expert during the Ming Dynasty in China. He was Zhao Jin's nephew. His inventions, such as the rocket cannon, electric musket, and eagle-shaped cannon, played a powerful role in the fight against Japanese pirates. His books, including the Manual of Divine Weapons and the Military Equipment for Border Defense and Agricultural Settlement, were highly praised by the famous British scholar Joseph Needham in later generations. Yes, I also copied these things from ancient books. You need to experiment with them one by one to confirm the theory. Then make everything inside for me. Then record all of this in simple, easy-to-understand vernacular, forming a theory. For all of you who have received these books, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. You must all conduct research and scholarship meticulously, and the books and works you produce should be described in concise, plain language. I have issued an edict to select talented individuals from all walks of life throughout the land, and many of you will be among them. When those people arrive, you should go out and select those with real talent and ability to enter the academy. This year, you should focus on research and teaching, and strive to put all the theories in the books I have given you into practice. The development of new projects must also be accelerated. Once the technology is successfully developed, I will allocate funds to build workshops for production. Those of you who have invented or researched useful things will be rewarded by me with between 10,000 and 100,000 taels of silver. Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty. The crowd's mouths practically stretched to the back of their heads in a wide grin. Many of them had never seen so much money in their entire lives. All right, you can go now. Workshops and academies with production tasks need to hurry up. You'll all be very busy from now on. Yes, we will take our leave. Chapter 33, Seeking Sponsorship. In February, Panwangs from all over the country received the emperor's decree and excitedly brought their families to Beijing. More than 30 kings of the Ming dynasty. The term prince only came into use in the Qing dynasty, but for convenience, it was used to refer to all kings from then on arrived. This was the first time in their lives that they had left their fiefdom, and the experiences they had along the way were more exciting than anything they had ever seen in their lives. After arriving in the capital, everyone was welcomed into the 10 Princes Palace. The 10 Princes Palace doesn't mean it can only house 10 princes. It has 8,350 rooms, enough to accommodate dozens more. Prince Zhu Jingrong of Qin, the eldest among the princes, was having tea with his sons, nephews, and brothers in a garden in his palace. Prince Xiang, Zhu Ziao, was getting restless and kept getting up and pacing around. Your Highness, can you please stop for a moment? You're making my head spin, said Zhu Yi, the Prince of Lu, helplessly. Oh dear, Uncle Lu, I'm just worried. The emperor withheld our salaries and is now making us exchange land for the opportunity to live in the capital. Isn't that? Slap. Prince Xiang, Zhu Zai, received a slap on the head. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? If the emperor wanted to harm us, would he need to resort to these petty tricks? It's probably because the government is short of money and wants to discuss this with us. Didn't the Ministry of Rights say they'd invite us to a banquet tonight? King Lu tried to persuade him earnestly, but he was also panicking. How could he not be panicked when his land was about to be lost? The king of Qin looked at all the princes with sorrowful expressions and said, All right, go back and wait. What are you guessing for? The new land system is quite damaging to us. Surely the emperor has some other way to reward us. Go back and prepare. After saying that, he got up and went back. The others, having drunk a lot of water, also went back to their respective residences. That night, Zhu Yujun, exhausted from a long day, was once again roused from his soft couch by Feng Bao. Young master, all the princes and nobles have arrived and are waiting for you. Zhu Yujun shook his head, got up and walked towards the main hall of Qianxing Palace. The banquet hall was already set up, and more than 100 members of the Ming dynasty's top noble families, a mix of old, middle-aged and young, had gathered there. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. May your Majesty be well. Greetings. Rise. This is a family banquet. There's no need for such formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. They sat down in their respective places, with Feng Bao, Zhu Zixiao, and Qi Jiguang standing behind them. Zhu Yujun picked up his teacup and said to the crowd below, Dear uncles and brothers, this is the first time we have all gathered together like this. Since the Empress Dowager forbids me from drinking alcohol, I will offer you all a cup of tea instead. Your Majesty is too kind. It is said that your uncle held you when you were a child. We are family, so there's no need to be so polite. King Qin, as expected of the king, rose to bow on behalf of the others, and Duke Zhongrong of Yingguo also rose to bow on behalf of the nobles. After everyone took a sip of wine and saw the emperor begin to eat, the atmosphere below became lively, with toasts clinking and laughter filling the air. After several rounds of wine and dishes, the king of Qin rose and bowed before the imperial table, saying, I wonder what His Majesty's arrangements are for us. A hush fell over the room, and everyone returned to their seats. Zhu Yujun dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs who were serving him and ordered the palace doors to be closed. He rose and slowly said, You are all from prominent families of our great Ming dynasty. Now that I am implementing new policies, they will cause you considerable harm. Therefore, I have presented you with a solution, and then I explained the results of the cabinet's discussions. What? Is this true? That's wonderful. Is this the right thing to do? There was much discussion among those below the hall. Of course, the Pan family was extremely happy, but there were also those who remained clear-headed, such as the Prince of Qin. He stood up again and asked, What do you need us to do? Moreover, we have many family members. If we lose too much land, even if we have official positions, we will not be able to support our families. Uncle King Qin, do not be anxious. This matter only involves the new policies. It's just that our royal family is now too large. Just to support you all, the court needs to allocate more than 5 million taels of silver every year. Given the current state of the nation's finances, it's truly unsustainable. If things are like this now, won't they only get worse in the future? Eventually, the court will be unable to support them. And what will you all do then? The imperial court already owes the 9 garrisons 6 million taels of silver in military expenses. If it is not paid soon, you all know what will happen. Therefore, your nephew had no choice but to withhold your annual stipend for this year and break with ancestral rules by freeing your descendants from their fiefdoms to earn their own living. Since you all are not short of this annual salary for the time being, I would like to borrow it from you first. I will definitely repay you when I am better off this year. Regarding the loss of land, I would like to take the lead in establishing a Ming Dynasty Royal Trading Company and invite all of you present to invest. This Chamber of Commerce will eventually expand to all the cities of the Ming Dynasty and trade with overseas countries and neighboring nations. The profits gained from this will far exceed the rent you collect from your land. What? Do business? This. Another round of discussion erupted from the audience. Zhang Rong stood up and asked, Your Majesty, may I ask what this merchant guild sells? Your Excellency, don't be in such a hurry. Master, bring the things up. Promise. A short while later, a group of eunuchs carried in more than a dozen large boxes, followed by a group of palace maids carrying basins of water, who stood behind the group. The crowd, puzzled, all looked at the emperor. Since you've just finished eating, why don't you wash your hands first? I've built an academy, and these items are samples of small commodities that Qi Jiguang has been working on for the past few months. Please try this new type of soap. The palace maids took out small green cubes from a box and brought them a prince pan to help him moisten and wipe his hands. This soap is amazing. It leaves my skin feeling incredibly refreshed after washing, and it even has a light mini scent. It's much better than the soap we use at home. King Zhao, Zhu Chongqing, was the first to finish washing his hands and exclaimed in surprise. The others also smelled their hands and marveled at the sight. Your Majesty, what is the price of this item? Asked Marquis Li Tingzhu of Linhua. This stuff is so much better than Yaizhou, a type of soap. He felt his hands had become much whiter, and if he sold it, it would definitely be a big hit. This is ordinary soap, unlike barbarian soap. Using this to clean the body and hair is cleaner and more comfortable than soapberry and barbarian soap. I plan to sell it for 30 coins apiece. There are also high-end soaps made with various floral scents, but since it's so cold today, Qi Jiguang couldn't find any flowers to make them, so he could only make them slowly in the future. Those were a bit more expensive, about 300 coins each. In addition, there are perfumes with various scents suitable for both men and women that can be sprayed on the body to leave a long-lasting fragrance, toothbrushes that are easy to clean teeth, and snow white sugar. They will sell glass mirrors that can clearly reflect human images, inexpensive paper, cotton cloth, books, new coal stoves, refined iron farm tools, and all other new products from the Academy of Sciences. Of course, there's also the most crucial element, salt. Even now, the people of my great Ming dynasty still cannot afford affordable salt. Fortunately, I have obtained a new method of salt production from ancient books, which can quickly and cheaply produce large quantities of high-quality white salt. Therefore, I will allow the Salt Tax Bureau of the Imperial Court to use this method, and from now on, salt will be sold uniformly by the Ming dynasty merchants, and salt permits will no longer be required. Of course, the price will also be strictly limited. Salt is currently too expensive, costing 300 won per gene, approximately 596 grams in the Ming dynasty. An ordinary family could only afford it a few times a year. Afterwards, the price of new salt will not exceed 50 won per gene. As for why Zhu Yujun was so confident, it naturally stemmed from the generator he had built. With electricity, it wasn't unreasonable to install a heating rod, right? Although there was no transformer, did that matter? No. Look at those electric heaters. They only need 2 wires and a few copper coils to generate heat. If you used one to heat seawater, it would save so much trouble. The Imperial Court could also purchase coarse salt from the coastal residents for purification. It's something that can be done simply by setting aside a space to dry seawater. Who doesn't know how? This could be considered another way for the coastal people to make money. Furthermore, current salt production is limited to well salt and sea salt. Mineral salt has not been developed at all. In comparison, mineral salt is the most ideal method for producing large quantities of table salt in a short period of time. Qi Jiguang has already started arranging for people to search, but this matter requires cooperation with the Salt Tax Bureau, so he still needs to discuss it with the Ministry of Revenue. Chapter 34, The Prince's Investment. Everyone was stunned by the Emperor's grand promise. If they could really sell salt, even at 50 coins a day, they would make a fortune. This necessity was truly a gold mine. Everyone was stunned by the Emperor's extravagant gesture. The palace maids and eunuchs who serve him all lowered their heads and were secretly happy, thinking that their families would be able to eat cheap salt in the future. Zhu Yujun looked at the silent hall and chuckled as he ordered his men to bring out and display the things he had mentioned. The perfume still smells like mint, but everyone couldn't resist spraying a little on themselves. Feng Bao, who had been standing still for a long time, stepped forward and looked at Zhu Yujun, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Zhu Yujun looked at him and suddenly came to his senses. It was normal for eunuchs to leak urine because they didn't have that function. They always carried perfume powder and sachets, fearing that any unpleasant odor might offend important guests. Perfume was practically an essential item for them. Zhu Yujun patted his shoulder and said, "Daban, what scent do you like? Go find Qi Jiguang with some fresh flowers later. Furthermore, I will also develop a new type of product that will be perfect for you all, so don't rush." Upon hearing the emperor's words, Feng Bao's eyes reddened, and she was so moved that she almost cried. However, she still managed a forced smile and said, "This servant thanks your majesty for your kindness." Then she bowed deeply and retreated to the back. Qi Jiguang looked puzzled. It was just a bottle of perfume. He had kept many for himself. It seemed he should send some to him. Eunuchs were a very tragic group of people. Now that the emperor had shown him respect and thought of him when he needed something, how could he not be moved? Although there weren't many words exchanged, Zhu Yujun knew that Feng Bao had completely won over the family. Zhu Yujun smiled slightly and stopped thinking about it, looking down at the powerful and influential nobles of the Pan and Wang families below, who were now all making a lot of noise. They had never seen such high-quality white salt and sugar, or even sugar in blocks. Everyone crowded around a large mirror, looking at themselves again and again, eager to count every pore on their faces. And those colorful glass goblets, cups, and pots, so exquisite and beautiful, truly opened my eyes. After a long while, everyone quieted down and returned to their seats. Zhu Yujun ordered all items and food to be removed, and then brewed some tea. After the palace doors were closed again, Zhu Yujun spoke. "I have prepared two options for you all. The first is to invest in the Royal Trading Company. Once you become a shareholder, I will be responsible for providing the technology and production, while you will be responsible for sales. Dividends will be distributed at the end of the year according to each individual's share and sales volume. The second option is for you to wholesale goods from me, placing an order and paying a deposit before receiving the goods. How much you can sell is up to you. Except for salt and coarse cloth farm tools, which will have strict pricing restrictions, there are no restrictions on the rest. Of course, taxes cannot be reduced. A penalty of 3 times the tax will be imposed for every penny less. Your Majesty, this old minister has a question," the Duke of England said, rising to his feet. "Please speak, British public. I wonder if we're permitted to trade with foreign countries." Zhu Yujun looked at him with a half-smile, and then said, "No, not only no, but the flow of these high-quality goods into the future trade must also be strictly restricted. I will personally organize caravans to manage the Zhangjiaka trade market." Zhang Rong sat down dejectedly. Then, a lively discussion began below. In fact, Zhu Yujun would not have wanted to share the profits if he hadn't been forced to, but he simply lacked the capital. Moreover, doing so would shift the focus of these feudal princes and nobles from the peasants to the wealthier gentry and merchants. Only by aligning the interests of these people with one's own can one better manage them and avoid the predicament of being powerless and penniless like Emperor Chongzhen in later generations. With so many princes and nobles surrounding him, even if the ministers and eunuchs had any ideas, they wouldn't dare to go too far. At least the emperor's safety could be guaranteed. If the emperor gets into trouble, it means that the entire interest group will suffer losses, and it would be strange if they didn't eliminate those who caused trouble. Moreover, Zhu Yujun also said that he had no kinship with these people, and he would not feel any guilt if they dared to cause trouble and the imperial guards and embroidered uniform guards killed them. Even if someone does succeed in rebellion, it doesn't matter. How many incompetent people can successfully rebel? They might even create another golden age. As long as the country remains in the hands of the Zhu family and the Han people, he doesn't really care. After a long while, everyone in the hall finished their discussion and returned to their respective positions. The king of Qin stood up and asked, "Your Majesty, after discussion, we have decided to invest. Furthermore, it is difficult for our mere 100+ businesses to cover the entire country with these goods. Therefore, I believe that, apart from the sale of salt, sugar, and agricultural tools, all other goods should be wholesaled. Furthermore, since Your Majesty intends to entrust the sale of salt and refined iron to merchants, the court must also hold a share. Otherwise, the court officials will surely impeach us." Zhu Yujun was secretly alarmed. As expected of a veteran prince, although he may lack experience, his shrewdness was remarkable. Zhu Yujun had never thought of these things. Now everything he does is done openly and honestly. He won't resort to underhanded tricks to scheme against his court officials. Because his prestige and cunning are far from sufficient, those old politicians who play dirty tricks on him will probably ruin him. It was precisely because of these factors that the veteran officials of the six ministries were able to win over the hearts of the people so quickly, since they didn't have to worry about being schemed against by the emperor every day. Uncle Qin has truly enlightened me. Thank you, Uncle. Zhu Yujun rose and bowed. The king of Qin quickly stepped aside and returned the greeting. Your Majesty is too kind. Your Majesty is so young, yet already possesses such ambition. It is our duty to share your Majesty's burdens. All right, since everyone thinks investing is a good idea, let's discuss the specifics of how to do it. The price of each share of the Ming Royal Trading Company is 10,000 taels of silver, and the maximum number of shares is temporarily set at 10,000. After all, the number of princes and nobles will definitely increase in the future, and officials will rotate, with new shareholders joining. Furthermore, you may also use the stipends I borrowed from the princes this year to invest in the company. As the one who provides the technology, I naturally take 20% of the shares. As the people in the workshops and academies who improve the technology, I want to leave them 50% of the shares as commissions and bonuses for purchasing shops and for building workshops and warehouses. The imperial court will take 25% of the shares, as salt and iron are the main sources of revenue for the national treasury. The remaining 50% will be purchased by you all first, and the rest will be purchased by court officials and local officials and generals. As for how much each of you can subscribe to, that depends on how much money you have in your wallets. Wholesale sales were only permitted to shareholders who had invested in the company, and all wholesale prices were the same, except for salt, sugar, and farm tools, which were sold by shops arranged by the imperial court. The shareholders will recruit merchants for the remaining goods. As long as their selling prices aren't too outrageous, it doesn't matter. The assembled dignitaries below were filled with a myriad of emotions. Most of them were flushed with excitement, while only a few looked at the emperor with a thoughtful expression at first, and then with horror. The emperor's plan was undeniably clever and ruthless. Leaving aside where the court would get the money to invest, he masterfully pulled off a scheme to get something for nothing. The most vicious and clever tactic would be to tie all the wealthy and powerful people in the world to his wheels through this shareholding structure. They didn't believe that the country would only sell these things in the future. Established royal families like the King of Qin and the King of Jin knew that the emperor was preparing to send people to buy millions of sure of grain, and once that grain returned, who dares to say the emperor won't put it out to sell? Such a massive influx of grain into the market will definitely cause grain prices to fall. At this point, the grain merchants will have no choice but to find ways to cling tightly to the emperor's chariot. What about other industries? Would the emperor really let them off the hook? This system of shared prosperity and shared ruin will give the emperor immense prestige and popular support, and allow him to control the wealth of the entire nation. Who would believe that such a vicious plan came from a mere 10-year-old child? In the end, the targets of public condemnation would surely be those who benefit from the system. How terrifying! Thinking of this, these people felt a chill run down their spines. They were terrified. This emperor's small body was full of cunning and scheming. This is truly taking the abuse of power for personal gain to the extreme. Who in the world wouldn't want to do business with the emperor? However, they had no choice but to join the emperor because the policy had been issued, the measures had been given, and additional favors have been bestowed upon officials. If they still don't accept this, then believe me, this little emperor will make them lose everything. Your Majesty is truly a man of extraordinary talent. Yes, with such a wise ruler, our great Ming dynasty is sure to have a chance for revival. Everyone's flattering Zhu Yujun. What can you do? It's so tempting. As for wholesale prices, I will have the workshops provide a standard. Of course, doing business this way is not very convenient, so I will create a bank in the name of the country to ensure smooth currency circulation throughout the country. You won't need to carry so much money when you go out. Chapter 35 Ministers invest in shares. In addition, all of you, whether direct descendants or collateral descendants, should each contribute a portion of your virtuous and law-abiding sons to gather enough for me to make 5,000 men and 5,000 women to be sent to the Imperial Guard and trained by Qi Jiguang. How could the royal family be without its own family members protecting them in the palace? Of course, I'll say it again. There are many rules in the palace, and anyone who breaks them will die. If you can't stand the hardships of military life and the constraints of rules, don't come here and embarrass yourself. Moreover, I do not want any collusion between internal and external forces to happen to any of you. If it does happen, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures. General Qi need not concern himself with their status. Train them alongside the civilians selected by the embroidered uniform guard. Promote those who deserve promotion, and eliminate those who should be eliminated. Show no favoritism to anyone. Qi Jiguang was under immense pressure at this moment, but he still reluctantly agreed. Zhu Yujun's actions were not unfounded. Consider the drownings of Zhu Haozhou and Zhu Yuxiao, as well as the red pill case, the palace transfer case, and the club attack case. During these times, if there were even a few members of the imperial family in the palace, no one would dare to interfere. How could eunuchs possibly control the inner court? Alright, I have finished explaining. What to do next is up to you all. A month is enough time for you to raise the funds. Come back to the capital a month later, bringing your children and your sincerity. Yes, Your Majesty, we thank you for your divine grace. Duke of Yingguo, Marquis of Lingbai, Marquis of Linhua, Duke of Wei, please stay. The rest of you, go back and rest. Keep this matter quiet for now. We take our leave. The palace doors opened, and a group of people walked out. Their expressions varied, and their thoughts differed, but overall they were quite satisfied. There's too much information tonight. They need to go back and consult with their respective retainers. After everyone had left, the Duke of Dingguo and the Marquis of Linhua got up and came to Zhu Yuzhen's side. How is the reorganization of the Beijing garrison going? Since the Tumu crisis, the military strength of the Ming dynasty has declined sharply. With the collapse of the garrison system, in recent years the only option has been to recruit soldiers through a conscription system. The elite troops controlled by the nobility were almost entirely wiped out in that battle, causing their status to plummet and leaving them with virtually no real power. The Ministry of War seized control over the promotion and appointment of military officers. Ostensibly, the Beijing garrison still belonged to them, but in reality, it was filled with sons of high-ranking officials seeking gilded titles. The garrison was even more severely understaffed, exploitative, and untrained than the 9 garrisons. This, Tang Shilong and Li Tingzu looked at each other, not daring to say anything. Speak. I won't blame you. Your Majesty, the Beijing garrison is basically rotten to the core. It's considered quite good if the 100,000-strong garrison can field 40,000 combat troops now. Tang Shilong said in a low voice. Even though Zhu Yuzhen was mentally prepared, his expression still turned grim upon hearing the number. I intend to reorganize and recruit the Beijing garrison into 2 legions, Zhu Yuzhen said coldly. The group was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you for your great favor, Your Majesty. Zhu Yuzhen waved his hand to interrupt them, saying, recruitment cannot rely solely on Bizhili. We need people from all over the country, and we will not allow anyone to come in to gain experience or just coast along. All generals are appointed by you and then submitted directly to me. It would be best to inquire about the descendants of famous generals from past dynasties and recruit them as well. Those people all possess family-inherited military treatises and martial arts skills. It would be a real waste to let them go to waste. Yes, Your Majesty. May I ask, Your Majesty, how much silver is needed to recruit soldiers? Tang Shilong asked. What's silver? I recently wanted to establish a grand council similar to the cabinet, but I don't have the money. What should we do? Zhu Yuzhen sighed. How about we postpone the formation for now? Upon hearing that the emperor wanted to establish the Grand Council, the 2 men's eyes lit up instantly, and they quickly said, Your Majesty, what's with the money? Our noble family will contribute a small amount to this matter, and we guarantee it will be handled perfectly for His Majesty. His Majesty only needs to wait and reassure himself to take command of the 400,000-strong army. They're not stupid. They know perfectly well what the current status of the nobility is, and the fact that the emperor wants to establish a grand council on par with the cabinet is a fantastic thing. In any case, if even one of these nobles were to enter the cabinet, they wouldn't be in such a passive position as they are now. Besides, this involves 2 legions totaling 400,000 men. The emperor must be preparing to give them important positions. The prerequisite for giving them important positions was that they had to contribute money and effort to raise an army of 400,000 for the emperor. It sounds daunting at first, but it wasn't much for these nobles. With 400,000 people, the annual military expenditure would only be 8 million taels, and even with food and supplies for the people and horses, it would only amount to a little over 9 million taels a year. Losing even a heir to a family of over 100 nobles would be enough. What they might gain in return is a return to the era when nobles of the Hongyu reign expanded the territory. Although they couldn't suppress the civil officials, at least they wouldn't be as stifled as they are now. All right, let's go back. We take our leave, the group said excitedly as they returned to gather their people for discussion. Zhu Yuzhen rubbed his throbbing head and went back to sleep, with Feng Bao and Qi Jiguang following closely behind. He slept soundly until dawn, and today he had a rare moment of leisure. Wearing a thick fur coat, he took Feng Bao and Qi Jiguang to Zishan to check on the progress of commodity production. An hour later, Zhu Yuzhen and his entourage had just arrived when they heard that the cabinet ministers, the 6 ministers, and Hai Rui had followed them. Zhu Yuzhen's good mood vanished instantly. He knew that something bad must have happened when those people arrived. The carriage stopped on the outskirts of Zishan, and several other carriages hurriedly approached from a distance. He saw a group of cabinet ministers and Hai Rui hurriedly get off their carriages and walk towards him. After exchanging greetings, the group walked and talked. My esteemed ministers, has something happened? Your Majesty, the heavy snow has not stopped this month. It's almost March now, and it still hasn't subsided. More than 100,000 refugees have gathered again around the capital, even more than last month. We, your humble servants, have come to inquire whether your Majesty still needs to hire workers for your workshops. Huh, you found a perfect opportunity. Come on, I'll take you to see the workshop and you'll see. Zhu Yujun got up and walked forward, and Feng Bao hurriedly draped a fur cloak over his shoulders. The ministers exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Qi Jiguang came out to greet them, and then led them on a tour of the workshops. Looking at those novel things, the group of ministers kept talking nonstop, shouting and making a fuss as if they had never seen the world before. Zhu Yujun pulled Qi Jiguang to a corner and whispered, Qi Aiking, your workshop needs to be expanded. I just got a large sum of money from Prince Pan, and they will all be involved in the future. Anyway, there's plenty of space here, and a large number of refugees have come from outside the city. You can recruit some and allocate the workers for production yourself. The more the merrier. Of course, the recipe must be kept secret. Only artisans selected by the Ministry of Works can have the recipe, and they can be moved here one by one to make the whole family. The refugees can only do odd jobs. I will give you 3 million taels of silver as initial funding, and 30 million taels will follow in a month. The prices of all products produced must be kept secret. Otherwise, if those vassal kings find out that we made twice as much money as them, they'll definitely come after us and fight us to the death. The cost of salt that I told them was 3 taels of silver per sure, a unit of dry measure, but in reality, even with transportation costs, it's less than 2 taels. So you must make sure the workshop managers keep quiet. This extra money is all my private savings, and of course you have share too. Qi Jiguang's expression changed like a chameleon, which was extremely amusing. Then he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I don't need my share, but I would like to take a stake. I wonder if that's possible. Of course, not just you. All capable ministers can invest. Your Majesty, I understand, Qi Jiguang said, his eyes shining. When the refugees are summoned, they should be asked to mine coal to make honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves first. Also, I'll get some of the high-end underfloor heating systems shown in your book. Install them in the harem first, and while the weather's cold, sell the rest to wealthy families. Go find Zhu Zixiao and ask a few people to keep an eye on that group. Treat those who genuinely want to stay well, and if they have other ideas, drag them out and bury them quietly. Yes. Qi Jiguang looked at the young emperor, finding it hard to imagine how he could have so many wonderful ideas. Despite being a self-proclaimed ancient book and having read many books, Qi Jiguang had never encountered any of these things in any of them. Afterwards, Zhu Yujun led his ministers to visit various workshops and explain the shares of the Ming Royal Trading Company. The ministers who were still worried that the emperor didn't have enough money were practically grinning from ear to ear. They understood the emperor's plan, but they didn't care. This young emperor seemed to be playing a grand game, and they as pawns only needed to do their own thing. And the key point is that you can get shares and make money without spending any money from the national treasury. What a great thing. Back in the carriage, Zhu Yujun said to the group, Go and raise the money. You can buy these shares. Of course, Hai Rui, you should try to find connections within the embroidered uniform guard. I left you there because your personality makes it too easy for you to offend people. Now it's better, you don't have to worry about offending people anymore. Many people in the embroidered uniform guard have connections and spare money. Zhu Zixiao, you two should go and ask them to raise some money. You won't have less than others. Furthermore, if someone offers you a bribe, just accept it. The case should be judged as it should be. Would you be stupid not to take the money? It's not like I'm asking you to show favoritism. Giving the criminal you've identified a few less lashes is still doing the job, isn't it? After Zhu Yujun finished speaking, he climbed into the carriage, and Feng Bao flicked his whip and swayed away, leaving the ministers looking bewildered. Qi Jiguang's eyes darted around, and he hurriedly apologized and ran back. He had to quickly write letters to the generals in various border regions to solicit money and sponsorships. The others also realized what was happening and got into their carriages to go home. Since the emperor was leading the way in doing business, they had to show their support. As for whether they make money or not, they know they'll definitely benefit from all those new products. Only Hai Rui hesitated for a long time before sighing and getting into the carriage. He was an upright man, but as the emperor said, he was also prone to offending people. Now, he's in the censorate, where he tries officials, generals, riders, and even a few corrupt imperial guards every day. He feels like he's found his direction in life. He was full of energy and not afraid of offending anyone. and even made a few friends. This was something he never dared to imagine before. Now that the emperor has asked him to raise money, what can he say? It's obvious that the emperor just wants to give him a hand. Whether he takes the plunge or not is up to him. Before long, the city gate officials saw a series of messenger horses galloping out of the city, leaving them completely bewildered. The matter was leaked by someone, and officials and merchants throughout the capital were in an uproar. People even went crazy when they heard that refined salt would only cost 50 coins per caddy in the future. Chapter 36 officially announced. The Grand Court Assembly in June is here. Today, Zhu Yujun will formally announce a series of matters. If these reforms are to be implemented after this year, it will take a lot of effort. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! All of you rise. If you have something to report, speak now. Otherwise, the court is adjourned. Inshiden stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have a report to make. Allow. Your Majesty, I have heard that Your Majesty's large-scale recruitment of folk artists is inappropriate. Scholars throughout the land have studied the classics diligently for 10 years. How can they now compete with unscrupulous merchants and commoners on the same stage? Your Majesty is also a scholar of the sages. You must not do such a disrespectful thing. I believe that talent should only be selected from among the scholars. Inshiden spoke with righteous indignation, and several other officials then stood up to support him. Zhu Yujun's face visibly darkened, and anger surged within him. He was so angry that he wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, but the current situation did not allow it. Do you think that everyone in this world, except scholars, should serve you forever? Or do you think that no one except sages is qualified to govern this world? Zhu Yujun asked in a sinister tone. Your Majesty, please calm down. I had no such intention. Your Majesty's system of class division is based on the ancestral system of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, which is intended to facilitate management. Now Your Majesty is putting everyone on the same stage, which is against etiquette and law. Moreover, the sages taught the world, and I believe Your Majesty should govern the world according to the ways of the sages. This action disrupts the hierarchical order, something unprecedented in ancient times. I urge Your Majesty to proceed with caution. Moreover, Your Majesty's actions violate ancestral rules in many ways, such as allowing Prince Pan to serve as an official and open a business. This behavior is suspected of being unfilial. Looking at these pedantic scholars before him, Zhu Yujun gritted his teeth in hatred. He patiently asked, What if I insist on doing it? There are many firsts in this world. I'm not afraid to be the one to try something new. Scholars throughout the land will surely oppose this, and this move may damage the Emperor's reputation. I will risk my life to remonstrate. Inshiden said with a resolute expression, and the others also seemed completely unafraid of death. In the Ming dynasty, ministers could not be punished arbitrarily without a crime, especially those in the imperial court. Yet, those pedantic scholars took pride in being beaten. Isn't that strange? Zhu Yujun's mind raced, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he thought of something and said, Yes, I am young. Such disregard for ancestral rules is highly inappropriate. Therefore, I think it would be better to restore the great proclamation of the Taizhou Emperor to demonstrate my filial piety. Whoa! Upon hearing the Emperor's words, all the civil and military officials glared angrily at Inshiden and his companions. Everyone else kept their distance from them, and the cabinet members who had originally intended to speak up for the Emperor also advised against it. The Emperor had originally intended to restore the Great Proclamation because of the Kong family's affairs, and now it has been brought up again. Zhu Yujun waved his small hand, and the hall fell silent instantly. He thought to himself, Zhu Yuanzhang's great edict is truly a divine weapon. Gao Gong stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, shouldn't we reconsider restoring the great edict? My dear Minister Gao, some people say that I am not respecting the ancestral system and have lost the hearts of scholars across the land when I recommend candidates. In that case, I have no choice but to fully restore the legal system established by Emperor Taizhou. In this way, I will surely gain the support of scholars across the land. Although I am young, I cannot go against the scholars of the world, can I? Zhu Yujun said, with a seemingly sincere expression. Your Majesty, you must not belittle yourself because of a few dissatisfactions from petty people. Your Majesty is a great ruler throughout the ages and will surely lead our dynasty to become a powerful nation. A few stumbling blocks are nothing to worry about. Moreover, how could a mere few people represent all the scholars in the world? Zhang Saiwei's flattery was very loud, and Inshiden's face turned even uglier upon hearing it. Your Majesty, I think that since Grand Scholar Yin feels that such a recommendation is not good, why not let him come up with a solution? Shen Shixing retorted, not one to be trifled with. Grand Secretary Yin, then tell me how to fill the vacancies in the court's official positions. I will reward you handsomely for your answer. Zhu Yujun glanced at Yin Shiden sideways. Your Majesty, I believe that simply holding imperial examinations to select the talented people of the land will surely. Before Yin Shiden could finish speaking, Zhu Yujun waved his hand impatiently to interrupt. Do you need to tell me that? Isn't there any other way? I think we should recruit learned scholars from prominent families to serve as officials. Yin Shiden made another foolish suggestion. Before the emperor could even speak, a large number of people below him were already criticizing him. Scholaring, have you gone mad from reading too much? What's the difference between a noble family and the Prince of Pan? The ministers below criticized him one after another. When Zhu Yujun announced his intention to restore the Great Proclamation, the court officials isolated him. Even his few supporters dared not utter a word. The cabinet and the 6 ministries have already discussed the matter of recruiting scholars, graduates, and a host of other arts and craftspeople. Today, we are simply informing you to cooperate. If you gentlemen truly wish to prove your innocence with your deaths, I can grant your wish. But if you want to leave behind a good reputation, Zhu Yujun grinned disdainfully. Zhu Zixiao, immediately send someone to investigate the assets of these officials. I want to know if they are truly so incorruptible. Yes, sir. Zhu Zixiao, standing at the back, rarely showed a smile. The others looked ashen-faced. Even Yin Shiden looked utterly hopeless. Your Majesty is wise. The others, seeing that the fire hadn't spread to them, were naturally happy to watch the show. They knew that the emperor's words about restoring the Great Proclamation were meant to target those few opposition figures. If the Great Proclamation were actually followed, probably none of the civil and military officials, except for Hai Rui, would survive. Zhu Yujun then instructed Gao Gong and Zhang Zhen to make arrangements for the matter and begin preparations to inform the world. Afterwards, Zhu Yujun announced the shares of the Ming Dynasty Merchants Association again in the court, hoping that everyone would buy them enthusiastically. While everyone was preoccupied with figuring out where to get the money, Zhu Yujun spoke up again. This time, however, his tone was extremely serious. I have heard that less than half of the soldiers in the vast Beijing garrison are fit for combat, and this saddens me greatly. If war were to break out, who would be left to defend this great city of Beijing? You or me? I am guilty. You are indeed guilty. You stood by and watched the Beijing garrison decline without doing anything, and even went so far as to send people into the Beijing garrison to gain seniority. I will inform the 2 Empress Dowagers to reorganize the Beijing garrison. You all had better clean up my mess. If the embroidered uniform guard discovers anything, I believe Hai Rui will not give you any face. Your Majesty, we obey. It wasn't that Zhu Yujun wanted to make an introduction. Although the matter had been decided in private, it was just going through the motions. However, if a real reckoning were to take place, it would have far-reaching consequences. The court is currently short of personnel, so he dares not punish officials arbitrarily. If he arrests them all, he'll be in trouble again. Didn't you see that Minister of Personnel Yang Bo is almost bald? Marquis of Linhua, Duke of Ying, Duke of Wei, Marquis of Lingbai, and Tanlun, please stay and accompany me to see the Empress Dowager. The rest of you may leave the court. Farewell to your Majesty. The entire city of Beijing went into a frenzy that day because of the imperial edict, with people writing letters to inform their relatives and friends far away. The imperial messengers were also rushing around on horseback. Zhu Zixiao also rewarded Yin Shiden and the others with their wealth, which was quite substantial. However, he didn't take any action yet. This matter had to be handled slowly. People of all social classes, from scholars and farmers to artisans, soldiers, and women, are welcome to participate in this competition, a practice never before heard of. One can imagine how bustling Beijing will be in a month. In particular, military households and those of low social status were barred from taking the imperial examinations and from traveling more than 20 li, approximately 10 kilometers, from their homes. Although this move did not abolish the status of low social status, it was a good start and laid the groundwork for the future. Zhu Yujun still has a group of loyal and prestigious old ministers now, but they will all be gone in the future, and he will probably have to resort to violence to do these things. Chapter 37: Preparations for Military Reform. Within the next month, most prefectures and counties across the land received the imperial edict. From high-ranking officials to lowly clerks, everyone rushed about searching for capable individuals. This is the second major initiative launched by the new emperor, so we must do it well to make a good impression on him. As for the third round of investment, that has nothing to do with ordinary people. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't have the money. And those vassal kings were all extremely enthusiastic. Their families were too large. They could barely support their families on the state salary, and many of their descendants, even those who had been separated by generations, were not much different from ordinary people in their fiefdoms, despite still holding official positions. However, they had no real power and could only live a life of idleness and waiting to die. Many talented members of the Zhou family were frustrated and unable to achieve their ambitions. Now that the emperor has given them hope for a resurgence, almost none of the princes in the palace disagreed, and they all wrote to their princes wanting to go. Of course, they can't disagree. They have no power, after all. They can even cause trouble if they want to. Zhu Yuzhen had been thinking about this for a long time. It was a pipe dream for him to establish a nationwide business empire on his own. Not to mention he didn't have the money. He couldn't possibly have just a few tens of thousands of people. Therefore, it was essential to win over imperial relatives and noble families. Royal trading companies had to be established at least in prefectures, which would cost a fortune. So he became the manufacturer. Pan Wangsun was the salesman. The businessmen who cooperated with them were the second-in-commands, and some small vendors were the third-in-commands. Zhu Yuzhen and his entourage arrived at Qianxing Palace and sent someone to invite the two Empress Dowagers over. Zhu Yuzhen spoke directly. Mother, Empress Dowager, the capital garrison is now corrupt and its fighting strength is less than 40%. Your son wishes to reorganize the capital garrison. Please grant me the military tally, mother and aunt. What? It's that serious? Tanlin, tell me in detail. Empress Dowager, Chun said angrily. Your Majesty, the capital garrison is indeed as your Majesty says. Its problems have a long history. During the reign of the late emperor, the military situation in the north prevented him from having the energy to reorganize it. Now that your Majesty is willing to reorganize it, this old minister agrees. He had no choice but to back down. He was a pragmatic general, and he was deeply worried as he watched the army deteriorate day by day. Moreover, it seems the emperor intends to reinstate the nobles, and he has no objection to this, as these men are still quite capable fighters. Very well, if the emperor is determined to reform, then I will not stop him. The Beijing garrison involves a wide range of officials, so the emperor must handle it carefully. Empress Dowager Chun was also straightforward. She took a bag from her personal maid behind her, took out the tiger tally from it, and handed it to Zhu Yuzhen. My son, tell me your plans first. Madame Li said after seeing Zhu Yuzhen put away the tiger tally that represented military power. Aunt Mother, your son wants to organize an examination for everyone in the capital garrison. Those who pass will be kept, and the rest will be dismissed. In addition, 2 more legions will be formed, modeled after the Imperial Guard. The nobles in the capital garrison have voluntarily contributed money and effort to serve the country, and the garrisons will soon have funds. Therefore, I hope to reorganize all the troops at once. The newly formed legions will take turns relieving the garrison troops of the 9 border regions and bringing them back to the capital for reorganization. Currently, our dynasty maintains an army of over 1.5 million, but less than half of them are combat ready, resulting in a waste of the court's funds. Taking advantage of this reform, all military garrisons will be gradually abolished this year, allowing retired soldiers to be allocated land. Local village heads and minor government officials will be given priority in selecting retired soldiers. The military settlement system is no longer as effective as it was during the reign of Emperor Hongwu. From now on, the military settlement system will be abolished and a recruitment system will be adopted. All hereditary generals will have to pass a military examination in the training ground before they can inherit the position. Furthermore, once the potatoes and sweet potatoes from Luzon are successfully cultivated throughout the country, our Ming army will need to expand to at least 2 million soldiers. Peace is always short-lived. The current celestial phenomena are abnormal, and the disaster will not only affect our great Ming. I believe that within 5 years at most, the Tatars, Mongols, Jurchens, Japanese pirates, Turpan, Burma, and the Western barbarians entrenched overseas will all be unable to resist harassing our borders one after another. Therefore, we need to prepare for war with all our might during this peaceful period, so that we can be both offensive and defensive and not too passive, Zhu Yuzhen said very seriously. Your Majesty, surely the foreign tribes wouldn't be invading the borders so quickly? Tan Luan was somewhat frightened. No, Minister Tan. Foreign tribes don't care about sentiment. To them, the Ming dynasty is like a tiger. They'll bite the tiger if it takes a nap. Even the strongest tiger has its moments of weakness. Moreover, given the severity of this year's snow disaster, I am fully confident that by next spring at the latest, someone will be unable to resist jumping out, so recruiting and training new soldiers is of utmost urgency. I plan to have the meritorious nobles lead the formation of 2 armies, with generals selected and reported by themselves. All soldiers will be equipped with the new firearms of the future as their main weapon, and will be trained and formed into combat forces within 2 years. The remaining border troops will also need to return to the capital next year to undergo rotation and reorganization. Our great Ming dynasty doesn't lack men. What it lacks are generals who dare to fight. As for how many of those old, seasoned soldiers are left, that depends on their own abilities. After Zhu Yujun finished speaking, the dukes looked excited. It wasn't that they couldn't fight, but that they lacked troops. The emperor was in dire need of generals. Who else could he choose if not them? Tan Luan and the two empress dowagers wore solemn expressions. This was not like an inner palace reform. The military reform touched upon far too many interests. Even Zhu Yujun dared not complete it all at once, but rather in batches. However, they knew that this matter had to be done. Has my son discussed this with the cabinet? Madame Li couldn't help but ask. I haven't spoken to them about this yet, but they should be in the warm pavilion by now. Let's go over and talk. Very well. Madame Chun nodded in agreement. Zhu Yujun couldn't help but sigh. Not having military power was such a hassle. The group arrived at the warm pavilion, where the 9 ministers of the cabinet had been waiting for a long time. Tan Luan repeated the emperor's opinion. Wang Zihu's eyes lit up instantly. Among those present, he and Tan Luan were the only military experts, although Tan Luan was more involved in matters such as the appointment and removal of generals. Wang Zihu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty's move is absolutely correct. Now, Your Majesty will gain a large sum of money because of the shares in the Royal Trading Company. With no shortage of money or generals, now is the time to reorganize the army. Your Majesty's words indicate a plan to produce new types of artillery, which will simplify training. Therefore, I agree. I agree. Gao Gong stood up. Zhang Zhen did not hesitate to stand up and say, Your Majesty can add a clause when conscripting soldiers. Those who join the army will be given priority in land allocation, and their taxes will be reduced by 0.5%. Yes, that's fine. Let's send a letter to each of the generals now, so they can prepare. That way, there won't be any chaos later. Hai Ruane nodded, gradually integrating himself into the group. Very well. The emperor shall decide this matter. If you need any military tally, come to the Empress Dowager. Your subject thanks Mother and Empress. The two helped Zhu Yujun up and let him outside. Yu Zai, why didn't you tell your mother that the business you started requires investment? Madame Li asked unhappily. Zhu Yujun's eyes widened as he asked. Mother, Empress Dowager, are you also sure of money? Of course I'm sure of money too. The expenses of the harem are considerable. In the past 2 years, I haven't asked to increase your expenses since I've seen you're sure of money. But now that there's such a good opportunity, I have to get involved. Yes, Yu Zai, your mother and your mother both have families behind us, and the concubines in the harem also have various chains of interest behind them. Your mother and your mother-in-law raised you from childhood, so you must remember us. The two women looked at Zhu Yujun with serious expressions, as if to say, if you don't agree, we'll deal with you. Zhu Yujun gave a wry smile and said, Mother, Empress Dowager, let's talk as we walk. Your subject has already made arrangements for you two. Your subject discovered a type of women's undergarment and cotton products used during menstruation in the Sui dynasty's secret archives. Your son wishes to hand over these 2 workshops to Mother and Empress Dowager. From now on, you and the ladies of the harem will each have a separate share of the profits from these 2 workshops. As for the investment in the business, your uncles will definitely come on their own, and they will also invest a share for you too. Your son will also send you gifts every year, so you can focus on teaching your younger siblings. After hearing these words, the 2 Empress Dowagers smiled at first, and then suddenly grabbed his ears and asked, Yu Zai, have you been secretly reading those unhealthy books? Zhu Yujun's face darkened, and he quickly turned to look around. He saw palace maids and eunuchs looking down at ants, while Feng Bao was shading his eyes with his hand, staring at the distant mountains. He then hurriedly explained, Mother, Empress Dowager, how could I dare to read those books? I just randomly picked one up. I thought it could make money, so I took a look. Zhu Yujun didn't just read about it. What modern man hasn't seen underwear, sanitary napkins, and similar items? They're advertised every day. He framed the Sui dynasty and silently apologized, mainly because the Sui and Tang dynasties had a more open social atmosphere, so such things weren't surprising. Chapter 38, The Grand Competition 1. As March drew to a close, Zhu Yujun summoned outstanding scholars and officials from all over the country to gather in the capital. Zhu Yujun specifically ordered that no inn in the entire capital city be allowed to raise prices privately. If outsiders were treated unfairly, they could report it directly to the 5-city garrison, and once verified, they would be refunded tenfold. All competitions will be conducted 1 subject at a time, 1 subject per day. To Zhu Yujun's surprise, the people who came to the competition were dazzling, ranging from 8 or 9 years old to 60 or 70 years old. and from all walks of life. Because Zhu Yujun was bored out of his mind, he wanted to arrange the competition outside Qingdiamen, which is now Tiananmen Square. However, this was strongly opposed by the court officials. This was because the place was currently the office of the 5 military commands, the 6 ministries, the embroidered uniform guard, the imperial clan court, and other departments. The emperor isn't busy, but they are. It was fine if the young emperor was too lazy to read the memorials, but they couldn't. After reading them themselves, they had to summarize the matters and report them to the emperor. Moreover, the emperor implemented a series of reform policies, including land policy reforms. Nowadays, all the officials in Beijing, from the highest-ranking officials to the lowest-ranking clerks, are truly never home. Zhu Yujun immediately suspended the court assembly, telling them to finish their work first. I heard that Gao Gong and Zhang Jun got into a very minor dispute because 2 prefects from Fujian and Hunan wrote overly lengthy memorials. Enraged, the 2 summoned 2 eunuchs and made them write 1,000 words of rebuke before sending them back. Feng Bao was so busy that his eyes were practically blazing with anger. Without even looking at it, they stamped it with a big seal, and I heard it even looks like a steel stamp. Zhu Yujun didn't dare to go over there, for fear of being conscripted by them. Moreover, if those ministers saw him so relaxed, they would definitely feel resentful and would criticize him indirectly. Since they were all his teachers, he had nothing to say. Therefore, he spent his days between the Western Hills, the Inner Palace, and the Qinxin Palace, never showing his face in the outer court. Even Chen Zhu and Qi Jiguang were caught red-handed. Now, following him is a newly recruited eunuch in his teens named Wang, and Zhu Yujun did not receive approval for the venue, so he had to set up the assessment location outside Zhenjiangmen. As for the training ground outside the city, he didn't even dare to think about it. He couldn't possibly leave the city by himself. Fortunately, the imperial guards were well organized. Li Rusong, Qi Chengguo, Lu Ting, and Ma Lin had been following him all along, and they were also in charge of arranging the examination venue and discipline. Zhu Yujun ordered his soldiers to go into the city to announce the order of the competition, so that all the people in the city could go and watch if they had time. The first day of the 4th lunar month is today, the first day of the grand competition. To ensure a good show, Zhu Yujun arranged for the kitchen to be set up for today. Early in the morning, 10 retired imperial chefs carried a large brass megaphone to call the contestants into the arena. The imperial guards quickly identified the contestants and let them in. After the people knelt and worshipped the emperor, the competition began. According to the previous arrangement, each of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces had 500 people, totaling 7,500 people for one event. One by one, cooks of different heights, builds, and genders, wearing aprons and with leather belts containing their knives, walked to their assigned positions with number tags. The surrounding area was packed with people, and many families even brought out ladders to climb onto their roofs to watch. Besides those few people, Zhu Yujun was also accompanied by several princes who lived relatively close to the capital. They went home last month to raise money, and upon hearing there was some excitement to see in the capital, they rushed here. After all, their journey to the capital now doesn't violate ancestral rules. They just can't linger on the road. The princes were seated on the city wall, while Zhu Yujun sat inside the city gate tower, which offered the best view. What's somewhat amusing is that Hai Rui assigned the chief secretaries and officials of various princely residences to write documents for him. Of course, none of these were important matters, but they had to be done. The kings of Qi, Lu, Zhou, Jin, and Liao, like country bumpkins, lay on the city wall pointing and gesturing. It's understandable that they were surprised, as they had never seen such a lively scene in their lives. The old imperial chefs bowed towards the city gate tower, then waved their hands, and the soldiers sounded the horn, instantly silencing the tens of thousands of people in the crowd. Today is the selection competition of Daming Culinary Academy. This competition consists of 5 parts, each worth 10 points, to assess your knife skills, heat control, color, aroma and taste, creativity, and pairing. The first task is for His Majesty to draw a lot to select an ingredient, and then everyone will cook it themselves. The second activity is for each of you to cook one of your best dishes. The third item is to make a dish that you consider to be the most delicious using wild vegetables. The fourth item is to choose 3 purely vegetarian vegetables to make a well-balanced cold dish. The fifth item is for everyone to choose their own dish. Make the cheapest, easiest to cook, easiest to store, but still reasonably tasty dish. Each competition is limited to 1 hour. The assessments are conducted by imperial chefs and owners of major restaurants in the capital. Don't worry about scoring issues due to different cuisines. These owners and chefs have tasted far more dishes than you have ever seen. The top 3,000 participants in this competition will be recruited into the Great Ming Culinary Academy, built by His Majesty, to study dishes from various regions and innovate. They will also seek out edible ingredients from across the land to develop cooking methods to enrich the dining tables of the people of the Great Ming. Now, Your Majesty, please draw lots. The old imperial chef had never been so splendid in his life. His face flushed red as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhu Yujun grabbed a slip of paper from the small jar that Wang had brought over, opened it, and saw that it read fish inside. Wang ran quickly to the city gate tower and shouted, "His Majesty has drawn the fish." Then, a group of vendors from the crowd hurriedly entered the venue, carrying loads of live fish, various vegetables, and processed meats. This was also arranged by Zhu Yujun. After all, it would be really tiring for the palace to prepare so many dishes. So he directly instructed Wang and to inform the vegetable vendors in the outer city to bring their vegetables to the venue today. The chef could choose whatever he wanted, and the settlement would be done at the end. It wouldn't cost much anyway. Hundreds of vendors carrying various kinds of fish walked in, put them down, and left. They weren't worried that anyone would renege on their promises. There are both river fish and sea fish here. After all, this is the capital city, and all the good things in the world are sent here. Then came the deliveryman who brought vegetables, meat, rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, and the spice merchant who directed a group of workers to put down several sacks of spices. After these people left, the old imperial chef shouted. Each chef was accompanied by imperial guards. No one was allowed to fight over it, and whoever got it first got to keep it. If one loses composure in front of His Majesty, one will be disqualified and punished with 10 strokes of the cane. The timer begins now. The sergeant then opened a water clock to start the timer. The chefs rushed to the central vegetable stall to select their produce. Although it was a bit chaotic at first, things calmed down after the imperial guards issued a warning. People living along the coast mostly choose sea fish, while those inland often choose grass carp, silver carp, or snakehead. One female chef even chose turtle. However, turtles were considered a type of fish in this era, so Zhu Yujun didn't say much and leisurely drank tea while leaning back on the soft couch. This kind of life, facing the sunrise, feeling the gentle breeze, and drinking hot tea, is so beautiful. It would be even more perfect if there were a few beautiful women around. Unfortunately, he can only dream about it now, as the 2 empress dowagers keep a close eye on him, and he doesn't even have a palace made by his side. The chefs below were wielding knives with incredible skill. The various cleavers seemed like toys in Tai Mei's hands. Chapter 39, The Grand Competition 2. The coal stoves were also lit with roaring fires. The chefs all showed off their skills in frying, braising, stewing, and even making sashimi. Boiled fish, steamed sea bass, pickled fish, sweet and sour fish, braised fish, Crucian carp and tofu soup, white radish and fish head soup, Westlake vinegar fish, vuchang bream with open tail, grilled fish, taro with pancakes, braised carp, stir-fried fish slices. Restaurants are very efficient when cooking. If it takes too long, the customers will have already left and there's no point in eating. So the chefs at the bottom of the kitchen are always quick. Within about 15 minutes, the chefs had finished cooking and plating the food. The restaurant owner and the chefs in charge of the reviews then began to score the dishes according to the established criteria. Each dish is scored by 10 different people to prevent any unfairness. Don't be fooled by how complicated it seems. These are all experienced professionals. They can score it just by looking, smelling, and taking a small bite. It's very quick. After scoring one person's score, they would quickly take a sip of water to rinse their mouth before moving on to the next. Zhu Yujun, smelling the aroma below, was also a little tempted and took out some beef jerky from his sleeve to eat. The princes were eager to go down and try it, but their respective attendants stopped them. The surrounding people were all swallowing hard, and Zhu Yujun could hear the sound of them swallowing even from the city gate tower. It was truly an eye-opener for Zhu Yujun, who had never seen so many ways of cooking fish in both his lives. As the competition progressed, everyone displayed their unique talents, and a dazzling array of dishes were prepared. As the sun reached its zenith, the final competition finally arrived. In fact, this last challenge involved Zhu Yujun's plan to seize military rations. Zhu Yujun inspected the army's food and said it was probably not even as lavish as pig feed in later generations. It was simply appalling. Normally it's just porridge and a big pot of stew, but I heard that during wartime, cooking everything together makes it even harder to swallow. Moreover, the dishes were rich in oil and soy sauce, and low in salt. Zhu Yujun suspected that eating too much of them would likely cause cardiovascular disease. However, he didn't know how instant noodles were made, and even if they were made, they couldn't be eaten for a long time, so he could only hope that some of these people would have different ideas. The chefs on site all frowned and pondered during this final step. Only the female chef who started with a turtle took out the dough she had prepared during the spare time of the previous few matches from pot. Zhu Yujun thought she was going to make steamed buns after kneading the dough into a flatbread shape, but steamed buns take too much time and don't meet the convenience requirement. Soon he placed all the dough pieces individually on plates, each covered with a large bowl. Remove some of the coal from the stove, leaving only a shallow layer. Then place the plate directly on top to roast. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yujun exclaimed, "Holy crap! This guy's baking bread. How come I didn't think of that?" "Oh really?" Zhu Yujun slapped his forehead. This caused Wang, Yin, and the other vassal kings and generals to look at him with concern, thinking that he had a headache. Sui Yijun explained, "I'm Fina. I was just reminded of a type of military ration when I saw the female chef's cooking technique." Upon hearing about military rations, the eyes of the young officers and the surrounding soldiers lit up. After all, their food was really too meager, but seeing that the emperor didn't seem to be offering any explanation, they didn't dare to ask any more questions. In the short time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the woman changed the plate and replaced it with another one. Moreover, he was grinding the rice in a powder. Zhu Yujun knew from this that the rice powder was probably for making rice cakes or biscuits. Besides her, several other people started making it. One of the elderly men was making naan bread, while the other was making fried flour mixed with a lot of rice flour. One of the chefs, judging from his attire, came from Liaodong and prepared soybeans that were first boiled over high heat and then stir-fried until dry. Several chefs from Hainan and Guangdong have started making seaweed, also known as nori. Don't assume that people back then didn't eat it. Many ways to eat seaweed were discovered during the Jin dynasty. It remained popular for many years afterward. People even ate kelp during the Tang dynasty. However, the name for seaweed was different at that time. It was called seaweed in common parlance, but lunzu zijiang in official terms. Because it tastes good, merchants from the south often bring it over to sell, so it's not available on site. It was the imperial guards who went to negotiate with the vendors outside to arrange for those people to run errands and buy the goods. Zhu Yujun shook his head after reading it. Although seaweed is a very good source of nutrition, the current conditions at sea make it impossible to collect it in large quantities. It's too expensive. Moreover, many people suffer from night blindness these days, so they really can't do without eating some animal organs and carrots. However, since Zheng He brought carrots back to China, they have only been used as a medicinal herb, and the planting area is not large. Zhu Yujun's eyes lit up when he saw the chef from Yunnan making blown liver. The so-called blown liver is made by inflating pig liver, then coating it with salt and various spices and drying it in the sun or by roasting. It can be sliced and eaten raw, and it has a very long shelf life. Then there's the Sichuan-style braised food, which is also quite good and can be eaten when the troops are stationed there. It's made from scraps and is very cheap. Ordinary people eat these things for just a few coins a pound, but their cooking methods are much better than those of the army. However, if you were to say they were simply boiled, no one would want to eat them. It's too fishy. There's no chili, and even adding ginger won't work. It's too expensive. As for the idea of stir-frying, just think about it. The military has so many people eating, and they've never stir-fried food. The fuel consumption is too high, and they can't afford to feed them. After watching for so long, only these few people's work is acceptable. The rest are just SOSO. Following their methods, they'd surely bankrupt Zhu Yujun. Zhu Yujun was having a royal meal with several princes on the city gate tower, and the young generals also got a free meal, which made them very happy. Looking at these young generals who had been entrusted with important responsibilities by the emperor, the Prince of Jin compared them to his own sons and cursed them inwardly for being so useless. Because the process took a long time, the chefs ate one of the dishes they had prepared themselves, and the rest were sent to a side hall of the Fengtian Hall to improve the meals for the ministers. And it must be said that the ministers were in much better spirits after eating. Indeed, good food is the best way to soothe the soul. After that, they no longer stayed in their respective government offices to handle matters, but led their people to the city gate tower to watch the final evaluation. As per Zhu Yujun's request, the highest and lowest scores were removed, and the average of the remaining scores was taken. With so many judges calculating together, the speed was incredibly fast, turning the venue into a sea of abacus sounds. After a long while, the announcement began, and the arena fell silent after a blast of horns. The old imperial chef, carrying a large brass megaphone, began to announce at the top of his lungs, "Today's competition has ended. Due to the large number of participants, we will not announce everyone individually. A notice will be posted at the Xinjiang gate in 1 hour. Those who passed, don't get excited. Those who didn't, don't be discouraged. Plenty of people will invite you to be chefs, so pack your gear and wait patiently." After saying this, he led a large group of shopkeepers and judges into Xinjiang gate and found a spacious place to start writing the list. However, with so many people, it would require writing many pages. Zhu Yujun stepped down, and everyone respectfully prostrated themselves on the ground in greeting. Minister Jin, you can't write it like this. How can anyone read it if you write it for so many people? Here's what you should do. Take 5 sheets of paper, use one as the base, and paste it onto the other 4 sheets. Do the same for the rest, making the notice a bit bigger, and then using a table format. The first row is the place of origin and name, and the following 6 columns are the scores for each item. This makes things clear at a glance, and can avoid many disputes. As he spoke, Zhu Yujun picked up a pen and began to write and draw on a piece of paper. Although the table data has been taught to Chengdai, it has not yet been widely adopted. The shopkeeper was also impressed by this new type of form, wondering if he should use it to keep accounts in the future. Zhu Yujun gestured for them to continue, while he returned to the city gate tower to drink tea and chat casually with the ministers. Soon a huge proclamation was carried out, and 30 imperial guards climbed the stairs, unfurled it, and pasted it onto the city wall. Then they stood beside it, swords in hand. A group of chefs had already crowded around. A chubby little boy squeezed his way to the front, his small eyes scanning the list. Soon, he found the one he wanted to see at number 131. Chapter 40, The Grand Competition 3. Tajigili from Jiaguan, Shangxi. 6 points for the first item, 7.2 points for the second item, 4.5 points for the third item, 7.5 points for the fourth item, and 8.5 points for the fifth item, for a total score of 33.7. The chubby boy ran back shouting, Boss, boss, Miss Gilai is on the list. She's ranked 131st with a total score of 33.7. This is not an isolated case. These chefs represent the elite chefs from all over the country, so they are naturally not short of money. Many chefs are even personally led by the shopkeeper to deliver them. This is a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. If their own chefs are capable, they should grit their teeth and open a restaurant in the capital. After all, these chefs will always have various apprentices, and their skills will be passed down. The scene was quite lively with shouts and cheers. Tajigili was the woman who baked bread. Zhu Yujun also heard the chubby boy's voice and frowned slightly. Zhang Jian then spoke up. Your Majesty, something is rather strange. Zhu Yujun nodded. Grand Secretary Zhang, please tell me. Well, actually, there's nothing strange about this. This one is a Hami name. Hami has been plagued by war and turmoil since ancient times. During the reign of Emperor Jijing, it was constantly embroiled in conflict due to various disturbances from Turpan. Hami was repeatedly lost and then recaptured, causing immense suffering to its people. In the 8th year of Jijing's reign, Emperor Jijing ordered the relocation of the Hami garrison and its inhabitants to the Shaanxi Gansu region. Furthermore, Hami is currently lacking a governor-general, and Tanluan suggested promoting the former deputy governor-general, Murma Huma, to the position, which we have agreed to. Zhu Yujun sensed something was amiss. How did the conversation veer towards politics? He rubbed his head and said, all right, Grand Secretary Zhang, I understand. Those are also subjects of my great Ming. Zhang Jian gave Zhu Yujun a resentful look. This young emperor was really living too carefree. The fact that she was doing nothing made Zhu Yujun a little uneasy, so he quickly turned his gaze downwards, wanting to see exactly what the woman looked like. He thought to himself how beautiful the girls in Xinjiang were in later generations. Such exotic charm. His mouth gaped open, drool escaping slightly, his mind filled with lewd thoughts. However, they found no one among the large crowd below. Zhu Yujun had no choice but to give up and lead his men back. Several princes and ministers apologized to Zhu Yujun and ran downstairs to find some cooks from among those who had not been selected. Even Hai Rui, that stubborn and incorruptible man, went down to invite the 3 unsuccessful chefs to his residence to cook. He had overheard Feng Bao mentioning that the emperor had said the survival rate of newborns was inseparable from the nutrition of pregnant women during pregnancy. He didn't understand what nutrition was, and Feng Bao could only guess that it meant eating better. Now his concubine has given birth to a healthy baby boy, but he almost lost the baby. He had to beg the emperor for help, and Zhu Yujun had Li Shijin and the imperial physicians, along with a group of experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctors, save the baby. To express his gratitude, Hai Rui named his son Hai Huishan. His 2 wives also showed signs of pregnancy recently, so he needed to give them a good boost in nutrition. Zhu Yujun later heard that he paid each of the cooks a salary of 30 taels of silver per year. With his current income as the prefect of Shuntian Prefecture, the chief justice of the censorate, and the grand tutor of the crown prince, he could afford to support them, but it was still like taking away his flesh. The next 10 days, or so, were filled with competition, with each professor setting the questions. Zhu Yujun realized that he probably had never seen so many different kinds of questions in his previous life. The textile competition reached another climax that day. Hunan embroidery, Sichuan embroidery, Guangdong embroidery, Suzhou embroidery, Beijing embroidery, Shandong embroidery, Han embroidery, O embroidery, Bian embroidery, Hangzhou embroidery, Fujin embroidery, and carve embroidery are all on display. Besides ordinary cotton and linen, there are also brocade cloth, woven fabric, satin, cloud cloth, silk cloth, etc. These embroidered items and fabrics were all works brought from their hometowns by the women, and they were displayed in the square to form a huge exhibition stand. Zhu Yujun invited female craftswomen from the Imperial Clothing Bureau, the Hat Bureau, the Needlework Bureau, and the Inner Dyeing and Weaving Bureau, as well as cloth merchants from all over the city, to evaluate these works. Zhu Yujun sat on the city gate tower, itching to see what was happening. The two empress dowagers had also come to watch with great excitement, and several princes had followed. They were all regretting missing the excitement of the past few days. While everyone was giving their evaluations, the two empress dowagers also took Zhu Yujun out for a look, protected by a group of soldiers. In his previous life, Zhu Yujun wore only a few pure cotton clothes. Most of the rest were made of synthetic materials. He had never seen so many purely handmade works before. In later generations, these would be incredibly valuable. Although the dragon robes and everyday clothes he wore were all made with the finest embroidery, people eventually get tired of the same old things. This time, it was Zhu Yujun's turn to be a country bumpkin. He touched this and looked at that. The embroidery pieces were all so lifelike and truly exquisite. Moreover, the variety of fabrics inspired him to design uniforms for the Ming Dynasty army, especially the diverse patterns of cotton and fine linen, which were perfect for making winter and summer uniforms. There's a type of cotton fabric that is extremely thick. With just a little sewing, it could be used to make a well-made military uniform like the ones of later generations. Add a military overcoat, and it's perfect. There are also leather boots, cloth shoes, straw sandals, and even leather sandals and slippers of various qualities. Zhu Yujun took a liking to several styles: horsehide boots, leather sandals, and cotton boots. He secretly noted down the fabrics he preferred, knowing he needed to go back and have someone calculate the costs. In the following days, all the competitions were almost finished. Of course, not all the competitions were held there. Competitions like mathematics and maritime studies, which had fewer participants to begin with, were all taken away. Not to mention blacksmithing and construction, which are industries where no amount is too much, they were all taken in. As for the competition for Xiaoki and Jurin, it was held at the Imperial College. Mathematics, surveying, and water management were all directly admitted, and there were only a few people in total. Porcelain, like silk, was exhibited, while medicine was presented through strategies devised by Li Shichen. The others each had their own methods, making it extremely lively. For the final martial arts test, Zhu Yujun chose the grand training ground. All the officials came along that day, and even Zhu Yujun's younger siblings were brought out for a stroll. Inside the drill ground, banners fluttered, and rows of soldiers stood solemnly, while the surrounding civilians dared not speak loudly. Zhu Yujun stood up and said, "You are all skilled individuals from various places. I hope you will all strive to be the best. Although this is not a military examination, it is still an assessment no less rigorous than one. Those who perform exceptionally well will be generously rewarded with official positions. Good luck, everyone." Zhu Yujun's words were broadcast by soldiers carrying megaphones, instantly igniting the atmosphere across the entire drill ground. Even little figures, carrying pastries, were shouting ooh ooh ooh. Subsequently, Marquis Tang Shilong of Lingbai took over the assessment. The first item is running. You have 15 minutes to run 2 laps, about 5 kilometers. The second item is mounted archery. The third item is martial arts. The fourth event is a 2-on-2 battle. The Imperial Guards will be the referees for this competition. Your performance will determine your worth. He then signaled that it was time to begin. The first group of 1,000 people set off. 2,000 people were eliminated after the race, which angered many of the eliminated participants. Tang Shilong angrily rebuked them. "If you can't even hold out for such a short distance, how can we expect you to be able to hold out during a forced march? Once the charge begins, you'll be nothing but parasites hiding behind your comrades, using others' lives to shield yourselves. Running is a comprehensive test of your physical fitness and endurance. If you can't even outrun others, how can you expect to go to the battlefield? Go up there to eat dust or go to your death. Take a 15-minute break, then we'll continue." Those eliminated must leave the examination room. Zhu Yujun didn't say much about Tang Shilong's actions. He simply didn't understand them. It's truly shameful to give orders when you don't understand them. Chapter 41, The Grand Competition 4. After resting, 1,000 horses were brought out. The first group mounted their horses, quickly drew their bows, and fired arrows in one smooth motion. It seemed that most of the men in the first group were skilled archers. Whether you're a bandit or a hunter in the mountains, a good cat is one that catches mice, regardless of its color. Among them, there are a few who stand out with broad shoulders, a round waist, a big face, and a large beard, and they don't look like people from the Central Plains. They were probably Mongols, which is understandable. Many Mongol tribes submitted to the Ming dynasty and settled in Guangzhou, and many of today's generals are still Mongols. These 4 Mongols were unerring archers, hitting the bullseye every time, and their horsemanship was also superb. The Imperial Guard commanders, standing in the corner behind them, all had their eyes shining. If they could recruit these men to their ranks as riding instructors, that would be really great. Although each of their divisions didn't have many cavalry, with only a regiment of 5,000 men, it was already quite good for the Ming dynasty, which was short horses. However, there are very few people who know how to teach riding. Many veterans have figured out the rules after years of practice, which can only be called experience-based instruction. Systematic teaching still requires professional personnel. Thinking of this, the 10 young generals came before Zhu Yuzhen and pleaded, "Your Majesty, our horsemanship is inferior to theirs. We hope that your Majesty can assign us to the Imperial Guard to train cavalry." "Huh? Is it really that amazing?" Zhu Yuzhen asked, somewhat puzzled. He just thought it looked good. He didn't understand the technical aspects at all. Qi Jiguang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, they are indeed very good. These men's riding skills are completely systematically trained, much better than those of us who ride based on experience. Furthermore, Your Majesty, look at those people. Their postures and movements are all quite similar. They must have been taught by the same master. These individuals would be more than qualified to serve as equestrian instructors. All right, in that case, regardless of their final results, they will all be assigned to train cavalry under the Imperial Guard. Our Imperial Guard currently has about 48,000 cavalrymen. Entrust them all to them. Don't be stingy with rewards if they train well." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." Qi Jiguang and the 10 young generals were very happy. Also, ask them who their riding skills came from, and call their master over as well. Promise. The matches were incredibly exciting, with the head-to-head duels igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. With hundreds of arenas open simultaneously, Zhu Yuzhen was overwhelmed. The most outstanding among them were 3 martial monks from Shaolin Temple on Mount Song, and several Taoist priests from Zixiao Palace in Nanjing. Zhu Yuzhen had always thought that Kung Fu was just a legend, something to improve physical fitness, but this experience truly broadened his horizons. Those monks were as strong as steel, and with a single kick, they created a large hole in the stone floor. They also had Eagle Claw Kung Fu. The weapons used in the competition were made of ironwood, which were extremely hard. One of the young monks managed to break them with a single grab. The last, thin monk stood in a horse stance, and even after the ironwood sticks opposite him were broken, the monk remained unmoved. Those Taoist priests were incredibly skilled. They leaped more than 3 meters in one bound and jumped almost 2 meters high in the air. Zhu Yuzhen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. If this were to participate in a sports meet in later generations, it would be several levels above the world record. Turning to look at Qi Jiguang said, "Your Majesty need not be surprised. There are many of these non-Buddhist figures in the army, but although they are very strong in individual combat, they are not good at charging into battle. Therefore, they were mostly used as scouts in the army, tasked with assassinating enemy generals and similar jobs. Moreover, to reach the standards of these individuals requires decades of rigorous physical training from a young age. The hardships involved are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. The implication is that you should just look at it and not try to learn it. These few can only be considered average. General Luo Shangzi of Hunan has a monk soldier battalion under his command, and General Chat Dasu of Hebei has a Taoist soldier battalion under his command. Those are the real, formidable ones. It is said that these people, using their light-footed skills, can easily climb trees several meters high, reaching the top in just a few leaps. Zhu Yuzhen's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he asked, "Have you fought against them, my dear minister?" "Your Majesty, although I do not possess their various abilities, if those people were to fight me, I would say without exaggeration that I could take on at least 10 of them." Monk soldiers emphasize explosive power, while Taoist soldiers emphasize leveraging external forces. The martial arts techniques used in the army are expansive and powerful, with a long and drawn-out rhythm. When I wield my sword, any touch will result in injury, and any hit will result in death. Their training is somewhat extreme. This also resulted in the monk soldiers lacking stamina and the Taoist soldiers not being able to inflict enough damage. Moreover, to be honest, their martial arts were somewhat too flashy. In a battle between 2 armies, they would just slash at the enemy they saw, so there was no time to put on any fancy moves. Charging in a battle is too dangerous for them. Even military training can't change the habits they've developed over decades. Qi Jiguang said with a proud expression, and Zhu Yujun had never heard of these things before. His longing for kung fu instantly diminished by half. However, he still needs to learn some skills in the future. Otherwise, he won't have the ability to protect himself in any emergency. Seeing that the emperor was not as enthusiastic as before, but was still interested, Qi Jiguang continued, Your Majesty, if you really want to learn, you can learn from Chun Feng. Don't underestimate him just because he is a eunuch. He is very fond of martial arts. He once went to various outlaw sects such as Huashan, Songshan, Hengshan, Taishan, Liudang, Shaolin, Luoyang Golden Saber, and Sun Moon sect to compete and learn from them, and then integrated them to form his own unique style. In terms of individual martial prowess, he should be among the top in the Ming dynasty. I have seen him several times, and frankly, in a one-on-one fight, I believe I am at best evenly matched with him. Wow! Zhu Yujun was also shocked. Do all these sects really exist? Qi Jiguang looked at Zhu Yujun with some surprise. Your Majesty, it's always been like this. You didn't know? Zhu Yujun was secretly delighted. Jin Yong's novel The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was absolutely right. Ahem, I'm still young. I'll summon them to the palace to see them when I have time later, Zhu Yujun said somewhat embarrassedly. Qi Jiguang thought about it and agreed. It seemed the young emperor didn't know everything. He didn't say anything more. Zhu Yujun was also thinking to himself, so Chun Feng is really that capable. It seems that once he has arranged the tomb raiding matters on his side, he should ask him to come back and teach him. Forget about anything too difficult or tiring, but you should still learn some simple self-defense techniques. The competition was completed around noon. Zhu Yujun only took the few Mongols. He did not compete with the nobles for the others. They urgently need to build an army of 400,000, and there is a huge shortage of generals. Even if they bring back the old generals and recruit all the military graduates accumulated over the years, there will still be a shortage of middle and lower level generals. Several promising talents emerge from this competition, which should be enough to fill the gaps. After the imperial examination concluded, the group of scholars and literati underwent emergency training by Changdai and were then assigned to various prefectures and counties across the country to serve as temporary land officials. In mid-April, all the vassal kings who had gone back to raise money arrived. In fact, they did not have much cash. Most of their assets were fixed assets, such as houses, shops, and workshops. Since they all wanted to move to the capital, most of their properties were sold off to realize cash. According to reports from the embroidered uniform guard, each of the princes possessed assets of at least 10 million. The king of Qin had the most, probably around 17 or 18 million. This made Zhu Yujun quite envious. Officials from various places also dispatched their most trusted stewards and servants with silver to the capital. Needless to say, the officials in Beijing had already made preparations. Several people pooled their money together, mostly according to their departments, to buy the items. That evening, Zhu Yujun hosted a banquet in the Fengtian Hall, inviting all the ministers who wanted to invest to discuss the matter. Zhu Yujun had the goods placed on the table again, and the officials and stewards who had never seen them before surrounded them, marveling at them. All right, everyone, let me first explain to you the business that the Ming Dynasty Royal Trading Company engages in. First, the merchant firm needs to purchase large quantities of grain from the people, and each year the grain is purchased without restriction at a middle price based on the yield. All grain must be stored in warehouses built by the individual households, with each household monitoring the others and replenishing the emperor's supplies by 3 times the amount if any is missing. There's no need to compete maliciously with grain merchants when making purchases. Prices fluctuate with the market, but not too much. The purchase price was maintained at around 200 won, and the selling price was 250 to 300 won per stone. No unauthorized price increases were allowed. Secondly, grain, salt, and farm tools will be sold centrally by officials arranged by the imperial court. Private buying and selling is strictly prohibited, and the price of salt nationwide, including transportation costs, must not exceed 60 won per gene. Third, the purchase of farm tools such as hoes must not exceed 100 coins, and it is not allowed to buy too many at once. If too many are purchased, an investigation will be conducted. Fourth, the business will produce white sugar, perfume, soap, glass mirrors, flat transparent glass, toothbrushes, cloth, ready-made clothing, and fine wines. Fifth, I will invite envoys from all countries except the north to make purchases, as bulk commodities are the most profitable. Sixth, Tianjin port will be opened as a state-owned port, and private merchants will not be allowed to sail from here. Seventh, the shares held by each party are not allowed to be sold at will. After an official leaves office, the shares are retained until his death, and then the principal will be returned to his family to withdraw the shares. Eighth, Newly appointed officials or princes and nobles who wish to purchase shares must do so at the current value, no longer at 10,000 taels per share. We are all part of this interest group, and I hope that you will not extend your hands to the farmers or their already limited land. Ninth, all participating officials must supervise each other, and any violation of the rules must be reported. All shares will be confiscated, half will be awarded to the whistleblower, and the other half will be shared among everyone. In addition, the imperial court will also investigate this person. 10th, the imperial court will establish a bank and set up its own banknotes. Money will not pass through your hands. You're only responsible for contacting merchants, and all payments will be collected by the bank. Merchants can only pick up their goods from the warehouse after receiving the bank's payment receipt. The more you contact, the higher your bonus. Each person can receive 3/10 of the payment from the merchants they contact. These are the internal rules of the Ming Dynasty merchants. If you all have no objections, let's begin the equity sale meeting. Chapter 42, Selling Shares and Amassing Huge Wealth. No, Your Majesty's plan is already very comprehensive. If any loopholes are found later, we can report them and discuss them. Gao Gong said cheerfully. All right, let's begin. 10,000 taels per share. To ensure its authority, 9 cabinet ministers will write out the vouchers for you. In addition, the Royal Trading Company seal, which I recently commissioned Liu Zigong to carve, will be affixed. Tomorrow, please take this receipt and deposit the silver into the Ministry of Revenue's granary. Then the cabinet ministers happily began to write out the vouchers by hand. The princes and nobles, being the wealthiest, naturally went first without hesitation. The established royal families, such as the King of Qin and the King of Jin, each purchased 500 shares, while the other kings purchased at least 200 shares. Most nobles held 200 to 300 shares, while high-ranking officials and regional commanders typically held around 100 shares. Officials in the capital had slightly more, mostly 30 or 40 shares, while local officials had only 1 or 2 shares, or 6 or 7 shares. The vast majority of these officials' money was raised by their families or by the entire department. Zhu Yujun also mentioned that the 2 empress dowagers owned 20% of the shares in women's products, and no one objected. Li's second brother, Li Wengyi, who is also Zhu Yujun's second maternal uncle, and Chen Jingxing, the father of Empress Dowager Chen and former commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, each spent 1 million to buy 10 shares on behalf of the 2 empress dowagers. Finally, when the moon was high in the sky, all the shares had been subscribed. Zhu Yujun glanced at the amount, and his eyelids twitched. There were a total of 268.33 million taels of silver. Zhu Yujun even thought about robbing them. Zhu Yujun cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, all shares have been subscribed. There are now 26,833 shares available. According to the previous distribution regulations, I, the Emperor, would receive 20% of the profits for contributing technology and production. Half of the bonuses for the construction of shops and workshops nationwide, as well as for the basic needs of artisans, were distributed. Salt and iron were the main sources of tax revenue for the national treasury, accounting for 25% of the profits. The remaining profits were distributed proportionally. Do you all have any objections?" The princes and nobles all expressed their opinions without objection. "Very well, then I won't worry about too much today. Bring out the newly arrived wines from the Merchant Guild, and I'll toast you all." This was Zhu Yujun's first time drinking alcohol, not counting Zhu Lei, as both empress dowagers had previously forbidden him from drinking. This wine wasn't actually brewed. It was distilled from wine that was presented as tribute from Luzhu, Sichuan. Zhu Yujun strongly suspected that it might be the famous Luzhu liquor of later generations, but he had no evidence. That winery only opened in the first year of the Wanli reign, and because it was relatively strong, it was chosen by the palace. According to the old imperial chef who distilled the liquor, it's hard to say which brand of liquor is the best in the Ming Dynasty, but this brand is the most famous for its strong liquor. At a time when the alcohol content was generally around 10 degrees, the liquor bought from Luzhu was close to 20 degrees, which was considered strong. However, it is far inferior to the high-proof liquor distilled by Zhu Yujun. Although the taste is not great, it is strong enough. He took a small sip and felt warm all over, probably because it had been distilled at least twice and was almost 60 degrees Celsius. His face turned visibly red, and the people below burst into laughter. Then everyone poured themselves a large cup and drank it all in one gulp. Except for Qi Jiguang and others who knew in advance, most of the others spat it out. Looking at those small fountains, Zhu Yujun felt somewhat helpless, thinking it was a waste. I comforted myself by thinking, just think of it as spraying alcohol for disinfection. Ha! Your Majesty, is this the wine we're going to sell? The King of Qin was one of the few who didn't spit it out, and he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. This wine is truly potent, It could fetch an astronomical price. I quite like it indeed. Uncle Wong, there's still some wine left. If you like it, take some back with you. Also, everyone, please take some back with you as a perk of the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone rose and bowed. Then they slowly sipped their drinks. Zhu Yujun didn't remember when he got back. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes in the morning was Feng Bao's big face. Master, what time is it? Zhu Yujun had a terrible headache and thought to himself, damn, did I drink fake wine? Master, it's almost noon. You were drunk last night, so I brought you back. The two Empress Dowagers just sent someone to inquire about your condition after hearing that you were drunk. All right. The court is too busy lately, and no one has time to pay attention to me. Help me take off my clothes. I need to go and pay my respects to the two Empress Dowagers. Zhu Yujun said, rubbing his head. After some preparation, Zhu Yujun, dressed in casual clothes, rode in a sedan chair to Sinang Palace. Even before getting close, they could hear the noisy laughter coming from inside. Zhu Yujun got down and quickly went inside. Your subject greets Mother and Empress Dowager. Yuzai, are you sober now? Do you need some hangover soup? Madame Li asked with some concern. Thank you, Mother. No need, I'm much better now. Your Majesty, it's not that the Empress Dowager is criticizing you, but you're still so young. How could you drink so much? You are at the age where you are growing, so you must not be greedy for wine. Empress Dowager Chun said in a rambling manner. Zhu Yujun could only force a smile and say, Mother, I'm already 12 years old. There's not much difference between drinking it next year or this year. Besides, I was happy last night, wasn't I? Mother, do you know that I have raised a large sum of money? This will provide the funds for the upcoming plan to reduce and reorganize the military garrisons that owe the 9 garrisons. Seeing the cheerful Zhu Yujun, Empress Dowager Chun did not criticize him, but instead felt sorry for him, knowing how much the emperor had sacrificed to do these things. On the surface, it appears to be a simple exchange of benefits, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that these people's money came from illegitimate sources. However, Zhu Yujun had no way to investigate. He had to exchange something for what he wanted to do. He was the emperor, the son of heaven. He should be the most honorable person in the world, able to have whatever he wanted with no need to wrong himself. In fact, Zhu Yujun wasn't too frustrated. It's just that these things are quite normal in later generations, aren't they? There are gains and losses. Zhu Yujun knew very well that if he wanted to make the country strong and the people rich, the first thing he had to do was to feed these officials. To save the people, you must first save the officials. The same principle applies to enriching the people. Only when these people stop oppressing the people will the people truly become wealthy. Moreover, when the people become an important link in their chain of interests, they will spontaneously protect them. After all, they can distinguish between killing the goose that lays the golden eggs and taking a steady, long-term approach. The only ones harmed by Zhu Yujun's sale of so many goods were the large merchants. The impact on small and medium-sized merchants was not significant. But would those merchants dare to speak out now? He was confident that if anyone made a fuss, his subordinates would crush them without him even having to say a word. We're all in business. It's fair competition. Royal Trading Company didn't try to steal anything, so what's there to complain about? After playing with his younger siblings for a while, Zhu Yujun took his leave, as he needed to go to the Ministry of Revenue's granary to check if the money had arrived. With great excitement, I arrived at the Ministry of Revenue's granary, only to find Wang Qiaguang sitting at the entrance, grinning broadly. People were constantly unloading boxes of gold and silver from carriages and carrying them inside. When they saw the emperor arrive, everyone knelt down to greet him. Rise, my dear Wang. How's the money collection going? Your Majesty, this is the last batch. Please come in. Wang Qiaguang invited Zhu Yujun to the warehouse to check it out, as if presenting a treasure. Inside the warehouse, chests of gold, silver, and copper coins were piled up like small mountains. Zhu Yujun was overjoyed and ran over to pick up a few gold ingots to examine them closely. Wang Qiaguang smiled broadly. Your Majesty, after deducting the prince's salary from last year and the land's value, all the money is here. Minister Wang, this money doesn't belong to the Ministry of Revenue yet, so don't be too happy too soon. I will be significantly expanding my workshops and hiring more people soon, which will require a considerable amount of money. My dear Minister, please don't hold back. Your Majesty, rest assured, I know what is important. I will send someone to fetch it if your Majesty requires it. Zhu Yujun nodded and then went out. He needed to arrange for the expansion of the workshop, which would need to be increased at least tenfold. Zhu Yujun and Wang hurriedly arrived at Zishan, where they began planning the area at the foot of Zishan, which would later become the Zishan Machinery Factory in Beijing. Apart from the bustling coal mining army across the street, there wasn't a single human being on this side. Zhu Yujun called over Kuai Ju, who was diligently researching cement formulas. You may not have heard of Kuaiju, but you should know Kuaisiang, right? They designed the Forbidden City in Beijing. Soon after, Kuaiju arrived, covered in white ash. After exchanging greetings, Zhu Yujun said, Kuaiju, prepare to recruit workers from the surrounding area to start construction on this 1,000-acre wasteland below. Chapter 43, Cement Workshops Expand. Build all the workshops as big as possible. By the way, how's your cement research going? Your Majesty, I have indeed produced some finished products, but these things are resistant to pressure, but not to tension. I'm currently researching how to make this thing tensile resistant, Kuaiju said wearily. Haha, Kuaiju, ordinary cement is like this. It doesn't have strong tensile strength. If you want to be tensile, you have to add iron bars. However, since we are not building a high-rise building, we do not need to add iron bars. We only need to use wooden or bamboo strips. Take me to see the cement you've made, Zhu Yujun said with a smile. Kuaiju hurriedly led the way, having understood what the emperor had just said. He had actually succeeded in researching this long ago, but he kept trying to make cement the same as stone, so he kept researching it. He felt much better after hearing the emperor's advice. It turned out he had been stuck in a rut. Upon arriving at the School of Architecture, one sees craftsmen everywhere drawing blueprints and making mortise and tenon joints, with exquisite models of small courtyards laid out to the side. Kuaiju explained, Your Majesty, these are my ideas. We builders can't just talk the talk, so I recently gathered these people together. Have them create a model based on ancient buildings from different dynasties. In the future, whenever His Majesty needs construction, his subordinates can simply build according to the model. It will be very convenient. Good, very good, excellent. Your idea is outstanding. You're likely to receive a string of large orders soon. The kings will gradually move back to the capital from this year to the beginning of next year. The land for the inner city has already been purchased. Hurry up and produce hundreds of different models of the prince's mansion. You'll be overwhelmed with orders. We, your humble servants, thank your majesty. The craftsmen all knelt down to express their gratitude. Get up, come up with more good designs. I will collect these excellent designs in the future. Kuaiju, take me to see the cement. Your majesty, please, Kuaiju said, leading the way with light steps to a kiln. He grabbed a handful of gray powder from the wooden bucket on the ground and presented it to Zhu Yujun as if it were a treasure. Zhu Yujun rubbed a little bit in his hand, feeling that it wasn't much different from cement in later generations. He wiped his hands on Kuaiju's clothes and then asked, Where's the finished product? Your majesty, please look. That wall was built by me using cement, but it's easy to knock it down if you hammer it with a sledgehammer. Zhu Yujun walked over and took a look, speechless. Damn, this is too thin. It's at most 5 or 6 centimeters thick. Zhu Yujun glanced at the shards of his feet and ordered Kuaiju to hammer them with a sledgehammer. Kuaiju mustered all his strength and hammered the cement slab more than a dozen times before it finally broke. Zhu Yujun felt that it should be close enough, and then said, Kuaiju, this thing cannot be used alone. It needs to be mixed with gravel and river sand to be stable. In addition, the thickness of the structure should be at least 1 foot. This humble subject understands, and thanks your majesty for your guidance. Kuaiju's face was flushed, clearly showing his excitement. Once this problem is solved, this thing will be a divine artifact. Building houses and city walls will be incredibly easy. Let's go. Summon all the deans of the academies and the workshop managers to me. I need to arrange future production tasks and reward/punishment regulations. Yes. Kuaiju ran off excitedly. Zhu Yujun returned to the lobby of the School of Architecture and sat down to drink tea. Soon after, he saw a group of people walking towards him. We pay our respects to your majesty. Get up. Please find a place to sit. I will now reassign you tasks. The open space opposite the coal mine is quite large, at least 1 or 2,000 acres. I plan to build steel mills there, at least 10 of them, to produce high-quality steel at full capacity. In addition, build 30 more steel processing workshops next door. Each academy has its own workshops. As long as you design something good, I will build a workshop for you to manufacture and sell it. For example, the Ceramics Academy is currently researching ceramic tiles and giant blue bricks. From now on, for every good invention you make, I will reward the academy or the individual with a sum of money ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 taels. There are also corresponding rewards for improving production technology or production quality. In addition, workshops are a channel for the business to make money. I have secured 0.5% of the shares for you, which is about several million taels. Each year, after deducting the costs of building the workshop and paying the workers' wages, the rest will be divided equally among you. You can conduct research, produce, and make money all at the same time in the academy. You have everything. Of course, I will relocate your colleges to a place closer to the imperial city, which will be called the University City. You all should do your research inside. I will not treat you unfairly. In addition, for schools like the School of Architecture and the School of Maritime Studies, which require students to go out and work, you can also use your special skills to get a share of the pie. For example, if you need a certain type of tile, you can design it and charge a design fee. For example, if there's a need for carving, the Carving Academy can also design it, and there will be some extra profit sharing after the house construction funds are received. There are many students below you, so we can work together. You can discuss the specifics privately. I won't say more. In addition, the Animal Husbandry Academy will be set up within the Imperial Horse Stables, where there's enough space for your research. The medical school and the animal husbandry school will also establish 2 clinics in the outer city. While you are treating patients, you're also learning and practicing. The Great Ming Medical Encyclopedia and the Great Ming Pharmacopoeia should be created as soon as possible. Each academy must compile its own treasured classic books and ordinary textbooks. These books are all precious, and I will collect them. From now on, I will have Qi Jiguang directly assign production tasks to the managers of each workshop. He's been busy with other things lately, so his professors and supervisors are taking care of things here for now. He should be able to take charge once the workshop and academy are completed. Professor Kuai Ju of the architecture department has successfully developed a new type of building material. He is awarded 50,000 taels of silver, which will be disbursed immediately. This humble subject kowtows to express his gratitude for your majesty's generous gift. Zhu Yujun waved his hand, took a sip of tea, and said, "This year, each college will receive 50,000 taels as research funding. The Culinary Academy needs to establish a canteen between the university town and the workshops to provide food and drink for everyone, and at the same time, develop new dishes and new foods. Remember to ensure everyone is well fed and satisfied at the lowest possible cost. Your humble servant obeys." The old imperial chef, looking constipated, stood up and replied. The emperor's request was truly bizarre. All right, you all should first assist Kuai Ju in firing cement and set up the academy and workshop as quickly as possible. Also, make all the necessary equipment and tools. Promise. After Zhu Yujun finished speaking, he left with Wang'an. I've been having a lot on my mind lately. Putting aside the mountain of memorials piling up in the court, there's still no news about the fleet that went out to purchase grain. Those who went looking for chili peppers and corn have still not found them. Those who went out to search for minerals have acquired a considerable amount of chromium or crystals, but have yet to find any veins, and there's been no news about the other 2 types of minerals either. Zhu Yujun was still worried about the border situation. According to historical records, the war that should have happened last year did not occur. Moreover, this year, Wang Gao, the commander of Jianzhou, lured and killed Pei Qinju and rallied the Tongde, intending tribes to invade Liaoyang and Shenyang. However, according to history, Nurisi and his brother Shurisi were captured by Li Chunliang and made into servants in this battle, but were later released by Li Qingliang's concubine. The more Zhu Yujun thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had a strange feeling that something big was about to happen. After careful consideration, Zhu hurriedly returned to the Wenhua Hall and found a group of ministers who were processing memorials. After dismissing the servants, he spoke directly. I have received secret information that the Jianzhou Jurchens will lure and kill Pei Qinju of Liaodong at the horse market. Then, they joined forces with the Mongol Tum tribe to invade Liaoyang and Shenyang, while Dong Huli of the Doyan tribe might simultaneously send troops to attack Zaifengao. Chapter 44 Reinforcements Arrangement. Zhu Yujun had no choice but to speak up. He felt increasingly unwell. It's like that feeling of wanting something constantly. It just won't go away. It's very strange. He could only mention both of these possible scenarios together. If there is no attack, that's fine. If there is an attack, then we can make the first move. As luck would have it, Zhu Zixiao rushed in at that moment and said, Your Majesty, I have news to report. There is imminent unrest in the north and Liaodong. Dong Huli, Wang Gao, and Anda have been exchanging letters frequently recently, indicating that they are planning to send troops to the Ming dynasty. It is expected that the operation will take place as early as June. The report also stated that the abnormal weather last year caused heavy losses to several tribes. Now, the snow and ice in our area have just melted, a large number of livestock have frozen to death, and the population has decreased by more than 10%. These tribes are likely running out of food, so they have been gathering their armies over the past few months. After Zhu Zixiao finished speaking, he saw that all the high-ranking officials in the court looked like they already knew, and he knew that the emperor must have found out through unknown means. He was startled and stood up to the side. Does the emperor have other tricks up his sleeve? How'd he find out so quickly? Zhu Zixiao felt a little scared. The unknown is the most terrifying. My dear ministers, please share your thoughts. Zhu Yujun secretly rejoiced that he had set up the secret guards, as this would make many things much easier to explain later. Your Majesty, we should immediately inform Ma, Fong, Wang Kong, and Li Chongliang to be outwardly relaxed but inwardly vigilant and make preparations secretly. In addition, we should send reinforcement from the Imperial Guard to escort the grain supplies over there. Tan Luan stepped forward and said, My dear Wang, how much grain is currently in the National Treasury? Your Majesty, thanks to the disaster relief efforts of the past 2 years, the Ministry of Revenue still has about 100,000 share of grain, which is enough to launch a major campaign. Wang Qiaguang was counting money until his hands cramped just a few days ago, but now that there's no food, his face looks terrible. Damn it, what happened to the fleet that went out to buy grain? Why isn't any news coming back? Zhu Yujun said angrily. 100,000 sure, approximately 10,000 tons, of grain is not a large amount, but it is enough to supply these troops. However, there are other troops as well. Simply giving money to soldiers is not enough if they cannot buy food. After a moment's thought, Zhu Yujun immediately said, Summon the Prince of Liao to come and see me. After bowing respectfully, Feng Bao hurriedly made the arrangements. Who is the right person to lead the troops? Your Majesty, all 10 divisions of the Imperial Guard have completed their training and are ready to go into battle at any time, Qi Jiguang said, stepping forward. General Qi, we don't need that many. His Majesty needs someone to protect him. Tan Luan continued, there are 10,000 troops stationed at Zaifengao. We can transfer 20,000 troops each from Jizu and Suanfu to assist them. Zaifengao is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there's a narrow valley outside it. Now that we have received advance warning, if we can ambush them in advance, we might be able to win a complete victory. The Imperial Guards were at a disadvantage because their firearms had not yet been equipped. Regarding Liaodong, I suggest that all cavalry regiments go there this time, and also send medical battalions, cook battalions, and supply battalions to make up a total of 60,000 men. Firstly, infantry had little advantage against Jurchen cavalry, and secondly, the journey to Liaodong could be made by sea, so not many people were needed to escort them. Liaodong has 50,000 troops, including 30,000 cavalry, plus 20,000 Korean auxiliary troops, and 60,000 reinforcements, which is enough to launch a major campaign. Our army's provisions can sustain both armies for at least 6 months of fighting, but a prolonged conflict would be unsustainable. Zhu Yujun perked up immediately upon hearing about the Korean auxiliary troops, recalling how the Ming dynasty had painstakingly helped Korea resist the Japanese in his previous life. As a result, the people there didn't appreciate it at all, thinking it was all their own doing, and showed absolutely no gratitude to the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yujun immediately said, the entire Korean vassal army must be sent back immediately and is not allowed to participate in this war. Korean troops are not allowed to come to the Ming dynasty again. Also, tell Li Chongliang not to get too close to North Korea, as they are a bunch of ungrateful wretches. The Imperial Guard was reinforced with another division and sent to Liaodong, along with all the soldiers' pay. The remaining veterans of the Beijing garrison, totaling 40,000 men from 2 divisions, were sent out to escort supplies to Zaifengao. These people are so bored in the capital, they're practically rotting away. Let them go out and get some exercise. In the future, it will be necessary to form special escort teams or use idle troops to escort grain and fodder. This method is much faster than using civilian laborers, and they are also more disciplined. Furthermore, they can provide support when the battle is going poorly. Your Majesty, Korea has always regarded our great Ming as its suzerain state, so it is only right that they send vassal troops. Why does Your Majesty want to send them back? Zhang Jun asked. Your Excellency, Korea and Japan have been a persistent problem for China since ancient times. They're like 2 dogs. When you are strong, they cling to you with their tongues hanging out, and when you are weak, they desperately invade my Liaodong and coastal areas of China. Look at how many years North Korea has existed. Why have these 2 tiny islands survived for so long without being eliminated? It's because their dog-like mentality has won the favor of Confucianism. I don't care what you think, I will definitely wipe them out in the future. If you all oppose me, I will lead the Imperial Guards on a personal expedition. Seeing the young emperor's bitter and indignant expression, the ministers below were completely bewildered. However, given the emperor's resolute stance, they dared not utter a word. If you go against what a child has made up their mind, you'll often end up losing more than you gain. Moreover, with the emperor's various reforms, the country will surely become rich and powerful. If that day ever comes, it will simply perish. Since His Majesty has made this arrangement, then we will follow it. In addition, we would like to trouble Grand Secretaries Gao, Zhang, and Tan Luan to report to the Empress Dowager and request the military tally and imperial edict, Wang Zihu said. All right then, but we still need to buy some more grain, Tan Luan replied. I will find a way to provide food. The emperor will not let his soldiers go hungry. You all just need to focus on strategy. I will not let my soldiers fight on an empty stomach. Zhu Yujun then said, I'm not familiar with military matters, so I will trouble you all to take care of them. Zhu Yujun sat down and cupped his hands in greeting, and everyone below hurriedly returned the greeting. Also, tell the generals of the 9 border regions to go all out to plunder enemy populations, but do not allow them to remain in their hands. Men, women, and children should all be sent to my workshop to work, and I will give each person 1 tael of silver. Especially in areas of great battle, capture every single person for me. The ministers were somewhat displeased upon hearing these words, as they went against the way of the sages. However, Zhu Yujun continued, do you all know that the daily wages of the laborers we hire are tens of thousands of taels? In the future, we will also increase the number of workshops, and the expenses will be too great, which will squeeze profits. Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had been somewhat hesitant, immediately shouted in unison. Promise. Just kidding. Those people may be pitiful, but what does it have to do with me? The workshop is their lifeline right now, so cutting costs is the only way to go. Your Majesty, 1 tael of silver per piece is too much. We should differentiate them. 1 tael for a young adult, for the elderly, children, sick and disabled. Women who have given birth cost 1 tael each, and young girls cost 2 taels each, Gao Gong said, rising to his feet. Of course, the costs incurred during transport can be calculated separately. Okay, that's fine. We'll issue it as you've said. Then Feng Bao reported that the Prince of Liao had arrived outside the palace. Zhu Yujun asked them to discuss the details and then took Feng Bao out. The bewildered Prince of Liao, after kneeling before the emperor, was led forward by Zhu Yujun. Uncle Liao, the imperial court is about to launch a military campaign, but the Ministry of Revenue only has 100,000 share of grain. I would like to ask Uncle Liao, does your palace still have any grain? I would like to buy some, or perhaps borrow some. Uncle Wang must already know that I have arranged for Deng Zilong to go overseas to purchase grain. According to the maritime merchants, it amounts to several million shur, a unit of dry measure. Whether it's grain or money, Uncle Wang can name his price. Your Majesty, just give me the grain. I'm moving house, but transporting the grain is quite troublesome. I was thinking of selling it to a merchant house instead. Since Your Majesty requires it, then I will return home and have a message sent to the prince's residence. Your Majesty can then instruct Li Chongliang to send someone to retrieve it. The succession of Prince Zhu Xianhe of Liao to the throne was fraught with twists and turns. He almost lost his title of Prince of Liao. Now that the emperor is in trouble, he has to quickly flatter him, and this matter has indeed solved his problem of transporting grain. I wonder how much grain the Prince of Liao has. Zhu Yujun asked thoughtfully. If the Prince of Liao is like this, then what about the other princes? Your Majesty, I don't know the exact number on my end, but it's definitely at least 100,000 shur, the king of Liao said, scratching his head. Very well, Prince Gao Yi of Liao. I thank you in advance. Once the warships arrive in Tianjin, I will return them in full. Of course, Your Majesty. I will go back and inform the people at the prince's residence. I will stay in the capital and wait for the prince's residence to be demolished and moved here. All right, Uncle Wang, you can go back now. The king of Liao bowed and left with a smile. Chapter 45, Pre-Battle Preparations and the Little Emperor's Affection. Zhu Yujun returned to the main hall and announced the news, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, there would be no need to transport grain from Liaodong. The troops could simply be transported by sea. The grain saved by the Ministry of Revenue can be sent directly to Jizhu to provide for the needs of the Zhaifengao battle, which will be sufficient even for a long battle. How has the discussion gone? Your Majesty, our suggestion is that all soldiers going to Zhaifengao to provide support should wear civilian clothes and pretend to be civilians transporting grain. The soldiers heading to Liaodong will enter the military camp at night, allowing Li Chongliang to lead troops out of the city under the guise of training, and then gradually bring them into Liaoyang and Shenyang in batches to hide. After all, the border is full of enemy spies and traitors. We simply can't catch them all, Tan Luan replied. All right, in that case, quickly write the troop mobilization documents and get started. Tell the soldiers at the front not to worry about food or compensation. The imperial court is very wealthy now, and they need not worry about anything. Promise. Zhu Yujun returned to Qianxing Palace and had Wang and summon the chefs who had prepared the inexpensive and portable food that day. Then he lay down on the soft couch to rest. After a long while, Wang came to report that the chefs had arrived. Zhu Yujun rubbed his temples, opened his eyes, and sat up. After tidying his appearance, Zhu Yujun summoned the people outside. 6 people rushed in and respectfully knelt down to pay their respects. Zhu Yujun's eyes were fixed on the beautiful woman behind him. The woman had a veil hanging from her ear, so she must wear a veil normally. Now the veil has been removed, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Around 18 or 19 years old, with long eyelashes and a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water, like two small whirlpools that attract attention. Her nearly 1.8-meter tall, slender figure, dressed in a simple long dress, exuded a unique temperament and charm, full of exotic flair. Her heavy, upright posture almost touched the floor when she knelt on the ground. The following was also extremely outstanding, making even the young Zhu Yujun somewhat excited. She truly embodies the saying, fair skin, beautiful face, slender waist, curvy figure, and long legs. Seeing that Zhu Yujun was staring intently at the woman, Wang could only cough lightly to remind him. Zhu Yujun coughed awkwardly twice. Get up. I called you here today, hoping that you could go to the army and teach the cooks how to make the food you made the other day. It includes wheat buns, rice cakes, naan bread, dried liver, braised offal, fried noodles, and wild vegetable dumplings. It doesn't need to be too complicated. Just let them do it, and you can guide them from behind. Furthermore, these techniques are your inherited skills, and I will not take them for nothing. Each of you will be rewarded with 500 taels of silver as compensation. If you can add oil, salt, and sugar, then go ahead. Thank you for your gracious reward, Your Majesty. The chefs were overjoyed. They had earned 500 taels of silver from just one dish, which was equivalent to many years' salary. Wang, this servant is here. Take them to the Imperial Guard's cooking camp and tell them that they must learn the skills before setting off, and that the taste must be approved by the head chef. Otherwise, each of them will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane and incorporated into the combat unit. Promise. Go ahead. Zhu Yujun gave Wang a knowing look, and Wang understood immediately. After the group left, Zhu Yujun got up and paced back and forth, trying hard to recall what might have happened during this period of the Ming Dynasty. Earthquakes, droughts, floods, locust plagues, ice storms, especially in the 5 or 6 years that the Ming Dynasty would enter its coldest period, lasting from 1580 to 1644, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Starving corpses littered the land. As Zhu Yujun grew older, the more he learned, the more he lamented. The Ming Dynasty during this period was even more difficult than later generations knew, with extreme polarization. After thinking for a while, Zhu Yujun began to write down the events of the Wanli era that he himself knew. The 3 major battles of the Wanli era, the Battle of Sarho, major earthquakes in various years, various disasters, the imperial city being struck by lightning and set on fire, as well as many design ideas and principles of firearms and cannons, and some famous figures in later generations. He had already recorded many other things in the books he gave to Qi Jiguang. In addition, it lists a whole host of items, including a world map, gold and silver producing areas, gemstone countries, areas rich in sandalwood and golden namu, oil wells, hot air balloons, hydrogen balloons, steel warships, tractors, gearbox principles, and so on. Zhu Yujun took out a blank book from the hidden compartment and began to slowly take notes. He wrote for the entire afternoon, leaving him exhausted. Wang Yin, accompanied by a group of chefs, arrived at the Imperial Guard's garrison in a swaying carriage. Wang Yin gestured for Tajiguli to put on the veil, and then took out a cloak for her. He couldn't just say, "The Emperor has high hopes for you. You can't show your face in public." He could only explain, "Miss Gilai, the soldiers in the camp are all rough men with crude language and improper behavior. Please bear with them." Although Tajiguli was curious as to why the eunuch was so attentive to her, she did not refuse Wang Yin's kindness. "Thank you, sir. I understand." Gilai bowed slightly, her voice clear and full of youthful energy. Qi Jiguang was holding a mobilization meeting in the hall when he heard that Wang Yin had arrived. He led his men out to greet him, thinking that the emperor had some kind of decree. "Wang Yin, what imperial decree summoned you here?" Wang was just an ordinary eunuch, so Qi Jiguang didn't need to be too respectful. "General, His Majesty has ordered me to lead these chefs here to teach the cooks of each division how to make new types of marching rations. I hope you will take us with you." Upon hearing about the new type of military rations, all the soldiers' eyes lit up, and the 10 young generals behind Qi Jiguang were also very excited. After eating the army's food a few times, they were terrified of it and had no choice but to cook their own meals at their lodgings. A group of people stared intently at the chefs. Wang Yin subtly stepped in front of Gilai. Qi Jiguang's eyebrows twitched as he looked at him. Wang Yin secretly pointed to the sky, and Qi Jiguang understood immediately, his expression somewhat strange. This emperor should still be young, right? How come? He didn't think it through or dwell on it, and arranged for people to gather all the cooks in the First Division's kitchen. It was called a kitchen, but it was really just an open-air shed, very rudimentary, with dozens of large pots bubbling and simmering mixed vegetables. A large group of cooks and officers of various ranks who had free time poured in from outside. Fortunately, This place was where the soldiers got their meals, and it was spacious enough, otherwise there really wouldn't be enough room to stand. Then each division sent out 5 people to perform the dishes in the order of blowing liver, baking naan, braising offal, and frying noodles as instructed. After the entire church was established, when it was Tajigili's turn, she was about to step forward when Chi Jigwang reached out and stopped her, saying, "Young lady, please stand here and give instructions. Those people are too rough and might hurt you." Tajigili was full of questions, and she was even more puzzled as to why these people were acting so strangely today. However, seeing that the man in front of her looked like a high-ranking official, she didn't dare to say anything more. They instructed these people to dissolve sugar in water to mix with rice flour, and to knead flour with salt and clear lime water. Baking rice cakes is incredibly fast. They're done in no time. After baking a large bowl of rice noodles and the dough had risen, we started baking wheat bread. The aroma was irresistible, and all the soldiers were drooling. Chi Jigwang didn't wait long. He immediately grabbed the rice cakes and naan bread and started eating. After finishing the meal, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Not bad. This is what people should eat." Then I took the first baked bread and took a bite. Ho ho ho. Fragrant, soft, and delicious. Miss, I wonder how long these two things could be preserved. When Gilai saw that others enjoyed eating her food, her eyebrows curved into crescents with happiness. In response to this, General, if the baked wheat bread is wrapped in oil paper, it can be stored for about 5 days. However, it will spoil if it gets damp, and it will dry out easily if blown by the wind, making it impossible to eat. Rice cakes can be stored for 2 or 3 months if wrapped in parchment paper. Good, Chi Jigwang shouted. Elder, how long can this naan be stored? General, this item is similar to wheat cakes and rice cakes. If it is wrapped in oiled paper and kept out of the wind, it can be preserved for 1 or 2 months, but it will easily spoil if it gets damp. Furthermore, this dish must be eaten with hot soup. It's quite difficult to swallow if eaten dry. That's pretty good too. Is there anything different about this young man's fried noodles compared to regular fried noodles? Reporting to the General, my fried noodles contain rice flour and bean flour, which makes them more filling than regular fried noodles, but they still need to be eaten with water. Very good. Do the 2 chefs have any particular preferences regarding the offal dishes? Chi Jigwang asked again. Reporting to the General, if the liver is dried properly, it can be eaten raw after being roasted or air-dried. Once air-dried, wrapping it in oil paper allows it to be stored for about a year. Regular consumption can improve night vision. Are you telling the truth? Before Chi Jigwang could even speak, Ma Lin behind him couldn't contain himself. He was overjoyed. Marin especially liked to study night raids, but night raids always had to be done stealthily. Getting too close would make them easy to be discovered, and going too far would also make them easy to be exposed, even with torches. This young general is right. This is a specialty of the Bai ethnic group in Dali. People from our area have been eating this for many years. Even the old man could get up at night to use the outhouse by himself, without needing to light a lamp. Hey, what a coincidence. Our Sichuan-style braised offal is like that too. However, braised food made once can only be eaten for 3 days. If left for too long, it develops a strange taste. The 2 middle-aged men replied in somewhat broken Mandarin. Good. Have you all learned it? Chi Jigwang asked, his eyes shining as he looked at the selected cooks. Commander, these things are easy to make. We have all learned how to make them. The taste might be slightly different, but not by much, the battalion commander of the 1st Division's mess hall replied. All right, you guys teach the others as soon as possible, and we'll eat this today. Promise. Someone, bring 500 taels of silver to the chefs. Promise. General, you mustn't. His Majesty has already given us a reward. We can't accept any more, the oldest man hurriedly said. It's all right, His Majesty's reward is a divine favor. This general's reward is an expression of gratitude. Please accept it without worry. Thank you very much, General. Thank you, General, the others said happily. By the way, General, this is a list of wild vegetables and their preparation methods compiled by our Culinary Academy. The old man took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Chi Jigwang. The book records the wild vegetables and cooking methods known by chefs from both the north and south of the Ming Dynasty. Generals inevitably encounter difficulties on campaigns. This item might be of use to you. Thank you very much, Elder. This item is indeed very useful. I will accept it. He then cupped his hands in thanks. General Chi, His Majesty's decree. All cooks must learn to make these marching rations. Those who cannot make them or whose rations are too poor will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane and reassigned to combat units. Your subject, Chi Jigwang, receives the imperial decree. Did you hear me? Hurry up and learn. Chi Jigwang shouted at the cooks who were still in a daze. The cooks then separated and began to study diligently. General Chi, This servant will take them back to report. This servant will take her leave. Qi Jiguang gave him a slight push and quietly slipped a 100-tael silver note into his sleeve. Wang paused for a moment, then nodded and smiled as he led his men back. The chefs in the carriage were still pleasantly surprised that they had seen the emperor of the Ming dynasty and a famous general with great military achievements. Gilai, on the other hand, secretly touched the silver notes hidden in her sleeve with a happy smile, feeling extremely pleased with herself. Her eyes were squinted into small crescent moons, making her look cute and charming. Chapter 46, International Trade. Wang glanced at her discreetly and chuckled to himself as he saw Gilai acting like a little money grubber. He thought to himself that he must inform His Majesty about this. Wang returned while Zhu Yujun was having dinner. After reporting on his work, he described how happy Gilai was after receiving her reward. Hearing this, Zhu Yujun felt much more at ease. He was already very wealthy, and if he started export trade in a month or two, his wealth would increase even more. Gilai likes money, and so does he. Their values are very compatible. They share the same hobbies. Lost in thought, I didn't even notice that I had already scooped all the rice out of the bowl and was still dryly shoveling it around. Wang wanted to take the rice to be served, but after holding it up for a long time, he didn't see the emperor hand it to him. When he looked up, he found that the emperor had become infatuated. "Master, shall I serve you some more rice?" Wang asked in a low voice. Zhu Yujun snapped out of his daze, a sip of saliva escaping his lips, seemingly craving something. Wang was also somewhat worried. The emperor was still too young, and it might be inappropriate for him to find women so early. He thought he would secretly report this to Feng Bao. Zhu Yujun is a man of great ambition, though he won't touch a woman right now. But it's always good to think about it, and it's nice to have a beautiful woman by your side. When I turn 15, I'll do whatever I want. Zhu Yujun used to think that because he was young, it was easy to explain away his unreasonable behavior, but now he seems to want to grow up quickly. Zhu Yujun handed over the rice bowl, then inwardly berated himself. What a jerk. His penis isn't even fully developed yet, and he's already thinking about these things. It must be because of the influence of his body in this life. He was very pure in his previous life. The next day, Zhu Yujun asked the papermaking workshop to produce several extra-large sheets of Xian paper for him. The workshop was full of experienced masters who arranged it for him in just a few days, and it wasn't just one sheet, but a whole ream. Zhu Yujun spread the paper on the floor, walked up in his socks, and began to sketch a world map with a small calligraphy brush. This is no challenge for him at all. He sees the blue planet on the space station every day, so he knows what it looks like. Half an hour later, he used cinnabar mixed with a lot of water to paint the area of the Ming dynasty in a light red color, and then called over Dong Kikang from the Surveying and Mapping College, Tu Bin-jun from the Maritime College, and Pan Jigzun from the Water Conservancy College. The three arrived at the scene shortly afterward, and were all speechless with astonishment upon seeing the huge map on the ground. "Gentlemen, this is a complete world map that I have seen in ancient books. Please help me to improve it." The boundaries of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces were roughly divided according to their current distribution. Also, Pan Jigzun, you should know the course of all the rivers in the world, right? Draw the locations using cyan. Dong Kikang, I've heard that you're not only an expert in surveying, but also a master of calligraphy and painting. Draw the mountains and official roads for me here. In addition, the prefectures and counties of each region should also be marked. If you feel that the map is not big enough, then you can add another map. Tu Bin-jun, mark all the overseas islands and countries, and if possible, also outline the flight routes. Your Majesty, this requires many books from the library and reports on local customs and traditions from various places, Pan Jigzun said. Approved. Wang and take them to Huangsa Hall. After saying that, he took out a jade pendant from the table and threw it to Wang and go wherever you want to look up information. You take them there. But remember this, you must not reveal a single word. You will paint in the side hall. I will provide you with food and lodging. Paint as many paintings as possible and do not delegate the work to others. From now on, such detailed maps shall no longer be drawn privately unless I give the order. This humble subject obeys the imperial decree. These are classified information. I will not let you work for nothing. Each of you will be rewarded with 500 taels of silver. All right, get to work. With that, he flicked his sleeve and sent them off to do their jobs. The people below carefully rolled up the map, and then Wang brought several eunuchs to carry the large sheet of Xian paper to the warm pavilion. After Zhu Yujun had some free time, he took an unknown eunuch to the western hills to check on the progress of the project. A lively scene unfolded at the foot of West Mountain, proving that many hands make light work. With all the workers working together, there were nearly 200,000 people. Zhu Yujun truly experienced what it meant to be surrounded by a sea of people, even more bustling than tourist attractions during holidays in later generations. In just a few days, the foundation at the foot of the mountain was prepared, and hundreds of newly built cement kilns were firing continuously. Zhu Yujun estimates that the site can be fully completed in a month at most. He did not linger, and sent people to each workshop to retrieve some products, as he prepared to summon foreign envoys from the court of state ceremonial and Western merchants. Upon arriving at the Fontian Hall, Zhu Yujun sat calmly on the dragon throne. Seeing that everything was arranged below, he summoned the foreign merchants from the capital and the envoys from the court of state ceremonial. Of course, the Jurchens and the Mongol Tatars didn't use that name. After Zhu Yujun had been resting with his eyes closed for about an hour, the minister of the court of state ceremonies and several translators led a group of foreigners in and greeted the emperor according to etiquette. Zhu Yujun waved his hand and said, "Gentlemen, these are special products of my great Ming dynasty. I know that your country has a great demand for these things. In order to maintain the relations between our countries, I hereby issue an edict to open the port of Tianjin for you to do business. Also, take a look at these things yourself, and place an order if you need them. The prices are all marked. Take a look for yourselves." After the translator finished speaking, the group of foreigners hurriedly looked at the goods. They were talking incoherently, and Zhu Yujun couldn't understand what they were saying. One of the Spaniards and the other, Francois, were having a private conversation, their faces flushed. As for the standard prices of those goods, if the ministers were to see them, they would surely say that the emperor is heartless and cruel. Refined salt costs 1 tael of silver per pound. White sugar costs 5 taels of silver per pound, and a small mirror the size of a palm costs 1 tael of silver. The larger the mirror, the cheaper it is. For example, a mirror that is 2 meters long and 2 meters wide costs only 500 taels of silver. It's almost 100 times more expensive than what's sold domestically, but its novelty and high quality make up for it. The envoys from Turpan and Tibet kept sniffing the wine jar, which cost only 700 coins to produce, but Zhu Yujun priced it at 20 taels. After a long while, the Korean envoy spoke first. "Your Majesty, your humble servant wishes to purchase a large quantity of these goods, but I do not know how to proceed." The others chimed in. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. We don't know what to do." Seeing that they were on the right track, Zhu Yujun said, "You shall issue orders in the form of official documents. There is no limit to the quantity of any items you may purchase. Furthermore, if you wish to purchase these items and bring them back to your country, you must first pay a 50% deposit. If any country reneges on its promise, the Ming Dynasty will cease to be on friendly terms with it, and may even launch a military campaign to recover the losses. If an individual cancels an order, the deposit will not be refunded, and the individual will be listed as an unwelcome person in the Ming Dynasty and permanently banned from entering the Ming Dynasty." Any other questions? With the envoys and foreign merchants gone, there were no more problems. Now they were all eager to find a way to raise money to ship these things back to their home countries, hoping for at least several dozen times the profit. "All right, you can all go back and handle things. But Franco and the Spanish merchant, please stay behind." "Your humble servants take their leave," the men said, quickly leaving behind 2 bewildered foreigners with high noses and blue eyes. "Gentlemen, is there a huge continent opposite your country?" "In response to Your Majesty, the great Ming Emperor, there is indeed one, but that continent is too barren and has no value for development." "What are their names?" Zhu Yujun turned to look at the translator. "Your Majesty, their names are very long. I will only refer to them by the last part of their names. This Spaniard is called Delavan, and that Francois is called Avero. I want to entrust all the business in the West to you, but you need to go to the southernmost tip of that continent and find me some kinds of plants. Are you willing?" Chapter 47 Money Makes People Happy. Upon hearing the translator's words, the 2 excitedly prostrated themselves on the ground and began to chatter incoherently. "Your Majesty, they are thanking you and praying that their gods will bless you. All right, tell them that if they want to do exclusive business, they should go find the plants shown in the picture. I will exchange goods worth 1 million taels of silver with them, and I will no longer trade with any other Westerners." Zhu Yujun handed the painting to the translator. The translator then proceeded to explain the painting to the 2 of them in a rapid-fire manner. "That 1 million taels is the selling price. In reality, it doesn't amount to much. This thing was prepared from the day Zhu Yujun wanted to start trading with foreign countries. The painting depicts rubber trees, cassava, sweet sorghum, cowpeas, coffee, sisal, cocoa, as well as kuba and rados trees. The last 2 were his personal reasons. What man in the world doesn't envy the elephant people? He didn't want his little brother to grow too big. He only wanted him to be 15, 16, 17, 18, or 19 centimeters long, with a circumference of 13, 14, 15, or 16 centimeters. He wasn't greedy. These trees have not yet been extensively developed, so their numbers must be enormous. As for the crops, which originated in Africa, they're even easier to find. Zhu Yujun emphasized, tell them that white liquid will flow out after the first type of tree is cut open. If you can't bring back the tree, bring back as much of this liquid as possible. If you have a sapling, you must bring it back intact. Bring a few dozen of each of the following items. As for the last two types of trees, only the bark of the large trees is needed, and the roots of the small trees should be brought along. Some of their country's specialty grains can also be brought. I will pay for them. The translator gestured as he translated. The two foreigners nodded repeatedly, then carefully put the painting away. Zhu Yujun originally intended to source potatoes and sweet potatoes from Luzon, but since he had encountered people from the place of origin, he had no choice but to give it a try. Ula wala ji li guala, the two continued. Your Majesty, they say they will raise funds and hope that your Majesty will be the first to sell the goods to them. Moreover, the king forbade their country's grain from being shipped out of the country. At most, they could take some seeds to plant on their ships. If His Majesty agrees, they will send a fleet back to find the plants His Majesty needs, and they should be able to return as early as this time next year. Granted, Zhu Yujun said magnanimously. As long as they have money, I will give them priority in supplying them with any amount of goods. Bring all the grain you have, and as for the plants, bring them as soon as possible. After hearing the translation, the two prostrate themselves on the ground to express their gratitude before leaving. After more than 10 days of preparation, the Imperial Guards and the Beijing garrison were finally ready to set off. First came the massive grain transport convoy from the capital, with everyone dressed as laborers, their weapons and armor hidden in the carts. Next came the Imperial Guard cavalry. All the division commanders went with them on this mission. They left the city in the middle of the night, quietly boarded a warship on the canal, passed through Tongzhou, and sailed out to sea from Tianjin. Without a rally or a farewell ceremony, the 100,000-strong army quietly marched north. He would never believe it if someone told him there were no spies in the capital, so he had no choice but to follow the minister's advice and leave quietly. A few days later, an official from the court of state ceremonial reported that envoys from the Mongol Tatar side were protesting against the refusal to sell goods to their tribes and wanted to meet with the emperor. Zhu Yujun simply instructed him to tell those people that the court would organize a caravan to trade in Zhangjiakou, but the Ming dynasty would decide what to trade, and any further trouble would result in the immediate closure of the trade market. Zhu Yujun was very opposed to this trade agreement. This disguised policy of seeking peace was truly shameful. However, the Ming dynasty could not accept the risk of a three-front war at present, so it had to keep them in check for the time being. The trade must not be interrupted, and the annual tribute must be continued for the time being. When the Ming dynasty has abundant food supplies, that will be Zhu Yujun's chance to take revenge. In June, the busy work at court was almost over. Zhu Yujun, accompanied by Feng Bao and Qinzhu, arrived at the place he had named the industrial zone. All workshops have begun full-scale production, and Qi Jiguang has redistributed the personnel. The number of people involved in coal mining is controlled at 50,000, and the number of people involved in transportation is controlled at 30,000. The steel mill is currently experimenting with high-carbon steel production, so it is not in large-scale production. Only the iron workers who originally came from the Ministry of Works were casting farm tools in a few furnaces. After casting, the steel is transferred to a steel processing workshop for polishing. The workshop has a small workforce of only about 5,000 people. In addition, the textile workshops had the most workers, with a total of 100,000 female workers, all of whom were women from artisan households. The main problem is the low efficiency. Zhu Yujun found a spinning machine with 32 spindles in the Yuan dynasty book, Wang Zhen's agricultural treatise, and is now entrusting it to a furniture workshop to speed up its production. The first batch of mineral salt has been successfully produced with a monthly output of 20,000 shur, a unit of dry measure. Now the entire salt tax bureau has been abolished, and the salt producers in various places are now able to choose according to their own wishes, with those who want a farm being allocated land. Those who wanted to continue boiling salt came to the workshop to boil salt or help transport salt from the mine. A total of 40,000 laborers were recruited, and thousands of large pots were operating simultaneously day and night in 3 shifts. The original Salt Transport Commissioner and the Commander-in-Chief of the Salt Administration were transferred to other departments, which could be considered a complete change of career. On the open space to the east of the workshop, many row houses, each 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, were built so densely packed that they couldn't be seen at a glance. These are all for the artisans to live in. Of course, if there are many people in the family, they can be divided into 2 or even 3 rooms. These artisans would never be able to go out to farm in their lifetime. Anyway, the land was big enough, and Zhu Yujun was not stingy allocating 500,000 taels to build these houses. I can't help it. I'm rich and happy, so I'm willing to do it. Cement mortar can be poured into molds, which is convenient and quick. Beams, columns, rafters, and even tiles are all made of cement. These houses are very simple, but they are infinitely better than the shacks they have lived in for half their lives. They are warm in winter and cool in summer. Zhu Yujun also ordered the digging of 500 giant dry latrines, separated from men and women, requiring that people use these places to relieve themselves. Merchants from all over the country gathered behind the officials and placed orders totaling 180 million taels of silver. Although this action raises suspicions of collusion between officials and businessmen, what could they possibly be colluding with? Moreover, given the amount of silver reserves held by the public, this first instance was merely an appetizer. As goods were about to flourish, merchants were scrambling to place orders with officials. Zhu Yujun didn't care about the bribes involved. It was a case of willing buyers and sellers willing sellers. They weren't worried about local officials refusing to deal with these businesses. There were so many officials in the world, it didn't matter who they turned to. Moreover, the amount of bribes they received was far less than a 3% interest rate. If you do things properly, you can get money. If you take bribes, you'll easily get exposed and won't get anything. These local officials naturally know the dangers involved. Furthermore, Zhu Yujun was not worried at all that merchants for various regions would maliciously raise prices, as key items were sold by the state, and no one would buy other goods if they were too expensive. We could just buy it in the next county. It'll only take a few days anyway. It's not like we can't do without it. Annam, North Korea, Laos, Myanmar, Turpan, Tibet, and several other small countries are also impressive. Chapter 48, The Battle of Zaifengao, Part 1. They directly gathered wealthy businessmen from all over the country to buy together, and the order amounted to more than 400 million taels of silver. These past few days, Zhu Yujun has been both excitedly anticipating the prospect of silver raining down from the sky and worried that the money from producing goods would be wasted. According to the contract, the Ming dynasty must deliver these goods by the end of this year, leaving only 6 months. There is still a shortage of manpower, but it is currently the busy farming season, making it difficult to recruit enough workers. Moreover, grain prices in the capital have recently begun to rise slowly, and the daily cost of feeding so many workers is not insignificant. Zhu Yujun felt heartbroken every time he looked at the accounts. The Ministry of Revenue has no grain left, and its warehouses are full of gold, silver, and copper coins. Zhu Yujun had no choice but to borrow all the grain accumulated in the territories of the various vassal kings. For those from distant places, warehouses were built in the local Ming dynasty trading companies to store the goods. For those from nearby places, a portion was first transported back to support the capital. They would return the ships to them in the capital when the fleet returned from their voyage. This way, the vassal kings can save a lot of transportation costs, and the emperor won't have to transfer resources from all over the place. Why not do it? All the princes combined had a combined grain supply of approximately 2 million shur, a unit of dry measure, which seemed like a lot, but Zhu Yujun felt it was far from enough. Because after these few years of peace, a large-scale disaster is about to strike. The imperial court needs to stockpile as much grain as possible. The numerous troops in the 9 border regions also require a huge amount of grain. It needs at least 2 to 3 million shur of emergency grain in each province. At the end of June, a major battle broke out on the border. Just as Zhu Yujun had predicted, attacks were launched simultaneously from both locations. The first to end the battle were the garrison at Zaifengao and the Beijing garrison troops. Although the Beijing garrison had been lax in its military preparedness for a long time, they were all veterans who had received more scientific training and were more flexible in their tactics. Unlike the 50,000-strong Allied army at Zaifengao, the 40,000 men did not hold their ground on the Great Wall. Instead, they split into smaller groups and ambushed the mountains surrounding the canyon, intending to attack from both sides after the enemy had passed. Each class was divided into an area, and 2 people dug a large pit together, with 2 more pits dug inside for sleeping. The pits were covered with tree trunks, turf, leaves, and other materials. Each pit had a camouflage path for easy access to urination and depot supplies. These camouflage pits were virtually invisible unless one looked closely. The commanders of these 2 divisions originally wanted to carry out a tunnel warfare operation, but it didn't happen. There were too many large rocks underground, so we couldn't dig very deep and had to resort to camouflage. As for the food, it was all made by the cooks of each squad, using various newly learned dishes. The food was prepared inside the Great Wall and sent out in the early morning to reduce the possibility of being discovered by enemy scouts. As for water, it's even simpler. The tributary of the Wan River is so convenient that you can not only drink water, but also take a bath. These soldiers hid in these pits for 2 whole months, and they were almost like real savages. On June 28th, just as dusk was falling, Dong Huli led 30,000 cavalry and 30,000 auxiliary soldiers, who were actually ordinary soldiers who herded sheep in peacetime, but would serve as infantry to attack cities in wartime, to set up camp outside the canyon in high spirits. The leader, Dong Huli, was extremely arrogant because the Ming army's firearms were good for defense, but not for offense, and the Ming army's cavalry of about 10,000 men dared not attack the camp. They were always the ones on the offensive. With the advantage of 1 man and 3 horses, even if they were attacked, the Ming army could not catch up as long as they mounted their horses. Although they were arrogant, they weren't stupid. They sent out more than 300 scouts to investigate the mountains and forests on both sides. Many enemy scouts even stepped on the camouflage of the Beijing garrison soldiers, causing great tension among the soldiers below. Hey, did you poop in your pants? They smell awful. A Mongolian soldier stood under a large tree and asked another burly man a question. No, how could that be? Huh, what's that under my feet? Why is it sticky? The burly man brought his foot close to the torch and glanced at it. Holy crap, I stepped in shit. The burly man's loud shout startled the scouts around him. What's going on? A man who seemed to be a minor leader walked over and asked sternly. Reporting to Albin, squad leader, I stepped in excrement and suspect it was left by a Ming scout. Hari was quick-wit and shifted the blame onto the Ming army. Lift your foot so I can see. The sergeant brought the torch closer, even sniffing it before saying, This is indeed human excrement. Animal poop doesn't smell this bad. Judging from the color and dryness, it must have been pooped yesterday at the latest. However, we marched for dozens of miles without finding any trace of the Ming army. It must have been left by scouts. It seems the Ming army already knows we're here. Let's go back and report to the centurion. Hey, squad leader, aren't we going to keep trying to sneak up to the foot of Zai Fenggao? Hari asked while rubbing the excrement off his feet on a tree. Go to hell. Do you think the Ming army has the guts to fight my Mongol warriors in the open field? How can their few crooked and broken horses compare to my Mongol horses? Moreover, this place is only 10 miles away from Zai Fenggao, and there are no lights in the distance, so there's no need to go look. Let's go back. We need a few days to recover before the big battle. You better clean up this mess, you bastard. It stinks horribly. These damned Ming soldiers, their fighting ability is so poor, yet they eat so well. Yeah, this poop is so smelly and sticky. It's even smellier than the poop we produce after eating beef and mutton. Hari rubbed the dirt and leaves on the ground with his feet as the group walked away. The 2 soldiers below waited tremblingly until everyone had left, and only after a short while did they dare to speak. Big Head, you almost got us killed. A soldier grabbed Big Head by the collar and hissed, You've learned everything we taught you like a dog. You've forgotten that you should stay away from poop and pee, camouflage yourself, and bury it. Brother Mao, I was wrong. I couldn't hold it in late last night. I will definitely be more careful in the future. You see, I usually go behind that big rock down there to pull, and that sapling has grown quite a bit. Big Head apologized with a grin, and Brother Mao didn't press the matter any further. Let's go see how the squad leader arranged things. After saying that, he quietly lifted a piece of turf to look outside, and seeing that no one was around, he slowly climbed out of the pit. The 2 groped their way toward the platoon leader's pit. Although they had been eating awful for more than 2 months, night blindness couldn't be cured in such a short time, and they encountered soldiers climbing out of other pits along the way. 9 soldiers were crammed into the platoon leader's pit, barely able to find a place to stand. But they remained quiet without complaining. The platoon leader had already gone to find the squad leader, and they were just waiting. Soon after, the squad leader quietly appeared from behind, startling everyone. What's all the fuss about? Go back to your positions and get ready. The squad leader said that this time, we veterans of the Beijing garrison must show our might. Furthermore, if it's safe to capture more prisoners, His Majesty will reward each prisoner brought back to the capital with 1 tael of silver, and they'll also reimburse travel expenses. Squad leader, is this true? Everyone stared at the squad leader with greedy eyes. A bunch of cowards. Surviving and killing the enemy is the most important thing. Capturing prisoners is the last thing to do. After a few days, once the Mongol Tartars have passed, look at the flags of the companies ahead, and if they charge, we'll charge too. Third brother, do you still have the naan and wheat bread you made a few days ago? Add a few more to each pan, so everyone can have a full meal. After returning, put on your armor, dig out your weapons and firearms, clean them, and be ready for battle at any time. Okay, now get out of here. Yes. The group quietly returned to their respective pits. Similar scenes were unfolding on both sides of the canyon, with little variation in the details. The Mongols only sent a small group of cavalry to provoke them on the second day, and the main army did not set off until the third day. The soldiers on the mountain knew that battle was imminent and dared not be careless, making thorough preparations. Squads of scouts swept over their heads, completely unaware of the unusual movement beneath their feet. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed throughout the canyon. The endless line of Doyan cavalry, marching in groups of 5, was a truly awe-inspiring sight. Chapter 49, The Battle of Zaifengao Part 2. It took a full half hour for all the cavalry to have passed. The 2 division commanders leading the troops were Marquis Guodachin of Wuding and Marquis Shuizheng of Yangyu. They sent out a regiment of their soldiers from each side of the mountain towards the enemy camp, killing all the scouts on guard along the way. They planned to launch an attack on the enemy's main camp while simultaneously besieging the enemy at the front. Dong Huli, dressed in a round armored suit, with a wolfskin coat on his back and a foxskin hat on his head, rode on a chestnut horse. The hilt of the curved sword at his waist was inlaid with jewels, making it extremely ornate and flashy. Who goes up on the city wall? My tribe is short of food. Go back and tell your emperor to quickly provide me with 200,000 shur of grain, or don't blame me for breaking through Zaifeng Pass and marching into the Central Plains. Dong Huli was as arrogant as the other Mongols. Ever since Altan Khan repeatedly captured Suanfu, they began to underestimate the Ming army. Ma Fong, nearly 60 years old, stood atop the city wall clad in mountain-patterned armor and roared, "You brat Dong Huli! I am Ma Fong, the Governor-General of Jizhu. If you dare to invade my great Ming Pass today, I will make sure you die without a burial place." "Ha! You old fool! Aren't you afraid you'll choke to death the next moment? Men, prepare to attack the city." With a wave of his hand, Dong Huli brought up a series of ancient bronze cannons. Most of these cannons were left over from the Yuan dynasty, while some were large general cannons that had been seized from the Ming army. The cannons on the Great Wall were also moved into position, and the orders to fire were given almost simultaneously from both sides. Iron balls flew through the air, instantly carving a bloody trench in the Mongol army's ranks upon impact. Anyone hit was torn to pieces, their intestines and internal organs flying everywhere, before the iron balls continued to crush backward. When the enemy reached the city walls, Ming soldiers were dismembered on the spot, with limbs and broken bodies flying everywhere. Even the large shields covered in iron could not stop them in the slightest. Only the city walls remained relatively sturdy, but they were breached in many places. After both sides fired several hundred shots, cannons began to explode one after another on both sides. It's actually quite normal. Artillerymen were in real danger at that time because the cannon barrels were made of bronze, cast iron, or low-carbon steel directly from clay molds. The presence of numerous air bubbles inside the barrel is highly unreliable. Even a slight increase in pressure can cause cracks to appear in these areas, leading to the explosion. The continuous firing of the cannon would cause the barrel to heat up, further softening the cracks near the air bubble and reducing the pressure. However, it would be strange if it didn't explode if the same amount of gunpowder was still put in. 2 of the Mongolian cannons were continuously bombarding the city gate. Ma Fong had noticed this long ago, but there was nothing he could do about it. To destroy those 2 enemy cannons, the muzzles had to be adjusted. But cannon weighs 1 or 200 Dan, a unit of volume, so turning it around wasn't so easy. Boom! One of the Yuan army's cannons that were firing at the city gate exploded, and the soldiers operating it died a gruesome death, their bodies riddled with shrapnel. However, the last cannon fired a shell that blasted a large hole in the city gate. Seeing that the city gate had been breached, Ma Fong ordered preparations for close combat. Dong Huli's retainers rushed to the city gate, hoping to expand their gains. Meanwhile, the musketeers who were already behind the gate fired outwards through the gap, and the Mongol muskets were also killing and wounding Ming soldiers. Archers on the city walls also attacked downwards, resulting in significant casualties on both sides in this engagement. Since Dong Huli's central army had not yet made a move, Ma Fong did not dare to rashly go out of the city to meet the enemy. After all, cavalry has an overwhelming advantage over infantry, and they can hold off the enemy for as long as they can with the help of the city walls. In ancient battles, it was rare for a large group of people to rush into battle together, unless the area was extremely vast. Otherwise, if we trap our own people, what's the point of killing them later? It's all about launching a phased, staggered attack. Both sides will use their greatest advantages to kill the enemy, just like now. The Mongol auxiliary troops had suffered over 5,000 casualties, while the Ming army's casualties were just over 1,000, yet they still launched a fierce attack without regard for their own safety. The city walls were an advantage for the Ming army, but once the city gates were breached, the advantage would fall to the Mongols. That would be the real meat grinder, where the Ming army's casualties would rapidly increase, eventually leveling the losses for both sides. Upon hearing the cannon fire, the troops lying in ambush on the mountain began to assemble and slowly approach the battlefield. The two regiments attacking the enemy camp also launched a raid. The Jingyin troops did not rush directly to the battlefield. They waited until the main Mongol cavalry and the defending soldiers were entangled before they could move, so that they would not have to worry about the Mongol turning around and running away. After a full hour of attack, the city gates were breached. Less than 8,000 remaining servant soldiers charged into the Great Wall like madmen. The shield bearers and musketeers, who had been preparing in advance, unleashed a furious barrage of fire upon the auxiliary troops. The thunderous sound of hooves approached, and Dong Huli, who had been preparing for a long time, led his cavalry army to charge forward. Ma Fong ordered fireworks to be set off immediately to notify the Beijing garrison, and then personally grabbed a long sword and went down to meet the enemy. The cavalry charged at great speed, and arrows rained down on the Ming army. Ma Fong commanded his soldiers to ignite the 10,000 enemy guns, muskets, and city gate cannons in a frenzied counterattack. But horses are incredibly fast, and there are always those who manage to charge through the hail of arrows and bullets. With the added speed of the horses, every slash and strike was incredibly powerful, and the Ming army's shield formation and spearman formation were quickly broken through. The two sides entered into a fierce battle. Overall, it took the Ming army at least 5 or 6 men to kill one cavalryman, and that was when the cavalry was limited by the terrain. The Beijing garrison, which had been lying in ambush in the rear, rushed to the front lines at full speed and entered the battlefield from behind in the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Dong Huli turned pale with fright when he saw tens of thousands of people suddenly appearing behind them and blocking their retreat. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get out of here! It's a trap! Get out of here!" He then fled frantically with his personal guards, while the surrounding cavalry, having spotted the enemy behind them, frantically spurred their horses and charged toward the capital's garrison. The battle between the two sides quickly reached its climax, with everyone fighting desperately. Unfortunately, Dong Huli had only run a short distance when he ran headlong into Marquis Shui Zheng, who was a descendant of Shui Lu, a general under Emperor Qinzhu, and was a master of wielding a long spear. Riding a black warhorse and accompanied by several veteran soldiers, he charged left and right, quickly defeating 3 of Dong Huli's personal guards. Then, with a sudden counterattack, he stabbed Dong Huli off his horse. If it weren't for his armor, Dong Huli would have a large hole in his body. Several soldiers behind him held down Dong Huli's hands and quickly stripped off his armor. Then Shui Zheng swept the central army banner in half with his spear. The soldiers shouted in unison, "Dong Huli has been captured. Quickly dismount and surrender." Some soldiers who knew Mongolian shouted in Mongolian as well. Soon after, both the Mongol army, which was eager to escape the encirclement, and the cavalry that were attacking from the front, discovered that their central banner had fallen. The Ming soldiers around were still killing people while shouting that Dong Huli had been captured. The morale of the Mongol army plummeted. Apart from a few diehards who were still fighting desperately, most of the cavalrymen stopped hacking and slashing and instead rode their horses, trying to find a direction to charge out. Unfortunately, Ming troops were everywhere, ready to fight, and inside the city, a squad of spearmen covered in blood rushed out and used their spears to drive the cavalry towards the center. Soon the remaining 20,000 cavalrymen and a large number of blood-stained warhorses were driven into a mass. All the Mongol soldiers panicked, surrounded by an enemy force that far outnumbered them, and were at a loss. At this moment, Ma Fong, covered in blood, walked out laughing and shouted loudly, "Surrender, and you will not be killed." All the Ming soldiers shouted, "Surrender, and you will not be killed," in unison. Then a soldier who spoke Mongolian shouted it again. The Mongol soldiers had already lost their morale and put down their scimitars. When Shui Zheng, disheveled and filthy, brought up Dong Huli, who was bound hand and foot, they could no longer hold back and dismounted to surrender. After binding all the enemies, the Ming soldiers cheered loudly. After a brief cheer, they began to silently collect the bodies of their comrades. They then selected another 1,000 prisoners, untied them, and sent them over to collect the corpses of the Mongol soldiers. After all, the hot weather in June makes it very easy for a large-scale epidemic to break out if not dealt with in time. Huge bonfires illuminated the area outside the city walls as if it were daytime, and the Mongol soldiers were buried in a large pit 5 miles away from Zaifengao. The soldiers of the Ming dynasty were cremated one by one, and their remains would be sent home with compensation. The soil inside and outside the city, soaked with blood to a depth of a foot, was shoveled onto carts and hauled away to be dumped. Chapter 50, The Battle of Zaifengao Part 3. After a long night of work, all the soldiers, exhausted and clutching their weapons, lay down and fell asleep haphazardly beneath the city wall. At midday, Ma Fong, Shuizheng, and Guidachin gathered on the dilapidated city gate tower. Shuizheng said, "General, in this battle, our 11th Division of the Beijing garrison, along with the troops that attacked the main camp, suffered 1,720 dead, 5,091 seriously wounded, and about 10,000 lightly wounded." Then Guidachin spoke up, "General, our 12th Division suffered 1,011 dead, 4,860 seriously wounded, and 13,000 lightly wounded. Most of the casualties in our two divisions were caused by enemy horses ramming us head-on. It was a frustrating battle." Seeing their indignant expressions, Ma Fong laughed and scolded, "You two lads haven't seen enough of the battlefield. You're just too naive. In a frontal battle of this scale, the combined casualties of just over 10,000, both yours and ours, are already quite remarkable. This was mainly thanks to your 2-month ambush, which exposed the enemy's weakness and led to the complete annihilation of the enemy forces. If His Majesty hadn't received advance notice and sent you here, I estimate that none of the more than 10,000 defenders at Zaifengao survived. Even if we came from Jizhu to provide support, we could at most defeat them, let alone achieve such a great victory. This time, I will certainly petition His Majesty to award you merits. General, you're too kind. If it weren't for you keeping them occupied, we wouldn't be in this situation. We know what's going on with our own people. The Beijing garrison has been neglected for far too long. Otherwise, so many wouldn't have been killed or wounded." Shuizheng was quite rational. Comparing military achievements with his veteran general would only be humiliating. All right, let's stop praising it. This battle was extremely fruitful. We captured 21,063 Mongol soldiers and more than 60,000 excellent warhorses. Don't give up on injured warhorses worth around 30,000. Treat them and take them back to be used as stallions or for pulling carts. In addition, we captured nearly 200,000 head of cattle and sheep at the main camp. This battle has been quite a haul, Ma Fong said, her eyes shining. Hee, that's true. Guidachin chuckled. Moreover, these 60,000 people are probably the majority of the main force of the Duyan tribe. We have now captured so many warhorses, in addition to our own more than 10,000. That's enough to take the uninjured soldiers to the Duyan tribe to kidnap people. His Majesty is offering high prices for labor. These people are taken back and only fed, without being paid wages, which saves the trading company a huge amount of silver every year. Haha, not bad. This place is only 7 or 8 days away from the Duyan tribe. We should rest for a while and then set off. Riding horses will save us at least 1 or 2 days. After all, such a large battle couldn't possibly go unnoticed by those around us. If we informed the Duyan tribe, it would force them to flee north or west, Shuizheng said happily. After thinking for a moment, Ma Fong made a decision. All right, although it's inhumane to bully the elderly, women, and children, it's also a way to help them escape poverty and live a better life. Those grassland herders live worse than the people of our great Ming dynasty. Let them live a better life. As long as they put in some effort, they can have food to eat. I believe they won't resist. But remember to discipline your subordinates. The wives and daughters of ordinary herders are not to be insulted. As for the soldiers who take up swords, there's no need to be polite. Those without wives can just grab one themselves. The others were sent back to be sold for money, and the wives and daughters of those high-ranking officials were not allowed to be touched. You know what happened to Lanyu. All right, General, let's go and reorganize the army now. We'll rest for a day, eat and drink our fill, and set off early tomorrow. Shuizheng and Guidachin stood up, saluted, and hurriedly left. Ma Fong shouted from behind, "Remember to have your cooks teach our chefs." Seeing the two energetic young men, unsure if they had heard him, he could only shake his head helplessly and summon his deputy, Xing Jie, to reorganize the troops. The food was good today. There was mutton, horse meat, vegetable dumplings, and even 500 old cows that had been slaughtered and stewed for soup, served with wheat buns, rice cakes, steamed buns, and braised dishes. All the soldiers ate with gusto. Even the local garrison and reinforcements from other places came to freeload their meals. After all, compared to that sticky pig feed, the food made here with the same ingredients tastes completely different, world apart. That evening, Shuizheng and Guidachin also sent out several cooks to instruct the cooks of those teams. The next day, apart from those who were seriously injured and unable to move, and some who had families and were willing to stay and defend the city, all the single soldiers were eager to go to war. As for Ma Fong, he chose to stay behind. He was too old, and such a long march would not be worth the effort for him. There was no great risk involved in this trip, and he wasn't worried. Dong Huli also needed his protection. What worried him more was his son, Ma Lin, who was far away in Liaodong. More than 60,000 soldiers rode their horses toward the Duyan tribe. Although the vast majority of soldiers were not cavalry, it was still quite simple for them to just travel rather than charge. The journey to the main tent of the Doyan tribe will take several days and will allow these soldiers to become more familiar with horsemanship. The location occupied by the Doyan Guard in later times was roughly between Chind and Chifeng. The more than 63,000 troops who set out from Xifengao dispersed and formed teams of 1,000 to capture herdsmen and Mongol soldiers. As for how to distinguish between civilians and soldiers, anyone who picks up a sword during wartime is considered a soldier. These Ming soldiers also looted all the cattle, sheep, and valuables from their small tribe. The men were all handcuffed and lined up in a row, with women and children following beside them, while some of the older men rode their own horses and herded cattle and sheep. As for the older ones, they froze and starved to death last year. This is the cruelty of the grasslands. Each 1,000-man squad would plunder all the tribes within 100 miles. Apart from a few tribes with some strength who dared to put up a fight, the others did not put up much resistance. Each 1,000-man squad had at least 4,000 or 5,000 prisoners. It is said to be within a 100-li radius, but in this era, the sense of distance was estimated based on time, with people walking about 50 li a day. However, they couldn't go very far with so much loot, meaning each group could plunder the surrounding area for 3 to 5 days. At night, all the livestock and people were gathered together in the middle of the tent. The Ming soldiers then led the captured women to perform strenuous manual labor in the outer tents, requiring 2 or 3 people to do so. They said they weren't allowed to abduct ordinary women, but the Ming army and they had been enemies for hundreds of years, so they didn't care about such things. And most of the women are actually quite happy about it. Isn't that strange? In their original families, they were merely possessed and flaunted as a form of wealth. Following the Ming army, at least they could live like human beings. Moreover, the Ming army told them that they would marry them, and that being able to eat well and stay warm would be an even greater blessing. Therefore, only a small number of them were captured. Most followed voluntarily, and there were even cases where 2 or 3 women took a liking to a single soldier. In this situation, the soldier's face always radiated pride. Of course not when I wake up in the morning. Chapter 51, Countless Seizures. Some small tribes even directly submitted to the Ming army, actively seeking out surrounding tribes. Because we agreed before setting off that we would gather and return after 10 days, regardless of the outcome, this would save a lot of time. Don't be confused. Think about how a small Japanese army squad could guard a county town with tens of thousands of people during the Chinese War of Resistance against Japan. The main reason was that the civilians and soldiers had different views on life and death. Who would think of resisting if they could live? We can't condemn people just because they're apathetic. What's wrong with them just wanting to live? War harms ordinary people the most, those who simply want a peaceful life. And these are the most important foundation of a nation. Consider that in later generations, no matter what injustices or provocations China suffered, it always actively adopted political and diplomatic means to deal with them. This was not cowardice, but rather acting in the best interests of the people. Just look at the lives of ordinary people in war zones, and you'll know. Those who can escape can, and those who can't can only silently endure it. Therefore, peace is precious. However, this approach doesn't work in today's world. Enemies are always intimidated by power, but not by virtue. We will never achieve peace unless we defeat them. Jizhu's deputy General Xing Jia, Shuizheng, and Guidachin led 10,000 elite cavalrymen and stormed into the Doyan's main camp in the middle of the night. The more than 3,000 Mongol soldiers left behind suffered heavy losses in the surprise attack, and the battle ended in just a quarter of an hour. The Ming army suffered only 30-odd serious injuries and over 600 minor injuries, with no fatalities. The entire camp was quickly captured, and all 20,000 people in the area were taken prisoner. They left the area overnight with their people, treasures, cattle, and sheep. If they continued north, they would encounter the territory of Dong Huli's nephew, Dong Chang'an, who had at least 20,000 elite cavalrymen. If they were to meet them head-on, their small force would be completely annihilated. Meanwhile, the soldiers searching the surrounding area strictly adhered to the previously established plan and did not get too close to the north. 3 days later, the large army finally encountered other groups, and the 3 generals were relieved. If you can meet a team, it means the others aren't far behind. Soon, a large number of people, numbering in the tens of thousands, were already waiting at the agreed location. The vigilant scouts discovered that the Ming army's banners were also emerging from the ground, with shouts and cheers. Before 10 days had even passed, all the teams had returned. A rough estimate suggests that at least 40,000 able-bodied men and over 60,000 women were captured this time. There are over 20,000 elderly people around 40 years old, plus children, bringing the total number of people arrested this time to 170,000 to 180,000. The number of horses, cattle, and sheep is countless, probably at least 600,000 to 700,000. After all, herders don't farm. On the barren grasslands, if they want to eat and stay warm, they have to desperately expand their livestock farming to provide more mutton, sheep milk, and mare milk. For a large tribe like the Duyan tribe, this is considered a small number. Even with livestock on the front lines, there are only about 1 million. Once distributed, it becomes clear that this is not a large number. The consumption required to support 200,000 or 300,000 people is unimaginable. It must be because too many people froze to death last winter. After this battle, the Duyan tribe was basically destroyed. Only Dong Changong's 20,000 cavalry and 30,000 to 50,000 herdsmen were left, unable to cause any trouble. So many years of hard work and development were destroyed in an instant. As for attacking Dong Changong, forget about it. Taining Wei is in the north and won't stand idly by. With so many men, their return journey was delayed several times over. 15 days later, the soldiers guarding the city saw billowing smoke and dust in the distance. Our scouts rode swiftly into the pass, shouting excitedly, "We're back! We're back! We've captured countless treasures. They're so vast you can't see the end of the line." Everyone inside the pass mobilized. Even the seriously injured were carried out to watch the spectacle. Finally, all the captured personnel were sent into the interior of the pass, as the small Zaifengao pass simply could not accommodate so many people. The cattle, sheep, and horses completely blocked the area, leaving Ma Fong with no choice but to order them to leave some cattle and sheep as a reward to the local garrison and support troops, while the rest were escorted back to Beijing by the Beijing garrison. Even earlier than them were 10 messengers who had just set off on urgent missions. In ancient times, military orders and battle reports could not be sent out by only one person. Unexpected events can happen at any time. If a horse stumbles, or if the messenger or horse runs out of time to reach the post station, or if there's an uncontrollable disaster such as heavy rain, then important messages will be delayed, usually by several times. 10 messengers ran day and night, and by the afternoon of the next day, they had delivered the battle report to the capital. That afternoon, Neo was standing guard on the city wall of Yongding Gate when he saw several fast horses galloping toward the gate. He hurriedly called out to the soldiers guarding the city below. "Squad leader, cavalry is charging this way at a very fast speed. Evacuate the crowd immediately." Upon hearing this, the squad leader, sitting on a small stool downstairs, quickly ordered his men to clear the crowd from the city gate. Then, carrying his spear, he walked to the center of the city gate and shouted at the rapidly approaching cavalry. This is a strategically important place in the capital. Prohibitions are strictly enforced. Before he could finish speaking, he vaguely saw the small flag stuck on the other person's back and hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, clear the streets immediately. Urgent." The men acted quickly, and the people in the outer city cooperated very well. In an instant, several meters of passage were cleared in the entire street. Great victory! Great victory! Great victory at Zaifengao! Our army annihilated the 60,000-strong army of the invading Duyan tribe at Zaifengao, and launched a proactive attack to sweep through the Duyan tribe's main camp, capturing countless spoils. Great victory! Great victory! All the messengers, with dark circles under their eyes, shouted loudly along the street, their war horses charging straight towards the inner city and the palace. Along the way, the people who heard it were all excitedly shouting and yelling, and some merchants even pulled out a long string of firecrackers and set them off. Zhu Yujun was discussing the matter of the secret guards with Zhu Zixiao when he saw Feng Bao rush into the main hall with a flushed face. Seeing Zhu Yujun frown, Feng Bao hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, great news. A great victory at Zaifengao. An urgent message is already outside the palace." "What? Quickly bring them in. Summon all the ministers to me." Zhu Yujun was overjoyed. "Promise. Your humble servants pay their respects to your Majesty." 10 messengers with dark circles under their eyes took out letter tubes from their robes. Feng Bao took all the mailboxes, randomly selected 2, pulled out the letters inside to check the sealing wax, and then respectfully handed them to Zhu Yujun. Zhu Yujun used a small knife to pry open the sealing wax and examined it carefully. "Your subject, Governor General Ma Fong of Jizhu, reports that this battle..." Zhu Yujun read it word by word. Ma Fong had written down the entire battle, including the performance of each general, as well as casualties, spoils, compensation, and other related matters. Soon the cabinet ministers arrived, and Feng Bao handed them the remaining unopened battle reports to look at. He and Zhu Zixiao also took a copy and read it with great interest. "Ha ha ha, great. Excellent. After this battle, the Duyan tribe is practically extinct." Gao Gong and Zhang Jun were all smiles, and the other ministers were also very happy. Zhu Yujun smiled and said to Feng Bao, "Master, take these brothers down to rest, and reward each of them with 100 taels of silver." "Promise." "Thank you for your kindness, your majesty." The 10 scouts were overjoyed and excitedly followed a young eunuch to bed. The decree stipulates that the compensation for those who died in this battle shall be 5 times the normal amount, and all the disabled shall be recruited into the workshops as guards. In addition, each soldier will be awarded 3 months' salary, and those who have made meritorious contributions will be rewarded by the Ministry of War at its discretion. 5 divisions of Imperial Guard infantry were dispatched to meet the 11th and 12th divisions of the Beijing garrison and help them quickly bring back the spoils, cattle, sheep, and horses, which were then sent to the Imperial horse stables. Otomo, along with people from the palace and the Animal Husbandry Academy, castrated all the soldiers, generals, and their sons, including Tokul. The wives and daughters of the main generals were sent to the Jiao Fangxi, a government-run entertainment institution, while the wives and daughters of the soldiers and the rest of the ordinary herdsmen were sent to camp outside the workshops. Keep an eye on them. They're our free labor force, so don't skimp on their food and drink. Those who were castrated were all kept under guard in the barracks outside the city, while the survivors were sent to the salt mines to dig for salt. Dong Huli is imprisoned in the imperial prison, but he's being treated well. He's still useful for now. Yes, your majesty. Congratulations. The people inside the hall bowed respectfully to the emperor, and then a group of them stayed in the warm pavilion to begin reviewing memorials. Zhu Yujun was in no mood to review memorials at this moment. This war had served as a wake-up call for him. Although they outnumbered the enemy, there were still so many deaths and injuries. Ultimately, it's because our equipment is inferior. We don't have as many horses as others, and they're not as good. If this had happened in the early Ming dynasty, the casualties would probably have been only 30% or even less. The early Wanli period was the easiest time to eliminate surrounding enemy forces. At this time, the surrounding forces were still in a period of rapid development. Only the Ming dynasty began to decline, but it was not a country that could be provoked by just anyone. At this time, if the authorities had been more assertive, the Jinzhou Jurchens and the Doyan tribes, these smaller forces, would not have dared to provoke them. Even the major tribes like Anda, Tumd, Tatar, and Ware wouldn't be so arrogant. It was Wanli's inaction that allowed them to begin annexing each other and growing stronger, which led to the difficult situation in the later period of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, Li Chongliang had clearly captured Nursi at that time, but unfortunately he escaped. With one blow, there would be no chance for Huang Taiji, Dorgan, and the others. Zhu Yujun wanted to get the flintlock musket out first. Even though it wasn't very good, it could greatly reduce casualties among the soldiers. Chapter 52, Designing Guns. No chromium deposits or calcium carbide deposits have been found yet. If we still follow the old method of rolling a pipe with sheet metal, hammering the 2 sides together, and then putting another layer on the outside, Zhu Yujun was certain that the rate of barrel explosion would not be much lower than that of modern muskets. And frankly, the efficiency would not be much higher either. He wanted to use his imagination to design a flintlock gun that had never existed before, one that was more convenient and more powerful than the ones he had seen in his previous life. He already had some ideas in mind, but he didn't know how feasible they were. The ignition and firing of flintlock pistols still had fatal limitations. Once it rained, they were practically useless as fire sticks. They also had poor sealing and low energy utilization. Therefore, Zhu Yujun had to find someone to study mercury fulminate, but such talent was hard to find. He could only hope that someone outstanding would come along in the future to thoroughly study the basic chemistry textbook he had in his hands. According to Zhu Yujun's plan, breech loading is necessary, as are fixed-load bullets with iron casings. Copper is out of the question, as it is too expensive. He took the finest brush and began drawing the parts on the paper. First, there's the gun barrel. At present, the Ming dynasty cannot manufacture seamless steel pipes by machine. It requires a complete set of equipment. He could only design an octagonal mold. After the molten iron was poured in and solidified, a steel cone with rifling grooves, 3 centimeters in diameter and 1 meter long, was pressed down from the top while it was still hot. This is the simplest way to make seamless steel pipes, but they cannot be made too long, as they are prone to deformation. Rifling can also be engraved along the way. Although it's not that precise, it's still many times better than direct casting. Then there's the bolt mechanism, which isn't difficult for him. It's just a simple locking device. However, after drawing many different tethering structures, Zhu Yujun found that none of them were very applicable. The only option was to use a hinge flip cover design, which has a low failure rate and is easy to manufacture and maintain. As for the iron bullet, it had the same shape as modern ammunition, but it was thicker and longer. Zhu Yujun was born out of the fear of insufficient firepower in China. He designed a giant bullet that was 6 centimeters long and 4.8 centimeters in diameter. The cartridge case was made of iron, and the bullet was made of lead. Compared to the protection of that era, its striking power was absolutely off the charts. The bottom of the cartridge case is not sealed, but hollow, covered with a dense network of tiny meshes. It looks complicated, but you just need to place a template underneath when pressing the cartridge case. The cartridge case pressing is very simple. Since there is no need to press the primer or other components, you just need to heat the iron sheet until it is red hot and have a craftsman press it down with an iron mold. It doesn't need to be so elaborate, nor does it need to have various grooves. Just a simple cylindrical tube with a slightly narrowed opening is fine. As long as the tools are in place, and a strong worker can press 1,000 or so a day without any problems. The warheads were cast directly from lead, produced in batches. Don't ask why lead was used. It was simply cheap and effective. The entire ignition system is designed with a small combustion chamber, which is the flintlock mechanism. The flintlock mechanism is designed to be located behind the bullet, with half of it inside the stock, which shortens the length of the gun. The stock uses mortise and tenon joints, allowing it to be disassembled for maintenance at any time. High-carbon steel sheets, also known as flint, are placed at the bottom and top of the combustion chamber, and flint is ground into a T-shape. The horizontal part of T rubs against the upper and lower steel plates to reduce the fault tolerance, while the vertical part of T is connected to a spring or lever to push the mechanism and pull it back to load the gun. Release the bolt, and the spring carries the flint forward, igniting the gunpowder in the combustion chamber, which in turn ignites the gunpowder in the bullet with a hollowed-out bottom. Adding gunpowder involved opening a hole directly above the combustion chamber, placing a cylindrical copper tube or a large bullet casing over the hole, and filling it with gunpowder powder. A narrow opening is made in the lower part of the copper tube, and a small iron piece is inserted to separate it. Once the bullets are loaded, the gunpowder automatically falls when the metal plate is pulled back, and automatically seals and isolates the gunpowder when the metal plate is closed. There are many parts, but it's not a problem if you have enough manpower or mechanical assistance. Moreover, although this thing looks complicated, it is actually very simple. The bolt mechanism and the crossbow are designed the same way. The gun barrel, a hinge flap that can be flipped up and down, hinges existed in the Qin dynasty. 2 steel plates, a T-shaped flint, a spring, and a copper tube. The bolt and wooden stock could be made by the Ordnance Bureau, which was originally in charge of firearms. Copper pipes and hinges are even simpler. They can be directly cast. Gun barrels, springs, and flints can be made in steel workshops, while flints are made by laborers. One person can grind many in a day with a grinding wheel. However, this makes it too wide, reaching almost 10 centimeters in length and width. Zhu Yujun scratched his head and added another gun barrel to it. Although it looked a bit strange like a vertical double-barreled shotgun, he didn't care. As long as it worked, that was fine. In addition, the gunpowder must be granulated, which he didn't know how to make, so he could only let them experiment. He also wanted to mix sugar and gunpowder to increase its power. Zhu Yujun estimated that this gun weighed about 14 or 15 gene, which was slightly heavier than matchlock guns, large bowl guns, and 3-barrel guns by 1 or 2 gene. However, Zhu Yujun discovered that the soldiers of this era were all extremely strong, and some of the burly men even carried 3-barreled and 5-barrel guns in their charges. He also had to wear cotton armor weighing over 20 kilograms, which was no ordinary feat, so he stopped worrying about the weight. Completely absorbed in his own world, Zhu Yujun was completely unaware that a group of old men had surrounded him. When he finally stopped writing and looked up, he saw a bunch of heads almost touching the table. "What are you doing?" Zhu Yujun was startled. "Hee, Your Majesty. Is this the new musket you drew?" Wang Zihu asked with a chuckle as he rubbed his hands together. "Of course, but I call it the Divine Might Type 1 double-barreled rifle. Its exact power will only be known after it's been manufactured, but I believe its effective killing range is at least 400 or 500 paces, or even further." In fact, Zhu Yujun wasn't very confident, which is why he made such a large bullet. He thought that although it couldn't match the 2,000-meter range of the Type 38 rifle, it would at least be farther than a shotgun. Of course, to achieve accurate shooting at such a distance, one must undergo more training or equip a scope. The glass made from river sand in the glass workshop can be used to make mirrors, but it's not quite good enough for telescopes. He has now sent people to the beach to find pure white sand to try. "Your Majesty, then hurry up and have the craftsman make it. Let's see it for ourselves. If such a divine weapon were deployed to the army, those barbarians would surely be wiped out." Wang Zihu got more and more excited as he spoke, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The others weren't much better than him. They all understood some of the design principles. Compared to the current method of inserting gunpowder and projectiles from the front, the firing efficiency is several times higher. More importantly, it no longer needs a matchlock, and with its long range, what else could it be but a divine weapon? Zhu Yujun rolled his eyes at them and ordered Feng Bao, who was still studying the blueprints, to go and find the master craftsmen of the silver workshop and the weaponry workshop, as well as Qi Jiguang, Zhao Shichen, and Li Gang. He waved the others away, saying, "Go away. Don't you need to work? That table full of memorials isn't even half finished. It's all yours. You know I won't approve them." The old cabinet ministers chuckled awkwardly, while Gao Gong's face beamed with joy. Zhu Yuzhen looked at these old men with some annoyance. These people were getting old. He wondered how many more years they could help him. He would have to give them some when the aphrodisiac tree returned. He had heard that the tree could slow down aging. The ministers went back to deal with the memorials, and Zhu Yuzhen drank a few sips of tea, shook his head to suppress his frustration, and then began to design cannons again. While modern cannons have a long range, they're simply too heavy. Moreover, the iron bullets they fire are essentially a one-shot deal, and exploding shells are not widely used. Zhu Yuzhen thought about the Franco cannon for a moment, then put the design out of his mind. Since guns are so advanced, how can artillery be so shabby? Modern cannons are mostly cast from bronze or cast iron, making them large and heavy. Because there is no manganese alloy available, small cannons like mortars are not being made, as they are prone to barrel explosions. After thinking for a long time, he began to draw on the paper. Cannons are relatively simpler because they're easy to grind, and as long as the steel quality is up to standard and the barrel doesn't explode, it's fine. Zhu Yuzhen began designing the cannon barrel based on the shape of the Italian cannon. It was 2.5 meters long and 5 centimeters in diameter, but the thickness required continuous experimentation. This is slightly larger than the Frankish cannon. The Francois cannon was 2.3 meters long, had a caliber of 3 centimeters, and weighed about 300 kilograms. Zhu Yuzhen thought that his cannon was made of fine steel and should be slightly heavier than the Francois cannon. Of course, it would be even better if it were made of stainless steel, as it could be made smaller, lighter, and more powerful. To make a cannon barrel using the same method as gun barrels, you would need a very large lever, which is too heavy to be pressed down by human hands. Of course, it would be much better if there were machines available. A gear is designed at the front third of the barrel. There are vertically mounted gear racks and several small gears on the left and right sides. After the gears are installed on the base, the barrel can move left, right, up and down, somewhat similar to the design of an anti-aircraft gun. Of course, the lowest angle it can be is flat, not pointing downwards, and the highest angle is about 45 degrees. The breech of the gun also features a flip top, but it is simpler. Because you can't charge with the cannon, you have to position it in place to fire, so you can just design the cannon's rear as a thick, round gate. The shell was designed in two parts. One part was a propellant charge wrapped in oiled paper and attached with a fuse. The warhead has a casing made of cast iron, and the brittleness of the cast iron makes the explosion more powerful. A hole is left at the bottom of the casing to facilitate loading medicine and inserting the lead wire. A spiral pattern is made inside to insert and coil the slightly longer lead wire. To test the length of the fuse and the burning speed, mark the fuse with cinnabar, with one section representing one breath. In wartime, excess fuses can be cut off as needed, and both fuses need to be ignited simultaneously during launch. Zhu Yuzhen designed 4 wheels for the base, which made it convenient to pull and transport the cannon while carrying several shells. 4-wheeled vehicles did exist in ancient times, but they were not very common because they lacked bearings and were inconvenient to steer. Now that Zhu Yuzhen has given them the bearing samples, it's only a matter of time before they are cast. Zhu Yuzhen put down his pen and paper and noticed that the group of old men had gathered around again, and there were a few more heads now, including Qi Jiguang's. Chapter 53 Money falls from the sky while sitting at home. Come, my beloved ministers, take a look at my masterpiece. Zhu Yuzhen is slowly regaining his youthful nature and has begun to enjoy showing off. Even he himself didn't realize that the composed and serious man he was when he first arrived had almost completely disappeared. He took out blueprints of rifles and cannons and kept explaining their functions and key points to them. As for the dimensions of each part, that's not something he can be sure of. It requires gradual testing. All the initial costs of weapons are spent on testing. After the basic principles were explained clearly, Zhu Yuzhen instructed Qi Jiguang to lead the people from the Silversmith Bureau and the Weapon Bureau to study them carefully and produce a few to test. He leaned back on the soft couch to rest, then suddenly remembered something, raised his head and said, "By the way, go all out to produce gunpowder. The more the better. Money is no object. Ask He Chaozong and Lu Zigong for help with the molds. They must be precise." The dimensions were measured using the 2 rulers in Cheng Dayai's hand as the standard. You should also learn about the new numbers and dimensions, and try to design more measuring tools. Yes, Your Majesty. We are grateful for the map. We will certainly live up to your expectations. All right, Minister Qi, we need to speed up the production of white sugar. Separate all processes in the workshop over there, with each person responsible for a part, to form an assembly line production. Another idea is to glue the gunpowder together to make it about the thickness of sandalwood ingots and about 1 centimeter long. Promise. Once the prisoners arrive, arrange for the men to mine and the women to spin and weave. Those who are young and have a clean background should be put to help in the kitchen, and people should be sent to teach them to speak Chinese. There are no women among the Imperial Guards and the new recruits of the Beijing garrison. Go and take 1 or 2 back yourself. If you have a child who can speak Chinese, you can be registered in the Ming Dynasty's household registration system. With household registration, you will receive wages. Go and make the arrangements. My attendant, carry me back. I'm exhausted today. Everyone, with the help of these 200,000 plus people, the workshop's production speed will surely skyrocket. Zhu Yujun still has about 100 million yuan left from the funds he raised, but he claims that he only has 50 million yuan left, which is enough for production. After all, he's the manufacturer. He can quote whatever cost he wants. The grain was borrowed from the prince by him through abuse of power, and he later repaid it with official grain purchased at sea. The discovery of cement reduced the workshop's construction costs by 60%. So how could he not be rich? In early July, Zhu Zixiao's Imperial Guards successfully brought back corn and chili peppers from the mountainous areas of Fujian. Those brutes went straight to the other person's land, uprooted the animal, and sent it back urgently. The Fujian provincial governor complained to Hai Rui, who then made them pay a lot of money to settle the matter. These crops haven't grown yet. It's not harvest time. The corn is all white-bearded, and the peppers are still small. Zhu Yujun built a huge greenhouse in the Imperial Garden. Because the workers were in a hurry, they used ordinary river sand to make it, so the glass was fancy and messy. Many flowers and plants were transplanted, and many spices were also planted. He was thinking about having hot pot. During the Grand Court Assembly on the 15th of July, Zhu Yujun was sitting on the throne, drowsy. A little eunuch was sticking his head out from outside the door, and Zhu Yujun beckoned him in. Your Majesty, General Liu Xian of Guangdong and Left Provincial Administration Commissioner Wang Shichen have been dispatched by express courier, and a messenger is waiting outside the palace. Send a message. Zhu Yujun's heart skipped a beat, thinking it was Japanese pirates invading the border. But shouldn't that be an urgent message delivered by express mail? He didn't quite understand. The civil and military officials in the imperial court were also completely confused. Long live the emperor! 2 rather dejected messengers knelt below, probably because they had been traveling overnight in a fast boat. The messenger handed the letter tube in his arms to Feng Bao, who verified it and then gave it to Zhu Yujun. Zhu Yujun peeled back the sealing wax, glanced at it briefly, and burst into laughter. He then handed the letter to Feng Bao to read aloud. Your Majesty, I, Deng Zilong, report that last year I led a fleet to sea and successfully purchased 100,000 shur of rice from Siam and Annam. On their way to Luzon, they encountered a severe storm and the fleet was blown to the vicinity of Johor. Fortunately, there was plenty of rice and fresh water, and it took 3 months for all the ships to reunite. However, a conflict broke out in the coastal waters with the Franco people who occupied Johor. I led 8,000 guards to fight them. The enemy had fewer warships than us, but their cannons were very powerful. At the cost of sinking 33 warships and killing 600 soldiers, we destroyed 60 Francois warships and killed more than 2,000 enemy soldiers in a naval battle before charging in a land for further combat. The enemy's land warfare was inferior to ours. I won 3 battles in a row, killing more than 5,000 enemy soldiers and capturing more than 3,000 soldiers, as well as 600 ordinary Francois. A massive amount of rice and gold and silver were found in the Johor royal palace. Because the Franks did not like to eat rice, the national tax grain accumulated over many years was piled up in thousands of warehouses and became moldy. The amount that could be eaten was roughly estimated to be no less than 10 million shur, a unit of dry measure. The Francois ruled Johor with extreme cruelty, and over 500,000 people on the country's 8 islands died from exhaustion, disease, and starvation over the years. With the country's population now less than 400,000, I suspect the Frankish people deliberately spread the plague in order to seize Johor. I located the Johor royal family members who were mining and rescued the Johor Sultan Irasun II, who had been imprisoned for many years. To express his gratitude to the Ming dynasty, the Sultan was willing to give all his stored grain to the Ming. However, he hoped to completely integrate Johor into the Ming dynasty and lead the royal family to live in the Ming dynasty. Due to the great distance, I was unable to report in time, but I promised to stay in Johor until the court responded. Sudan mobilized its people to salvage and repair all the warships that had sunk in the shallow sea. Furthermore, they felled trees and built thousands of ships to help me transport all the grain back. Your Majesty, I agree that the Sultan should accompany the grain transport fleet to the Ming dynasty to pay homage to your majesty. He also brought along the gold and silver that the Francois had looted from the Sultan's treasury, saying that he would present them to the emperor of the Ming dynasty. About that million taels. Feng Bao paused here because Zhu Yujun was stomping on him repeatedly. He immediately realized that if the amount of 30 million taels was actually announced, several large granaries under the Ministry of Revenue would inevitably try to get a share since they had said it was for the emperor. He then read, I led 3,000 soldiers and selected 20,000 men from the people of Johor to form a guard to temporarily stay in Johor. 3,000 soldiers, along with the imperial guards and Shun Jinlong, returned with the Johor royal family, all prisoners and 100,000 Johor boatmen to deliver grain. Your subject instructed Deputy General Wang Cheng to send this urgent message after arriving in Guangdong, and then instructed General Liu Xian and Provincial Governor Wang Shizhen to issue it. Whether Johor should be protected or abandoned, I humbly request your majesty's clarification. Your subject, Deng Zilong, respectfully requests your majesty's decision. Feng Bao finished reading everything in one breath, and the court officials, whose faces were already beaming with joy, loudly congratulated him. Congratulations, your majesty. Ha ha, my beloved ministers, rise. Chief eunuch, take these two brothers to rest, and reward them with 100 taels of silver. Thank you for your reward, your majesty. After the messenger left happily, Zhu Yujun continued, since all of you ministers are here today, let's discuss how to deal with Johor. Gao Gong coughed and stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, I believe the Sultan of Johor and his royal family can accept this, but Johor's territory is too far away, beyond the reach of our great Ming. It would be better to give it up. Zhang Jun, however, had a different opinion. I think it is inappropriate. According to the memorial, although Johor is very small, its grain production must be extremely impressive. Our great Ming should take over. Furthermore, according to Zheng He's nautical records, Johor should have large gold mines, so it would be a real pity to abandon them. Moreover, there are hundreds of thousands of people on the island. Regardless of their fate, if the Franks were to return, they would still meet a tragic end. I second that proposal. Your Majesty, this is inappropriate. That place is far too far from the Ming dynasty. The debate raged on in the imperial court, while the ministers outside also expressed their opinions. After a long while, Zhu Yujun interrupted them. My dear ministers, this matter is indeed difficult to decide, but I have a method here. I wonder if it is feasible. Please enlighten us, your majesty. The ministers bowed respectfully. Chapter 54, a minivan fell from the sky. That place is indeed a good place to grow rice. Even if you don't take care of it, you can harvest 3 times a year after planting it. The yield is at least 8 or 9 shur per mu per year. The produce is extremely abundant. However, it's too far from the Ming dynasty, and we don't have a base overseas to manage it. It's not worth the effort. Moreover, since Franz Joseph had not received any reports from these prisoners, he would surely come to check. Although the distance was far, it would take another year or 2 for him to go back and forth to check and report, and for him to send troops again. Frankish will definitely send troops to invade, so stationing troops there is not an option. However, we can make good use of the next year or 2 to develop the resources there. I wish to send shipbuilding artisans from the Ming dynasty to lead all the people of Johor to cut timber and build large warships. They also devoted themselves to planting rice and mining minerals for on-site smelting before transporting them back to the Ming dynasty. There's no need to worry about them not working hard. Tell the people of Johor that as long as they help build enough warships, grow enough food, and mine and smelt enough gold and silver, then the Ming dynasty will immigrate them all to live in the Ming dynasty and give them Ming dynasty citizenship. After arriving in the Ming dynasty, they will be provided with a year's worth of food to help them through the difficult period. If they want to come, they can earn it by working. Within 2 years, each farmer would contribute 200 shur of rice. All boatmen would help build at least 5,000 Fujin-class warships and 60,000 sandboats, and miners would smelt at least 50 million taels of gold and silver. Don't worry about damage. Do it as fast as you can. You can even let Deng Zilong use explosives to mine. Aside from the boat being a bit of a hassle, I believe there shouldn't be any other problems with these things. Tell them that the more grain and gold and silver they hand over, the more they will be rewarded when they come to the Ming dynasty, such as cloth, farm tools, and even oxen. The resources collected there will be transported back every 6 months. Over 2 years, it is estimated that at least 30 million shur of rice, 30 to 40 million shur of gold and silver, and countless rare timbers can be obtained. 2 years later, the Franks occupied that place, so what? They're not happy about it. Come and attack me? They wouldn't dare, even if they had 2 lives. Once the war in the north is temporarily quelled or eradicated, That will be the time for our great Ming to display its power overseas. And we can take it back. Your Majesty, even if we have enough ships to bring these hundreds of thousands of people, where will we put them? And governing them will be a troublesome matter, asked Yang Bo, Minister of Personnel. Zhu Yujun smiled and said, there aren't many people left in Taiwan and the Ryukyu Islands, are there? It's very inappropriate for the Zheng family to occupy such a vast territory. Let's send these hundreds of thousands of immigrants over there to help us clear the land. They were originally islanders. It's not good for them to leave the sea. A group of ministers' eyelids twitched and their mouths twitched. That little emperor is really wicked. As for governance, once those 5,000 large warships are built, I will make Taiwan the base of the South China Sea Navy. From now on, we can patrol the seas continuously from south to north, instead of having to stay at home and passively defend ourselves. The military officers present were immediately impressed and exclaimed in unison, Your Majesty is truly virtuous. The Confucian scholar Yin Shiden, who had not spoken for a long time, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, but we are only concerned with building warships and sand ships. How will those people be transported to Taiwan? According to my calculations, although warships and sand barges could carry these people, they would be extremely crowded and unable to transport enough food and fresh water. Zhu Yujun found this person rather amusing. He had become much more obedient after being scared last time. Does Minister Yin know why? During the Qin and Han dynasties, when conquering cities and seizing territories, armies never besieged all four sides, but always left one side unattacked. Your Majesty, without absolute strength, a siege would force the defending troops to fight desperately. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and changed his words, saying, Your Majesty's foresight is admirable. Seeing that many ministers in the court were still not in a hurry to understand, Zhu Yujun said, You continue to explain to the others. Promise. The ancient tactic of surrounding three sides and leaving one side open was mainly to prevent the defending troops from being motivated to fight to the death when they saw no hope of escape, thus causing huge losses. As long as there is hope of survival, everyone will desperately try to reach the opening and do everything possible to leave. The will to survive is often incredibly strong, urging people to do everything in their power to survive in dire circumstances. His Majesty has agreed to allow the people of Johor to come to the Great Ming. And this is the reason for the calamity. Before evacuating, these people would even demolish their own houses to build their own boats in order to prevent being left behind if there wasn't enough room. It is highly likely that these people would get together with several families during their rest time to build it. Johor people are born to live at sea. They may not be able to build large ships, but building a sea-going vessel that can carry dozens or hundreds of people should not be a problem. Therefore, His Majesty is not worried about the immigration issue at all. Hearing him say that, everyone looked at Zhu Yujun with admiration. Zhu Yujun then added, Although these Johor people have been oppressed for many years, surely they can't be completely without any property, especially those local tycoons' assets. Would they feel at ease if we put them all on our ship? Therefore, I am certain that the remaining 400,000 or so people of Johor will build their own ships and accumulate some food and wealth within the next 2 years. With 400,000 people, that would require at least tens of thousands of ships. If we were to build them, will we even need to build warships? Therefore, our army can only bring a maximum of 100,000 oarsmen and sailors. The rest will need to be built by ourselves. As long as it doesn't delay our own progress, we don't need to worry about it. There are plenty of big trees there anyway. If they cooperate, our craftsmen can also give them some pointers on how to build better ships. Wouldn't it be better if we paid for and provided the goods to be recycled once we get to Taiwan? Your Majesty is wise. Everyone bowed again. Issue an imperial edict ordering Lu Xian to send troops to escort the fleet to the capital. Then, I will draft an edict to inform Deng Zilong of the matters we have just discussed. The Ministry of Works selected some experienced craftsmen to go with them, with an annual salary of 1,000 taels of silver. Deng Zilong and his subordinates' rewards would be given together when they returned. Promise. Seagoing ships cannot pass through the Grand Canal, and so much grain cannot be kept piled up on the ships indefinitely. Zhuheng Wang Qiaguang. Your subject is present. Zhuheng sent people to transport cement from the Grand Canal to Tianjin port, where grain warehouses and cement wharves were built. Wang Qiaguang hired local people to dry all the grain in the sun, weigh it again, and pick out the rotten grain. Then, the chartered fleet returned the grain to the various princes of Pan, and the remainder was distributed to royal trading companies in various regions after discussion. They sold it at a price slightly below the market price, or announced that 1 shur of new grain would be exchanged for 1 shur and 10 jin of old grain. After all, we don't know how long these grains can be stored. We should sell them off while they're still in good condition and replace them with new grain. Each province's official granary should retain 500,000 shur, a unit of dry measure, for re-storage. However, this grain must be jointly supervised by the Royal Trading Company and local grain officials. No one is allowed to misappropriate it or abandon it. Promise. All right, disperse. If there's nothing urgent, the monthly Grand Court Assembly will be cancelled. If there's anything, just report directly to the Warm Pavilion. Zhu Yujun repeated these words, which he had said many times before, and leisurely walked away. His steps were incredibly light. He was overjoyed. A windfall. This was a real windfall. He shyly accepted the entire royal collection of a country. At least 2 years of unrestricted mining and hundreds of thousands of free laborers. That's not just a windfall, it's a whole van. After walking for a long time, Zhu Yujun finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter extremely unrestrained. In mid-August, the war broke out in Liaodong. Chapter 55. The army presses in. According to inside reports, the enemy is contacting various tribes on the steppe in an attempt to launch a large-scale campaign, but the exact number of troops involved is unknown. Zhu Yujun requested the Empress Dowager's military tally to urgently dispatch a total of 100,000 troops from Guangning, Yongping, Shandong, Shanhaiguan, and Nanjing to provide reinforcements. He also ordered Qi Jiguang to lead 3 divisions of the Imperial Guard, totaling more than 50,000 infantrymen, to the aid by boat, including the original Liaodong garrison and the cavalry sent to support them. The total strength was close to 300,000. The reason Wang Gao postponed his attack by a month was because the coalition he had formed suddenly gained a new ally. Originally, only the Tumd, Taining, and Jinzhou Jurchen tribes participated, but later, other tribes on the grasslands heard about the operation and joined in, wanting a share of the spoils. Their losses last year were even greater. There were 5 leaders in total. Keahua, the great-grandson of Dian Khan of the Inner Khalkha tribe, Tumen Khan of the Chan tribe, and Haishatin of the Tatar tribe. The 13 tribes are Buyan Taitsu, Yiedeng, Nuan Tiu, Gong Tiu, Dulaia, Shieyue, Hai Elfjuchen Ye Tribe, Daxiao Vozeng, and Buehai. The various steppe forces, having amassed 110,000 cavalry and 150,000 infantry, arrogantly marched toward Shenyang. Thanks to the emperor's reminder, Li Chongliang ordered everyone in Shenyang and its surrounding areas to retreat to Liaoyang with the army before reinforcements arrived. Actually, there weren't many people there. It was a dangerous place that not just anyone would dare to come to. Moreover, at that time, people were afraid of being conscripted into the military, so they lived very far away, mostly along the coast, with only a few daring people daring to live around Shenyang. The advantage of directly surrendering Shenyang is that it can minimize losses, but the disadvantage is that it makes it easy for malicious people to attack us. Sure enough, just 3 days after Li Chongliang returned to Liaoyang, Zhu Yujun received more than a dozen memorials impeaching Li Chongliang. Most accounts say that he feared the enemy and thus surrendered the strategically important city of Shenyang. Zhu Yujun glanced at these people and found they were all officials who had nothing better to do than speak out. Already anxious, he angrily issued an edict ordering the 13 censors to go to the front lines and not to return until each of them personally took the head of an enemy soldier. The 13 men were terrified and tried to plead for mercy from everyone they knew, but those who were usually on good terms with them now avoided them like the plague. These people are either stubborn or out of their minds. They know perfectly well that the young emperor has a dog-like temper and is currently hot-tempered and impetuous. At this critical juncture, these people are recklessly jumping out, which is only discouraging the emperor. How could they dare to plead for them? They might even get themselves killed. Didn't you see that Inshiden has diarrhea and is refusing visitors? Left with no other choice, these people made final arrangements for their families and set off with several experts they had hired at great expense. Zhu Yujun realized that his butterfly effect might have been overblown. What should have been a battle involving tens of thousands of people had escalated into a large-scale conflict with hundreds of thousands of participants, which made him somewhat uneasy. In Liaoyang, the tense atmosphere eased slightly as reinforcement from various regions arrived. However, Liaoyang was Li Rusong's stronghold, which had built up over many years. The city walls were high and the streets were wide, so even with 300,000 people living in the city, it did not feel crowded. The merchants and civilians in the city have all evacuated, so the generals do not need to worry too much about the people in the upcoming battle. General Qi, General Shun, Brother Ma, and General Chenin, it's been a long time. I, Li, am very grateful for your help. Li Chongliang said gratefully that the people present were Shun Yurong, the Shandong general, Chenin, the Southern Zili general, Ma Dengayun, the Shanhaiguan general, and Qi Jiguang. Hey, old Li, when did you become so scholarly? This aid mission was personally ordered by His Majesty. If you want to express your gratitude, Wait until you return to the capital to thank His Majesty. Despite his advanced age, Ma Dengayun remains young at heart. He only appears slightly tired despite having traveled such a long distance at breakneck speed. Yes, oldly, I've never seen such a big battle in my life. We old fogies can die with a smile on our faces after we've fought such a big battle before we die. I said with a smile, said Shenin, the general commander of Southern Zili. Qi Jiguang looked at the four old generals, who were around 50 years old. Although they were not much older than him, their faces and bodies were deeply marked by the years. These old generals are still going strong. What are they talking about, dying or not? It's still too early to tell who will win this battle. Jiguang, you brought so many Imperial Guards with you this time. What about His Majesty? Ma Dengayun asked. It's all right. I've left the 1st Division, originally composed of elite troops from the Eastern Depot and the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and the 2nd Division, originally formed from the Zhejiang Army, by His Majesty's side. Besides, the 11th and 12th Divisions of the Beijing garrison should be arriving in the capital soon, and the capital is safe and sound. That's good. Speaking of which, that old scoundrel Ma Fong fought a brilliant battle at Zaifengao. I heard the population is in the hundreds of thousands, and there are also a large number of war horses. His Majesty has given generous rewards. Brother Ma, to be honest, if it weren't for the 11th and 12th Divisions lying in ambush in the pits outside the city for 2 months, they would have stabbed Dong Huli in the back. I reckon that old bastard can at most be driven back. Jiguang, how did you come up with this training method? Shin Yurong asked curiously, and everyone else looked at him as well. Qi Jiguang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This is not my achievement. These tactics were taught by His Majesty. I was just helping His Majesty train. I can't claim any credit. To be honest, I was shocked for a long time when I first saw the training method His Majesty gave me. I had never even heard of the various tactics and strategies in it. But it was indeed extremely ingenious and effective. His Majesty's military philosophy is to achieve the greatest results at the lowest cost, regardless of the gain or loss of a single city or territory. Moreover, he placed great emphasis on inter-unit coordination and division of labor, raising the individual requirements for soldiers. Qi Jiguang spoke eloquently. Oh, after this battle, I will also ask His Majesty to let us see this miraculous tactic. Li Chongliang was somewhat tempted. Then, Jiguang, do you have any novel suggestions for this battle? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Qi Jiguang cleared his throat and said, Liaoyang City is surrounded by plains on 3 sides, and only the east side is mountainous. It would be unwise for our army to leave the city for a decisive battle, but holding out is not a long-term solution either. If the enemy cavalry ignores us and directly crosses Liaoyang to plunder the rear, the entire Liaodong region will surely be devastated. The military treatise His Majesty gave me contains 3 methods for dealing with this situation. The first type is called tunnel warfare. In plains areas, it is difficult to hide, so the only option is to hide underground and ambush the enemy. The second tactic is called guerrilla warfare, but our cavalry is still inferior to the enemy's, and it is very easy for the enemy to catch up with us, so this tactic is not very effective. The third type is blitzkrieg, which involves assembling the most elite troops to ambush and kill, securing victory in one battle. We should not allow Liaoyang City to become a constraint for us. Even if we give it to the enemy, as long as they do not annihilate our main force, they will be forced to stay in the city and dare not go anywhere. After all, no one would feel at ease if hundreds of thousands of people were hiding behind their backs and their whereabouts were unknown. Therefore, my suggestion is to combine tunnel warfare and guerrilla warfare, taking advantage of the eastern mountainous area to retreat step by step and block each other. However, Liaoyang City cannot be abandoned just like that. Now there are no outsiders in the city, and the spies must have all left. We can lead our soldiers to dig various tunnels throughout the city to reach the outside, and also bury a large number of explosives in key locations and open underground spaces. As long as the enemy dares to come in, we will keep sending people to launch surprise attacks at night. We will fight and run away. We don't care about killing them. We just want to keep them from sleeping too soundly. If the conditions are right, we will bomb them. The enemy's hundreds of thousands of troops, along with a massive number of cattle and sheep, certainly couldn't move fast. It would take them at least 10 days to half a month to reach Liaoyang. This 2-week period is enough for us to set up a large number of ambushes and dig tunnels from the area around Liaoyang to the eastern mountainous region. Also, don't bother with things like barbed wire or horse traps. With so many servants clearing the way, doing those things will only waste our time. As for the construction of tunnels, I can send the Imperial Guards in small groups to join the various teams. Qi Jiguang's words were bold and novel, but it is undeniable that they could greatly reduce casualties. Otherwise, if it were fought like a normal city defense battle, it would be quite good if half of these nearly 300,000 troops could return. Chapter 56 New Tactics. The group remained silent for a long time. Li Chunliang even took out a map and spread on the table to study the feasibility of Qi Jiguang's tactics. Although he was in charge of this battle, and the emperor had given him the authority to act expediently, the people in front of him were all highly decorated warriors, so he could not act dictatorially. After a long while, General Ma Dengayun of the Mountain and Sea Commander asked, "Jiguang, are you confident?" It should be understood that doing so would also limit the effectiveness of our cavalry, and if the enemy discovers the entrance, it would be extremely dangerous. General Ma, call me Big Brother. Brother Ma, although we have quite a few cavalry, we are honestly inferior to the enemy and cannot be considered to have an advantage. Fighting to the death would be a losing proposition. Our advantage lies in our infantry and firearms. If we can force the enemy to dismount or engage us in close combat in the mountains, I estimate our losses can be reduced by at least half. As the group was discussing, a loud shout interrupted them. Imperial Edict. 5 generals received the edict. Chenju walked in, looking travel-worn. Your Majesty, we receive the decree. Long live the Emperor. The 5 men hurriedly knelt down to receive the decree. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees. The Liaodong army is in grave danger and the battle is perilous. The outcome of this battle is not urgent. Li Rusong may make appropriate concessions, but must preserve our army's manpower and prevent excessive losses. If you lose the land but the people, you lose both. If you lose the people but the land, you gain both. If you're not certain of victory, you can withdraw from Liaodong and organize the military and civilians to relocate to the mountains and seas by sea to garrison the area. Furthermore, the military treatises I have excerpted may be given by Qi Jiguang to other generals for study, but they must not be circulated indiscriminately. So be it. Your Majesty, we accept the imperial decree. Li Rusong, representing the delegation, accepted the imperial edict with both hands, opened it, and read only, "This battle is perilous. Fight if you can win, run if you can't. No gift. Fight back later." Ahem. General Li, this was written by His Majesty himself, and those words just now were also spoken by His Majesty. Chenju looked at the group with some embarrassment. After all, the Emperor's writing of this imperial edict was rather hasty. Ha ha ha, His Majesty is still as direct as ever. All right, Eunuch Shun, please go back and report to His Majesty that we will certainly not fight to the death. And of course, we will not back down if we can fight. Could Eunuch Shun please tell His Majesty why he issued this decree? Li Rusong asked. Chenju smiled and said, "Those of you here are not outsiders, so I'll say it myself. His Majesty has been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days, not because he's worried about the territory in Liaodong, but because he's worried about whether the soldiers and civilians in Liaodong have suffered too many casualties. His Majesty says that our great Ming dynasty has just received a windfall and has no shortage of money or food. Even if we were to relocate 1 million people from Liaodong back to our homeland, His Majesty could still afford to support them. However, if too many people are lost, and it becomes difficult to raise such a fighting force in a short period of time, the Ming dynasty will be in even greater danger. In addition, more than 10 officials who impeach you have been ordered by His Majesty to come and fight, and each of them is to cut off the head of an enemy and return home. I would be grateful if you, my esteemed generals, could offer your assistance as appropriate. After all, His Majesty is young and has a fiery temper. He may not realize that this matter could easily be the subject of gossip. Lords Gao Gong and Zhang Zhen have asked me to convey their regards to you." Haha. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. We will handle this battle according to His Majesty's wishes. Furthermore, most of the people in Liaodong have migrated to the coast. If things become unbearable, we request Your Majesty to send ships to ferry the people westward. Of course. Gentlemen, I won't disturb your discussion any longer. I'll head back now. Father-in-law, please have a meal and rest before you leave. Thank you, Governor Li. However, I am in a hurry to return and report to His Majesty. His Majesty has not been in a good mood lately and is eager to know the situation here. All right, then take care, father-in-law. The group stood up to see him off. All right, you don't need to see me off. Chenju stopped them, flicked his whisk, and strode away. Li Chongliang smiled and said, I didn't expect this eunuch serving His Majesty to be so efficient and capable. He's quite a talent. Chenju is a very good person. He is decisive and efficient in his work in the palace, showing the demeanor of a military general. Moreover, he is honest and upright, a truly good person. I heard that he trained all the eunuchs and palace maids under his command according to military standards, saying that it was to strengthen their willpower and prevent them from being bribed. Upon hearing this, Feng Bao entrusted him with the care of all the eunuchs and maids in the inner palace, and spent his leisure time training them at the imperial horse stables. Qi Jiguang recounted this amusing anecdote from the palace. "Ha, what a wonderful person." Chunin and Shen Yurong also burst into laughter. All right. Gentlemen, let's continue our discussion. Since His Majesty has also told us not to worry about territory, let's shed our burdens and have some fun with these grassland barbarians. Li Chongliang said. Jiguang, stop being so stingy. Quickly show us His Majesty's battle tactics. Good. Qi Jiguang took out a booklet from his pocket and placed it on the table. The group leaned over and read it word by word. Finally, they saw the page on the theory of plains warfare. Fighting on the plains is not our advantage. We must avoid direct confrontation and actively employ tunnel warfare, mine warfare, mobile warfare, and blitzkrieg. They read the thin booklet several times over a full hour. What an eye-opener. Who would have thought that such flexible tactics existed in the world? Chun-Yin sighed. Look at these ingeniously designed tunnels. They're as unpredictable as a gazelle hanging its horns. Yes, who would have thought that the well, stable, stove, or even the outhouse could serve as a tunnel entrance? And look how cleverly these landmines are set up. You can't even see them when you walk right past them. According to the records in W. Shifa, Strategies and Laws of the Ming Dynasty, landmine ignition methods in the Ming Dynasty mainly included traditional fuse ignition, friction ignition by stepping on a steel wheel, and pre-ignition by leaving a tinder, also known as thousand-day fire ignition. It's not the kind of thing where you need to run over and light it. The group chattered and discussed for a long time before finally making their decision. Inside the governor's mansion at night, for generals sat high on their thrones, while hundreds of commanders of various ranks sat below them. Gentlemen, the number of troops involved in this battle is close to 600,000. Our great Ming dynasty has not seen such a large-scale war since the Temu fortress. His Majesty is wise and compassionate. He has shown mercy to us soldiers and officers. He has issued an edict. If we save the people but lose the land, we will both save the people and the land. If we save the land but lose the people, we will both lose the people and the land. He instructed us that if a victory or even a draw could only be achieved through massive casualties, then the battle would be meaningless. We have studied Your Majesty's military treatise and devised new methods of warfare from it. From this day forward, the 10 division commanders of the Imperial Guard will each lead their troops into smaller, dispersed units. 10 Imperial Guard commanders began rapidly digging tunnels throughout Liaoyang City according to plan. General Shen Yurong led his men to transport all the grain, cannons, and supplies in the city along the Taizhi River to the eastern mountainous area for defense. General Qi Jiguang led 30,000 cavalry to harass and probe the enemy's strength. General Chun-Yin led 30,000 infantrymen to lay landmines outside the city. General Ma Dengayun led 30,000 soldiers to prepare for retreat in the west and south. Each military commander must obey the command of the general. Any disobedience will be punished according to military law. Yes, sir. Everyone stood up and bowed. All right, let's discuss the specifics next. 2 hours later, everyone hurriedly dispersed to make arrangements. Half a month later, the mighty Grassland Coalition army marched straight towards Liaoyang City. The army of 260,000 stretched for dozens of miles, which was extremely impressive. The officials who were in charge of criticism were so frightened by the sight from the city tower that their faces turned pale and their legs trembled. Large beads of sweat poured down his face like rain, drawing disdain from the surrounding soldiers. Even the experts they hired at high prices kept their distance from them. The cotton armor looked extremely awkward on them, making them look like a bunch of monkeys baring their teeth and claws. It was utterly ridiculous. The Grassland Allied forces set up camp about 20 miles outside the city. Hundreds of thousands of horses trampled the earth, flattening all the land outside the city, and the crops that had not yet been harvested became food for the horses. Qi Jiguang led 30,000 cavalry to harass the enemy along the way, but now less than 20,000 remain. Even Qi Jiguang was hit in the calf by a stray arrow. Fortunately, the military doctor treated him in time, otherwise he would have definitely been infected. The steppe army smeared wolf dung on their arrowheads, while the Ming army soaked in dung pits. If an arrow wound wasn't treated promptly, death was very likely. Chapter 57 Battle of Liaoyang 1. Qi Jiguang's cavalry were the elite of the elite, harassing and killing enemies along the way. However, they were chased by the enemy and had nowhere to hide on the plains. The pursuers did not stop until nightfall. This continued for about 10 days before Qi Jiguang's harassing troops returned. They killed over 15,000 enemies, but also suffered heavy losses. Qi Jiguang's eyes reddened as he looked at his elite cavalrymen, all of whom were wounded. These were all the personal guards of the various generals, including some of his own. Of the 300 personal guards who had followed him in his campaigns over the years, only a few dozen remained. Fortunately, they had also basically figured out the strengths and weaknesses of the Grassland Coalition. The Jinzhou Jurchens were the strongest, followed by the Tumd, Tumen Khan, and Keahua's Mongol soldiers. As for the others, it wasn't that Qi Jiguang had high standards. Most of them came from small tribes, and only a small number had received formal training. Their combat effectiveness was even inferior to that of the Ming Dynasty's border troops. Moreover, during this probing, Qi Jiguang discovered that these allied forces were riddled with contradictions, and even their nighttime encampments were far apart for fear of being plotted against. That night, the generals met again. Qi Jiguang spoke first. Through this probing, we have basically learned that this attack is led by Wang Gao, Keahua, and Tumen Khan of the Jurchens. The Taining and Haishidan tribes formed the right wing, the Yahi and Shiryu tribes the left wing, and the Tum tribe the rear guard. The remaining tribes formed the front wing. It is estimated that there are about 100 cannons in total, including various types of homemade cannons, Yuan dynasty cannons, and general cannons lost by our army. In addition, there are many conflicts between the tribes, and they must always be on guard against others taking advantage of their tribe's weakness to annex them. The 110,000 cavalrymen, each with 3 horses, move swiftly like the wind, posing the biggest problem for our army. Judging from their uniforms, many of the 150,000 auxiliary troops should be veterans who have been on the battlefield. So, we're in a lot of trouble this time, but we also have a lot of opportunities. These troops are probably the strongest in the Northeast. If we cripple them, it will at least guarantee 10 years of peace for our great Ming dynasty. After listening, Li Chongliang said, although the participation of so many tribes on the other side is impressive, I estimate that they have only sent 20% to 30% of their troops. However, it could also be a chance for Ma Fong to rush into Taining and scare them. Duyan is now just an empty shell. If we have the chance, we should wipe out Dongchangyang and take back the remaining population. As for the troops outside the city, we will hold out for 10 days. Once the 10 days are up, regardless of the outcome, we will leave the city overnight, feigning defeat and retreat, and then use the tunnels to return underground. Haha, good. Retreating without a fight is not the style of our great Ming. Let's use all our strength to hold out for 10 days and kill as many enemy auxiliary troops as possible. Once those cavalrymen enter the city, we can give them a good beating, Shanin said with a smile. Moreover, we can pretend to be different tribes to ambush their enemies, or we can focus on killing a few tribes. This tunnel is really ingenious, allowing us to advance or retreat at will. After listening, Qi Jiguang said, it's impossible for all those cavalry to enter Liaoyang. I estimate that at least half of them must remain outside the city. The Imperial Guard infantry will need to swim across at night to launch a surprise attack on the rear. Our raid can only last 3 to 5 days at most. After that, we'll have to find a way to retreat to the eastern mountains. However, our retreat will inevitably lead to pursuit by the local forces. Brother Ma, are your Guanning cavalry capable of covering the army's retreat? Ha! Jiguang, don't worry. 30,000 Guanning cavalry can fight the Allied forces' elite troops head-on in one-on-one combat. Although there are many enemies, it shouldn't be a big problem if it's just to cover the retreat, Ma Dengayun said smugly. After listening to their stories, Li Chongliang pondered for a moment and then said, there's another problem. How do we get the Allied forces to come and chase us? Although the mountains in the east are not very high, they will greatly restrict cavalry movement. If they ignore us and simply surround us, that would be disastrous. No, Shen Yurong said decisively. The Allied forces number 260,000, but they only brought less than 800,000 cattle and sheep, and the rest of the grain is not expected to be much either. Therefore, in this battle, either they will disregard their own safety and force their way into Liaoyang City to plunder, or they will force us to fight a quick and decisive battle. However, given the chaotic command structure of the Allied forces, they would certainly choose the latter option. Otherwise, no one would agree to someone staying behind to defend the rear, and someone going to the front to plunder. Good. Pass on the order. Everyone prepare for the great battle according to the previous plan. I will personally command the defense of the city this time. The enemy will definitely attack within half a month at most. The Allied forces were also holding a meeting at their camp. Unlike the Ming army, these tribal chiefs or generals were accompanied by 1 or 2 Han Chinese women. These people were villagers from the surrounding areas of Shenyang who did not have time to evacuate. After all, it was impossible to evacuate everyone on such a large scale, and some distant villages or garrisons were not notified at all. These women were all pale-faced, with tears welling up in their eyes. The thin veil could not conceal her alluring body at all. She could only hold the wine jug in one hand and cover her private parts with the other, trying to retain the last bit of dignity. In the heat of the moment, someone even grabbed a woman and forced her head down to their crotch, terrifying the other women who burst into tears and sobbed softly. At this time, cheers would erupt from inside the tent. Wang Gao, who was sitting at the head of the table, was not much better off. A precocious 14 or 15-year-old girl nervously poured him wine, and Wang Gao would occasionally slip his hand under the thin gauze and pinch and play with it while drinking. Gentlemen, it seems that old scoundrel Li Chongliang is prepared to hold out to the death this time. I heard that the young Wanli Emperor has sent his imperial guards. What do you all think we should do this time? Wang Gao asked casually. Xiao Hua was receiving a massage from two beautiful women, drinking wine in one hand and stroking one of their thighs with the other. Chief Wang, Liaoyang City is indeed difficult to attack, but the enemy only has a mere 300,000 men. With so many cavalry, we can easily surround and kill them. As for their idea of going out of the city to fight in the open, apart from Qi Jiguang's cavalry and the Guanning cavalry, who are we afraid of? Those cavalry wouldn't dare come out at all. And Khan of Tumd, with a look of enjoyment, patted the head beneath him and said, "Two leaders, you know our supplies. They can only last for 3 months at most. We must retreat no matter what, once the 3 months are up. Otherwise, without supplies, we won't be able to plunder, and we don't even know how we'll survive this winter. Moreover, the Doyan tribes suffered a crushing defeat last time. When my army passed through Doyan, there wasn't a single person for hundreds of miles around. I've heard it was those useless bastards from the Beijing garrison who did it. You all must not be careless." Tumen Khan said disdainfully, "And, you have conquered Sunfa many times. Why are you still so insecure? Our tribes on the grasslands have been fighting for years, and they are not comparable to those useless garrison troops who have barely killed anyone. Take the Beijing garrison, for example. We have spies in the capital. Don't you know what kind of pampered soldiers they are? They just stumbled upon Ma Fong's credit by sheer luck. Look at those so-called division commanders of the Imperial Guards. A bunch of greenhorns relying on their ancestors. They dare to go to the battlefield before they've even grown their hair. If we can capture 1 or 2 of them after breaching the city, we can indirectly control the forces behind them in the future. Good. If we break through Liaoyang this time, the tribes that enter the city first can get a share of the spoils. We will begin assembling and building siege equipment tomorrow, and launch a full-scale attack in 10 days. In our first battle against the Ming army, we suffered a minor setback at the hands of Qi Jiguang. However, the Zhejiang army did not come this time, so our chances of winning are very high. Liaoyang City is the most fortified city in Liaodong. This siege will not be successful for at least 10 days to half a month, and the initial losses will be huge. You must all be prepared for the complete loss of your infantry, including my Jinzhou Jurchen troops. Therefore, do not hesitate to annihilate them during the siege, once you have captured Liaoyang and plundered Liaodong. From now on, we will occupy Liaodong and use this area as our granary. We will make up for all of this in just a few years. In addition, we secretly released information to the outside world that our allied 50,000 cavalry would bypass Liaoyang and directly attack Shanhaiguan. Then we will send 10,000 cavalrymen to probe the direction of the mountains and seas. If the enemy comes out of the city to rescue us, we will pursue and kill them. If the Ming army does not fall for the trap, send the cavalry to the mountains and seas for a probing attack, and then return. Finally, we contacted our people in the capital to write to the young emperor, saying that Li Chongliang and others did not obstruct our army's passage through Liaoyang at all, and allowed our army to easily capture Shenyang. They must get more ministers to submit memorials, making it impossible for the young emperor to refuse, so that he will issue an edict reprimanding the generals of Liaoyang, and even force the emperor to replace them. Even if we can't replace the generals, we can still disrupt the enemy's morale. Once their 5 generals are replaced, Liaoyang and those 300,000 Ming troops will be our prey. Wang Gao truly deserves his reputation as a leader of the Jurchens. He is not lacking in cunning and scheming. Now let's discuss the specifics of the attack echelons and other deployments. That night, screams, cries, and maniacal laughter echoed throughout the tent. Chapter 58 Battle of Liaoyang 2. 5 days later, Zhu Yujun was analyzing the situation in Liaodong with his cabinet members when Feng Bao entered with a large stack of memorials. Zhu Yujun glanced at them and thought, "Another impeachment of the generals in Liaodong? Your Majesty, yes. There are a total of 83 portions. Do you know who these people are? Understand. I've remembered it all. Zhu Zixiao, your subject is here. Have someone keep an eye on them. If they gather together or contact the Jurchens or Mongols, wipe out their entire tribe. As for the others who have been misled, go and arrange the charges for confiscating their property. Tell Hai Rui that this is my will." The imperial edict was issued to Liaoyang, instructing them not to worry about the court and to focus on the great battle. An imperial edict was issued to Ma Fong, Wang Kong, and Ma Gui, instructing them to immediately lead their troops into the Doyan tribe in Gihua City once the battle for Liaoyang begins, and to plunder everything that could be looted. There's no need to worry about logistics. I have already allocated 2 million taels of silver to send 500,000 laborers along the 2 routes to transport the grain and fodder, and I have also instructed the troops in various regions to prepare for support. This time, we must secure at least 3 years of peace for our great Ming, especially for the Tumit. If that old codger Anda dares to join the coalition, he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Order the arrest of all Mongolians operating at the Zhangjiakou border trade market. The market is to be closed immediately, effective today. The young emperor's aura grew stronger every day, especially his imposing presence, which was very similar to his father's. All the ministers bowed in respect. 2 days later, Liaoyang City received the imperial edict. All their previous worries vanished. After all, if the emperor couldn't suppress so many impeachments, it would be disastrous. They respectfully bowed in the direction of Beijing. As for the 10,000 cavalrymen sent by the Allied forces to harass the mountains and seas, they were ambushed by Ma Dengayun, who was preparing to retreat along the way. Ma Dengayun personally led 10,000 Guanning cavalry and 20,000 infantry to launch a fierce attack on this force of 10,000, and ultimately annihilated the cavalry at the cost of 6,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry casualties. Enraged upon receiving the news, Wang Gao launched his attack on the 9th day. On this day, 30,000 Allied infantrymen, pushing ladders, shield carts, cannons, and catapults, lined up under the north gate of Liaoyang City and launched an attack without any unnecessary words. The Allied forces and the Ming army unleashed over 300 cannons in unison, and the soldiers' battle cries echoed through the sky. The first to attack were the infantry of the Tatar tribes of Haishidan, Bayantezu, Yerding, Nuantu, and Gongtu. The Ming soldiers on the city wall risked being riddled with bullets and turning into a bloody mist, desperately shooting arrows and muskets downwards. Kill! 30,000 people, mixed with some Ming dynasty civilians, rushed to a point about a mile from the city, where the rumbling of landmines could be heard. Those in the lead all had their legs blown off, their screams filling the air, but they quickly subsided. Those who fall first are either trampled to death by their own kind or finished off by their own comrades, because the chances of surviving such severed limbs are too small with current medical technology. The vanguard infantry of the Allied forces, having lost nearly 20,000 men, retreated, but the landmines outside the city were also mostly trampled. Wang Gao did not stop and immediately dispatched a second infantry force of 30,000 men. Brothers, we're about to engage in close combat. Kill them all. 10 taels of silver for each kill, 100 taels for each 3 kills. And the more you kill, the higher the reward. His Majesty said that the Ming dynasty is not short of money right now, and we will be allowed to return to the capital to celebrate and receive rewards when we achieve our goal. Li Qingliang's words spread among the defending troops, and everyone's eyes turned red. They've been short of pay for so many years and are already desperate for money. Now that they hear they can go back to Beijing to receive a reward, it must be real money. The defenders' morale soared with shouts of kill, kill, kill. Arrows flew up and down the city walls, and the Allied infantry pushed shield carts to fill the moat under the rain of arrows. When there was no soil, they threw in the infantrymen they had killed earlier. The cannon fire stopped. Both sides had already blown up several cannons. The remaining cannons are now glowing red-hot. The gunpowder ignites on its own when put in, which is extremely dangerous. The muskets and matchlock guns have mostly gone out and cooled down. As for the Allied catapults, most of them were destroyed by artillery fire after only 1 shot. Without firearms, the enemy was able to fill the river much faster. 2 hours later, the moat at the north gate was blocked, allowing the army to attack the city. This batch of infantrymen who filled the river numbered less than 20,000, but they still carried ladders and charged toward the city wall. Climb the ladder. 1, 2, 3. Seeing the enemy troops begin to climb the wall, Li Qingliang ordered his soldiers to throw rolling stones and logs, pour molten gold, and ignite with hot oil. Immediately, the Allied soldiers on the ladder screamed as they fell from the sky, fortunately only hit by rolling stones and logs. Bang! It was over in 2 loud noises. Being doused with raging oil and molten gold would be terrible. The screams of were extremely chilling. Even if someone fell and died, the fire wouldn't go out. Those who were scalded by boiling excrement and urine died, but their corpses were still twitching. Just as this group of infantrymen was about to attack, they were pushed back by a hail of arrows from the city walls and soon retreated, with only 10,000 men retreating. As the sun was about to set, Wang Gao sounded the retreat, and the remaining soldiers retreated to join the main army. The Allied forces did not retreat that night, because if they did, and the Ming army came out again to lay landmines outside the city, many more of them would die. On the first day of fierce fighting, the Allied infantry suffered a total loss of approximately 30,000 men. The countless corpses lying outside the city were a gruesome sight. Some, not quite dead, were still wailing in despair. The Ming army was also in a difficult situation, with the enemy launching relentless attacks. Li Chongliang had already replaced the defending troops 3 times. Because of their advantageous terrain, they suffered approximately 5,000 deaths, most of whom were hit by artillery shells and stray arrows, while the number of wounded was no less than 10,000. The next day, the bugle call for the Allied forces to charge sounded again early in the morning. The hordes of soldiers carrying ladders charged forward again, and the cooled cannons roared to life once more. From their high vantage point, a single cannonball from the Ming army would leave a trail of blood, leaving only entrails and severed limbs scattered on the ground where Tai Dan had passed. The Ming army's city walls were also bombarded, leaving gaps everywhere, and Qi Jiguang led his soldiers to continuously repair them. Any unlucky soldier who was hit by a shell would simply explode on the spot. Because there's no need to fill in the moat, and the bodies of yesterday's soldiers are still outside the city. Many Allied soldiers who fell from the city walls were cushioned by the corpses below, and as long as they were not seriously injured, they would pick up their shields and scimitars and climb back up the ladders. The battle lasted for 3 hours. After Li Chongliang, covered in blood, killed an enemy commander, he staggered. Shen Yurong arranged for someone to take him away, and then led the Shandong soldiers to begin the rotation. The Allied forces also stopped shouting. The Ming army's bravery had exceeded their expectations. They had stormed the city walls several times over the past 2 days, but each time they were quickly repelled. The cannons that bombarded the city gates were of no use. Qi Jiguang had already ordered all 4 city gates to be sealed with iron plates, and the cannons had not broken through them, even after 2 days of firing. The fighting continued for 9 days, and the casualties on both sides increased visibly, with death everywhere. All the wounded soldiers of the Ming army were secretly transported out of the city by tunnels at night, and then by small boats to Prince Island in the east for treatment. The people in charge of the transfer were the few civil officials who had been exiled by the emperor. They had never seen such a bloody scene in their lives. Wounded soldiers groaned softly around them. Those who were shot with arrows looked somewhat better, but those who were slashed looked like blood gourds, and some whose bellies were ripped open had their intestines and internal organs spilling out. These civil officials were quite tough. For the first few days, they continued to give orders even while vomiting. But things got much better in the following days, and they all seemed like completely different people. Wearing coarse clothes, they had a more heroic air about them, and they moved with swift and decisive steps. He calmly directed the auxiliary troops to treat the seriously wounded and the lightly wounded separately. The tents for the wounded on Prince Island were also set up very reasonably, with limes sprinkled everywhere. After all, they had been well versed in various classic texts since childhood and had some knowledge of medical books, but they had never had the opportunity to use their skills. Moreover, their mindset has changed. They no longer treat these soldiers with a superior attitude. Although they were still arrogant, they weren't the kind who looked down on everyone. After all, they were at least 5th-rank officials, and they still had to maintain the proper authority of their positions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to manage such a large wounded and sick camp. The enemy corpses beneath the city walls were already piled up in layers, with the bottom ones beginning to rot and emitting a foul stench. Fearing the plague, Li Chongliang made a drastic decision and ordered all the flammable oil to be poured onto the pile of corpses below the city, setting it ablaze. The smell of burning 80,000 to 90,000 corpses drifted in the wind and was extremely disgusting, somewhat like the smell of burning pig's head, but much stronger and more repulsive. Moreover, the Ming army kept throwing timber and thatch from the demolished houses in the city onto the flames, which were not normal colors, but rather an eerie pink. The Allied forces ceased their attack. Not only were they afraid of the plague, but the towering fire also halted their advance. Furthermore, they also had to reorganize their army. The high casualties in the past few days had already terrified some of the already impoverished small tribes. The total number of soldiers in their entire tribe who have died in the past few days is less than the number of soldiers who have died in total, and morale is starting to waver. The situation wasn't much better for the Ming army, although they had been able to boost morale for the first few days by offering money and promotions. However, the enemy's offensive intensified day by day, and these soldiers were exhausted. Chapter 59 Battle of Liaoyang 3. In the Allied camp, Wang Zhejian frowned as he watched the tribal leaders arguing fiercely below. "All right, everyone quiet down." Wang Gao's voice rang out, and everyone looked at him. The Yehi chieftain King Jinu spoke up. "Wang Gao, You and I are both from the 4 tribes of the Jurchen, and I do not deny your command ability. However, in this 9-day siege, nearly 100,000 tribes of ours were wiped out, leaving only cavalry. And your Central Army tribes are completely unharmed. If this continues, are you suggesting we send our cavalry to attack the city? Yes. Chief Wang Gao, my Tumd infantry only has a little over 1,000 wounded soldiers left. If this continues, we will not continue. If I lead other tribes to attack Shanhaiguan, I don't think the casualties will be this high. Although we are extremely tempted by the huge prize of Liaodong, if you want us to be your scapegoats, then we will not play along. And was also somewhat distressed about his losses. Tumen Khan couldn't sit still any longer and hurriedly explained, Gentlemen, listen to me. Chief Wang Gao has already said that this attack on the city will definitely result in heavy losses, and you should all be prepared. Furthermore, our central infantry is not standing still. Rather, we need to press forward with full force tomorrow. Haven't you all noticed that the morale of the Ming army on the other side is significantly lower than it was a few days ago? Yesterday, our army stormed the city wall 8 times in just half an hour, and the Ming army's casualties also increased significantly. If it weren't for those 2 brats, Li Rusong and Lu Ting, suddenly displaying their extraordinary prowess, we might have already stormed the city. However, the Ming army's condition is far inferior to ours. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. If it weren't for that old scoundrel Li Chongliang suddenly having a seizure and burning the corpse with kerosene today, we would have launched a full-scale attack. Although we no longer have any fodder to take our place, we still have 50,000 healthy and viable infantrymen in the Central Army that are ready to fight. As for the remaining 10 or 20,000 remnants of your tribes, they need not participate in tomorrow's siege. They should simply focus on recovering from their injuries. We guarantee that the losses of your tribes will be mitigated as long as we capture Liaoyang and cripple the Ming army. You can choose your own territory, 1,000 miles in radius, for each tribe in this vast Liaodong land. Chief Wang Gao, do you have any objections? Yes, but we need to work together now, and it will take at most 3 days. If we fail to capture Liaoyang within 3 days, the Jinzhou Jurchens will voluntarily remain to besiege the Ming army here, allowing you to plunder our rear. All right, Chief Wang Gao, we'll trust you one more time. If we breach the city in 3 days, our great Japanese cavalry is willing to serve as the vanguard. We're willing too. The other tribes also stood up. Very well, in that case, order the slaughter of sheep and cattle to reward the troops. The guard outside the door gave the order, and everyone inside the tent began to discuss the siege strategy for the next day. Inside the main hall of the Ming army city, Li Rusong and several others sat high on their thrones. General Ma, what are our losses like now? Li Chongliang asked. Approximately 20,000 were killed in battle, around 50,000 were seriously wounded, and those with minor injuries have all been evacuated. Besides the 100,000 troops deployed along the eastern route, we now only have about 80,000 soldiers left in the city, and there are also 30,000 Guanning cavalry that cannot be used at will. Therefore, we will only have about 50,000 men to defend the city tomorrow. We have enough food, though. The Liao Prince's palace has transported nearly 180,000 shur, a unit of dry measure, of grain, enough to feed us for a year. Our army's morale is low right now, and the Allied forces will definitely launch a fierce attack tomorrow, so we must go back to boost morale. Tomorrow will be the last day of our military plan, so our army must exert maximum force to inflict casualties on the enemy and repel their attack before 5 p.m. After assembling at the hour of Su, 7 to 9 p.m., they quickly destroyed all the cannons and then evacuated rapidly, with all the wounded soldiers entering the tunnels. The Guanning cavalry and the Imperial Guard cavalry provided cover from the rear. If the enemy pursued, they could fight their way through, and if they could hold them off for half an hour, they could retreat to the eastern mountains on their own. At that time, most of our army had already boarded boats on the Taizha River and retreated, and those steppe cavalry dared not pursue us, Qi Jiguang said, rubbing his fingers. After listening, Li Rusong and 9 other young soldiers whispered among themselves. What are you little guys whispering about? Li Rusong asked curiously. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, all 10 of us division commanders believe that we don't need to fight tomorrow's battle. Li Rusong stood up and replied. What do you mean? Li Chongliang asked curiously. Commander-in-chief, generals, have you noticed that the grassland Allied forces infantry are suffering heavy losses? However, these are only small tribes. Tomorrow, the Central Army's infantry will surely attack, and our losses will be considerable. The coalition must be rife with internal conflicts now, and we believe this is a good opportunity. As long as we don't engage tomorrow and escape beforehand, leaving a large amount of food in the city, those small tribes and the Central Army's tribes will inevitably be dissatisfied with the division of spoils which will exacerbate their differences and make it difficult for them to quickly unite as they each act independently. Tomorrow night, all we need to do is hide in the tunnels and launch our attack when everyone is exhausted at dawn. The Imperial Guard selected 20,000 cavalrymen to dismount and swim across the enemy camp under cover of night. They then used all the remaining gunpowder to make explosives for us to use in a surprise attack on the cavalry and livestock sheds left outside the city. As soon as a sneak attack starts in the city, the enemy cavalry will definitely escape through the city gates. Therefore, we must seal the other city gates with molten iron in a moment, leaving only the north gate open. If a surprise attack occurs in the city, we will raid the livestock sheds and use gunpowder and lamp oil to drive the hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep toward the enemy camp and city gates. Firstly, it would facilitate our surprise attack. Secondly, it would prevent the main camp's cavalry from countercharging us. And thirdly, it would drive the cavalry outside the city to flee eastward. In the west, General Ma led 30,000 Guan cavalry to drive away and intercept them outside the city. To the south, General Shun led 20,000 personal guard cavalry to intercept and drive away the fleeing soldiers, pushing them towards the eastern mountains. General Qi and Commander-in-Chief Chun will return to the eastern mountainous area to lead the infantry there in an ambush, while the Commander-in-Chief will lead the surprise attack tomorrow night. After Li Rusong finished speaking, he respectfully saluted the people above him. Ha ha ha, old Li like father like son, you two have a worthy successor. Shen Yurong looked at the two of them with envy. What are you two so envious of? When your grandchildren grow up, I'm sure His Majesty won't be stingy with rewards. Li Chongliang said with a hint of smugness. Ji Guang also stroked his beard and chuckled. Excellent, very excellent. You few were the first to accept His Majesty's battle tactics, and were not influenced too much by us old guys. This tactic is far more ingenious than our plan. Excellent. As you say, the timing is indeed very good. We're good at fighting, but we don't think as much about human nature as you do. Since that's the case, then do as you say. Order that 50,000 share of grain be scattered throughout the city. All war horses and the main force entered the tunnels, and then all visible tunnel entrances were destroyed. Remember, no trace should be left. All troops took their battle positions as my son had just described. Tomorrow night, at dawn, 3 to 5 a.m., they will await the signal arrow and move out simultaneously. Chapter 60 Battle of Liaoyang 4. As night fell, almost all the Ming troops had entered the tunnels, leaving only the guards on the city walls as a facade. Li Rusong, Lu Ting, and others led 20,000 Imperial Guards to a small mountain village west of the Taisi River, each carrying a bulging bundle. Gentlemen, we need to rest well here, because tomorrow we have to march dozens of miles at a rapid pace. If the enemy forces breach the empty city tomorrow, our plan will be half complete. This time, the generals adopted our suggestions. If we make a mistake and allow the enemy to escape north, we will be guilty of a grave offense. Rusong, don't worry, I will definitely not hold you back. I will definitely drive those cattle and sheep out, although it won't be the fire ox formation. But these hundreds of thousands of fire sheep are also incredibly powerful when they run, Marin said, patting his chest. That's right, we discussed this plan many times. Ma Lin and Chongwa each led 3,000 men to raid the guards watching over the livestock. I will set the fire, and you will seize the horses and drive them away. Don't worry, go to sleep, Lu Ting said casually. The next day, the allied 50,000 infantrymen launched an attack, but the arrows shot down from the city wall were sparse and could not form an effective barrier. They watched as the enemy hooked their ladders onto the city wall. Li Chongliang waved his hand and shouted, "Retreat!" Then everyone quickly ran down the city wall. In an ordinary farmhouse courtyard, the back wall of the outhouse was pushed open, revealing a large hole in the ground. Everyone entered the hole one by one, and then the people behind them worked together to push the wall back in. Before the Allied soldiers who had climbed the city wall could even shout, dozens of loud booms echoed as huge fragments rained down on them from the sky. Li Chongliang connected the landmines and the excessive gunpowder in the cannons, and before the Allied forces could even rejoice, they were blown to pieces. The city wall was also blasted open with jagged cracks by these powerful self-destruct devices. A grassland soldier who was dodging flying stones hid in the city gate. After hearing a series of loud explosions, the city gate opened halfway on its own. Completely bewildered, he excitedly shouted, "The city gates have been breached. Brothers, charge!" Soldiers who heard the shouts gathered around and rushed into the city. The governor's mansion was unusually lively tonight, as all the tribal chiefs gathered there to report on the grain they had plundered from the city. However, the smaller tribes, including the Tumit tribe, were not very happy. Chief Wang Gao, is there some kind of conspiracy behind the Ming army's secret escape? Tumen Khan asked vaguely while tearing at a leg of lamb. Haha. No, look, the city gates on the east, west, and south sides are all sealed with molten iron, probably to prevent deserters. The fact that such a method was needed to keep the soldiers from deserting suggests that the morale of their army must be low. Later, knowing that our large tribes would be fighting today and unable to rally their troops, they fled. A scout just reported that a tunnel leading out of the city was discovered at the foot of the south gate. It seems that Li Chengliang escaped from there. Haha! What Qi Jigwang and Li Chengliang? They were chased away by us like rats digging holes to escape. Wang Gao laughed arrogantly. His army suffered no casualties in this great battle, becoming the strongest among all the allied forces present. He was already secretly thinking about whether he could take the opportunity to annex some small tribes. Wang Gao, the enemy's losses should be less than 100,000, so why did they retreat in such a hurry? Moreover, our scouts only discovered that Li Chengliang escaped to the Taza River, but they didn't find the others. Is Chief Wang really that confident? Anda said somewhat indignantly. Anda, don't worry. These cowardly Ming soldiers should have started fleeing yesterday, and they should be at least 100 miles away by now. Rest assured, the conditions we promised you will remain unchanged. From now on, Liaodong will be occupied by the tribes of our grasslands. Tomorrow our cavalry will set off to the south to plunder, and take the opportunity to see if we can catch up with the routed army. If we can capture a few important figures, we can also ask that brat Wan Li for some annual tribute. Ha ha ha. Listening to Wang Gao's arrogant words, I felt uneasy for some reason. Taking advantage of the moment when the people inside the main hall began to switch between two-person combat, Anda, along with his trusted general, quietly arrived at the south gate. He stared at the tunnel beneath the city gate, which was as tall as a person, lost in thought. Great Khan, why are you looking at that hole? The confidant asked, somewhat puzzled. Achi, you know the fighting strength of the Ming army, especially Qi Jigwang. But now they have retreated without a fight, abandoning this land in Liaodong for nothing. I always feel something is strange, but I don't know what it is. Would the Ming army be so audacious as to attempt a counter-encirclement? That would be incredibly foolish. Once the cavalry charges out of the city, what can their infantry use to stop them? But why would they give up if not? Anda was a cautious and prudent man with strong military capabilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to breach Suanfu multiple times. However, he still couldn't figure out the Ming army's bizarre actions this time. Then he quietly instructed Achi, go back and bring all our troops over here and surround the guards at the south gate with our men. If anyone asks, just say this location is good, don't say too much. Also, have someone cover up the entrance to this tunnel. Don't let anyone approach it casually. Achi asked, puzzled. Great Khan, why does it look like we're trying to run away? Are you worried that Wang Gao and the others will attack us? We can't rule out that possibility, but he won't make a move in the short term. He'll at least have to wait until he goes out and brings back the loot. However, my unease did not come from them, but from the fleeing Ming army. Even if the Ming army suffered some losses, it's strange that we didn't notice the mobilization of 100,000 to 200,000 troops at all. All right, don't ask any more questions, just go and do it. Anda waved his hand somewhat irritably, then mounted his horse and rode towards the governor's mansion. Along the way, you could see that the people from different tribes were very far apart, at least 2 blocks apart, and they were very wary of each other. In particular, the military tribes stationed around the governor's mansion were all several miles apart. Anda returned to the governor's mansion hall, where the battle had reached its climax, with the burly men striking incredibly difficult poses. The screams were drowned out by the shouts, and Anda casually drank a cup of wine from who knows who. A quick glance revealed a woman, and they began their entertainment. The absurd banquet lasted until the moon was high in the sky before it finally dispersed. Beneath the governor's mansion lies a vast underground hall, where everything spoken above can be clearly heard below. The screams of the Han women made the eyes of the ambushing crowd below turn bloodshot, and a murderous aura emanated from them. Soon it was the hour of Ean, 3 to 5 a.m., the time when people are most tired during the day. The guards at the gates of each tribe were all leaning against the doorframes, dozing off. Li Chengliang ordered all troops to freely enter and exit the tunnels to hunt, prioritizing the killing of enemy leaders and cavalry. Cavalry and infantry are easy to distinguish in any country, but their equipment is not on the same level. The locations of those leaders had already been discovered. Li Chengliang, accompanied by his personal guards, quietly climbed out of a well in the backyard of the governor's mansion. After slitting the throats of several sleeping guards by the courtyard, they began searching for Wang Gao. Wang Gao was fast asleep, drunk, in Li Chengliang's original room. Li Chengliang had just arrived when he heard a loud, sawing sound coming from inside. There are only a few guards in the backyard. After all, who would bother having a bunch of people watching them sleep at the gate? carefully pry open the door with a knife and go inside. Li Chunliang was immediately annoyed. That son of a bitch, Wang Gao, had actually slept on his bed without taking off his shoes. The snow-white bedsheet was now covered in a large, dark stain. They carefully moved closer to Wang Gao. Suddenly, Wang Gao rolled over, making a series of crunching noises that startled everyone into freezing in place. Even a soldier who had only stepped in with 1 foot and froze in midair. Chapter 61 Night Raid. In the dim candlelight, it could be seen that Wang Gao was chewing something, his teeth making a creaking sound. Upon seeing that it was grinding teeth, everyone quietly moved forward again. Pfft, chew tis. A loud mule's rumble came from under Wang Gao, startling everyone. The soldiers behind hurriedly looked outside, and, finding no one paying attention, carefully closed the door. Li Chunliang was no longer careful at this moment. He signaled a burly bodyguard to cover his mouth and nose to prevent him from shouting, while the others held down his limbs. 7 guards rushed forward, and the burly man in the lead stretched out his palm, which was as big as a palm leaf fan, and covered Wang Gao's face, pressing it down tightly. Wang Gao, who was struggling to breathe, finally woke up, but was still a little dizzy from the effects of alcohol. After struggling for a moment, he found that several people suddenly pressed down on him, and some of them held his limbs tightly. He suddenly woke up and tried to call for help, but there was no chance. Several guards quickly stuffed Wang Gao's mouth with a soldier's sock. These soldiers had been fighting for many days, and the smell of their socks was particularly strong. Then they tied Wang Gao's entire body with hemp rope, and several people lifted him up and walked out. When they reached the well, they stuffed Wang Gao into the tunnel and handed him over to the people inside to take him out and guard him. The same thing was happening in other parts of the city. Tumen Khan got up in the middle of the night, half asleep, and was dozing off on the chamber pot. Suddenly, a painting on the wall started moving on its own, and then 3 burly men rushed out and beat him so badly that they shoved his buttocks into the toilet and stuck him there. Hearing the commotion outside, the 3 burly men didn't care about anything else and immediately carried 2 manhen into the hole in the wall. The poor guy was still tightly stuck to the chamber pot on his buttocks, and because he was a bit fat, it was stuck so tightly that not a drop of liquid leaked out. The guards knocked on the door for a long time without getting a response. When they rushed in, they found their Khan missing. They all shouted, "Help! The Khan is missing!" Li Chengliang's strategy of capture the leader first resulted in the capture of almost all the leaders of the tribes, large and small, in the city, except for Anda, who escaped. This guy didn't live in the main house of this courtyard, but in a side courtyard. When he heard shouts of killing coming from the main house, he knew something was wrong. He hurriedly summoned his personal guards to inquire about the situation. Achi rushed over in a flurry. "Great Khan, hurry! All the tribal chiefs in the city have mysteriously disappeared. It's very likely a trick by the Ming army." "What?" And his heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. "Quickly, take the men to that cave. We'll leave the city from there. The Ming army probably didn't retreat at all, but is hiding in the city. As long as we go out of the city, we might be able to fight them with our cavalry outside the city." And it was extremely anxious. "Yes. Great Khan, you go first. I will go and gather the troops." "Gathering is nonsense. Just bring your generals and personal guards. Too many people will only make you more vulnerable." But we still have 10,000 cavalrymen here. Are we just going to abandon them like this? What else can we do? Once those hidden Ming soldiers discover us, they'll kill us first. Stop talking nonsense and get ready." "Yes." Achi hurriedly left. Anda led 200 guards to the entrance of the cave. He lifted his disguise, thought for a moment, and then ordered the captain of the guards to take 10 men to scout ahead, while he followed behind. What he didn't know was that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. The cave was indeed left by Li Chunliang, but it was just a deception. The exit leading to the south gate had long been sealed off, and this hole was connected to a tunnel full of traps. Not long after they walked, they heard a large group of people coming down from behind. Only then did Anda feel relieved, thinking that it must be one of his generals. After the two sides met, a group of 300 or 400 people marched forward with torches. However, even though the distance should have been only 300 or 500 meters, they hadn't walked out even after an incense stick had burned. Anda's face turned grim. Just as he was about to ask something, the guards clearing the way ahead let out screams of ah. The sounds were extremely chilling. What happened? Ido was furious when a soldier helped the limping captain of the personal guard over. "Great Khan, we've fallen into a trap. This isn't the tunnel to get out of the city at all." Suddenly, many wooden guns appeared from beneath the tunnel ahead, and the brothers who were clearing the way were all stabbed. Anda saw that his personal guard captain was also touching his buttocks, and knew that his personal guard captain had also been assaulted. Damn Ming soldiers, cowards who resort to such despicable means. They are unworthy to be enemies of the Mongols. Altan Khan complained viciously. Great Khan, the most urgent thing is to get out of the city as soon as possible, but the road ahead is unclear. Should we turn back? Achi asked with some worry. No, the city is even more dangerous than here, and the various units of the Allied forces are not stationed together. They're probably being picked off one by the enemy right now. If they go back now, they won't even know how they died. Although this tunnel has some traps, the place is narrow, and there are probably all low-level traps that can't cause us any harm. And the fact that we haven't felt stuffy after walking for so long means that this tunnel must have a ventilation opening or an exit. Keep going. Once we're out of the city, we can gather the 50,000 cavalry outside. Are we going to be short of manpower? This was the idea that Anda had been keeping in mind all along. Now that the leaders of the various tribes have disappeared, he has no choice but to step up. What's the point of fighting? Just gather the cavalry outside the city and the troops that ran out of the city. There are at least 60 or 70,000 of them. This is an enormous gain, equivalent to the entire army of Tumd. He will take these people back to Tumd as soon as he leaves. He believed that if he developed his strength for a year or two, he would be able to take over half of the grasslands. He did not believe that the Ming army would dare to pursue them. While indulging in his fantasies, Anda ordered them to proceed cautiously. Along the way, they were subjected to being doused with excrement and urine, suffocated by fire, pricked by barbed wire, and assaulted in the anus by wooden spears. It took them a full hour to finally emerge from the tunnel entrance, howling in pain. The Tumit soldiers, who had just climbed up from under a large tree, were unaware that a huge rope net was already waiting above them. After everyone climbed out of the pit, they lay on the ground, breathing in the fresh air. After all, the smell of the scorched excrement was really irritating to the eyes. Kill! A fierce shout rang out from all around. A large net, 10 meters in diameter, descended from the sky and covered the entire group. Just as Anda was about to order his soldiers to resist, he saw flames all around, and a Liaodong centurion leading more than 100 spearmen surrounded them. Ha! The commander-in-chief is truly a genius. We thought this tunnel was doomed, but we didn't expect that someone would actually be so foolish as to run in. Brothers, tie them all up and take them to the riverbank to show off your achievements. The centurion laughed triumphantly. You should have been part of the raid tonight, but a section of the tunnel they were digging collapsed, injuring more than a dozen soldiers. The commander then ordered them to modify the tunnel for use in ambushing people, and 100 men were to wait and guard the place. If he makes a profit, he's lucky. If he doesn't, he can just watch. Consider a punishment. I didn't have high hopes, but I was surprised to find so many people. Of course, he definitely doesn't know Anda. Even if he did, you wouldn't be able to tell him now. These people all reek of filth, their faces are pitch black. At this moment, Anda felt like he wanted to die. In all his years as Khan, he had never suffered such humiliation. He roared, I am Anda, the leader of the Tumd. Take me to see Li Changliang. Ha, boss, this charcoal-headed guy claims to be Anda. Ha, TCH. If you're Anda, then I'm Anda's father. Get the hell out of here. The soldier spat at him, kicked Anda in the shoulder, and pulled his hands out of the mesh and tied them up. The city was in chaos, with various tribes suspecting that Wang Gao had sent men to capture their leader, but Wang Gao himself was also gone. But no matter how the various minor leaders of the Central Army tribe explained, the outsiders simply wouldn't listen. The Ming soldiers mixed in with the enemy added fuel to the fire, saying that the Central Army was attacking a tribe that wanted to annex them, and then shouted in Mongolian, kill them, rescue the chief. An internal power struggle has begun. Without their leaders, and under their influence, all the tribes were instigated to attack the large tribes in the Central Army. Some feuding tribes also began fighting each other at this time. Taking advantage of the situation, the Ming army detonated numerous landmines and bombs, hurling them into the crowd. In the pitch black, some mid-level officers realized they had fallen into a trap, but could only try their best to gather their soldiers and try to leave through the north gate. But Li Chongliang wasn't about to let them out so easily. The underground tunnels of Liaoyang City were dug by hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and they are interconnected and can reach almost any part of the city. Even they themselves need a map to navigate inside, otherwise they would probably be trapped and die inside. Li Chengliang's generals led their soldiers out of the tunnels to intercept and kill the Allied forces trying to leave the city. They killed them without saying a word. Finally, more and more Allied generals realized something was wrong and ordered their troops to prepare to rush out of the north gate. Chapter 62, The Great Encirclement and Suppression 1. Li Chengliang, hiding on the city wall, saw at least 10,000 cavalry charging toward the north gate and immediately took out a firework and lit it. Chirp thud, red fireworks soared into the sky. The Imperial Guards, who had been hiding around the enemy's livestock sheds, rushed out from the shadows. They swam across the river to the rear of the camp upstream, their teeth chattering from the cold. Many soldiers had snot running from their noses, like little worms hanging from their nostrils. Seeing the fireworks light up the sky, everyone rallied and charged out. There were only about 1,000 people guarding the livestock sheds, most of whom were still herders who only knew how to herd horses and sheep. Even with the guards, they couldn't cause any trouble. Ma Lin and Qi Changguo led the imperial guards to quickly kill the guards one by one and found several horse herders. With knives to their necks, they forced them to open the livestock pens and drive the cattle and sheep toward the north gate of Liaoyang. Lu Ting led 2,000 men to the livestock pens, where they continuously sprinkled gunpowder from the parchment in their robes onto the wool of the cattle and sheep and casually led over any horses they encountered. Li Rusong then led the remaining 10,000 soldiers to the stables and took away more than 20,000 of the allied cavalry's spare horses. It's not that I don't want to lead more horses, it's just that some horses are attached to their owners, or they have a fiery temper. If a stranger leads it, it will not move and will become restless, easily causing all the war horses to gallop wildly. So after acquiring enough war horses, they went back to find Lu Ting and the others, having already wiped out any guards they encountered along the way. They worked together very quickly, and soon Du Song and the others who were finishing up caught up as well. Everyone looked at the massive herd of livestock and felt a surge of pride, even though, to be honest, they hadn't had a particularly outstanding performance in this battle. Now that I have this opportunity, I naturally need to make the most of it. The enemy camp in the distance had already noticed the commotion, and 1,000 cavalrymen were charging towards them. Lu Ting took the lead, spurring his horse forward. Lu Tingtian possessed superhuman strength. He wielded a heavy sword weighing over 100 pounds, as if it were nothing, creating a fierce and powerful gust of wind. Before an enemy soldier could even react, he cleaved half of his body in half with a single blow, blood spurting high into the air. Li Rusong and his men also led their troops up, and within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all 1,000 men were surrounded and killed. Meanwhile, more and more cavalrymen appeared at the main camp, and Li Rusong immediately ordered his soldiers to set fires. The wool on the backs of those cattle and sheep was full of gunpowder, which ignited violently when it came into contact with rockets. The word spread from one animal to another, and all the livestock began a riot. Moo, meow, hissing sound. Although not every animal had it, with a total of 5,000 caddies of gunpowder thrown out, at least 30% of the livestock were on fire. The 10 young soldiers were divided into 3 groups, to the left, right, and rear, driving the livestock into a charge. Their momentum was much stronger than that of a large army, and their speed was incredibly fast. If the livestock want to turn, throw out a thunderbolt to drive them to the right position. They cover a distance of only a few miles, almost the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, and arrived at the enemy camp. Of the 50,000 cavalry stationed here, only about 30,000 managed to escape on horseback after noticing the rumbling sound. The remaining 20,000 were trampled into the mud, and not even a rag could be found. Hey, Lu Ting, look at those oxen. They're usually so slow when plowing the fields, but now they're running faster than our horses. Qi Changguo chatted with Lu Ting in the back. They only needed to keep the livestock moving, so they were quite relaxed. Brother Changguo, isn't it a bit wasteful of us to burn so many cattle and sheep this time? Do you think they'll all end up burned to charcoal and inedible? Lu Ting, covered in blood, was still chatting and eating, which made Qi Changguo smile bitterly. Don't worry, once the wool from those cattle and sheep is burned off, it won't burn anymore. The cattle probably won't die, but they'll be seriously injured. It's hard to say about the sheep, but if our plan succeeds this time, these cattle and sheep will be a treat for us. We won't even need to pluck their wool. How convenient. That's right. Zhang Yuanqiu and Su Wenbai followed them. Su Wenbai continued in a low voice. I heard that His Majesty is extremely fond of beef jerky. Let's pick out the best cuts of beef from these cows, marinate them, and send them to His Majesty. Not bad, not bad. Absolutely, absolutely. Old Gua, you're so shrewd. There must be 70 or 80,000 cattle. Can His Majesty eat them all? Zhang Yuanqiu was a little stunned. Slap. Lu Ting slapped him on the back of the head. Why did you hit me? Yuan Kingdom. This beef jerky won't spoil. Why are you so concerned? How His Majesty eats, it is His Majesty's business. What are you worrying about? Brother Lu, I was just worried His Majesty might get a sore throat from eating too much. The group of soldiers followed the livestock at a distance, playfully arguing, while also avoiding the dead and injured cattle and sheep and some unfortunate horses that had been burned. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the livestock army had already reached the outskirts of Liaoyang. The cavalry that had fled here beforehand, along with the troops that came out of the city to meet them, numbered around 100,000. They were confronting the Ming army on the city walls, trying to reclaim their tribal chiefs. Everyone heard a rumbling sound approaching at an extremely fast speed, but no one dared to run. If they ran backward, they would encounter herds of livestock, and if they ran forward, they would encounter Li Chongliang, who had recaptured the city. Going south would be like lambs to the slaughter, a sure way to die. Only the east doesn't have many enemy troops, but that area is mountainous. In the distance, flames soared into the sky, and beneath the flames, countless frenzied cattle and sheep charged at full speed toward the Allied cavalry. Run! Someone in the Allied forces shouted this, and everyone rode their war horses quickly eastward. The mighty fire dragon headed east, but a vast sea of fire crashed directly into the city wall. The cattle and sheep running at full speed ahead couldn't stop in time, and they couldn't even turn around. They could only crash straight into the city wall and die. The loud thuds of the impacts made Li Chongliang on the city wall gasp in shock. If the nomads were willing to use herds of livestock to charge, the Ming dynasty would probably have been defeated long ago. Its momentum was truly terrifying. It left nothing but desolation in its wake. Even such a tall and thick city wall was shaken by the impact. After a long time, only about 70,000 to 80,000 cattle, sheep and horses remained intact. The rest were either dead or ruined. As soon as the livestock tide stopped, without much thought, Li Chongliang led his troops, joined forces with Li Rusong and others, and Ma Dengayun, and chased after the fleeing soldiers. On the way, they encountered Shen Yurong, who had returned from fighting the enemy, and the army pursued her in a grand procession. The cavalrymen, fleeing in panic to the eastern mountains, finally escaped to a valley just as their torches were about to burn out, roughly to the west of what would later become Taizagu village. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only the south side being relatively flat. But suddenly, flames shot up from the south, accompanied by shouts of battle. The cavalry of all the tribes gathered together and fought on their own. At the valley entrance, Qi Jiguang led 20,000 troops, pushing carts steadily toward the Allied forces inside the valley. That was too damn dangerous. Why didn't those bastards follow the plan? They almost stormed our wounded soldiers' camp. Qi Jiguang thought with lingering fear. The original plan was to drive these cavalrymen into the canyon north of Taizagu village, where Chenin's troops were mostly lying in ambush. Who would have thought that these bastards would run in the wrong direction? Instead of leaving the perfectly good fields, they insisted on running towards that little hill, and ended up here. Their wounded soldiers' camp and most of their supplies and provisions were on Prince Island, not far away. If they ran out and encountered them, he would have made a big mistake. Qi Jiguang had no choice but to lead his 10,000 men, along with the wounded soldiers' camp and logistics, and hurriedly push the converted horse-drawn carts to block the enemy's path. He also sent others to call for reinforcements. Chapter 63, The Great Encirclement and Suppression 2. Qi Jiguang knew that his men could not stop so many enemy cavalry, but he still ordered his soldiers to appear as if they had an army of 100,000. The soldiers, full of vigor, pushed the carts to a narrow pass and then extinguished all the torches in their hands. The opposing side had no idea what the Ming army was up to and dared not charge rashly. After all, it was pitch black, and who knew if there was a trap? Moreover, with each side fighting independently, who would be willing to be the first to take the lead? By the time they relit their torches, the Ming army on the other side had not made any move. The Ming army apparently disappeared after pushing the cart there. As they expected, Qi Jiguang pushed the cart to that pass, and then quietly retreated with his men. They faced a full 100,000 cavalrymen. Their 20,000 hastily assembled infantrymen were practically committing suicide by coming here to resist. They couldn't even hold them off. Nowadays, using psychological tactics is just a way to buy time. Qi Jiguang only hoped that the soldiers who had gone to rouse the men would be more agile. He had already ordered the evacuation of everyone on Prince Island. If these cavalrymen were allowed to escape, the losses would be enormous. This would mean that a large portion of the gains would be lost for no reason. About half an hour later, Qi Jiguang was anxiously waiting by the river when a vast, unstoppable fire dragon appeared on the distant hillside. The commotion on the hillside alerted the cavalry below. Several small tribes tried to escape back along the same route, but the deafening sound of horses' hooves echoed from their path. Qi Jiguang hurriedly led the 20,000 men back into the pass and lit torches. They took out a large brass megaphone and shouted into it, "Surrender! Your leaders have all been captured, and you are now completely surrounded. If you don't surrender, you will all be slaughtered in this small valley. Surrender, and we can be spared from death. From now on, we can eat our fill as long as we work. Your tribe suffered a severe white plague last year, didn't it? If you die in battle, they will all be swallowed up by other tribes. We can guarantee that as long as you surrender, we will take over your tribe and incorporate it into the Ming dynasty. We will provide you with food and lodging. From now on, You only need to work to have enough to eat and wear. Then soldiers who understood Mongolian continued to shout into the room. The surrounding mountains and forests were filled with Ming soldiers holding torches, making it look like a burning mountain from below. Qi Jiguang was followed by 80,000 infantrymen, all of whom pushed and carried simple barricades in front of him. Many people are still cutting down the surrounding trees and dragging them over to block the valley entrance. After all, this was the only direction they could charge in. If they dared to dismount and climb up the mountains on either side, they would be courting death. The repeated calls to action tempted the medium-sized tribes, while small tribes like the Great and Small, the 12th Month, and the Burhai, with only a few 100,000 people, were even more eager to join. After all, the white disaster has been getting worse year by year, and if this continues, who knows how many more people will die. If we really follow what the other side says, then it would be a very good choice. However, these words were interpreted differently by large tribes such as the Zahai Jurchen, Jinzhou Jurchen, Tumit, and Tumen. The leaders of these large tribes looked at each other and slowly began to gather, while the smaller tribes gathered on their own to one side. Gentlemen, I will not waste words. Although we are at odds, this is a matter of life and death. My troops will launch an attack on the infantry at the valley entrance in order to escape. Although we suffered heavy losses this time, once we escape back to the tribe and the Khan is captured, we can seize the opportunity to gain even greater power. If I am killed in battle, I, Hal, will not be afraid, said one of the commanders of the Tumen tribe. The others also had cold glints in their eyes. Yes, if they escaped back, the Khan's position would be vacant, and, as a general, they could certainly gain more power, perhaps even replacing him. Hal, tell me your thoughts, asked the commander of the Western Sea Jurchens. We have no choice but to charge forward with all our might. What about those small tribes? It looks like they want to surrender. As long as we charge, they will have no choice but to follow, since the Ming army's arrows don't have eyes. All right, then let's give it a shot. I hope you don't try anything funny, or don't blame us for being ruthless, Hal said menacingly. The others remained unconvinced. They were all running for their lives. It was better to die for their own friends than for their own. Who would care about anything else? Without consulting the smaller tribes, the commanders of several large tribes returned and led their cavalry in a charge. But they forgot one thing. The enemy was on all sides. If you want to surrender, you don't have to go to the front. You can go to the back. That's why when those large tribes charge, the leaders of those small tribes led nearly 40,000 cavalrymen and turned back the way they came. As they ran, they threw down their bows and arrows and scimitars, shouting, "Generals behind us, we're here to surrender. Don't fire." The tribal leaders who were charging forward were so angry they almost spat blood. They subconsciously forgot that surrender was also an option for those behind them. But now that the horse is already running, we can only give it a shot. Upon seeing someone surrender, Li Chongyang, who was in the rear, ordered several of his lieutenants to lead the infantrymen who had caught up to accept the prisoners. He led his generals and all the cavalry to attack the enemy's rear. The Guanning cavalry truly lived up to their reputation as the strongest cavalry in the Ming dynasty. Their charges were even faster than others. The cotton armor on their bodies seemed like thin gauze, which did not hinder their movements at all. They charged ahead of the friendly cavalry with roars. The allied cavalry in front also turned back to block them, and the two sides fought back and forth in a lively battle. Qi Jiguang ordered all the spearmen, archers, musketeers, and shield-bearers to form a simple battle formation with the wagons to block the enemy cavalry's charge. The Ming soldiers on the mountain shouted and charged down the slope, instantly dividing the enemy into three groups. More than 30,000 men in the rear were surrounded and killed by our cavalry. 10,000 men in the center were shot at by infantry from all sides, and those in front were blocked by Qi Jiguang's chariot formation and could not advance an inch. As for Hal, he had long been riddled with bullets by muskets and trampled into who knows what shape by warhorses. The battle lasted for more than an hour, and dawn was breaking. The stench of blood filled the entire valley, driving everyone's nostrils wild, and even the warhorses seemed to have gone mad. The two sides fought fiercely in this not-so-wide valley, with blood flowing like a river. The blood-soaked streams even flowed into the Prince River, turning the water in the middle and lower reaches of the river pink. Just as the sun rose, Li Chongyang ordered the retreat. All the soldiers who were still slashing or being slashed quickly broke away from their opponents and retreated to both sides of the valley. Of the 60,000 cavalrymen in the valley, less than 30,000 remain. Limbs, organs, and heads are scattered everywhere, and flocks of crows fly around in the sky, preparing to have breakfast. Nearly 30,000 Ming soldiers were also lying inside, so achieving a 1-to-1 ratio was a very good result. Countless ownerless warhorses wandered aimlessly, grazing on roadside grass mixed with blood and dew. Li Chunliang and Qi Jiguang advanced slowly, one after the other, and stopped 100 meters away from the enemy. Surrender. It's already dawn. If you don't surrender, we'll have no choice but to blow you all up with our thunderbolts. After Li Chunliang finished speaking, Lu Ting led a group of infantrymen carrying large leather bags forward. Of the remaining allied soldiers, only the commander of the Western Sea Jurchen tribe was still alive. He stepped forward and asked, "Do you still stand by the terms you agreed to?" "Of course it counts. As long as you surrender, we can take you back to the capital. As for your family members, you can write to them to inform them to come to Liaoyang City. You could also send one person from each tribe back to deliver the message, or if they don't want to, that's fine with you too." Li Chunliang was somewhat excited. The 10-day battle had truly exhausted him. However, the amazing results he achieved also filled him with excitement. After all, a general only has a few opportunities in his lifetime to command hundreds of thousands of troops in battle. He not only commanded the troops, but also won a great victory, enough to make him famous for all time. "Okay, as long as you keep your word, we are willing to surrender." After saying this, he mounted his horse, took off his leather armor, threw away his bow and arrows and scimitar, dismounted, and knelt on one knee. The other grassland soldiers behind him followed suit. The great battle came to an end, and the entire Ming army erupted in thunderous cheers. The Ming army summoned the 40,000 people from the small tribes who had surrendered earlier to clean up the battlefield, and all the prisoners were escorted to Prince Island for guarding. Those grassland allied soldiers would have some gold and silver on them, such as large earrings, big rings, and big gold chains. These items were all collected and loaded onto a large truck. It took 2 whole days to clean up all the corpses and the blood-soaked soil before they were all buried in a large pit at the foot of the mountain. As for the bodies of the Ming soldiers, they were all collected and burned, and their ashes were sent back along with their belongings and compensation. On the 3rd day, the ruined city of Liaoyang began to recover some vitality, and many people who had not fled far returned to the city after hearing that the imperial court had won a great victory. However, due to the severe damage caused by the numerous battles in the city, Shun Yurong suggested distributing the grain and the cattle and sheep that died in the fire to the people as compensation. After all, the imperial court is not short of food, but many of the people's fields have been trampled or even eaten by cattle and sheep, so this year will definitely be difficult to get through. Li Chunliang and others jointly sent the battle report to the capital by express courier, and also told the emperor about their plan to raid the Jinzhou Jurchens. Chapter 64: A Year of Great Joy and Victory. Zhu Yuzhen, who was anxiously waiting for news in the capital, did not receive the battle report from Li Chunliang and others regarding Liaodong first. Instead, he received the battle report from Wang Kong, Ma Gui, and Ma Fong. Following the emperor's orders, they sent troops to plunder people. Dong Chang'an of the Doyan tribe was ambushed and killed by Ma Fong, and most of the 20,000 Doyan cavalrymen were killed. All the remaining 100,000 plus people of the Doyan tribe were captured. Ma Fong even rushed into the territory of the Taining tribe, but was forced to retreat after encountering a counterattack. Wang Kong and Ma Gui were also exceptionally brave, leading the Datong troops into Gihua. They plundered 80,000 people and over 100,000 cattle and sheep. If it weren't for Anda's son, Huang Taiji, sending troops, he would have directly conquered the Hintao region. Both border generals hoped the emperor would exchange the captured people for grain, since grain was the hard currency, and the court currently had a surplus of grain. Zhu Yuzhen was happy to agree. On the morning of the 1st day of the 9th lunar month, while Zhu Yuzhen was listening to reports on the opening of merchants from various regions, an urgent report arrived. "Report, Your Majesty, an urgent dispatch from Liaodong, 800 li away." A young eunuch led 3 messengers directly to the Fengtian Hall to report. "Bring it here quickly." Feng Bao took an urgent report, checked the sealing wax, and handed it to Zhu Yuzhen. Zhu Yuzhen took a deep breath, slowly peeled off the sealing wax, and opened it to take a look. "Your Majesty, we, your subjects Li Chunliang, Qi Jiguang, Shun Yurong, Ma Dingun, and Chenin, report that we have achieved a great victory in this battle, annihilating the invading enemy forces." The opening line made Zhu Yuzhen burst into laughter. "Good, good. A great victory in Liaodong. Annihilation of the invading enemy. Your Excellency, read it to them." "Yes, sir." Feng Baoxi happily accepted the battle report. The officials below the hall beamed with joy upon hearing this, straining their ears to listen. "In this battle, our army suffered 41,103 deaths, over 19,400 serious injuries and disabilities, and countless minor injuries. They killed 140,000 enemy soldiers, captured 51,000 defeated enemy soldiers, and had 64,000 enemy soldiers surrender. They also seized 170,000 intact enemy warhorses and 80,000 head of cattle and sheep. All the invading tribal leaders were captured, including leaders of large tribes such as Wanggao, Kaiwa, Andakan, and Tumenkan. Because the land of Liaodong has been trampled and the cities of Liaoyang and Xinyang have been severely damaged, we have decided to distribute the remaining 150,000 share of grain in Liaodong to the people as compensation. In addition, after our army is reorganized, it will go to the nearest Jianzhou Jurchen tribe to plunder people and livestock. We, your humble servants, wish to temporarily appoint the 13 officials your majesty has exiled here as officials in Liaodong, responsible for the resettlement of the people and the repair of the city walls. The original officials from Liaodong were ordered to go to Xinyang to repair and expand the city. We have decided to move the Liaodong governor's office here. The following are scattered accounts of the performance and achievements of the generals. Zhu Yujun was extremely satisfied after hearing that the 10 division commanders of the Imperial Guard had performed exceptionally well. As for why the embroidered uniform guard didn't inform him in advance, Liaodong wasn't far from the capital, and the urgent dispatches were very fast. Zhu Zixiao received the news around the same time as Zhu Yujun. Long live the emperor! Upon hearing the battle report, all the ministers were grinning from ear to ear, their back teeth showing. Since the reign of Emperor Qinzhu, no country has won a field battle involving hundreds of thousands of people, not to mention the Battle of Beijing. This great war will further enhance the prestige of the Ming dynasty, and with the tribal leaders in hand, it can be guaranteed that these tribes will not dare to attack the Ming dynasty at will for at least 10 years. Because if any tribe wanted to attack the Ming dynasty could release the old chieftain and let them fight amongst themselves. The Ming dynasty could also use this opportunity to turn its attention to Hami, Turpan, and Uzan in the west, Annam, Laos, and Myanmar in the south, as well as overseas islands. As for what reason to use to attack them, that depends on how effective the secret guards are. By imperial decree, Li Chaoyang, Qi Jiguang, Chen Yin, Ma Dingayun, and Xin Yurong have made great contributions in this battle and may discuss and decide on military matters in Liaodong on their own. In addition, the 13 ministers who were exiled there are allowed to temporarily assume their positions. When raiding the Jianzhou Jurchens, prioritize the population. You must guarantee me that you will capture as many as you can, regardless of their size, and bring them back to Beijing. If a man named Nursi is captured, all his brothers should be escorted back to China under the protection of the embroidered uniform guard. Furthermore, the grain supplies in Liaodong can be allocated freely and reasonably compensated. An additional 200,000 share of grain should be allocated to the royal trading companies there to prevent excessively high grain prices. As for the rewards, after the cities of Xinyang and Liaoyang are completed, I will issue an edict to have the new Beijing garrison relieve them, and all soldiers will return to the capital to receive their rewards. Your Majesty is wise. All right, court adjourned. Cabinet, go and draft the imperial edict. Promise. Zhu Yujun walked with his hands behind his back, beaming with joy. This year truly was a year of great victory. Good news kept coming in after the Battle of Zaifengao. The Sultan of Johor presented him with treasures worth a full 30 million taels of silver. Zhu Yujun generously bestowed upon him the title of King of Johor and granted him the right to build a residence in the inner city. After witnessing the vastness of the Ming dynasty, the boatman who had come with him returned to Johor with a fleet, carrying many novelties. Zhu Yujun believed that as long as they went back and told the islanders, they would definitely want to join the Ming dynasty and do their best to come to the Ming dynasty. Then came the good news from Jizhu and Datong. The business had opened, corn and chili peppers had returned, and now Liaodong had achieved another great victory. If Chun Jinlong successfully brings back the potatoes and sweet potatoes this time, then the Ming dynasty will usher in a period of rapid development in the next few years. The workshops have now expanded dozens of times, and the entire Mintigu and Zishan area is filled with neat buildings, with huge workshops stretching for hundreds of meters. The number of boats transporting materials on the Yongding River increased by more than 100 times, making it extremely lively. There are also contiguous residential areas that enclose 1,000 households in a row of 10 houses per block. According to Zhu Yujun's plan, the entire western part of the capital city will be designed as a huge industrial park to supply the country's commodity demand. Don't think it's an exaggeration. Many of these are things that ordinary people might only consume a few times in their lifetime. If production capacity becomes insufficient one day, then we can simply continue extending along the foot of the mountain. If there's overcapacity, send those people out to repair roads. In short, don't let them be idle. It is foreseeable that the number of people captured by the Ming dynasty will continue to increase, which will require more jobs. But now Zhu Yujun has so many things he wants to do. dredging rivers, and building reservoirs, constructing post stations and express delivery services, burning cement to build bridges and pave roads. Land reclamation, construction of cement fortresses in Liaodong, building of large warships, stockpiling at least 50 million shur of grain, and large-scale iron and steel smelting. These countless national projects all require manpower, and being able to use this high-quality labor force that only needs to eat and not be paid is a tremendous advantage. No capitalist in later generations has ever been as ruthless as him. According to his plan, the industrial park would need at least 1 to 1.5 million people, and the Ministry of Works would need at least 3 million laborers to build bridges and roads. The Ministry of Revenue should construct reservoirs and dredge rivers as much as possible. Furthermore, the high-risk jobs of miners in various regions will be filled by adults who have been apprehended. Of course, those who should be castrated still need to be castrated. Ordinary people do not want war, nor do they desire war. Those who actually started the wars were the people in power. Ordinary soldiers were just the weapons in their hands. Therefore, Zhu Yujun had no regrets about his actions. Zhu Yujun would not be soft-hearted towards those races who had ill intentions towards the Ming dynasty. If he were soft-hearted, his subordinates would be soft-hearted, and what could be accomplished if they were soft-hearted? Chapter 65, Sweeping Away the Jurchens and Digging a Trap in the Western Regions. After receiving the imperial edict, Li Chongliang and his men left all the seriously wounded soldiers to be cared for by the people in the city, and together with Qi Jiguang and others, they split into 5 groups and began to attack the Jinzhou Jurchen camp. Besides the 30,000 elite troops that Wang Gao brought out this time, the Jinzhou Jurchens should have another 60,000 to 70,000 troops distributed throughout their territory. However, the Ming army captured so many war horses this time that each soldier who went out had a horse, and they were all good horses from the grasslands. If the isolated army encountered the enemy and could not defeat them, they should have no problem running away. 20 days later, the Ming army began to plunder the Jurchens on a large scale. Anything of value was loaded onto carts and taken away, following the same tactics used by Doyen. They initially thought they might be attacked by a large force, but unfortunately, communication methods were really inadequate at this time. Apart from the main Jurchen headquarters receiving the news, none of the smaller tribes outside were not notified. 200,000 troops plowed through the Jurchen territory like a comb, and all people, livestock, gold, and silver were continuously transported to Shenyang. After being assigned, the officials in Shenyang were taken to the Bohai Sea in batches and then transported to the capital by large ships. All the men, including boys over 5 years old, were given a minor surgery by several fathers-in-law and the Yu brothers, along with thousands of veterinary students. Zhu Yujun, the ruler of the tribes on the grasslands, did not castrate ordinary people, but he did castrate the Jurchens. To be honest, if they hadn't slaughtered so many Han Chinese when they conquered the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yujun might not have harbored such deep resentment. At least he spared their lives, which can be considered a mercy. Of course, the Jinzhou Jurchen tribe itself had very few people, only tens of thousands. The vast majority were Mongol tribes that had come to submit to the regime, and some captured Jurchens. Zhu Yujun still demanded that only the soldiers be castrated. According to historical records, the Jinzhou Jurchens numbered only a few thousand during the Jin era, and even if they were to reproduce several decades later, they would only number around 60,000 to 70,000. Within just 10 days, the entire Jurchen territory was looted. Upon receiving the news, the Haixi Jurchen in the north hurriedly dispatched a large army to confront the Ming army. Li Chongliang and his men, leading an army of 200,000, began a standoff with the remaining cavalry of the 3 Haixi Jurchen tribes. In 1558, Wang Tai, the chieftain of the Hada tribe who was born in the Ula tribe, unified the 4 tribes of the Haixi Jurchen and expanded his sphere of influence to the area surrounding the Jinzhou Jurchen. Their strength and territory far exceeded those of the Jinzhou Jurchens, boasting 100,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry, making them a truly large tribe. King Jinu, the leader of the Yehi tribe, who was captured by Li Chongliang and his men, was one of them. Others included the Hada, Huifa, and Ula tribes. Li Chongliang, how can your Ming dynasty be so despicable and shameless, slaughtering soldiers and plundering my Jurchen people? Release my Yehi tribe leader and these people immediately, or I will send troops to the Ming dynasty. Wang Tai threatened angrily. You old scoundrel Wang Tai, did you shoot out your brain last night? How dare you yell at me like that? I have not pursued the matter of your Haixi Jurchens participating in the coalition attack on my great Ming, yet you still dare to bark like a dog. Do you really think that the 200,000 cavalry behind me are made of mud? Let me tell you, today I, the Jinzhou Jurchen, am determined to abduct you. Furthermore, You Hixi Jurchen must return the Ming people and artisans you have plundered over the years as compensation for your attack on the Ming. Otherwise, I will surely make sure that the Hixi Jurchens never have peace. Wang Tai was even more furious upon hearing this, realizing that he had sent the Yehi tribe to join the Allied forces in the first place, just to freeload. Who would have thought that not only was the entire army wiped out, but even their leader was captured, which enraged him so much that he killed several guards and his beloved concubine. Now, these Ming soldiers dare to be so presumptuous right in front of him. They really don't take him seriously. Just as they were about to give the order to attack, a man dressed in Han Chinese clothing came up from behind. The man had a slightly dark complexion, but his posture was upright, and he appeared very polite and knowledgeable. Great Khan, it is not advisable for us to engage in a major battle with the Ming army at this time. It's already September, and winter has been coming early these past few years. It usually starts snowing by the end of October at the latest. Our most urgent task is to gather our troops and supplies. If we don't do it now, it will be too late. Moreover, we may not necessarily gain any advantage from our current war with the Ming army, and those Ming slaves will only increase the burden on our tribes, so it's better to abandon them. Therefore, I suggest that the Great Khan follow their advice, but with one condition. We traded cattle, sheep, and horses with them for grain, salt, iron pots, sugar, and cotton cloth, and they had no choice but to comply. The man's name was Yang Wei, and he came to Hixi last winter. At that time, he led a caravan of 50 people through heavy snow, carrying a large amount of refined salt and cloth to trade with Wang Tai. Wang Tai was overjoyed to see so many scarce resources even in the dead of winter and personally received him. After talking with him, Wang Tai found that the young man was quite good and knowledgeable, so he wanted to recruit him as a strategist. Yang Wei was initially reluctant to agree, but Wang Tai offered an exorbitant reward and even bestowed 5 of his concubines upon him. Yang Wei couldn't resist the temptation and stayed. During that year, Yang Wei did a really good job. Although he did not make any great contributions to the tribe, he managed the tribe very well and was deeply trusted by the king. Li Chongliang and the others were also looking at the man. Just as Xin Yorong was about to angrily denounce Yang Wei as a traitor, Qi Jiguang called the group together and whispered, "Look at his belt." Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed something strange. A ferocious kainki was embroidered on the belt. However, no one has ever worn such a ferocious beast since ancient times. It is considered unlucky. They looked at Qi Jiguang, who continued in a low voice, "As far as I know, His Majesty has divided the embroidered uniform guard into 2 parts. There are rumors that one is the flying fish that investigates the world, and the other is the kainki that wreaks havoc on the universe." He didn't know there was another group of gluttonous beasts devouring gold and silver, and who knows which tomb they're currently hiding in. "Jiguang, how did you know? You can't just say things like that. If he were really one of our people, why would he help the enemy? And we've never heard of this before." Li Chongliang and the others were somewhat bewildered. "Why would I lie to you? I'm by His Majesty's side every day, so I know a little bit of the secrets. I once saw a person dressed in black kainki clothing enter the palace late at night to look for Zhu Zixiao. Moreover, Zhu Zixiao doesn't go out to work anymore. He spends all his time hiding somewhere, acting mysteriously. Later, I overheard a soldier talking about this rumor and realized that he was probably processing the intelligence these people gave him." Qi Jiguang told them what he knew, and then said, "Please don't be impatient. Let me test you a bit." After saying this, he rode his horse to the front of the formation and said, "Wang Tai, how about it? If you want to fight, this general will accompany you." Then he glanced at the Han man and secretly pointed his hand to the sky. The man also noticed Qi Jiguang's subtle movement and nodded almost imperceptibly. Qi Jiguang felt a surge of excitement. The emperor was playing a grand game. "Oomph. Qi Jiguang, I, the Khan, disdain a fight with you. You can have those Han people back, but you must exchange them for food and supplies," Wang Tai said arrogantly, turning his head. "Ha ha, you old fool. You probably don't understand the situation. You only have a mere 100,000 cavalrymen. If we risk everything in charge, we can definitely cripple you. Are you really not going to reconsider?" Qi Jiguang laughed heartily, then raised his hand and shouted, "Ready! Kill!" All the soldiers roared, their voices seemingly reaching the heavens and scattering the clouds. 200,000 cavalrymen traversed dozens of miles, and all the captured Jurchen tribesmen trembled with fear. Wang Tai's face stiffened, and he was about to speak up to boost morale when Yang Wei hurriedly interrupted him. Great Khan, you mustn't. The Ming army, riding high on its victory, cannot be confronted head-on. I humbly request your majesty to allow me to negotiate." "All right, go ahead." As the chief of the tribe, he really couldn't bring himself to humbly negotiate with the Ming army. Originally, he only wanted to ask for some benefits to show equality between the two sides, and then naturally send those Ming Dynasty people away. Unexpectedly, Qi Jiguang gave him a hard time, leaving him in an awkward position. Fortunately, Yang Wei offered him a way out. Yang Wei, having received permission, walked to the front of the formation and said, "Generals on the other side, I am an envoy of the Great Khan, and I hope to negotiate with you." Qi Jiguang glanced back at the others, dismounted, and stepped forward. The two met in the middle. The two talked for about 15 minutes before returning to their respective armies. Great Khan, the Ming army, says that as long as we hand over all the people of the Ming dynasty and cease encroaching on the land of the Jianzhou Jurchens, they will allow us to send caravans to Shenyang for large-scale transactions. They even persuaded the Great Khan to invite the Jurchen barbarians to join them, and the Ming dynasty was willing to sell rice, tea, refined salt, white sugar, glassware, iron pots, and cotton cloth. They also said that all the surrounding vassal states could directly place unlimited orders to the Ming dynasty, and then just wait for the goods to be delivered and paid upon receipt. If we don't have enough gold and silver, we can use timber, livestock, furs, medicine, or even slaves as collateral. Qi Jiguang gave the same answer, saying that he knew many of the emperor's thoughts. Putting aside resource control, just looking at the fact that slaves could be used as collateral in trade would be a huge pitfall for all vassal states. Chapter 66: The Deal with the Jurchens. In this turbulent era, who wouldn't want to possess more wealth and resources if they had power and military power? Human life is worthless in this era. The emperor had been discussing the idea of using slaves as payment with them for a long time, but these countries had just traded with the Ming dynasty and still had a lot of gold and silver in their hands. When they had almost exhausted their gold and silver reserves in a year or two, or when domestic demand exceeded supply and they needed to start stockpiling these resources, the emperor would introduce this policy. It's conceivable that countless slaves from neighboring countries would be sent to exchange for resources with the Ming dynasty, but they couldn't keep using their own people forever. What to do? Just rob them. You can rob countless people just by wandering around the territory of other countries. If you steal from me and I steal from you, you'll only make enemies. Once you're enemies, the only option is to go to war, wipe out the other side, and everything will be mine. As long as the surrounding small countries descend into chaos, it won't be long, just a few years. By then, the Ming dynasty's military reforms will be complete, and new firearms might even have been developed. How could the Ming dynasty, as the suzerain state, stand by and watch its subordinates descend into chaos? They had to be dealt with. Wouldn't it be better to send your generals out to lead troops and quell the war by winning people over with virtue? Wouldn't it be better for the kings of all nations to come to Beijing and enjoy a life of luxury? As for territory, don't worry. The Ming dynasty will send officials to help you govern it. This news was even more exciting for the nomadic peoples of the north. The grasslands lacked everything except people. The entire northern grasslands probably have tens of millions of people, with countless tribes of all sizes. Wang Tai's eyes lit up with greed, and he immediately said, "Very well, I, the Khan, agree to their conditions. The Khan will not leave Jianzhou's territory, but they must protect our caravans there from attack. Furthermore, I will also inform the savages. All the trades in our territory are entrusted to you. If you do well, I will reward you with 10 beautiful women. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will certainly not fail in my mission." Yang Wei was extremely excited. They were natural-born performers, and the Imperial Guards had a large group of such performers distributed across various tribes and countries. "Jiguang, now that you know what you're doing, we won't try to persuade you anymore. If His Majesty punishes you, we old folks will help you bear the consequences. If His Majesty doesn't agree, we can always go back on our word. Wang Tai can't possibly come and take advantage of us," Li Chongyang said with a touch of bravado. The other two chimed in, saying that although they had invested in the Royal Trading Company, they weren't sure if doing so would be aiding the enemy. "Thank you, brothers. Don't worry, it's all right." Qi Jiguang patted his chest to assure them, then walked to the middle and signed a contract with Yang Wei. Throughout the entire process, the two did not say a word about their identities. The armies on both sides withdrew that day. As for Jianzhou's territory, it must be defended, but not now. Sending troops here now is just stirring up trouble. Sooner or later, something bad will happen. That's why there are only 300 people here waiting to receive the people of the Ming dynasty. That night, all the Ming soldiers began to choose the girls they fancied to have sex with. The entire circular tent complex was bustling with activity, like a party, and the various sounds were truly captivating. These generals and junior officers of the Imperial Guard were no exception. Li Rusong even personally selected one for his father. Qi Jiguang was writing a battle report when his personal guards brought in an extremely alluring woman. "General, This is Wang Gao's concubine. She says she knows you and insists on seeing you. After speaking, the soldier gave Qi Jiguang a knowing look, then ran off with a wicked grin. Qi Jiguang looked up and saw that the woman was indeed a beauty, with a charming figure, a curvaceous body, and fair skin with a slight blush that was very alluring. I don't think I know you, Qi Jiguang said, putting down his pen. The general will recognize you, the woman said in a soft, sweet voice, giving him a big, flirtatious wink. Then she ripped open her outer garment, revealing the undergarment underneath. The bright red bib was embroidered with a ferocious kainki that was shaking incessantly. Are you a member of the embroidered uniform guard? Qi Jiguang asked uncertainly. The woman smiled, but did not answer directly. She slowly walked forward and sat on Qi Jiguang's lap. This servant is by you. General, let me serve you tonight. Suitable. Qi Jiguang was somewhat tempted. Few men could refuse such a wonderful opportunity where they didn't have to take responsibility. Baiyu didn't reply, but chuckled and bent down to blow out the oil lamp beside her. In that instant, two peaks suddenly appeared. Qi Jiguang straightened his back, picked her up, and walked towards the bed. As for worrying about assassination, the assassin was probably overthinking it. Baiyu was originally the private concubine of an official in Zhejiang, but the official was arrested by the Imperial Guards for secretly associating with pirates. Baiyu was caught during the raid. This woman was also quite clever. She seduced the squad leader of the Imperial Guard, but the squad leader didn't dare to make a move and sent her up the ranks without even touching her, all the way to Lu Xiaoye. Originally intended for Zhu Zixiao, the girl was intercepted by Chen Feng, who trained her for several months before sending her to the Jinzhou border to be deliberately abducted by the Jurchens. Because of her beauty, she successfully entered Wang Gao's bedchamber. Wang Gao doted on her immensely, and she enjoyed endless wealth and luxury, making both of them very happy. The news that the Jurchens wanted to attack the Ming dynasty was obtained by Wang Gao after she had sex with them. She hid the information in the cattle and sheep traded in the border market to pass it on to the stronghold in the city. The journey back took them nearly 20 days longer than the journey there before they finally returned to Shenyang. As for why it took so long, readers could draw their own conclusions. Zhu Yujun sent 2 cement masters from the capital, who, along with more than 70,000 castrated soldiers, worked day and night to build kilns, mine coal, and burn cement. Of course, some of them died, but not many, since the veterinarians were quite skilled. The massive crowds entered Shenyang, instantly filling the city, which already had very few houses. The emperor had entrusted Li Chongliang with the task of keeping a close eye on Nurse's 5 brothers, and he had also captured them. It was rumored that they were Wang Gao's nephews, but whether that was true or not was unknown. The group was quickly escorted back to the capital by the Imperial Guards, while the other women and girls were escorted back by the Imperial Guards. The men will stay here to undergo surgery, and then leave only after the city of Shenyang has been expanded. After Baiyu arrived in Shenyang, Qi Jiguang never saw her again in his life. The Ming dynasty did not treat these laborers harshly. They were given food and clothing as they wished. They even built a house for them in the city using cement. Although it was a double room, it was much more comfortable than their tent. On the western side, while Qi Jiguang was away fighting, Zhu Yujun entrusted Feng Bao with the temporary management of the western construction. The university town was the first to be built, with each college occupying at least 10 acres. Aside from the fact that the support structure is made of cement, the exterior still retains the shape of an ancient building, and there is an exaggeratedly large giant kitchen set up on the outermost perimeter. This large kitchen is the Culinary Academy. It is a passageway-shaped kitchen built of cement, which is 3,000 meters long and 5 meters wide. Each chef and trainee has their own stove and workstation. The outer wall is covered with windows for serving meals. After all, they have to provide food for the hundreds of thousands of people in the entire workshop. If the first few finish eating and go home, the rest of the workers won't even get their food yet. The main reason for making it this big is that we are worried that some workshop managers might deliberately mistreat the workers and prevent them from eating. Zhu Yujun did not want such a thing to happen. Even if there was a mistake, it could be punished in other ways, but people still had to eat. The food here may not be the best, but it's definitely enough to fill you up, and even those with big appetites won't go hungry. Moreover, the dishes are incredibly diverse, including all sorts of wild vegetables, insects that people wouldn't normally dare to eat, and even some unknown fruits. After the chef's research, they all taste pretty good. The artisans from the Ministry of Works and the recruited commoners received wages ranging from 300 to 500 coins per month, which was considered a good treatment. As per Zhu Yujun's request, the Ministry of Works also provided the artisans in his area with the same wages and reward system, since the court was not short of money at the moment. Qi Jiguang led nearly 400,000 women and children on a grand journey back to Beijing. He also considered finding Bai Yu and taking her back as a concubine, but he did not do so. Inappropriate identity. Chapter 67 Nurisi. 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Nurisi and his brothers were finally brought before the emperor. Zhu Yujun looked at a young man of 18 or 19 years old kneeling below him in the Wuying Hall and felt a little hesitant. These people were very capable. Nurisi, needless to say, was both mentally and physically capable. The other three must be Murhasi, Shurisi, and Yarhasi, who were also famous and fierce generals. As for the youngest one, Bairazahun, who was only 10 years old, he really didn't know, but he couldn't be an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste to kill him like this? Moreover, they're currently living in poverty and have no intention of building a power to unify the Jurchens, which makes Zhu Yujun feel somewhat confused. Can you speak Mandarin? Your Majesty, yes. My brothers and I often trade with the Ming dynasty in Mongolia at the Fushan horse market, so we can speak both Chinese and Mongolian. Do you know why I brought you back? This humble subject does not know. Nurisi was 19 years old, and Murhasi was 15. Both of them were extremely thin, and the others also looked malnourished. You must be genuine Jurchens, right? Why are you all so thin? Your Majesty, my mother, Immuki, passed away when I was 10 years old. My father's new stepmother was a woman from the Haixi tribe, specifically from the territory of the great Khan Wang Tai. My father, and she treated us poorly. The term Jurchen will not be used here. After the family divided their property last year, I took my younger brothers to Chunbei Mountain to dig for ginseng, pick pine nuts, gather hazelnuts, collect mushrooms, and gather wood ear fungus to make a living. Do you hate the Ming dynasty now that I have destroyed the Jinzhou Jurchens? Nurisi did not answer directly, but thought for a moment before asking, Your Majesty, I have noticed that the Ming army did not kill civilians, and the captured soldiers were not killed either. May I ask why? As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Nurisi had never formally met any important figures, so it was really difficult for him to learn etiquette. Zhu Yujun was not angry. He stopped Feng Bao and Zhu Zixiao from shouting and said, They are all human beings too. Why kill them? The only ones who made mistakes were Wang Gao and those nobles. Many of these ordinary herdsmen probably don't even know why your Jianzhou Jurchens were swept away. Do you know? I know. I heard on the way that Chief Wang Gao led his troops to attack the Ming dynasty, but was defeated and captured. So what do you think is wrong with me not killing those people? Oh no, Nurisi was puzzled. But why did the Ming dynasty bring them all here? Do you believe me when I say that the Ming dynasty will give them a better life, and that they will have enough to eat and wear? Really? Nurisi didn't speak, but his brothers asked excitedly. Nurisi hurriedly pressed his younger brother's heads down and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, my brothers are still young and don't know the rules. If His Majesty the Emperor can ensure they all live well, then I will not hate you, but rather be grateful to you. Zhu Yujun waved his hand. I have brought all of your Jurchen tribes with me. All males over the age of 5 were castrated to become eunuchs, including your father. The younger boys would also be castrated when they grew up. Women are free to marry commoners or soldiers of our great Ming. I have found work for all the people of Jianzhou Jurchen, so they can eat and stay warm as long as they work. No need to worry about lost livestock. No need to worry about natural disasters. No need to worry about tribal annexation. The only downside is that after this generation, the Jianzhou Jurchen bloodline will cease to exist. Are you still grateful to me? The hall fell silent. Nurisi's brothers were so frightened that they shielded their younger brothers with their hands, and Nurisi himself was also pale. After a long while, Nurisi still firmly said, I still thank you. Actually, I don't have much affection for our tribe. I just feel a little lost and don't know who I will be in the future. Moreover, many people die every year when the White Plague comes, especially last year when tens of thousands died. I know that the tribe no longer has enough food to feed so many herders. It's already quite good that they've been brought to the Ming dynasty and can live out their lives in peace. As for my father, as long as he's alive, that's enough. Killing them would be as easy as saying a word to me. You should know that human life is the cheapest thing in this era. It doesn't matter who you become in the future. What matters is that you brothers are alive. I don't want to explain why I singled you out, but I want to ask you, what do you want to do in the future? Us. I want to be a big merchant. I've heard that merchants in the Ming dynasty are very wealthy, so my brothers can eat their fill and won't have to share their food with me. 10-year-old Baera said directly, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Nurisi saw the murderous look in the eyes of the burly man who brought them in and hurriedly prostrated himself. It's all right, the idea is great. I have connections in business, but I don't trust you right now. If you're willing to work, you can eat as much as you want. How about that? As long as you work diligently, in a few years, I will allow you to go into business and become big bosses. Zhu Yujun ultimately couldn't bring himself to kill them, choosing instead to keep them by his side. As long as they were in Zishan, Zhu Yujun wasn't afraid of them rebelling. If he could rebel in a place like Beijing, then Zhu Zixiao and Qi Jiguang might as well just kill themselves. Moreover, those castrated Jinzhou Jurchen men will probably never come to the capital in their lifetime. Only some Mongol tribesmen will return. Zhu Yujun planned to send the men of Jinzhou out to mine salt and iron. Although that kind of life was a bit tiring, the food and lodging were no worse than in Zishan. Being able to live a peaceful life until death was a kind of happiness. If Nursi could turn the world upside down with just a group of women and children, then Zhu Yujun would have no choice but to submit. Nursi clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, his face showing a look of struggle, and his brothers approached him one by one in fear. After a long while, Nursi bowed down and said, "Your Majesty, I, Nursi, am willing to undergo castration with my brothers. I hope your Majesty will grant us work and food." He finally understood. What were those few nobody worthy of being received by the emperor in person? It's likely that the young emperor randomly selected them to gauge public opinion among the Jinzhou Jurchens. Now I'm at their mercy, like a plucked chicken. If I don't agree quickly, the only thing waiting for me is a knife to my neck. Most of what he said was sincere, except that he still had some feelings for his father. Good, you won't be disappointed. Otoba, take them away for surgery. After they recover, let them go to the Western Hills to help. Yes, sir. Feng Bao beckoned several eunuchs to lead Nursi and his entourage out, then looked at the emperor with curiosity. Zhu Zixiao also looked puzzled. Your Majesty, these people are not special at all. I have also investigated their family backgrounds and experiences, but found nothing unusual. I'm just bored. No need to ask any more questions. Zhu Yujun chuckled, dismissing their attempt to explain. What did Zhu Yujun say? Did he claim he could predict the future and know that this person would rebel against the Ming dynasty, and that his son would destroy it? That's too far-fetched. Even Strange Tales from a Chinese studio wouldn't dare to write something like that. Chapter 68: Exhaustion and Coma. After seeing the others off, Zhu Yujun felt that most of the pent-up frustration in his heart had instantly dissipated. Just as he was about to get up and go back, he noticed that Zhu Yujun's hands were trembling uncontrollably, and his face was alternating between pale and flushed. Then his head suddenly started to hurt, and he squatted down on the ground, clutching his head. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Feng Bao and Zhu Zixiao were terrified. Zhu Zixiao rushed out like a madman to call for the imperial physician. Feng Bao hurriedly ordered people to place him on the soft couch in the Wuying Hall. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the ministers of the 6 ministries of the cabinet arrived, and the 2 empress dowagers also hurriedly came over. At this moment, Zhu Zixiao rushed into the main hall, carrying a royal physician in each hand. Only then did everyone realize that the 2 imperial physicians had been dragged over by the back of their collars, and were suffocating because their necks were being strangled by their collars. Zhu Zixiao, you scoundrel, you're making a fool of yourself. Someone come and soothe the 2 imperial physicians. Zhang shouted. The 2 imperial physicians were pinched on the philtrum for a while and drank a couple of sips of tea before they came back to life. Before he could say anything more, he hurriedly walked toward the emperor's soft couch, where Zhu Yujun had already fallen into a coma. After taking each other's pulses, the 2 men exchanged a glance and said, "My lords, His Majesty is suffering from overwork and his body is not able to keep up. Furthermore, the stimulation has caused the body to spontaneously induce a protective coma. Speak like a human being." Zhu Zixiao's cold voice rang out, and the other ministers also looked at them. "Well, Commander, does that mean His Majesty is just tired?" His Majesty is still young, and recently he has fallen into a coma due to overwork and stress. There's no need to worry. Most people will wake up in about 3 days, at most 6 or 7 days. However, these days His Majesty needs to be given sugar water and nourishing soup regularly to replenish his strength. Your Majesty's health is best monitored by your servants. I suggest that Eunuch Feng take His Majesty back to the Qianxin Palace to rest. Because of his deep coma, His Majesty may experience some degree of incontinence and will need to be changed immediately. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Chun and Li hurriedly entered the main hall, disregarding even their proper manners. They asked about the Emperor's condition again, and after learning that he was all right, they began to inquire about the cause and effect. Knowing that the Emperor had personally received several Jurchens, he looked somewhat puzzled, but did not ask further questions. He immediately ordered, "Gao Gong, Your Majesty is here. During His Majesty's coma, you must strictly supervise the officials. If anyone makes any irresponsible remarks, have the embroidered uniform guard arrest them immediately. Promise." Tan Luan, Your subject is present. Mobilize all soldiers of the Beijing garrison and the 5 city garrison commands to patrol the capital day and night. Promise. Feng Bao. This servant is here. Send an urgent message to summon Qi Jiguang and 10 division commanders to lead cavalry back to the capital at top speed. Promise. Zhu Zixiao. Your Majesty, I am here to keep a close watch on the people in this palace and to guard the Qianqing Palace. The sweet soups and medicines His Majesty drinks every day are prepared in the side hall, and you are in charge of overseeing them. Each time, make 3 portions of sweet soup and medicinal decoction, 1 for you and 1 for the eunuch. Promise. Your Majesty, this old minister has a report to make. Hai Rui strode forward and bowed. Hai Rui, what do you want? This old minister requests to test the 2nd dose of medicine. This old minister is old and not as healthy as Your Majesty. If there is anything unusual about the medicine, this old minister is more likely to notice it than Commander Zhu. Allow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hai Rui bowed and stepped back. The other veteran officials secretly cursed themselves for not thinking of that. Such a good opportunity to flatter had been wasted. For the next few days, the 2 of us will stay in the Qianqing Palace, and all matters will be discussed in the warm pavilion. Promise. Step back. As everyone walked outside, Feng Bao instructed several eunuchs to carry the emperor's soft couch out of the Wuying Hall. Lord Hai, you've really seized the initiative this time. Wang Qiawang said. Lord Wang is overthinking it. It is the duty of a subject to offend His Majesty. Besides, none of you are as old as me. Your health is worse than mine, so if something were to happen to you, your physical reactions would probably be worse than mine. The others thought about it and agreed. Then Hai Rui looked at Gao Gong and said, Grand Secretary Gao, I'll need the cabinet's help with my affairs these next few days. It's all right. Let Lu Jiayang go and take care of it for you for now. What do you think, He Qing? Sure, I don't have much to do lately. Lu Jiayang did not refuse. Thank you both very much. Qi Jiguang and his men, who had just arrived in Tianjin by ship, received an imperial edict and immediately entrusted all the prisoners to Qi Jin for care. They then led all the cavalry day and night and arrived in the capital the next day. Your Majesty, we, your humble servants, pay our respects. Get up. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Looking at the travel-worn group before them, the 2 Empress Dowagers were extremely satisfied. Minister Qi, His Majesty trusts you the most. Now that His Majesty is in a coma, you are to lead the 1st and 2nd divisions of the Imperial Guard to seal off the Imperial City for me. Several other junior generals led cavalry to take over the patrol of the Imperial City, killing anyone who acted strangely or whose expression seemed unusual. Unfamiliar faces are not allowed to enter or leave the Imperial City. Soldiers must accompany them on their daily errands. Yes, Your Majesty. May I inquire about His Majesty's condition? After thinking for a moment, Madame Chun said, His Majesty has fallen into a coma due to overwork. The imperial physician said that he will usually wake up in 3 days, or at most 6 or 7 days. There is no need to worry. Oh, Your Majesty, I will certainly protect you. All right, let's go rest for a bit and start setting up. Promise. The group walked out of the warm pavilion with heavy hearts. Qi Jiguang instructed them. You must do a good job of what the Empress Dowager has arranged. If anyone slips in during our operation, I'll have them executed without the Empress Dowager even needing to intervene. Yes. Go and make the arrangements. A group of young officers hurried away with furrowed brows. Lu Ting asked with a troubled expression, Brother Su, do you think the beef jerky we made can still be given to His Majesty? Su Wenbai looked at Li Rusong uncertainly. Li Rusong thought for a moment and said, It's definitely possible, but we need to wait for His Majesty to wake up. Qi Chengwo thought for a moment and then said, What we made was too rough. I'm afraid it won't taste good. Let's go to the Culinary Academy and ask some master chefs for help. Their dishes will definitely taste better. I heard from my father that His Majesty greatly admires a female chef named Tajigili. Let's have her cook. His Majesty will surely love it. All right, let's do it this way. You can go and invite Miss Gilai from Changwo. I'll have someone send over 300 sure of our marinated beef tenderloin by express horse as soon as I get back. Li Rusong made the decision, and then the group of people left in a hurry. Zhu Yuzhen's current coma was not due to overwork, as the imperial physicians claimed. Although he was indeed very worried about the situation in Liaodong recently, it was not as exaggerated as some people thought. He felt drowsy the whole time, as if someone had punched him in the head, probably because he was overthinking. He didn't open his eyes until the 5th day, when he saw Feng Bao and Chunju leaning wearily against a pillar with their eyes closed, resting. Hai Rui, his eyes red and sunken, sat to the side reading a book. Zhu Zixiao sat upright in the outer hall, his hand still gripping the knife. Ahem. Zhu Yujun coughed lightly, and everyone instantly perked up and looked over. Young master, you're awake. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Inform the two empress dowagers. Feng Bao shouted happily. Zhu Zixiao was preparing to rush out and drag the imperial physician over, his face contorted with murderous intent. The door opened by itself, and Li Shichen and two elderly physicians walked in carrying medicine chests. No need to trouble the commander. This old minister will go by himself. The two imperial physicians walked right past him without paying him any attention, but Li Shichen clasped his hands in a fist salute to him. Zhu Zixiao was not embarrassed and hurriedly sent the imperial guards outside to inform the empress dowager. The three renowned physicians bowed respectfully to the emperor and then took his pulse. The two empresses also entered quietly. After a long while, the three physicians spoke up. Your Majesty, apart from being a little weak, His Majesty has no other illnesses. We will prescribe some mild tonics for His Majesty. His Majesty can rest for a few days. My diagnosis is exactly the same as that of the royal physician. Even ordinary citizens like me. Hearing them say this, the two empress dowagers were relieved. Li Shi stepped forward, took Zhu Yujun's hand, and asked, My son, what would you like to eat? I'll have someone make it for you. Your Majesty, His Majesty has not eaten for a long time. You should eat some light porridge first, and then eat other foods in 3 days. Otherwise, his stomach and intestines may suffer from indigestion, Li Shichen said. Well, all right. Madam Li had no choice but to give up. Zhu Yujun was just about to ask for his favorite beef jerky when he heard their words and immediately asked, Gentlemen, is beef jerky not allowed? This, Your Majesty, I suggest we wait a few days before eating it. All right, you can leave now. Promise. After the imperial physicians left, Zhu Yujun said, Mother, Empress Dowager, I'm fine now. Please remove the decorations from the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zixiao immediately bowed and said, Your subject will go and relay the order immediately. Wait a minute, I'm giving you and everyone outside a day off. Go back and get some sleep. Thank you, Your Majesty. The group bowed and then swayed away. They had no choice but to leave. They believed that if they didn't get a good night's sleep, they might actually die from exhaustion here. For the past 5 days, they only dared to sleep for 1 hour each day in turn, and they were so tired that they could barely stand. After leaving the Qinqing Palace and delivering the Emperor's decree, the four of them collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Qi Jiguang hurriedly had them carried back to their respective homes. He himself was in no better shape, and had his men carry him back to sleep as well. Chapter 69 Awakening of the Three Imperial Guards. After finishing his simple porridge and vegetables, Zhu Yujun closed his eyes and pondered. He realized that after he changed the course of history, many things had changed as well, and his historical knowledge would gradually fall behind. I suppose these are the prices I have to pay for flapping my wings like a butterfly. Zhu Yujun thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he could only comfort himself in this way. In fact, he had secretly written a detailed autobiography about his past life, and hid it in a secret compartment, but no one knew about it. He thought that if things really changed too fast in the future, or if he overlooked something, he would take it out and look at it, just like reading a storybook. Moreover, he has recorded and passed on almost all the knowledge and skills he knows, and all that is left is to wait for them to take root and sprout. After resting for 3 days, Zhu Yujun began to go out for walks. While fishing in the Imperial Garden, Feng Bao came to report that several commanders of the Imperial Guards were requesting an audience. Zhu Yujun summoned them over, then kicked the fishing rod in his hand and the bucket beside him into the pond. The main problem was that he hadn't caught a single fish after fishing for a long time, so he was embarrassed and had to pretend to be sunbathing. After a short while, after the emperor and his ministers had exchanged greetings, Zhu Yujun asked, How was your trip to Liaodong last time? Stimulate. Bloody. Cruel. Everyone's answers were different, but they all illustrated the horror of war. Do you know why we have to fight? Zhu Yujun asked with a smile. Because we need to protect our land and our people, Lu Ting said in a loud voice. So how do you think we can protect the people and the land? Kill all the invading enemies. Everyone answered in unison. No, Zhu Yujun shook his head. If we want to protect the people and the country, we must turn the enemy's people into the labor force of our Great Ming and turn the enemy's territory into the territory of our Great Ming. Only in this way can we solve the problem once and for all. You're still young. I want to train you to be tigers that conquer new territories, not generals who maintain the status quo. Your thinking should not be as rigid as that of the older generation of generals. We must conquer any country or force that we perceive as a threat, regardless of morality or ethics. The interests of a nation are the highest priority. You must remember, not all countries value peace as much as the Ming dynasty did. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. We will remember it. The young men felt their blood boiling with excitement. Expanding territory. The great achievement of being ennobled. Who wouldn't be thrilled? All right, what brings you here today? Your Majesty, we launched a livestock frenzy in Liaodong, and many cattle and sheep were burned to death. Knowing that your Majesty likes beef jerky, we selected all the tenderloin from the cows and cured it, intending to present it to your Majesty. We asked Miss Gilai from the kitchen to make the jerky herself, and we tasted it. It was delicious. Suppressing his restless heart, Qi Changguo replied respectfully. Zhu Yuzhen looked at them strangely. How did these people know about Gilai? Was he talking in his sleep, or did someone leak it? Seeing that the emperor remained silent, the young generals became very nervous, because the emperor did not allow people to eat at will, and they thought that the emperor did not want it. Very well, since it is your kind gesture, I will accept it. Your Excellency, send someone to receive it. Yes, sir. He was joking. Feng Bao would love to cut open every single grain of rice and taste it. It's estimated that by the time this mere dried meat reaches Zhu Yuzhen, all the dried meat will be missing a piece, and the palace will have an extra batch of eunuchs suffering from internal heat. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty, they said happily, bowing in gratitude. All right, after a while, I will send the new recruits of the Beijing garrison to take over the defense of Liaodong, Shanhaiguan, and Jizhu, and transfer the soldiers from this great battle back to the capital for rewards and reorganization. You guys have also made considerable contributions. Go back and wait for your rewards. Furthermore, your military training is not allowed to be relaxed. You have all discovered the benefits of the new training methods in this major battle. From now on, every army returning to the capital for reorganization will undergo a month of training under your command. Don't embarrass me. We will certainly not fail your Majesty's grace. We take our leave. After those people left, Zhu Yuzhen ordered his men to go down into the pond and retrieve the fishing rods and buckets, then baited them with earthworms and continued fishing. Daban, call Zhu Zixiao here. Promise. Zhu Zixiao never stayed more than a quarter of an hour away from Zhu Yuzhen, and Zhu Yuzhen never knew how he managed to do it. After dismissing everyone, including Feng Bao, Zhu Yuzhen asked, I heard you further subdivided your subordinates? Your Majesty, yes. Originally, Your Majesty divided the embroidered uniform guard into two parts, one overt and one covert. However, in the past few months, I have noticed that the tasks undertaken by the two departments overlap, resulting in some waste. Therefore, I divided the embroidered uniform guard into three parts. The first part is responsible for patrolling, arresting people, and confiscating property in the open. The second part is responsible for infiltrating and assassinating, and the third part is responsible for tomb raiding and making money. The first group mainly liaised with the censorate, while the second group liaised with me personally. I secretly distributed Kainki ornaments to them for identification purposes, so that we could deny their identities should anything go wrong. The third part was led by Chun Feng, who personally carried out the work, but he was given dowdy ornaments. Similarly, when something went wrong, the embroidered uniform guard did not recognize it. This matter is currently being tested for its effects, so I have not yet reported it to Your Majesty. Furthermore, I have privately changed the military system to the Imperial Guard system, eliminating over 600 low-ranking officers. Hehe, that's a great idea. The new military system can largely prevent redundant officials. It's fine to change it now, but we'll wait until you're fully staffed before you're officially appointed. Those in the shadows still need to be given a waist tag and a servant with the design as you described. Give everyone another mask. Being nameless and without a title makes it easy for them to betray their master. Especially for those responsible for infiltrating, arrange for their families to live together. They're working so hard outside, we need to take care of their families. Their monthly salaries should be given directly to their families. Zhu Yuzhen's words seem heartwarming, but they are actually quite shameless. There's no other way. A spy betraying you is a very dangerous thing. Furthermore, I have given you so many positions, so don't just put one person in each place, put several more. Also, increase the number of contact points. These people cannot be known. Their identities cannot be revealed. Even if two people are face to face, they are strangers. Tell them that unless they're going out to meet someone or my army is campaigning there, they're not allowed to reveal their identification. I heard from Qi Jiguang that the Jurchen spies were doing a very good job, and he recognized some of the ones in Haixi who were a little too conspicuous at a glance. It needs to be changed. Yes, Zhu Zixiao said, wiping the sweat from his brow. In addition, Chun Feng told him that he shouldn't just focus on domestic tombs when it comes to making money. He can also dig up tombs abroad. And there are Yuan dynasty tombs on the grasslands. Don't be stingy. There's so many tomb raiders in the world. How many people are there? Bring them all here and arrest those who don't come. Wouldn't it be better to quickly gather 100,000 or 200,000 to fill your Imperial Guard ranks. Moreover, these people are skilled at digging and excavating. They could be recruited as engineers later. Zhu Zixiao was somewhat confused and cautiously asked, Your Majesty, what are engineers? Saving soldiers. You can think of them as troops that specialize in digging tunnels, laying landmines, setting traps, and building roads and bridges for the army. After the national military reforms, these people will be reassigned there. Don't underestimate these tomb raiders. Few in our army can match them in this regard. But Your Majesty, what if they all leave later? Then what about tomb raiding? It's not like we want them all. Besides, if 100,000 people were to excavate ancient tombs in China, do you think that would last for several years? At most, the easy-to-find tombs will be exhausted in 2 years. Let's leave the rest as is. Why not be too greedy and leave them for future generations to study slowly? Remember to have Chun Feng write a biography when he robs tombs. Call it Tomb Raider Notes. Don't be too literary, just write it clearly. Keep some of the gold and silver you've unearthed over the past few months for use in attracting talent and rewarding merit. Just like the spies on the Jurchen side and the Doyen side this time, they will only do their job well if they are paid properly. Those who remain in the shadows will henceforth be called Dark Guards, and those underground will be called Earth Guards. From now on, the 3 Imperial Guards will be my new weapons. Send the rest of what's been dug up back secretly, being careful not to damage my treasures. Promise. Chapter 70 The Styles of New Currency. Have you found the people from Nankong? Your Majesty, we have made progress. Find them quickly, and also find out who impeached Liao Dong a while ago. Those who blindly followed the crowd were mostly imprisoned, their homes confiscated, and then released. The imperial court was short-handed. Those found guilty of treason were all killed, regardless of age, and the women were sent to the brothels. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, but is the imperial prison still using torture? Your Majesty, while the number of cruel punishments has decreased, Hai Rui invented 3 even more torturous forms of torture. At this point, Zhu Zixiao also felt uncomfortable and tightened his collar. Hai Rui incorporated the water-dripping torture of the Shang dynasty, and also designed mosquito torture, maggot torture, in a completely dark room that was completely opaque and soundproof. According to him, this is a benevolent punishment. No bloodshed, no screams, no forced confessions. The torture continues until the truth is revealed, while they are treated to good food and drink until everything is clear. Haha, how was the result? Zhu Yujun had to admit that Hai Rui was a master of torture. Torture doesn't necessarily have to be physical. Mental attacks are the most lethal. Hai Rui was a true master of this art. Surprisingly good. Many assassins who were very tight-lipped and wouldn't open their mouths even after being tortured were locked in a dark room for a few days and then came out and even talked about their ancestors for 18 generations. There are also many people who went insane for being tortured by mosquitoes and maggots. I've been there. Basically, no one can stay in the small dark room for more than 10 days. Even those who only stay for 3 to 5 days look decades older when they come out. The water torture even terrified more than a dozen people to death. I admire him greatly. These civil officials are really good at playing tricks. Alright, if even a civil official can do such a good job, you Imperial Guards shouldn't let me down. Now that you've taken over the command of the Secret Guards, remember that their loyalty is the most important thing. Don't worry about anything else. Furthermore, those people Chen Feng previously trained should also be monitored. You should establish an internal audit department, specifically to investigate whether these individuals have defected. Promise. Have you received any news from the Imperial Guards who are following Chen Jinlong? Your Majesty, we have only received news of their safe arrival. We have not received any other reports. Now that the autumn harvest is underway, the sweet potatoes and potatoes should also be being harvested. Send a few more people over to check on them. Also, we should develop our own secret guards over there. We'll definitely have to give those Spaniards a good beating later. Promise. Go down. Zhu Zixiao bowed respectfully and left, while Feng Bao brought over some herbal tea and snacks. Sir, our current cement production far exceeds demand, and the construction of the prince's palaces has not consumed much cement. Should those people be reassigned to other positions? Feng Bao has been managing Zishan very well lately. Master, don't be anxious. Summon Tan Luan and Qi Jiguang. Seeing that the emperor did not answer, Feng Bao did not say anything more and obediently went to do his work. Your Majesty, we, your humble servants, pay our respects. Tan Luan, how many firearms workshops does the Ministry of War currently have across the country? Your Majesty, there are about 30, mostly concentrated in the 9 borders and the seaside. Zhu Yujun thought for a moment and said, close all those workshops and bring all the staff, including their families, to the capital without allowing any of them to leave. There is a mountain called Zhaifeng Mountain in the northwest of the capital. They were led to the foot of the mountain to build the Ming Dynasty Firearms Bureau. The Weapons Bureau was later abolished, and the Ming Dynasty was put in charge there. Hollow out the surrounding mountains for me to store guns and ammunition. Select a few people from the Iron and Steel Research Institute to go there and set up a Firearms Research Institute to produce the guns and cannons I designed as soon as possible. Qi Jiguang, you should go and take over the affairs there, and let Feng Bao take over the production in Zishan. Remember, cotton-padded clothes and silk are not allowed in the firearms workshop. Only linen is permitted. Be sure to take safety precautions. You can arrange the security and defense over there yourself. I obey the decree. My lord, make arrangements for those women, children, and the elderly that you have taken as soon as possible, and produce as much cloth as possible, especially the styles that I showed you. Zhu Yujun paused for a moment, then continued. Also, have Zhu Hong and Kuai Zhu discuss using cement to repair the road from the capital to the western hills. Don't touch anything else for now. I have a bold idea, but it's not the right time yet. Send someone else to urge Gao Huai and the others on. What have they been doing? Searching for so long and not even finding a few mines. If they can't find them, they're not coming back. Promise. All right, you can go now. Sir, you shouldn't worry about these things right now. You need to rest. Feng Bao said with some concern. I also want to rest. But I have a lot of responsibilities right now, and there are too few people I can rely on. All right, accompany me to the Western Hills to see how the coin samples I had them make are coming along. After saying that, he threw away the fishing rod that he hadn't caught a single seaweed. As he walked, he said, "This fishing rod is faulty. Find me a new one." Zhu Yujun arrived at the Sculpture Institute after a bumpy journey, where Lu Zigong and the students of the academy came out to kneel and greet him. Upon entering the main hall, Zhu Yujun didn't waste any words and went straight to asking, "How is the coin engraving going?" "Your Majesty, 2 sets have been completed, and more are being made urgently," Lu Zigong replied respectfully. "Any finished coins yet? Let me see them." "Your Majesty, please wait a moment, as we have coins that were suppressed during the test." Lu Zigong hurriedly took out an exquisite box and opened it, inside which various new types of coins were neatly arranged. All the coins are about 3 centimeters in length and width, and weigh 10 grams, but the materials are different. The coin is surrounded by serrated edges formed by a stamping machine. This stamping machine was invented by Zhao Shijin. Its structure is so simple it's almost unbelievable. It consists of a large iron block in front, a mold underneath the iron block, and a set of pulleys connected to it. One person is pulled up to a height of about 3 meters, and then released to fall freely and crash into the mold below. This method can suppress 10 coins at a time, which is barely efficient. This thing was originally designed to crush rocks and burn cement, but Lu Zigong used it to make money. The obverse of the coin features the numbers 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100, surrounded by a circle of wheat ears. The reverse side features the Chinese characters, made in the Wanli reign of the Great Ming Dynasty, surrounded by circles containing these characters. It looks simple, but it actually took them a lot of effort. The template is first carved from wood, and then a steel mold is made using the lost wax casting method. The steel mold must undergo various polishing and measurement processes before it can be used. At least 30 sets of molds need to be scrapped to complete 1 set of molds, resulting in an extremely low success rate. Zhu Yujun looked at it from left to right and from right to left, but it just didn't feel right. It was too simple. Apart from the serrated edges, there was absolutely no anti-counterfeiting feature. After stroking it for a while, Zhu Yujun asked, "Do you know if the machine tool from the Iron and Steel Research Institute has been completed?" "Your Majesty, it was made last month, and I have seen it once. It took dozens of stones of refined steel to make Li Gang, and he even used the extraterrestrial meteorite iron he had treasured at home to forge several blades. He usually cherishes it and doesn't let anyone else touch it." Li Gang named it a drilling machine. He said that the machine tool he made was too different from the one His Majesty mentioned, so he dared not use that name. Lu Zigong sounded like a wronged little wife. He'd been eyeing that drilling machine for ages. It was incredibly fast at carving jade, but since the items belonged to someone else, he couldn't just steal them, so he could only watch helplessly. They tried to make a small one themselves, but unfortunately, the one they made wasn't as smooth as the one from the others, and it wasn't easy to use. Zhu Yujun chuckled upon hearing this. "Hey, Li Gang is pretty good. You got it done so quickly. Daban, why didn't you report this to us?" "Sir, Li Gang said it hasn't been adjusted yet, and the guide rails still need to be smoothed out. In addition, 10 more people will be needed to increase the gear speed. Once successful, I will personally report the good news to His Majesty." "Excellent, very good. Bring me paper and pen. I'll draw the design for the new coins for you." Then you can use that drilling machine to make the engraving plates for me. Tell Kwai Gang to find a way to procure more units. I will reward him with 5,000 taels per unit. Chapter 71, When the Corn Ripens. In October, the few people who had been imprisoned in the side hall to draw pictures were finally released. I must say, Dong Kiking truly lived up to his reputation as a master. Even his map was so beautiful, full of inkwash style. If it were in the future, it would probably fetch an astronomical price. Pan Jigzun and Tu Binjun were also very happy, as such a magnificent and detailed map was unique in the world. They drew a total of world maps, detailed maps of the Ming Dynasty, water ripple maps of the Ming Dynasty, and topographical maps of the Ming Dynasty. Each map was 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, and 2 copies of each were made. One of them was rolled up and stored in the imperial treasury by Zhu Yujun, while the others were taken out and hung in the Warm Pavilion. You have all made great contributions. Each of you will be rewarded with another 1,000 taels of silver. However, you're not allowed to draw privately in the future. Zhu Yujun looked at the map on the wall with great delight. Pan Jigzun, have you found the clay sculptor I asked you to find? Your Majesty, I have found 6 of the most renowned clay sculptors in the countryside, and they are now sculpting the terrain along the Yellow River for the students at the Academy. Excellent. Pick 2 skilled craftsmen with impeccable backgrounds and have them create a map of the Ming Dynasty for me. It's okay if it's a bit big, and it's also a minor issue if it's slow, but it must be accurate. Go find a place for them to build a large shed at the Imperial Horse Stables Ranch. Make one for each province, and then piece them together. Let them choose the materials themselves. Cement or mud will do. Give them a good reward, and make sure they do a good job. Promise. Go back and rest. Zhu Yujun waved them away, then picked up Feng Bao's whisk and tapped around on the map. The weather was excellent the next day. Zhu Yujun led his court officials to the greenhouse in the Imperial Garden. The corn tassels were charred black, and the chili peppers were glossy red. A large group of several hundred people arrived at the colorful greenhouse in the Imperial Garden, where several elderly farmers from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences were already waiting with sickles and bamboo baskets. These old farmers are treasures. They are retired officials from the Ministry of Revenue's Agricultural Department who have spent their lives cultivating new grain varieties, matching superior ones with superior ones. They have a thorough understanding of the growing environment, growth characteristics, seasonality, yield, and origin of various crops. The first thing they did when they were brought in was to loosen the soil and replant both crops. Watering and other tasks were done by hand, and no one was allowed to interfere, not even the emperor, because everyone had their own expertise. After exchanging greetings, everyone followed the old farmers into the greenhouse. The elderly farmers declined help from others. How could 3 acres of corn be a problem for them? Each of them carried a bamboo basket on their back and held a bamboo stick in their hand. With a swishing sound, one by one, golden ears of corn were peeled and gathered into baskets. The ministers watched their harvest with curiosity. One of the old farmers, named Wang Xian, spoke up, "Gentlemen, if you are really so bored, go pick some chili peppers. I still have to harvest corn." Yes, come on, let's go pick some chili peppers. Although the old man didn't hold a high official position before, he was quite old, almost 65. During the Ming Dynasty, if you disrespected an official, you would at most get a few lashes, but if you disrespected an elder, people would talk about it. The officials turned their heads to the other side, to the patch of bright red chili peppers that covered about an acre, and began to pick them, with eunuchs carrying baskets to help them. Zhu Yujun didn't squeeze in. It was unbearably hot inside, much more comfortable outside. He sat on a stool, leisurely sipping fragrant tea and waiting. About an hour later, all the harvest was laid out outside, and Wang Qiaguang called over several minor officials to bring over the newly made scales to count the spoils. Corn, 3 mu yields a total of 16 shur, which is equivalent to 5 and 3 shur per mu. Chili peppers, 1 mu, yield a total of 20 shur. The official's voice was somewhat excited. These 2 crops were entirely new, especially the first one, which was almost twice as plentiful as rice and wheat. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The ministers bowed to Zhu Yujun, ignoring the sweat on their bodies. Zhu Yujun stood up and said with a smile, "Don't think this is a lot. These can't compare to potatoes and sweet potatoes. However, corn is more durable for storage, and although its taste is slightly inferior, it is the most suitable food for emergency situations. Chili peppers are a new type of condiment that can dispel cold from the body and are even more refreshing than dogwood and ginger slices. The Jiangnan region is often shrouded in mist and rain. Sichuan is extremely humid, and even the frigid north needs this. Wang Suiyan, this old minister is here. We must lead the students of the College of Agriculture to retrieve the chili seeds as soon as possible and conduct trial plantings in various parts of the country. After the corn is dried, We study the suitable planting environment, soil and water requirements, and compile a corn planting record. Next spring, each minister present must plant 2 seeds in their garden, and you're responsible for cultivating the rest. Also, loosen the soil in my greenhouse properly, and I'll continue to try planting potatoes and sweet potatoes here when they come back. Remember this well, everyone. Anyone who dares to obstruct the promotion of the new grain will have their property confiscated. This is a matter of great importance concerning people's livelihoods. I hope you will not ruin your lives. We will certainly do our utmost. Zhang Zhen stepped forward, bowed, and asked, Your Majesty, I wonder how this corn is eaten? I just took a look and it's a bit tough to chew. Hey, with your teeth, I hope you don't break them. When this thing is fresh and tender, you can boil it or stir-fry it. Once dried, it can be put in an iron pot and steamed over high heat to make popcorn, which tastes much better than rice popcorn. In addition, after harvesting, you can simply tear open the outer shell of this thing, braid it like braids, and hang it under the eaves. It can be preserved for at least 1 or 2 years. It is also an excellent feed, much more economical than simply feeding soybeans, and can easily make livestock plump and strong. If it's for human consumption, it's best to grind it into powder, mix it with wheat flour or rice flour, ferment it, and then steam it together. You don't need to worry about this. The Culinary Academy can handle it perfectly. Your task is to promote it quickly. You can handle the local gentry and nobles, right? No problem. Your servants will devise a process for the rapid promotion of the new grain and present it to you. Zhang Zhen replied with a cupped hand. Daban, once Wang Xian and the others have separated the chili seeds, you can take back the chilies. Prepare accordingly. I will be inviting all my ministers and princes to a hot pot feast in the Imperial Garden on New Year's Day. Prepare it the way I usually eat. Promise. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. All right, stop with the talk. This year's land reform is just 1 step away from completion. I hope you will not be careless and continue to implement it strictly. All candidates participating in this year's autumn imperial examinations who are involved in land reform are permitted to travel to the capital to prepare for the exams, with travel expenses covered by their respective local governments. Promise. The officials left one by one with rosy cheeks. They weren't surprised by anything new the young emperor came up with these days, but the new grain still excited them. Daban, who's in charge of burning cement now? Chapter 72, The Great Ming Post Office. Your Majesty, Kuai Shan, Kuai Gang's cousin, is currently in charge, and the warehouses are now stockpiled with nearly 400,000 shi, a unit of dry measure, of grain. Feng Bao was pleased to hear the emperor bring up a topic he had previously discussed. Tell Kuai Shan to continue increasing production, raise the foundation of the cement warehouse tenfold, and increase output instead of reducing it. Yes, Feng Bao was somewhat puzzled. Also, summon Tin Luan to the Warm Pavilion and have him bring all the information about the post stations. Promise. Zhu Yuzhan was preparing to take action against the post stations. Winter was approaching, and most people would stay at home during the winter. This is the best time to recruit workers. To reform the national post stations, it is necessary to mobilize 1 million people at the same time, and the amount of silver will not be small. Zhu Yuzhan himself estimated that it would probably be no less than 3 or 4 million taels. He had to pay this money himself, since the Ministry of Revenue had already used up most of the money from last year, while the money from the commercial bank was all used for production. Although Zhu Yuzhan himself embezzled a lot, the Ministry of Revenue dared not touch it recklessly. Just think about the express delivery industry in later generations. It's incredibly profitable. How could Zhu Yuzhan, who aspires to become the world's richest man, possibly give up such a lucrative opportunity? Nowadays, the post stations have become too limited in function, serving only the imperial court. How can they possibly sustain themselves like this? Their functions must be diversified, and their service targets should be expanded to include the people of the whole country, so that the post stations can become self-reliant and even support the imperial court. Of course, not every post station was like Jiming-ai. Many were just simple small manors or simply inns. While Zhu Yuzhan was conceiving the plan for the post station, Tan Luan arrived with several minor officials. Your Majesty, is there some matter you have arranged for this old minister to return? Minister Tan, there's indeed an important matter that needs your attention. How many post stations are there nationwide now? Your Majesty, there are approximately 1,000. Come here and mark the location on the map with cinnabar for me. Zhu Yuzhan addressed the minor officials behind him, then turned to Tan Luan and asked, Minister Tan, how much silver is needed annually for the post stations across the country? Approximately 1 million taels. Hasn't my dear minister considered opening the post station to the public, or at least adding some functions to it? For example, they could deliver messages for ordinary people, escort goods, and provide food and lodging for passing merchants. Your Majesty, you mustn't. The post stations are where national messages are relayed. If there are too many people, the messages might be lost, Tan Luan said anxiously. Minister Tan, don't be in such a hurry. Listen to me. The post stations of our great Ming dynasty are spread throughout every prefecture and city in the country, and it can be said that they already have a complete structure. As long as they are managed well, they may become a major source of income in the future. Think about it. How many letters are exchanged across the country every year? How many goods are transported? Apart from those martial arts escort agencies, no one else specializes in doing these things. Wouldn't it be faster and safer for the government to take over private businesses now? And I can guarantee that the money earned will be enormous. As for your safety concerns, isn't it simpler? Just divide the post station into two parts, a civilian post station and an official post station. The front courtyard is specifically for receiving and transferring civilian supplies, while the back courtyard is only for official messages and supplies. As long as security is well planned, nothing major should happen. But Your Majesty, where am I supposed to find so many people to escort the goods? Tan Luan was somewhat tempted by the emperor's words. Oh dear, you really are something. You can recruit those reputable escort agencies in the countryside. You can recruit retired veterans, and you can even use city kids for the final leg of a message delivery. This way, both the people and the government make money, and your Ministry of War can save a full 1,000,000 taels of silver every year. Wouldn't it be better to use that money for something else? But this would mean rebuilding and expanding the post station. Although it's easier to recruit laborers in winter, I have no money. As far as I know, the Ministry of Revenue is also running out of money. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Zhu Yujun was waiting for this and chuckled. You don't have it, but I do. I personally contribute 4,000,000 taels of silver as fund for the reconstruction and expansion of post stations nationwide, and your Ministry of War will be responsible for their operation. From now on, half of the annual revenue will go to the Imperial Treasury, 20% will be retained by the Ministry of War, and the remainder will be turned over to the National Treasury. What do you think, my dear minister? Tan Luan's eyes widened upon hearing this. Is Your Majesty telling the truth? But if the post station doesn't make money, Your Majesty will suffer a loss. In Tan Luan's memory, no post station had ever made money since ancient times. Officials who came and went should have been paid for their food and lodging, but they basically ate and stayed for free, barely surviving on government subsidies each year. When have I ever gone back on my word? How so? Zhu Yujun still smiled. If this had happened to Wang Qiaowang, he probably wouldn't have stood a chance. That man's accounting skills are exceptional. He could tell at a glance that this was a big deal. However, Tan Luan's words were somewhat lacking. He was quite good at leading troops and making strategic plans, but his business acumen was questionable. Very well, Your Majesty agrees to this matter. But I wonder what kind of post station Your Majesty would like to build. Sending and receiving letters and goods is a very troublesome matter. If it is delivered to the wrong place, it will be a huge loss. The issue of fees is also very troublesome. That's easy too. Go find Dong Kikang and ask him to design unique patterns for the 2 capitals and 13 provinces. The letters were uniformly designed to be palm-sized, with the senders' and recipients' addresses and names below the design. I call these post tickets. A uniform national price was set based on distance. The person sending the letter would buy a post ticket according to the distance, and the post station would help fill in the information and affix the ticket. The delivery slips for goods were designed to be the size of 4 palms. Packed goods had to have a list calculated by weight, which was also attached to the goods. This way, even illiterate people can group letters and goods with the same destination together according to the patterns. Needless to say, officials' accommodation and meals must be paid for, except for official documents. Even if they don't make a profit, they absolutely cannot lose money, and the prices of ins open to the public must be reasonable. Then I doubt His Majesty has provided enough money. If we continue like this, our transport capacity may be far from sufficient. We'll need to purchase a large number of cattle, horses, and mules from the people, Tan Luan said doubtfully. Don't worry. The tribes in the north will soon send us a huge number of cattle and horses. We can give you the war horses and cattle that the army has discarded on credit. You can pay back the money to the merchant once you start making a profit. Those cattle and horses look quite valuable. But when it's averaged out to each shareholder, there's hardly any left. They won't refuse if I ask. As for the large trucks, sand barges, and ocean-going vessels used for transportation, do you leave those second-hand goods that your Ministry of War discards each year to get moldy in the dock? New for 3 years, old for 3 years, patched and mended for another 3 years. You have to know how to save costs. Zhu Yujun had gone to great lengths to convince Tan Luan to believe him completely. Chapter 73, Arranging Extra Income for the 6th Department. In that case, this old minister agrees. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tan Luan felt more and more excited as he listened, and was completely fooled. I wonder if he will be ridiculed when he discusses this with Wang Qiaowang. Your Majesty, the locations of all the post stations have been marked, a few junior officials said tremblingly. Tanluan was about to yell at him, thinking, it's just marking something on a map. Is it really necessary to get so worked up? He turned to look at the map on the wall and was instantly dumbfounded. Good heavens. Your Majesty, this map? How can it be so detailed? And those other maps next to it are world maps. Tanluan's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a new continent. He hadn't paid much attention when he arrived, thinking it was just an ordinary map, but the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He carefully stroked the map as if caressing silky skin, which made Zhu Yujun feel disgusted. Tanluan was so fascinated by the map that he couldn't take his eyes off it. Without even looking up, he asked directly, Your Majesty, may I have the Ministry of War make a copy of this map? If the Ministry of War uses it to deploy defenses and mobilize troops, it would be a tremendous help. Zhu Yujun flatly refused. No, now is not the time. If such a detailed map were leaked, it would be a huge disaster. You can come and see if you want, but you're not allowed to make rubbings. After the Ming dynasty sweeps across the surrounding countries, you can make as many copies as you like. Tanluan thought about it and agreed. He then said sternly to the clerk, Forget about all this when you get back. Don't go out and spout nonsense, or don't blame me for not giving you face. The minor officials were so frightened that they reluctantly agreed. Zhu Yujun was both amused and exasperated. Minister Tan, even if you show them such a big map, they won't be able to remember it. All right, as long as they don't go around spreading rumors. In the future, all post stations across the country will be managed by a single department called the Great Ming Post Station Administration. He will remain under your Ministry of War. As for his official rank, you can discuss with the cabinet to determine what would be appropriate. Yes, Tanluan finally took his hand off the map, and Zhu Yujun would have to check carefully whether the ink had been mixed. In addition, the national military system reform will begin no later than next year, and the Ministry of War will issue documents to urge the generals in various regions to do so. I know that abolishing the garrisons is troublesome, but I have already solved the biggest problem for them, so don't make things difficult for yourself. Veterans should retire, and new recruits should be trained. What I want is a fighting force, not a bunch of empty shells. I'm making this clear from the start. If any place dares to try and deceive me, I will take action against them. Your Majesty, rest assured, with the advancement of the household contract responsibility system, local garrisons are undergoing simultaneous reforms and downsizing. Currently, nearly 70% of the work has been completed nationwide. The new army underwent unified training and was even dispersed in various prefectures and counties and regiments. Food and supplies were plentiful, and no incidents occurred. Tanluan dared not speak falsely, for not only did the emperor attach great importance to this matter, but he himself also took it very seriously and enforced it very strictly. Over the past year, he has dismissed countless mid to low-ranking generals and demoted many more, but none of them dared to cause a scene. He earned this prestige through his own hard work, and it can be said that there were very few people in the entire army who did not respect him. Good, well done. You may leave. Quickly arrange for people to get things done. I await your good news. Yes, sir. Tanluan and several minor officials bowed and hurriedly left. Zhu Yujun had his own ideas. The Ministry of Revenue was now managing the state-owned portion of the Royal Trading Company, and things like grain and salt were generating some extra income. But other departments don't have that problem yet. Compared to the military's bloated bureaucracy, the civilian bureaucracy is even worse. The imperial court claims to be short of personnel every day, but in reality, the number of civil officials has not decreased much. Rather, the number of positions has inexplicably increased. During the Hongwu era, there were relatively few officials, with only 28,000 nationwide. However, the number continued to increase after the Yongle era. By the Jind era, there were already 20,000 civil officials and 80,000 military officials. While it may seem like there are many military officials, one only needs to consider the size of the Ming Dynasty army to understand this. Although the number of military officers was indeed a bit too large, it cannot be said that they were completely useless, as many of them held honorary positions through imperial favor. However, this doesn't apply to civil officials, not even counting the low-ranking clerks below them. If you include them, the number would probably be no less than that of the military officers, and all of these require the state to provide funding. Some people might say that the Yamen runners were supported by the county magistrate, but that's pure fiction. A county magistrate in the Ming Dynasty only earned a few coins a month. The vast majority of it is supported by local government finances, which is the portion of taxes withheld each year. Zhu Yujun could easily have purged the army of redundant officials, given the abundance of famous generals in the Ming Dynasty. He could have simply brought a few over to take their positions, and none of his subordinates would have dared to utter a sound. But what about civil officials? Civil officials have always been the most promiscuous. Even if Gao Gong and Zhang Zhehan worked themselves to the bone trying to get rid of those redundant officials and positions, they probably wouldn't achieve much. The best solution was to transfer benefits. Wang Qiaowang, who ran grain, salt, and agricultural implement businesses under the Ministry of Revenue, quietly transferred a large number of low-ranking officials to become managers, thus enabling the Ministry of Revenue to be the first to streamline its operations. Zhu Yuzhen hadn't even made any arrangements yet, but they had already done it themselves. It's likely that they had already discovered the problem themselves. Now that the Ministry of War has started operating post stations, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Works will surely have to follow suit. Relatively speaking, the Ministry of Works was definitely the simplest. Zhu Yuzhen originally thought of handing over all the craftsmen in Zishan to the Ministry of Work for Management, but Zhu Hong refused. According to Zhu Hong, the country will definitely need to carry out large-scale road construction, river dredging, and dam building in the future. These national-level projects are enough to keep the Ministry of Works busy. Zhu Yuzhen didn't say much after hearing this, and that was indeed the case. Zhu Yuzhen's perk for the Ministry of Works was to have them help repair county towns in various places and help the people in the towns build cement houses. Road and river repairs can be carried out wherever necessary, and future tax revenue will definitely reach hundreds of millions. It will be better to allocate this money to local governments so they can improve their local infrastructure. Once the roads are open, they will earn more money. As for the Ministry of Rights, Zhu Yuzhen wants to reform the Jiao Fangxi Imperial Music Bureau, which is a great place. A good place to make money. Build a grand theater or something, put on some skits, song and dance performances, and new music, plus a full service package including food, drinks, baths, saunas, foot massages, and thigh massages. You'd be embarrassed to say you've been there if you didn't spend at least 10 or 20 taels of silver each time you went in. The current Jiao Fangxi is just a place for officials to patronize without paying. It has to be supported by the Ministry of Rights every year. They only come out to dance for large-scale events. It's such a waste. Want to stay overnight? Pay extra. As long as it's built luxuriously, and you wear a sexy little dress, people won't refuse to pay, especially since the quality is good. Zhu Yuzhen has already recruited so many people to that side. However, he needs to investigate this matter in person before making a decision. He also had plans for the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel had the most scholars, so they could sell newspapers. Selling to prefectures and cities might be a bit troublesome, but if it's made into a monthly journal, the sales will definitely be fantastic. It is best to control the public opinion of the people, which not only solves the embarrassing situation of the emperor's power not reaching the countryside. Moreover, it can promote the new products developed by various colleges in the university town, and most importantly, it can directly reach the people with the new national policies. Don't worry that people won't understand. The Wanli period was definitely the time with the highest literacy rate among the people in the past 1,000 years. Every village had 1 or 2 scholars. Chapter 74, the world's first stainless steel knife. The most difficult to arrange were the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Zhu Yuzhen thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what they could do. They couldn't very well invite the common people on a day trip to the prison, could they? That would be too much. Zhu Yuzhen paced back and forth in the warm pavilion, making Feng Bao's eyes widen. Master, is something troubling you? Big brother, do you think the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate could do some business? Zhu Yuzhen asked without looking up, continuing to wander around. Master, I think it's best if they don't do business. After considering for a moment, Feng Bao said, both departments represent the laws of the Ming dynasty. If they go out to do business, it may damage the dignity of the laws of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuzhen stopped in his tracks, only then realizing his mistake and cursing himself for being greedy. They really can't do business. They're just obsessed with money. Luckily, Feng Bao reminded them. Not bad, Your Excellency, you've really given me a wake-up call. I almost made a big mistake. Zhu Yuzhen stopped and returned to the soft couch. After thinking for a moment, he added, but I have assigned business to the other 5 ministries, so it would be inappropriate not to assign it to these 2. Feng Bao pondered for a moment. Sir, there's no need. Are you suggesting that letting other departments do business is like how you're kicking out those useless officials, just like with the Ministry of Revenue? However, the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate have always been understaffed. Many officials disliked working in the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate because it was easy to offend people. So even if Lord Wang's Haihao and Lord Shuli wanted to, they couldn't. When Zhu Yuzhen heard this for the first time, he was speechless. All right, if that's the case, then I'll think about it some more. I can't possibly eat the meat while the other 2 departments drink the soup, can I? Zhu Yujun got up and paced back and forth several times. At this moment, Chun Ju came in with several memorials. Zhu Yujun asked him the same question again, and the answer was the same as Feng Bao's, but he gave a different solution. Your Majesty, I believe that the quality of coroners in the country varies greatly. Why not have the Ministry of Justice establish a coroner's academy? I have seen Feng Yuzi from the medical school and several surgeons dissecting corpses. Professor Feng said that there are actually many clues on the dead. When they were studying them, they even compared them with Song Si's collected cases of injustice rectified from the Song dynasty. I believe the best solution would be for the Ministry of Justice to establish such an academy, complementing the medical school. This would allow for direct funding to the Ministry of Justice and also reduce wrongful executions in local areas. Zhu Yujun found it